I'll surpass the MC by envelope. I claimed I was better than the MC. An eldritch entity decided to put my claim to the test and reincarnated me into the world of the novel I once read. But I'm not alone. There are 5 other reincarnates. Wait, why is the MC a regressor now? That wasn't part of the script. This audiobook, produced by Lightverse Recap, brings the thrilling web novel to life. Highlights: a bold protagonist who dares to challenge the role of the main character. Unexpected turns as the MC gains regressor powers. A mix of humor, tension, and cosmic stakes. Perfect for fans of Lord of Mysteries, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, and other reincarnation/regression sagas. Explore more audiobooks in the Lightverse library by becoming a channel member. Free download links for Shadow Slave are available in the bio. Got suggestions or a novel you'd love to hear in audio? Follow me on Instagram and share your ideas. I'd love to bring more stories to life for you. Chapter 1, Challenge Accepted. I'm sorry. The main character coughed out blood as he stared at the spear that had pierced through his chest. His vision was hazy as he gazed helplessly at a massive boar whose snort unleashed a gale, vaporizing his gushing blood. A legendary cultivator that had terrorized the Sumatra continent for more than a millennium. That was the Boar King, his enemy. You were a disappointment, Risha. Saying so, the Boar King stomped on the main character's head and splattered his brain matter all over the ground. Soundless, soulless, unable to utter a cry, the main character fell to his demise, a death unknown to anyone but mourned by all. The end. Author notes: to my readers, I express my gratitude. Gratitude, my ass. A youth seated in a dimly lit room roared as he flailed his hands in anger. 6 years. 6 fucking years. We supported you on this journey, and you give us this pathetic ending. Fuck. I'm pissed. He crumpled a cup of ramen nearby and threw it with force, watching it splatter all over the wall upon impact. A couple of seconds later, the youth collapsed on his chair, wheezing. He had overexerted himself with that tantrum. After he graduated from university, the youth was unable to land a job, and hence, he remained unemployed. Thankfully, his parents created assets on his behalf. The rental income alone was enough for him to get by. But every time he opened social media and saw his peers succeeding in life, he became more and more depressed. In such a shut-in life, the novel, Sumatra Chronicles, was his solace. The author uploaded 3 chapters a day, so it provided him ample entertainment. Since he followed it for 6 years, Sumatra Chronicles became part of his life. He wasn't even worried about it ending, for based on the lore setup, the novel should have run for another 4 years. It was a realistic novel with 0 plot armor granted to the characters, including the main character. Hence, it received a large fan following from people that were fed up with stories about main characters with gold fingers, cheats, systems, etc. The latest arc was gut-wrenchingly engaging, as every step of the way, the main character came close to death. And finally, the Boar King appeared, a villain teased for more than 2 years. He was supposed to be a villain impossible to be beaten by the main character, with death certain upon encounter. So everyone looked forward to the clash, for until now, whenever the main character came faced with such situations, he used his wit and ingenuity to realistically survive the crisis. But faced with such hype, the author decided to kill the main character. Fuck him. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. The youth was unable to calm his rage. He slammed his keyboard and pulled up the novel's review section, intending to leave a brutally negative review. Only then would he be able to vent his frustration. The author was born when his dad boned a pig. No, it's too tame. The author's brain is infested with maggots, damn. This isn't even insulting enough. The author fuck. No, the word fuck is banned here. Shit, can't I even come up with a decent insult? The youth grumbled. He then got an idea upon seeing the various negative reviews that were rapidly filling up the review section. Got it! He grinned excitedly as he began to type a short, but nasty review. Your mother must have been a female dog to birth a fatherless son like you. If that ending was the best you got, be hit by a truck and ice guy yourself. Even I can write a better story than yours, and I'm not even literate, lol. That's a perfect insult. The youth was proud of himself. He imagined a scene where the author was roasted upon seeing his review and drowned in his tears. Ha ha ha. Fucker, what did you say about my mother? A booming voice echoed in his room, startling the youth. His monitor shone with radiance bright enough to fully light up his room as an ethereal hand of light burst out and grabbed his face. It applied pressure, forming a depression on his face, causing the youth to scream in pain. He didn't even have enough time to fully process his fear when the ethereal hand yanked him into the monitor. The monitor shut down as beeping sounds resounded from his CPU. A couple of seconds later, the PC exploded. Ah! The youth screamed as his vision was blanketed by white light. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a grayish room. The floor felt like jelly, eerie to stand upon as the sensation transmitted through his feet disgusted him. He looked at himself, noticing that his body was a mere blur. There was an indigo hue emanating from him. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't recall his name anymore, unnerved. You were saying? A muscly octopus-headed humanoid stood before him, spanning a height of 2 meters. Its arms were ripped. What did you say my mother was? At the sight of the creature, the youth's survival instinct kicked in, making him deny the accusation as his brain clocked into overdrive. I didn't say anything. That wasn't me. I was your supporter all along. I'm a good child. Enough, eat my fist. Followed by a roar, the octopus-headed humanoid pummeled the youth for a good 10 minutes. Satisfied, it snapped its finger and healed the youth, saying with a smile, Your review got me thinking. Can someone clear that scenario? The octopus-headed humanoid propped up the youth and stared into his eyes to speak calmly. I was like, why not? I can rewind time and see if that's possible. You're not making any sense. The youth was flabbergasted. What are you? Where am I? What is happening to me? Why am I like this? What are you after? Relax, bud. The octopus-headed humanoid slapped him on the face once, speaking after shutting up the youth. During my journey through space, I came upon an interesting world. I was excited after observing it for a while and wanted to share the experience with others. Hence, I came to Earth and published that as a web novel. Many liked my story, but too many hated the ending, even though to me it felt perfect. In that situation, there was no way Risha could survive. I mean, he faced the Boar King that was supposed to guarantee his death. And in reality, that was what happened there. Risha was killed by the Boar King. I literally wrote what had happened, but it seems not everyone likes reality. The octopus-headed humanoid's shoulder slumped in disappointment. One of its tentacles wagged like a dog's tail as it spoke, its voice one of excitement. Seeing the reviews and observing a few challenging me at executing the story better, I thought I'll see what will happen. What are you getting at? The youth realized by now that the entity before him was the author of Sumatra Chronicles. It wasn't a human, but some creature on the likes of Cthulhu. The entity seemed to talk in circles, so he was getting confused. But once he thought about the sequence of events until now, he realized what was up. It's a challenge. My God! I challenged him that I could write a better story than him. And now, he's asking me to prove it. Well, seems you got the gist. The octopus-headed humanoid nodded with a smile, capable of reading his mind. It then clapped its hand as 5 others appeared beside the youth, each emanating one of the colors that formed the rainbow. There was violet, blue, green, yellow, and orange. The youth emanated indigo. Only red was missing. The bodies of all 6 were a blur, their height, body shape, facial features, and even gender unable to be identified. Their sole identifying feature was their color. The heads of the octopus-headed humanoid multiplied by 6. It seemed each head had been conversing with a person in private, just as it happened to the youth. Once everyone had been briefed, they were brought to the same location. The 6 heads stared at the 6 people, saying in unison, I'm sending you to Sumatra continent once I rewind its time to the start of the story. Since each of you challenged me in being more capable than my main character, I dare you to show it. That's. Violet was in tears, aware of how violent and dangerous Sumatra continent was. There, death existed at every turn. Unless one was as capable as the main character, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was a story where even the main character died. So, how would average Joes like them survive in such a treacherous world? If you're scared, commit suicide once you arrive there. One of the heads of the octopus-headed humanoid stared at the youth. There's no truck there. So, you'll have to choose a painful route. Damn it, he's just mocking me. I have read Sumatra Chronicles multiple times in the past 6 years. I know the story by heart. Challenge? Bring it on. The youth snorted. You won't remove our memories of the story, right? Are you afraid we'll strip all the benefits your MC gets? He was still angry, and having been a shut-in for 6 years, he neither had a good lid on his emotions, nor was he able to exercise control. As a result, he lashed out. You think my MC is that weak? In response, the octopus-headed humanoid laughed raucously. Even with your knowledge of the future, you'll still fall short. As if trash like you can hold up to my MC. Don't cry when I defeat him. The person emanating a green hue snickered. You boast about Risha, but he was only that good in the second half of the story. During the first half, he was a frustrating idiot. So, be ready to accept defeat. If you manage to succeed, I'll grant you a wish. The octopus-headed humanoid said in anger. You can even be an immortal and own Earth and every living being on it. I can grant any wish. But it's game over if you were to die in Sumatra continent. I won't bother reviving a failure. See, can you send me back home? The person with a violet hue raised their hand and asked. Nope, the octopus-headed humanoid denied with a snort. Don't put on a scaredy-cat act. I know you're excited to cultivate. I know all of you are. He stared at the 6 people. Among those that challenged me in the review section, I selected those that were ambitious enough to face the dangers of Sumatra and surpass my MC. I can read your thoughts, and I can already see you thinking of ways to benefit yourselves. Whatever, it laughed. All 6 of you will start with the same condition as the MC. There exists only one set of treasures that you must consume to become strong and not die a premature death. You'll be competing with my MC for that. That means when I'm reincarnated there, I'll be an orphan just like Risha. And I'll also be a victim of the fragment disease. The youth thought as he looked at the 5 others next to him. There's just one cure to the disease. Only the one that gets the cure will survive the 4 major disasters. The rest are enemies, the youth concluded. The air was fraught with tension, as everyone else also seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. But there was also a strong vibe of excitement present in the expressions of everyone. All 6 of them had been bored with Earth. They wanted something beyond their mundane mortal selves in life. So, being reincarnated to a mystical world was giving them a chance to live their dreams. They could cultivate and wield supernatural powers. Hence, none of them even entertained the thought of returning to Earth. They were already daydreaming of becoming powerful by taking advantage of the countless benefits that lay on their journey. All of them knew the story by heart and were react to take action. The youth had already begun his calculations. Thankfully, Risha is a weakling at the start. So, I only need to guard against these 5. As long as I obtain the cure, I'm guaranteed to become a powerhouse. Now that everyone is on the same page, you'll be reincarnated to Sumatra. Put on your best act, as I'll be watching your journey. May you surprise me. The octopus-headed humanoid put on a solemn expression as the bodies of the 6 began to dissipate. They were being reincarnated. The youth observed his legs turning faint before they vanished, followed by his hip, then the stomach, and so on. The case was the same with the others too. Just as their heads were starting to dissipate, the octopus-headed humanoid muttered as if it had forgotten to mention. Oops, there was one detail I failed to mention. The faces of all 6 people flinched in response as a sense of worry set in them. Seeing their expression, the octopus-headed humanoid let out a comically evil grin as it chuckled with a mocking tone before its voice turned solemn. This time, there's one difference from the story you read. Risha will be a regressor. Chapter 2, Sumatra Continent. Risha will be a regressor. You bastard! All 6 faces screamed in a fluster as they vanished. Ha ha ha! The octopus-headed humanoid laughed raucously as it patted its aching stomach. Ah, that was satisfying. It's worth going through the effort to see those expressions. Now, I hope you suffer enough until you accept defeat to my MC. Sumatra Continent. Mammoth Clan, 44th Empyrean Tusk Settlement, Academy of Refinement. The youth's eyes shot open, seeing the novel world being presented as reality. There was shock, excitement, nervousness, and anticipation in his eyes. He wished to jump and announce aloud, "Young Master is here!" But he couldn't do that, for they were in class. The first chapter of Sumatra Chronicles starts right in the middle of class. Currently, he had 6 enemies that endangered his life in this world, and one of them was the MC Risha. It was best to exercise caution to avoid revealing his identity. No, that was useless. As a sea of information surged into his mind, the youth's excitement cooled down. He came to understand his identity. Inala, that was his name. An orphan whose parents were supposedly reported missed in action. Worst of all, his body was weak. Cracking sounds resounded every time he tried to move. Fragment disease. 1 in every 100 people in the Mammoth clan was plagued by this incurable disease. It turned one's bones brittle. In this world where strength reigned supreme, anyone with the fragment disease was basically slapped with a death sentence. Because any exertion of the body resulted in a fracture. Not to mention training to grow stronger, they couldn't even perform daily chores without putting their lives at risk. They were useless and a strain on the clan's resources. Usually, such people would be disposed of once they become an adult, and still prove to be useless. Inala was 14 years of age now. A year later, he would be considered an adult. If he doesn't figure out a way to contribute to the clan by then, he'll be disposed off to some pranic beast as food. The Mammoth clan was a nomadic tribe that traveled on the backs of the Empyrean Tusk, a pranic beast touted to be the biggest and the oldest race in Sumatra. The surface area of an Empyrean Tusk's back surpassed a square kilometer. A settlement was created here where around 40,000 people lived. The Mammoth clan was situated on a herd of 44 Empyrean Tusks that traversed through dangerous territories daily. Therefore, danger was ever present around them. If Inala proved to be useless, he would be heartlessly tossed into the mouth of a hungry pranic beast without hesitation. So not only did he have to maintain caution, but also raise his value to the clan. I'm sorry. Inala's thoughts came to a halt as he heard a murmur next to him. His body froze up in response as he slowly turned to his right and stared at a chisel-faced boy with a handsome countenance. The boy's expression was distraught, tethering on the verge of despair as memories of his past life came surging in. Risha, the main character of Sumatra Chronicles. In the Refinement Academy, joint classes were conducted, with the youngest batch seated at the front while the oldest were at the back. Inala's group was part of the oldest batch and hence seated at the very end. As one of those affected by the fragment disease, Inala was placed in the absolute last row, nicknamed the death row. It was because, on the day they graduate, they'll be fed to a pranic beast, hence their title. Originally in the story, Risha was the sole death row student in his batch. So, he was seated alone at the back. But now there were 7 students. That was a direct indication of their identities. Taking caution my foot, Inala masked his frustration. Among the 7 death row students, one was the MC while the remaining 6 were reincarnates. It was impossible to avoid a conflict since their identities were revealed right from the get-go. They were seated side by side after all. So Risha was red. Inala thought. Based on the naming scheme, there were 7 colors in a rainbow. He was indigo. His name turned out to be Inala, sporting the first 2 letters of his color. He was also seated second in the last row as in the order: violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, and red. Red was Risha since he was seated last, and his name had the first 2 letters of the color. This is a second chance. Risha came to terms with reality and stared at the class with a determined gaze. This time I'll protect everyone. But first, who are you? He glared to his left, staring at the 6 students there. These 6 never existed in my previous life. What is happening? Did you hurt your head, Risha? The one seated closest to Risha, at the position of orange, tilted his head in confusion. Don't tell me you forgot your bestie, Oraka? Bestie? Risha frowned. Fear of death might have erased his memories. The one seated at the position of green mocked. We're the infamous death row students of this academy, after all. Not a single clansman thinks we have a future. Are you being serious, Risha? The one seated at the position of blue expressed his confusion as he gloomily stared at Risha. Have you forgotten us? Such fucking actors. Inala was awed by their performance. Since they didn't exist in Risha's previous lives, they began to act as if they were close to him now, edging him to the train of thought that maybe there existed some differences in his second life. None of them communicated with each other, but argued in such a way one might think they were friends for years. I'm scheming against people of such level. Inala was excited. Things just became more interesting. He then acted like he had been observing Risha all along and spoke in worry. I didn't know fragment disease can also affect our memories. I'm worried now. Why don't we introduce ourselves to each other? This way, we can help jog Risha's memory. Us death row students need to be united. The one seated in the position of violet spoke in support of Inala. I'm Virala. Virala for violet, Inala for indigo, Blola for blue, Greha for green, Yenda for yellow, Oraka for orange, and finally Risha for red. Everyone introduced themselves. The first goal of the reincarnates was to ease themselves up with the regressor to avoid being killed immediately. Thankfully, it went well. Inala sighed in relief as he observed Risha's conflicted and confused expression. But an instant later, his heart lurched upon sensing the latter's killing intent. Chapter 3. The main character expresses animosity. Inala shuddered at the killing intent. Is this how killing intent feels like? It's terrifying, too terrifying. Am I supposed to compete with such a monster? Just as he was about to faint from the killing intent, the gears in his brain churned as he recalled Chapter 1 of Sumatra Chronicles. The story starts in the Academy of Refinement and directly plunges the readers with a scene of gore, thereby setting up the treacherous nature of the world. And the cause of that was what Risha was directing his killing intent towards. All students, to the shelter now. The instructor's booming voice addressed the over 300 students at the Academy of Refinement. I'm not prepared. Virala clutched his head in panic. This the first minor crisis. Inala became nervous as he rushed alongside the students, following only after seeing Risha among the crowd. Sumatra Chronicles consisted of 21 minor crises and 4 major disasters, with Risha being killed in the 4th major disaster. Even though this was a minor crisis, it shouldn't be underestimated, for at the end of this event in the story, the population of their settlement was slashed in half. That spoke volumes of the danger involved. The herd of 44 Empyrean tusks form a straight line as they tread through treacherous lands. The strongest Empyrean tusk stands at the forefront of the file, while the weakest is positioned at the end. Their settlement's Empyrean tusk was at 44th place, dead last. Not only was it weak, but it was also gaining in on old age. As a result, its footsteps weren't perfectly placed on the path forged by the strong Empyrean tusks at the forefront of the herd. It had set foot on a nest by mistake and crushed a portion of it. As a result, the pranic beasts part of the nest, mud vipers rushed out en masse and swarmed the 44th Empyrean tusk. They began to crawl over the Empyrean tusk's legs to reach the top and attack the settlement there, acting based on the life signatures they picked up. Pranic beasts were creatures native to Sumatra and came in all forms. Mud vipers were serpentine creatures with a pair of forelegs that allowed them to grab onto things and lurch forward. A mud viper spanned 3 meters in length when it reached maturity. Its speciality lay in spitting out mud balls that were adhesive in nature. The mud balls would harden in a matter of seconds once it spits out. Mud vipers would spit mud balls onto a target and turn them into a sculpture. They would then drag the sculptures to their nest to feast at a later date. The problem with mud vipers was that when they latch enough mud balls onto the joints of the Empyrean tusk, they can prevent it from moving. Once constricted to a place, it was only a matter of time before the mud vipers overwhelm and feast upon the Empyrean tusk and the people living on it. The herd of Empyrean tusks was constantly on the move and would only stop at locations deemed safe by the leader. Stopping anywhere else was risky. Hence, none of the 43 Empyrean tusks part of the herd stopped to assist the 44th Empyrean tusk. Since Risha is a regressor, the event might change due to his involvement. But there's no guarantee whether or not it is to my benefit. After all, this broken nest is home to at least 1 million mud vipers. Inala thought in worry. There were plenty of elites in their settlement to fight against the enemies, but the number of mud vipers was too much. No matter how strong they were, 40,000 people wouldn't fare well against 1 million mud vipers. In the story, their settlement loses half its population to the mud vipers. It was the rise to a bloody start. While moving towards the shelter meant for students, Inala felt around his body. There was a pouch hung around his hip, and in it was a rugged bone sphere. Inala sensed a faint wisp of energy in his body. He riled it up according to the memories of the body and focused it upon the rugged bone sphere, watching it twitch in response. Okay, at least I'm not completely helpless. Prana. That was the energy one cultivated on Sumatra, a fusion between the energies of soul, mind, and body. Based on the established measurement units of this world, he had 12 prana, a paltry sum for someone his age. But that was the norm for someone unable to train due to the fragment disease. Inala ran slowly to avoid fracturing his legs. Those with the fragment disease were the last to enter the shelter, a dome-shaped room carved within the bony carapace of the Empyrean tusk. It only had a small entrance. Remain here. Saying so, the instructor closed the entrance and stood guard outside. 10-9. Suddenly, Risha began a countdown. He was just muttering, but all 6 reincarnates had their attention wholly focused on him, and hence noticed his action. They might know the full story, but Risha had experienced it firsthand. So, it was better to follow the regressor. 1. Saying so, Risha took out a bone sphere from his pouch and threw it slowly. He infused his prana into it and caused it to fly in the air. The shelter's entrance collapsed as the instructor came crashing in. Pressing him were a group of mud vipers, spitting mud balls on his joints to constrict him while they clawed upon his flesh. One of the mud vipers opened its mouth wide to bite off the instructor's eyes. Risha's bone sphere accurately flew into its mouth and lodged itself in its throat. Sweat covered his forehead as he focused to the limit, causing the bone sphere to rotate and crush the mud viper's windpipe, thereby suffocating it. The bone sphere thrashed about within the suffocated mud viper's mouth and killed it a few seconds later. They're here. Run! The students scattered to the corners of the shelter as more and more mud vipers entered through the broken entrance. Risha was the sole individual daring to stand out in the middle of the room. He grunted and seeped more prana into the bone sphere, causing it to soak up the mud viper's blood. Mystic bone art, toxin refinement. With a tug of his mind, Risha pulled out the bone sphere from the mud viper's mouth. He caught it and licked the refined blood coating it, exhaling in satisfaction. I can finally move my damn body a bit more seriously. Right? The refined toxins from a mud viper can temporarily suppress the fragment disease. It was what Risha used to train his prana after this event. But to refine it takes considerable skill. Otherwise, the toxin would close up one's stomach walls and kill them. He faced a lot of issues as a result. But in this life, he has more than enough skill to purely turn the toxin into a tonic. Inala analyzed. Of course, the other 5 reincarnates had the same thought. While Risha was in a reverie from the tonic's effects, Oraka rushed towards him and licked some of the blood from his bone sphere. Risha was stunned by his actions. As Oraka relished the tonic's effects, Risha slammed the bone sphere on his face, dislocating his jaw. Oraka fell to the ground, knocked unconscious. A group of mud vipers targeting Risha changed targets to the helpless Oraka. They tore off his hands to feast upon and recover some of their expended energy. It was a bloody sight. Following that, the mud vipers turned Araka into a sculpture and transported him out. It was a signal of his end. At that moment, Risha turned around and stared at the figures of the reincarnates that had approached closer to him, having had the same thoughts as Araka. Risha stared at their stunned faces and the spot on his bone sphere that had been licked by Araka. None among the students at this point should have been aware of the tonic he produced. The fact that Araka knew to accurately target it meant information about him had been compromised. Someone he had no knowledge about seemed to know everything there was to him. They didn't exist in his past life. Therefore, it could either be a side effect of his regression or a scheme by some heavenly being. In any case, their existence proved dangerous to him. The thought didn't sit well with Risha. He stared at the remaining 5 reincarnates. Dare provoke me, and you'll end up the same as that bastard. The main character expressed his animosity towards them. Chapter 4, First Love Interest. A vast forest that stretched for thousands of kilometers, littered with mounds reaching as high as 200 meters. Each mound was home to a mud viper colony. The forest patch with trees reaching as high as 400 meters was treated no different to grass by the massive legs that seemed to descend from the skies. Clouds covered most of this giant's upper body. Such was its massiveness. Spanning a length of 2 kilometers, a breadth of 0.6 kilometers, and its tallest point reaching a whopping height of 1.6 kilometers, it was a moving mountain. Empyrean Tusk. Each of its footsteps thundered the ground, flattening large patches of the forest. A herd of Empyrean tusks was now marching through this forest, leaving behind a wasteland in their wake. There was at least a kilometer gap between 2 Empyrean tusks, as such a distance was necessary if these massive bodies wanted to arrive at a halt without colliding with each other. Every creature shuddered at the thunderous sounds they released every time they trumpeted, causing heaven and earth to rattle in response. But even these mighty creatures took great pains to waddle between the mounds, rerouting their path if the gap between the mounds was too narrow for them to pass through. Such was the danger posed by a mud viper's nest, for even a single nest contained 1,000,000 of them. If all the mud vipers in the forest region were provoked, not even the bones of the Empyrean tusk herd would remain. Hence, these mammoth creatures exercised extra alertness. But the weakest of the group and the oldest had a failing eyesight, and hence it had set foot on a nest, causing the mud vipers to crawl out of it en masse and swarm the 44th Empyrean tusk. As the 44th Empyrean tusk was fighting off the mud vipers, the rest of the herd had already traveled a dozen kilometers. If it continued to delay, it would soon lose sight of the herd. Once stranded, it would be picked apart by the vicious pranic beasts that littered the territory. It was why even Empyrean tusks moved as a herd. Mud vipers continued to crawl over the 44th Empyrean tusk's legs. The cultivators of the settlement began a series of bombardments along the stomach region, swatting away thousands every few seconds. But the enemy numbers just didn't seem to stop. Many mud vipers began to reach the top as they swam like water through the grooves that traversed throughout the carapace on the Empyrean tusk's back. Defensive units of cultivators were positioned in pivotal regions, but the numbers were too much for them to handle. Some of them made their way to the Academy of Refinement, entering through the broken entrance as they swarmed the corpse of the instructor and gobbled him up. There was a lot of prana in his body. It served as valuable nutrition, better than the students with fledgling amounts of prana. Until the instructor was consumed, the students wouldn't come under direct harm. Of course, that didn't apply to the mud vipers that didn't get a share of the instructor. The situation was dire. Risha couldn't set his attention aside to focus on the reincarnates. This is a training opportunity. Using their toxins, I can quickly accumulate prana. I won't get a better chance. Risha only had 12 prana. It was a paltry sum and served no use other than to unleash some minor attacks. As long as I accumulate enough toxin, I should be able to reach 40 prana by the end of this crisis. He was too weak to worry about others. Hence, raising his strength took priority. The moment Risha focused on fighting the mud viper stragglers, the reincarnates disappeared among the crowd of students. This is where Risha helps Rava. Inala thought as he observed the faces of the panic-stricken students. He was looking for a particular girl based on the description in the novel. Rava was the first love interest to Risha in Sumatra Chronicles. That ship never sailed as Rava ends up dead during the second minor crisis. But she herself wasn't that important. The focus here was her grandmother. Known as Granny Oyo among the clansmen, she was the oldest surviving cultivator affected by the fragment disease. She had plenty of knowledge regarding the disease itself. And when Risha saves Rava, Granny Oyo concocts various tonic that allowed him to increase his prana. She was an important character during the initial phase of the story and opened one of the most important routes in curing the disease. Therefore, it was apparent that the reincarnates were searching for Rava. Tender face, swan-like features, shoulder-length hair, and a tiny mole on her chin. Inala soon found the person in question. But just as he intended to approach her, he noticed her hugging Varala nervously. When did this fucker become this close with her? Inala was stunned. But once he recalled the events, he understood what had happened. When Araka targeted Risha to lick the tonic, Blola, Greha, and Yenda were nearby. They were only a second late to act as compared to Araka. And when Risha knocked out Araka and caused the mud vipers to catch him, the trio were stunned. Inala hadn't moved from his original spot as he had other plans and only intended to observe Risha in action. But Varala, this acting coward, was already on the move. After locating Rava, he used his slick tongue to get her to rely upon him. At first, Inala intended to fight Varala, but he changed his mind at a second glance. No, all I would do is waste my time here. It would just seem like a scheme. Rava wouldn't trust me enough for Granny Oyo to assist me. Besides, the other three will try to approach Rava too. Change of plans then. There was more than one way to get Granny Oyo's assistance. It was something he had thought about years ago, during one of his daydreaming sessions about Sumatra Chronicles. Inala waddled through the crowd slowly as he took out the rugged bone sphere from his pouch. Once he infused his prana into it, the rugged bone sphere awkwardly floated in the air. Even though the necessary memory and experience were in his body, this was his first time, so there was a bit of awkwardness. But even that was enough as he slowly brought the rugged bone sphere to the ceiling of the room. He then positioned it to the back of a mud viper that had latched onto a student's leg. He waited patiently, for some reason grinning like a psychopath even when the student's flesh was ripped apart by the mud viper. As it gobbled up the flesh, a window of chance presented itself. Go! He brought down the bone sphere with force and slammed it on the mud viper's back, knocking it into a state of concussion and delirium. As the mud viper struggled to recover from the attack, Inala rushed towards it and grabbed its forearm. He lifted it like a water hose and twisted its arm, causing it to reflexively launch a mud ball. Success! Chapter 5, A Bold, Daring Move. During the latter half of Sumatra Chronicles, once Risha is cured of his disease and becomes strong, he hunts for mud vipers to collect their toxins in order to refine an elixir. When he experiments on their bodies, he discovered a weak spot on their back that was akin to a human's lower jaw. When impacted, the mud viper loses control over all motor functions for a couple of minutes. At that time, when their forelimbs are cranked up by a third party, they would instinctively shoot mud balls until they're drained of all prana. It was hard to make note of this weak spot through the novel's description alone, which was why Inala observed Risha's actions. Risha's bone sphere accurately slammed the spot, knocking the mud vipers out of commission before he targeted their insides to refine their toxin into a tonic. After seeing it a few times, Inala was able to confirm the location and hence took action. With a weak body whose brittle bones would break at the slightest exertion, this was his only way to fight. Ugh! He grunted in pain that made him wish he could curl up in a corner and give up on everything. All he did was lift the upper body of the mud viper. It felt like nails were hammered into his body as a couple of locations on his arms fractured from the exertion. Endure! 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 Inala hypnotized himself with the bright cultivation future that awaited him to endure the pain and press forward. He pointed the mouth towards the shelter's entrance and shot a mud ball. The aim was off a little as it flew through the open entrance and slammed into the face of a mud viper. He wasn't targeting the mud vipers but the wall, intending to close the entrance. After a few failed shots, he began to stack up the mud balls around the corner of the entrance, beginning to gradually close them. But of course, one mud viper wasn't enough, especially since the mud vipers began to break apart the hardened walls to widen the gap once again. Some mud vipers had noticed his actions and crawled towards him. He hurriedly dropped the pranaless mud viper, inhaled a deep breath, and shouted, Greha, come help me. What the? Why me? Greha was surprised. Out of everyone, Inala called him. He had just worked together with Varala to kill a mud viper and protect Rava. His contribution to the kill paled in response to Varala. Upon seeing how most of Rava's gratitude went towards Varala, he was feeling frustrated as is. But hearing Inala's shout, he observed the situation and understood the latter's plan, grinning. He's forging a new path, huh? Count me in. Greha rushed towards Inala and clapped his hands aloud, garnering the attention of the three mud vipers targeting the latter. Come get me. He flinched in pain, for that loud clap seemed to have cracked his palm. He almost lost his breath when he was forced to roll on the ground and evade a couple of mud balls. Thankfully, while he distracted them, Inala dropped the bone spheres on the three mud vipers one after another. Shoot! Inala propped up a mud viper as his eyes were bloodshot from the fracturing pain his body experienced. He aimed at the entrance and blasted off a volley of mud balls. Greha gasped for air and panted as he lifted his mud viper and did the same. His vision spun. He couldn't feel his arms. Rolling on the ground was too much for his bones to handle. Ugh! Inala grunted when a mud ball slammed into his left foot, rooting him to the spot. He didn't have enough physical strength to break free. His only option was to seal the hole. Working together with Greha, they shot mud balls in quick succession, covering up the entrance. The hardened mud wall wasn't tough enough. As long as the mud vipers ram into it enough times, they would break the walls. Moreover, they also secreted a toxin that could loosen up the hardened mud wall. It was their ability, after all. Inala dropped the emptied mud viper and lifted the third one, using it to target the mud vipers approaching him. By now, a few mud balls had landed on him. His legs, torso, and left arm had been turned into a sculpture. But the hardening of his left arm meant it could bear part of the mud viper's weight that he was holding, which allowed him to aim better. His free right hand was enough. Inala and Greha were nervous, for the mud vipers continued to slither towards them. Those constricted by a mud wall took a minute to free themselves before joining the pursuit. All the students were fighting against the mud vipers, and even though the entrance had been sealed, plenty had barged into the shelter already. Soon, Inala was overwhelmed. Shit! He flinched in fright when a mud viper leaped at him. Thankfully, he aimed his rugged bone sphere on time into its mouth, choking it. His eyes darted to the mud viper in his hand. It can shoot a few more mud balls. There were too many mud vipers left. With him constricted to the spot, it was only a matter of time before he would die. His heart thumped as his eyes fell on the enclosed entrance. After a moment of hesitation, he boldly aimed the mud viper at his legs and shot mud balls in a flurry. Death is everywhere in Sumatra. If I leave things to chance, only death awaits me. Thinking as such, Inala shot the remaining mud balls on his head, saving the last for his right hand. Once he shot the last one, he dropped the mud viper, barely repositioned his arm through the mud, and felt it harden completely. With that, he had become a sculpture. Positioned before his nose was his rugged bone sphere, also covered by mud. He angled it a centimeter away from his nose. Thereby, when it was covered by the mud, there was a narrow passage open below, enough for him to breathe. But it was hidden enough that none would notice the gap until they were to look from close up. Since he had affixed himself to the floor with many layers of mud balls, it would take the mud vipers at least 10 minutes to break it free before they could transport him away. Why would they waste that much time on him when plenty of easy prey were nearby? As a wise man once said, when a bear chases you, pray not to be the fastest but faster than your running friend. That way, once the bear catches the slower friend, it would stop to eat him, giving him more than enough time to run to safety. This was precisely what Inala had done here. Chapter 6. Surviving the First Minor Crisis. I can barely hear the sound. Inala was nervous, afraid even, for oftentimes it felt like a mud viper slithered past him. The sounds of the students using their bone weapons to combat the mud vipers resounded like muffled rain as they slammed into the ground. Most of the attacks weren't fast enough to land a hit on the agile mud vipers, so they often slammed into the floor. Strangely, even as the situation turned chaotic, Inala hadn't been targeted. This daring bastard. Greha whistled in praise at Inala's actions. Unfortunately, he couldn't attempt that, for he only had one captured mud viper to use, and its prana had already been expended. He pinched the mouth of the mud viper in his possession, causing it to secrete a certain toxin that loosened up the hardened mud on his body, allowing him to break free after a while. He stared at the 3 mud vipers that he had taken down with Inala. After a thought, he tied up their tails into a knot. He seemed to be an expert in ropes, and made a tight knot that couldn't be broken free. But if he so wished, he could undo it easily. Greha coiled the bodies of the 3 mud vipers around him like he was braiding himself, turning into a roll. Using the same method that Risha used to suffocate the mud vipers, he ensured the 3 fell unconscious. Of course, he didn't kill them, for that would break his cover. Now as a roll of mud vipers, he rolled towards a corner of the shelter and remained there, playing dead. His body was entirely covered up by the mud vipers, and since they were alive, the other mud vipers didn't approach him. Mud vipers sensed the life force of their targets to attack, and since 3 mud vipers were on a prey, they didn't bother to join in, especially since there was still plenty of prey around. When a bear chases you, you know the drill. Greha did the same to avoid the fight. That guy! Risha stared at the sculpture formed by Inala. Thanks to the tonic, his fragment disease was suppressed, allowing him to throw a small mud viper at the sculpture. He intended to sabotage Inala's plan. The mud viper shook its head from the impact and observed the sculpture. Judging that it was annoying to melt through the hardened mud layers alone, it slithered away to target another student. The youngest batch of students was only 10 years old, too helpless to defend against these pranic beasts. They became the easiest targets. TCH. Seeing his plan fail, Risha clicked his tongue. He lifted his bone sphere and sucked in the tonic it had accumulated thanks to his skill of toxin refinement. His prana values had already shot up to 16 now. The tonic he accumulated was enough to raise his prana to 20 units. I'm halfway there. I'll accumulate some more. Just as Risha killed another mud viper, he noticed Rava from the corner of his eye. She was being protected by Virala. It seemed by fighting together for some time, the duo had developed a decent level of trust in each other. Even though Risha didn't have any romantic interest towards Rava, at the sight of Virala deepening his relationship with her using the situation, a sense of anger and revulsion welled up in him. Virala, right? Once this ends, I'll kill you. His eyes were cold as Risha increased his killing pace. Seated in one corner of the room, and drinking the blood of an unconscious mud viper was Blola. He felt a constricting sensation in his stomach due to the toxins. It felt like his stomach walls were gradually closing up. Blola didn't panic at the process. Instead, he calmly surfed through the memories of his body and activated the cultivation technique of the Mammoth clan, one of the best Sumatra had to offer. Mystic Bone Art. Mystic Bone Art speeds up one's digestion speed, thereby circulating enriched blood throughout the body. As the heart rate increases to levels an athlete would reach while on top sprint, the body's functions attain peak performance. This was no different from undergoing rigorous training, as the body's fat and carbohydrate reserves are consumed rapidly. In this clocked state, the body's muscles undergo minor tears. As the prana circulates through the damaged areas, the muscles heal and are reforged stronger. This was the basic principle of Mystic Bone Art. It strengthened the body on all levels. And the core of this art lay in the digestion of the ingested food. Therefore, even though Blola ingested the mud viper's blood full of toxins, once he circulated the art, the pain in his stomach eased up. He would have died if he ingested its venom sac. Therefore, he started with the blood that had the mildest dose of toxin, intending to acclimate to it first. Moreover, as he circulated the Mystic Bone Art, his prana was gradually increasing. Prana was an energy condensed from the energies of the soul, mind, and body. Therefore, the best elixir to develop it was to drink the blood of a pranic beast while it was alive. As Blola continued to do so, he exuded a bloody smell, causing the mud vipers nearby to flee in panic, for it was a deep stench of their blood he was emanating. At that moment, he was registered as a predator in their minds. It wouldn't work if he had been alone, for even predators were food when one was hungry enough. But as there was enough prey to go around, the mud vipers didn't take the risk. Time passed in such a fashion, as the 44th Empyrean tusk slowly moved on from the mud viper nest it had collapsed. Once it reached far away, the surviving mud vipers retreated, carrying with them the people they had turned into sculptures. The shelter in the Academy of Refinement was safe thanks to the entrance being blocked. As a result, the retreat signal wasn't sensed by the mud vipers within. And once the Empyrean tusk was safe, the elites rushed into the shelter and slaughtered the remaining mud vipers. I survived that. Inala sighed in relief as he inhaled large gulps of air, watching the hardened mud on him fall off. The clan had the reagents necessary to dissolve it. He collapsed to the floor in pain, for his bones had fractured in multiple places. You want to live that badly, huh? A cold voice resounded. A middle-aged man stood before Inala, emotionlessly observing the latter. A robust body akin to steel, pair of eyes that were cold enough for the onlooker to feel like they were in a blizzard, and a suffocating stench of blood that could never be washed away. At the sight of the middle-aged man, Inala trembled in fear, easily recognizing the features repeatedly stated in Sumatra chronicles, the 44th Empyrean Tusk settlement leader. Why did this madman have to come here? Chapter 7. Extorting the Regressor. Why did this madman have to come here? Inala became nervous to the extent he experienced a state of breathlessness. Most of it was thanks to the bloodlust released by the middle-aged man before him. Inala wasn't used to such a sight, and hence felt overwhelmed both physically and mentally. The 44th settlement leader bore a tusk. Only the leaders of each settlement had the right to add the suffix tusk to their names. It signified their leadership status. Bora had been alive for more than 2 centuries, and during his long, bloody life, he saw too many of his clansmen die. As a result, it messed him up mentally, causing him to begin observing people as no more than meat shields with a bit of power. His craziness was only amplified by the 44th Empyrean Tusks gaining old age. If it were to die, they'll be stranded, homeless. In Sumatra, without the support of an Empyrean Tusk, a mammoth clansman would die a horrible death. Therefore, he had taken plenty of radical measures. One of them was to send away the parents of children with the fragment disease into the wilderness of Sumatra. Their mission was to find a young Empyrean Tusk for their settlement to migrate towards. And until they succeed, they were banned from returning home. They were sent on this mission on the condition that their kids would be nurtured until adulthood. Otherwise, their policy was generally to throw those with the fragment disease into the mouth of a prana beast during infancy itself. That would conserve their resources. Of course, Sumatra continent was too dangerous. Most of these parents ended up dead. In the story, Risha's parents would end up succeeding in their mission and return. It was a detail revealed way later in the story. But until that happened, the parents of those with fragment disease were labeled missing in action. Boratusk had severe mood swings. It wouldn't come as a surprise if he straight up killed a student when bothered. So Inala was nervous. Sealing up the entrance using the mud balls was your doing, right? Boratusk stared at Inala, continuing without waiting for a response. And when you achieved your objective, you decisively turned yourself into a sculpture. That's why someone as weak as you managed to survive. Inala prostrated on the ground as a sign of respect. But he dared not say anything. Throughout the story, every time someone talked to Boratusk, things always took a negative turn. Therefore, remaining silent and expressing his intention through body language was the best bet. 210 students from the over 300 survived. Boratusk muttered as he looked around the shelter. If it hadn't been for you sealing up the entrance, more than half would have lost their lives. Originally, Boratusk shouldn't have arrived here. He would be busy forming an expedition team to recover as many elites captured by the Mud Vipers as possible. Students were of his least concern. After all, the amount of resources expended to nurture an elite was an exorbitant sum. It would be a loss to the settlement if an elite was killed. In contrast, a student had no value to the clan before they matured. If they died, so be it. More can be birthed. That was in line with the Mammoth clan's thought process. Only by pumping out babies en masse were they able to persevere through the insane death rate. It seems he was interested in the sealed entrance and arrived here to check things out. If I'm right, he might reward me. Inala thought, trying his best to remain calm. As I thought, you need to be rewarded. Boratusk said after some consideration. Sumatra doesn't follow the law of survival of the strong, but the survival of the fittest. You, he patted Inala, are fit to survive here. He brought out a box and inserted his hand through the entrance. After a while of shuffling about, he took out a vial and gave it to Inala. Since you desire to increase your prana, this low-grade elixir will be your reward. With your body's condition, though, you can at most gain 20 prana, such a waste. With a snort, he turned around and left the shelter, his sight falling on Risha, Blola, and Greha. His lips quivered to form a mild smile. There are some brats with strong survival desires. An elixir, Inala muttered in a daze as he stared at the tiny vial. As Boratusk said, it was a waste in his possession. Low-grade elixir it might be, but it can raise one's prana by 100. It was a priceless treasure. But as he had the fragment disease, even if he did his utmost, it would be a wonder if he gained 20 prana. That was a waste of an elixir. Still, as it was already rewarded to him, it was his right to do whatever he pleased with it. The students flashed him with gazes of envy. For by consuming the elixir, they could graduate from the Academy of Refinement and gain the power to truly fight the dangers of Sumatra. Inala, you have a minute? Risha calmly arrived next to Inala and stood there, emanating a gentle wave of killing intent to thwart the students away. A good number of them intended to exchange the elixir for a number of resources. Only trade was a possibility. If it was stolen, the elites would know and realize the perpetrator based on the increase in their prana levels. That was why none expressed any intention to steal. There was at least that level of rules and regulations in place. Of course, he wants some benefit. Inala nodded calmly, wishing to see what proposal this resourceful regressor had. Give me half of the elixir. In return, I'll help you gain 40 prana. Risha proposed. 70 prana, Inala said calmly. Otherwise, forget it. Are you shitting me? Risha expressed killing intent. Do you dare believe anyone can give you a better offer? If you consume the elixir, you'll at most get 16 prana. My offer gives you more than double that amount. If you were the Risha from yesterday, I would have been surprised and wondered how you know such a priceless method. Eventually, I would accept. But, Inala snorted, you're a completely different person today. I've been observing you fight. It seems as if you know about things I dare not fathom. What are you getting at? Risha glared in anger. Is this bastard probing me? 40 prana, plus the method you used on the Mud Vipers. Inala said calmly, if you accept it, then we have a deal. You're ripping me off. If not for the elites still in the vicinity, Risha would have killed Inala. It took me 10 years to perfect the toxin refinement skill. This bastard wants it for merely half a low-grade elixir? Fucking. If you don't want it, then leave. Inala opened the cork and was about to down the elixir. Don't interfere with the proposals of the other students. You're wasting that elixir. Risha gritted his teeth to the extent clattering sounds were audible to Inala's ears. It's mine anyway, Inala shrugged. I can dump it or spit on it, whatever I want. You're the one with the desire, not me. Bastard. It was indeed true that Risha desired it the most since it would save him a lot of time in building up strength. His toxin refinement skill was powerful, but his current body was too weak to efficiently use it. Its advantages would only show during the late game period. But in this initial phase, it didn't have much value. In the end, Risha relented as he took out his bone sphere and inscribed the toxin refinement skill in it. He handed it unwillingly to Inala. Wash your neck and beware. Chapter 8. Elixir Condensation. The adults were calmly moving the corpses of the mud vipers. Their attention was on Inala, more so on the elixir in his possession. It would be a lie to say they didn't desire it, for consuming an elixir gave them at least a couple of years' worth of prana accumulated through non-stop training. All elixirs were strictly managed by Bora Tusk. They were in his possession, and the only way to get one was to impress him. Inala managed to do that, and hence was awarded the elixir. And now, many had felt the killing intent unleashed by Risha. So they calmly observed the conversing duo. If Risha were to unjustly steal the elixir, it would undermine Bora Tusk's authority. When that happened, they would give him a swift death. Risha too understood it, which was why he dare not make a move on Inala. This isn't the time to let my emotions get the best of me. Wash my neck for what? Inala snorted exasperatedly in worry. Are you threatening me about a fair trade? Did I force you to buy it? Didn't you accept the proposal? Why are you acting as if I stole your resources? Inala unleashed a flurry of arguments. He had 6 years' experience in being a keyboard warrior. Engaging in arguments was his speciality, as all keyboard warriors did. Arguments weren't a speciality of Sumatra, since after a couple of words of disagreement, it would usually lead to an exchange of death blows. Therefore, people weren't trained in the air of fighting with words, including Risha. Hearing Inala's words, Risha was stunned, unable to make a comeback argument. Grabbing the offered bone sphere, Inala infused his prana into it, immediately sensing a stream of information enter his mind and solidify into the skill of toxin refinement. He observed the skill's effect. Just as the novel stated, this skill can only be used on living creatures. It isn't efficient to perform on dead pranic beasts. Using it on a dead pranic beast was inefficient as the consumed prana was more than the effects of the tonic created. There was no benefit in doing so, but that didn't mean he shouldn't attempt it once. Mystic bone art, toxin refinement. Inala pushed his rugged bone sphere into the mouth of a mud viper corpse and activated the skill. Prana flowed out of the rugged bone sphere, absorbed the toxins from the mud viper's venom sac, and began the refinement. His prana was fully expended as Inala brought out his rugged bone sphere. Absorbed in it was a couple milliliters of the mud viper tonic. What is the meaning of this? Risha glared at the rugged bone sphere hovering before his face. You don't trust me? Nope, Inala said in confidence. So test it out for me, will you? Fine. Risha grumbled and consumed the 2 milliliters. Nothing unusual happened to him, proving the authenticity of the skill. They're happy? There doesn't seem to be any signs of tampering done to the skill. He could have also done so to make side effects appear after a long duration, or when a large amount is consumed. As Inala had no knowledge of the toxin refinement skill, even if it had been tampered with, he wouldn't know. Therefore, it was best to test its effects. Inala observed from the corner of his eyes the gazes of the reincarnates. They intended to make a deal with him to benefit from the toxin refinement skill. I have the perfect guinea pigs. Now, the method to gain 40 prana. Inala smiled and extended his hand. Never, Risha glared. I'll help you absorb it, but I'm never giving you the method. What to do? Inala sported an expression of false worry. I was expecting the method. You can't force me to reveal myself defenselessly to you, right? I don't trust you after all. Risha intended to help Inala in absorbing the elixir by infusing his prana into the latter. The reason he accepted was simple. He had methods to forcefully dominate an opponent's prana. The moment Inala allows Risha to guide his prana, his life and death would fall under the control of Risha. Too bad, Risha. I know your character well enough to know what you'll attempt here. But you don't know me, and that gives me the advantage in this trade. This was why he cleverly asked for the toxin refinement skill first. And only after learning it did he ask for the method to increase the effectiveness of the elixir. If he revealed that beforehand, Risha wouldn't have accepted the deal. But now Risha had no other choice. He was halfway across the bridge. He had yet to gain the elixir, but he had already given out the toxin refinement skill. If he backed out now, he'll fall into the abyss. The loss he suffered would come to haunt him for a long time. Well, I feel bad for you. So, I'll give you the entire vial of elixir. As Risha was dangling on the shaky bridge, a path of hope lit up in the form of Inala. In return, Inala smiled, teach me the method. The full elixir? Risha's anger wavered. With it, he would cross 100 prana. That was the same as graduating from the academy. He would gain the qualifications to obtain tremendous power. Moreover, it will allow me to train and consolidate my strength before the first major disaster. This time, I'll be able to fully inherit the power of an Empyrean tusk. Fine. His anger vanished automatically. It didn't matter if he suffered a loss here. No, it wasn't even a loss. With the elixir, he was saving a year's worth of time. It would allow him to become many times stronger than his past life self. Swear it on your parents that both the methods you gave me haven't been tampered with. Inala extended his hand to give the elixir, but suddenly retracted it. Risha felt the urge to kill Inala once again. You know I'm an orphan. That kind of oath. But you respect them, right? Inala spoke as if it was natural. Even if they aren't there, a son would never disrespect his parents. So, an oath taken on their name is the most trustworthy. It wasn't absolute, as there were plenty of people that would make empty promises, but not Risha, especially on his parents. After all, they were alive. He was aware of that, and he indeed respected them the most, for they sacrificed their lives just for his sake. Therefore, if he made an oath in their name, then it was guaranteed to be the absolute truth. You're a despicable guy, you know? Risha made an oath in the name of his parents, and inscribed the method on his bone sphere before throwing it to Inala. Am I? Really? You sure? Inala acted innocent as he gave away the elixir and absorbed the method. The related knowledge condensed in his mind, allowing him to mentally leap in joy. Mystic Bone Art, Elixir Condensation. Chapter 9, Live as a Cultivator. Inala's original plan was to use his contribution, in successfully closing the shelter's entrance, to request Granny Oyo's help. When the elites arrived to rescue the students, they would obviously reward him. But things went above his expectations when Bora Tusk made an appearance and rewarded him with an elixir. That forced him to swiftly change his plans. There was no guarantee that a plan might work on Sumatra unless one was aware of all variables. Therefore, the moment there was the slightest change, one would need to quickly incorporate that change into their plans. That was Inala's motto once he realized he was being reincarnated into this treacherous world. So once he gained an elixir, his plans adapted accordingly. Not for a moment did he plan to consume it. After all, he was afflicted by the fragment disease. Even if he raised his prana values, it would plummet over time. Prana was a fusion of the energies of the soul, mind, and body. In his case, his body was a mess. Therefore, every time his bones crack, his prana would be permanently consumed to repair the damage. Without prana, even the expansion and contraction of his lungs when he breathed was enough to shatter his ribcage and kill him. Hence, consuming the elixir at this point was useless. His first priority would be to get used to prana and train in it. As his prana values increase by training and plummet through bone damage, he would gain experience in preserving his prana. Risha had enough experience, thanks to his past life, to preserve his prana when his bones crack. Therefore, he had the confidence to maintain his prana values without any loss after consuming the elixir. Inala had made the plan keeping all this in mind. Thankfully, he succeeded. His knowledge of the Sumatra Chronicles was only theoretical. He knew the effects of the various skills, but had no idea how they functioned. In the novel, all it was mentioned was that the toxin refinement skill turned a toxin into a tonic. That gave zero knowledge about the actual process. Now he possessed the skill, and with it came the relevant knowledge. As long as he studied it, he would be able to fill up his lacking practical knowledge. In the long run, that would help him survive with greater success. Since his transaction with Risha was completed, Inala got up and groaned in pain while he walked towards Greha. The latter had crawled out of the role of mud vipers by now. Seeing his approach, Greha flashed an amicable smile. Share the rewards with me, will you? I sold it to Risha. Saying so, Inala crouched to pick up a mud viper. Greha caught his hand, preventing him from carrying the mud viper. That's mine. I knocked this one out, Inala said, not budging an inch. You claimed full contribution in closing the entrance. In that vein of thought, I'm claiming these 3 mud vipers. Greha still maintained his amicable smile. Let go, Inala grumbled. You let go, Greha laughed. The duo stared at each other for a few seconds before Inala proposed. I'll give you 2 liters of mud viper tonic. You gained that method from Risha, huh? Greha's smile widened in response. Teach it to me. You know I can't. Inala acted like he was helpless. I haven't reached high enough proficiency in the mystic bone art to inscribe information in a piece of bone. Through the mystic bone art, a mammoth clansman could inscribe a vast sea of knowledge within a small piece of bone. Risha had done that to give Inala the skills of toxin refinement and elixir condensation. Moreover, once the transfer of knowledge was completed, the information within the bone sphere vanished automatically. that needed an even higher application of mystic bone art than simply inscribing information into a piece of bone. Obviously, Inala could do neither of that. He could only shrug in response. If you want it that badly, you can ask the source to teach it to you. Haha, Greyha laughed wryly. That would be a death sentence. Oraka tried to forcefully acquaint with Risha and ended up being captured by the Mud Vipers. He was probably dead by now. Greyha intended to surpass the regressor, but this was too early to do so. Only something like an elixir gave one the right to deal with the regressor, and that only at this early in the game. In the future, Risha would drink elixirs like it was water. Greyha had no tools or ability in his arsenal that gave him an edge over Risha. So, transacting with the regressor was impossible. If he was careless and triggered the latter, he might be killed instead. In the end, he had to give in to Inala's demands. Give me 10 liters. I'll give you 4, Inala argued. I won't go below 8. Greyha increased the strength in his grip. We could be here all day. I don't mind. Fine, 8 liters it is. Inala relented in the end. He didn't have a choice. 1 liter of the Mud Viper tonic increased prana by 10, not to mention suppressing the effects of the fragment disease. It will take forever to refine 8 liters. Even if Greyha cooperated, they only had 3 alive Mud Vipers in their possession. It was apparent Greyha intended to rely on Inala to raise his prana values safely. I'll visit you every time my Mud Vipers refill their venom sac. Saying so, Greyha dragged his 2 Mud Vipers and exited the shelter. It seems he has a plan regarding them. Inala thought. He had no idea about what went on in Greyha's mind, though. Sumatra Chronicles was as detailed as possible. Even after spending 6 years pondering about what if scenarios in the novel setting during his daydreaming sessions, Inala had only mapped out some methods that he felt would grant him an advantage if he were to ever be in that world, something all ardent readers did. Greyha might have figured out a method of his own too. That's a definite possibility. There was a reason us 6 were picked for this. Once he exited the shelter, Inala noticed a massive pile of Mud Viper corpses on the open grounds in the academy. The pile reached a height surpassing 100 meters. The cultivators were working on compressing them into massive meatballs, each 40 to 50 meters in diameter. They would be fed to the Empyrean tusk. The Empyrean tusk wasn't just a pranic beast, its body was an entire ecosystem with its own food generation. The food generated by the Empyrean tusk in its belly was what the mammoth clansmen consumed. They consumed only that, for this food perfectly complemented their mystic bone art. It was stated that the ancestor of the mammoth clan could communicate with the Empyrean tusks, and jointly they created the mystic bone art. From then on, the descendants of the mammoth clan lived on the Empyrean tusks in a symbiotic relationship with each other. There's a lot to take in. I really am in Sumatra. Inala stared up and observed massive floating planets far up in the sky. No one knew what lay in there. There didn't exist any pranic beast in Sumatra continent capable of flight, neither were cultivators. Therefore, the secrets of those celestial bodies observable from throughout Sumatra continent remained a mystery until the end of the novel. Fucking author. I was looking forward to the arc where Risha would explore those worlds. Inala climbed the tallest building in the academy and stared out from there, able to see the head of his Empyrean tusk, partially covered by clouds. Slowly, heavy steps, one after another, with its body remaining perfectly horizontal throughout the motion to the extent the mammoth clan oftentimes forgot they were on a moving pranic beast. He stared at the forest beyond the Empyrean tusk. Lush greenery, covered with mounds, and mud vipers scuttling within in the billions. Danger existed everywhere. That was Sumatra. He was finally able to take in the splendor of a cultivation world. Despite its treacherous nature, it allowed him to live his dream. As a cultivator. Chapter 10, Spirit Container. Academy of Refinement, Dorm of the Abandoned. It was a dorm for the orphan students to live in. Since they don't have a family, they wouldn't have a house in the clan. As the clan rules state, all houses belong to the mammoth clan. A cultivator only lives in the house fit for his strength and based on his contribution to the clan. Even the settlement leader was no exception. Therefore, the orphans were accommodated within the academy itself. But the clan seriously called it the Dorm of the Abandoned. They had no chill in such matters. In a room on the topmost floor of the dorm was Inala. He had been living here for the past month. The topmost floor was risky to be in, as if any attacks were to happen, this was the farthest away from a shelter. It was also situated in the least guarded region. But conversely, the room was also the largest. It spanned an area of 40 square meters, the biggest one could find in the academy. The rooms of the other students just consisted enough area to lay down the mattress and sleep. The risks were well worth the area, hence Inala daringly shifted to this room. Barely succeeded, phew. He exhaled softly as he stared at a large rectangular board of hardened mud. The surface was smooth and even had a glossy sheen to it. Sprawled on the floor next to it was an unconscious mud viper. It had spat out mud today too, forced to do so by Inala after its weakness had been taken advantage of. After feeding it 2 balls of meatballs produced exclusively by the Empyrean tusk, Inala tied it up once again. Next to him was a bunch of pottery, all made from the mud released by the mud viper. His control over prana was severely lacking. Therefore, to raise his proficiency, he began to make pottery. By this point, he had adapted to the cultivation world and stabilized his knowledge with some experience. There existed 4 cultivation stages in Sumatra: spirit, body, life, and transcendence. The stage of transcendence was only briefly mentioned towards the end of the novel, so it wasn't something to think about. If not for the fucking author that killed the spirit was the earliest stage on the road of cultivation. It focused on the refinement of the cultivator's mind and soul. In Sumatra, every human was born a cultivator without exception. And at birth, they possessed 1 prana. Those with talent were born with more prana. There were many cultivation techniques to train prana, graded accordingly to their effectiveness. The cultivation technique of the Mammoth clan belonged at the top of Sumatra. Just accumulating prana wasn't enough to cultivate. One's spirit must be strong enough to create containers that can hold prana stably in the body. As prana's nature, composed of mind, soul, and body, of existence, it can only be contained in a vessel where the 3 elements converge. That was a spirit container. For every unit of prana, a spirit container needs to be created. Without a container, even if one gains prana and stores it in the body, at the slightest mishap, the prana would leak. The mishap can even be something minor, like being rattled emotionally. That was enough if the spirit container wasn't strong enough. The only way to strengthen it was through repeated, focused, and dedicated practice, especially on activities that could strain one's mind to the extreme. By training the mind, body, and prana repeatedly, the spirit container is strengthened. That was the essence of cultivation during the spirit stage. It was why Inala multitasked in his pottery sessions. It trained all fronts with spectacular efficiency. Moreover, pottery had other uses too, monetary ones. In the spirit stage, a cultivator could refine and control an object as if it was an extension of their body. Cultivators in the Mammoth clan refined and controlled bones. The ability was similar to psychokinesis and decently lethal. By refining a piece of bone, Inala was imprinting his spirit into it, thereby able to control it. The refined object would become the cultivator's exclusive spirit weapon. Everyone only used 1 spirit weapon to fight, as the effectiveness of the ability dropped exponentially when more than 1 spirit weapon was controlled at the same time. One would reach the peak of the spirit stage after accumulating 100 prana. But the greater the prana in your body, the greater the strain on your spirit containers. For spirit containers were connected to the body, and the body's exertion actually affected them. For Inala, even crossing 40 prana would be dangerous. It would put too much pressure on his body. Coupled with his condition, his spirit containers might collapse automatically, causing the stored prana to be wasted. This was why he didn't consume the elixir. He wouldn't even be able to handle the pressure, and by the next day, his prana values might drop to the single digits. The only way to offset the risk was to understand the inner mechanics of spirit containers and the effect fragment disease had on them. With a complete understanding, Inala would be able to focus the damage onto 1 spirit container alone. Thereby, even when it breaks, all he would lose is 1 prana. That wasn't hard to recover. When a Mammoth clansman accumulates 100 prana and stabilizes their spirit containers, they would reach the zenith of the spirit stage. Following that, once they fused the 100 spirit containers into a single, stable spirit container, they would enter the body stage. This was where the fun started. Inala's greatest plan to surpass Risha lay here. Once they reached the body stage, a Mammoth clansman would capture a pranic beast egg and begin refining it. The shell of the egg fell under the influence of the mystic bone art, including the contents within. Hence, it could be refined. Once the egg is fully refined, it will fuse with the spirit container, thereby becoming one with the Mammoth clansman, allowing them to transform into the said pranic beast. They gain all powers of the pranic beast, including its prana capacity. Innately, a human spirit container can only withstand 100 prana. But after this fusion process, the cultivator's spirit container becomes the pranic beast itself, gaining its characteristics, thereby being able to store more prana. But there was a trick here. Pranic beasts were divided into grades of iron, silver, gold, and mystic. Each grade was then subdivided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Mud vipers were classified as beginner iron grade pranic beasts, the lowest of the low. At maturity, they held a maximum of 300 prana. An intermediate iron grade pranic beast held prana between 300 and 600, and so on. An expert gold-grade pranic beast, like the Empyrean tusk at maturity, holds around 7,200 to 8,400 prana. They weren't even in the same dimension of comparison. And in Sumatra Chronicles, Risha becomes an Empyrean tusk, attaining unmatchable power. But even he died to the Boar King. During the fourth major disaster, the Mammoth clan was annihilated. Therefore, to survive, sheer strength wouldn't be sufficient. Picking a pranic beast with a versatile surviving nature was necessary. Inala already had his choice in mind. To prepare for that, he first needed to raise his value to the clan. Only then would he be granted a house to live in after graduation. And to attain his desired pranic beast egg, he had to get a certain house no matter the cost. The only way to do that was to take advantage of his previous life skills. And done. Inala grinned as he stared at a lifelike mud sculpture. Chapter 11, Puppetry. Inala currently had 3 advantages: toxin refinement, elixir condensation, and the knowledge honed in his previous life. Toxin refinement allowed him to cause a reaction within a toxin and receive products that were tonic in nature. It was best geared towards mud vipers. Elixir condensation causes the contents of the elixir to directly be stored in spirit containers, just like prana. From here, whenever the cultivation technique is practiced, the elixir's effects would circulate alongside prana. This suppresses the elixir's contents from being used to mend the body's damage to the absolute minimum, allowing absorption to be maximum. With the technique, he would have been able to gain 80 prana from that elixir. The effects of the 2 skills were spectacular. A cultivator can only use skills derived from their cultivation technique. Therefore, these 2 skills derived from the mystic bone art would help him irrespective of his cultivation stage. It paved the foundation to create his own skill set. He had been studying these 2 techniques for the past month. From the principles with which they functioned, how they varied with respect to various variables, the formulae they behaved upon, etc. There were plenty of principles that combined together to form a skill. He dissected them and first focused on the parts that took priority. He studied them zealously. At the end of it, he created a skill of his own. Puppetry. Through mystic bone art's refinement technique, he refined a piece of bone into a miniature skeleton. It was a spirit weapon, or rather, a bunch of spirit weapons joined into a whole. In terms of battle power, it had none. Not only were the spirit weapons tiny individually, but they also required complex motions to move the puppet. The efficiency fell drastically, so it moved slowly. Battle wasn't its intended purpose, though. Using a portion of the elixir condensation skill, he created tiny compartments within each piece of bone forming the skeleton. Through a portion of toxin refinement skill, he stored the mud viper's toxin within. The function of the toxin was to soften the mud viper's hardened mud. He had refined the toxin to only include the softening property. Moreover, its degree of potency varied in every container. Following that, he mixed the toxin in the hardened mud and used toxin refinement on it at varying levels, finally obtaining the ratio to create clay. Being a shut-in for 6 years, to pass the time, Inala took on art as his hobby. Sculpting was his favorite. Therefore, building a body on the skeleton using clay took less than a day. Mystic bone art, puppetry. He infused his prana into the puppet and watched it come to life. The lips on its face slowly widened to form a smile. The emotion wasn't perfect, but it was a start. Facial expressions required the muscles to move. For that, he created the face using different compositions of clay. For the emotion of happiness, the respective compartment within the skull would release the toxin into the face, causing each clay to react in a certain way. They harden and soften at varying degrees, thereby contracting and expanding accordingly, creating the expression of happiness. This took him lots of trial and error to achieve. To avoid wasting materials and his limited prana, he stuck to miniatures. At present, all the puppet could display was the emotions of happiness and sadness. This was already the limit within the time constraints. But he was happy with the result. On the flat rectangular board made from mud, he began to carve a realistic background. Dabbling in art for 6 years came in clutch. After practicing for 2 days, he was ready. Evening the next day, right as the day's classes ended, he hurried to his room and returned with a large suitcase. Inala began setting up a stall in the academy's open ground. After classes, the orphan students generally practiced there, for there wasn't enough open space anywhere else. Okay, none of them are here. He was looking out for the reincarnates. They would obviously be aware of what he was doing and might interrupt or sabotage his efforts. Thankfully, they were all busy preparing for the event that would happen the next day. It was why he picked such an evening to test out his card. Come one, come all, he shouted, mimicking the fish market vendors from his previous world. There wasn't any sense of professionalism involved here, but it did the job of getting one's attention. There wasn't any entertainment in their daily lives, so the students were curious about his hollering. Soon, about 10 people had gathered before him, one of which was an instructor who happened to pass by. "Please be seated, everyone. I'll entertain you with a fun little something." Saying so, Inala patted the cuboidal box on the stall he had set up. It spanned a meter in width, 40 centimeters in height, and 20 centimeters in thickness. The entrance was a thin wall of hardened mud, acting as a curtain. Embedded in its center was a tiny slab of bone, a spirit weapon. Inala moved it up with his prana, raising the curtain, revealing a mini theater. The background sported trees, a pair of hills, and a river. It was a classic picture that everyone drew at first. All Inala did was portray it realistically to give a sense of depth, like an optical illusion. There were some props strewn on the ground, mostly rocks. 2 puppets stood amidst them, one big, one small. The big one spanned a height of 30 centimeters, appearing like a giant in the scene. The small one spanned 10 centimeters. Both were humanoid in shape and appearance, but the design wasn't very human. It was a caricature at best. At his infusion of prana, the scene began to play out. One day, while walking, the big one became tired and decided to rest while leaning on the hill. But using it as a home was the small one that felt disturbed by the big one's presence. It came out looking sad. But upon seeing the big one's feet, the small one became happy as it picked up a needle from nearby. It then slowly approached the big one's feet and poked it with the needle. The big one comically flew into the air and slammed into the ceiling. It then fell to the ground, resulting in a loud splash. The small one ran into its house using the chance. The big one got up and stared in confusion as its face was compressed like a spring from the impact. A few seconds later, it sagged, unable to recover. "Ha!" Its stupefied face elicited mild laughter from a couple of students. Inala noted down the response. "Okay, it's working. But there needs to be some changes to the delivery of the jokes." The big one and small one were straight up plagiarized from the infamous cartoon, Tom and Jerry. It was a trial and tested series, so he couldn't go wrong with it. Even without music, it was working to make the viewers laugh, not to the extent he hoped, but it worked. As long as he improves his craft, things will get better. Inala had prepared a script for 10 minutes in total. Once he was done, there were cheers from the students. That was refreshing. It had been years since I last laughed. The instructor got up, calmly nodded at Inala, and walked away, confusing the latter. What does that reaction mean? Chapter 12, Inala's Comedy Troupe. The instructor was an elite. Cultivators at the body stage were referred to as an elite in their clan. Elites were in charge of the overall security of the herd. As a result, they worked tirelessly. The fact that he spent 10 minutes of his time watching a play was a statement enough. As he thought about it, Inala understood the instructor's nod at the end. He expressed that his time spent watching the play was worth it. That's a good sign. That was enough to boost his confidence as Inala packed up the stall and returned to his room. Staring at the mess he made on the floor, he groaned. "I'm never going to clean this. My bones healed only recently. They'll fracture if I bother scraping off all the hardened mud and clay." Knock! Knock! It was nighttime already. He knew who the visitor was. Followed by a sigh, he infused his prana into 2 spirit weapons. Immediately, the false mud doors he had installed in the room moved, covering most of the room. Inala opened the door and greeted Greha. "You're right on the dot as usual. Let's get this done with." Saying so, Greha dragged in 2 unconscious mud vipers. "Be careful. Don't damage them." "I know." Rolling his eyes at the words he had heard a dozen times by now, Inala gently inserted a spirit weapon into the mouth of the mud viper and activated his toxin refinement skill. He was careful to not harm it, gasping in exhaustion a couple of minutes later. He wiped his sweat and brought out the spirit weapon, causing it to pour out the refined mud viper tonic into a vial. 10 milliliters of the tonic had been created. Onto the second one. Greyhop patted the second mud viper hurriedly. "Let me take a breather." After 10 minutes, he used the toxin refinement skill to create another 10 milliliters of mud viper tonic. Observing the 20 milliliters of the tonic excitedly, Greyhawk commented nonchalantly, "You know, even if you provide me 20 milliliters every day, we'll still be short of a liter after a year. Isn't our deal 8 liters?" "That's your issue," Inala snorted. "If you want more, bring more mud vipers. Besides, I'm only doing this out of the fairness of my heart. We haven't notarized our deal or anything, so I'm not legally accountable. Don't expect me to create it out of thin air. And I definitely won't share the tonic I make from mine." I know, sheesh." Raising his hand, Greyha intended to leave. He then stared at the mud walls blocking most of the room, displaying an area the same as the rooms of the rest of the students in the dorm. He's hiding everything he's been up to. Well, if I gave it my all, I can defeat him and pry open his secrets. But I might sustain damage too. Damn this disease. It'll push back my plans and make me spend more resources on recovery. The other bastards might overtake me using the chance. Don't even bother, Inala snorted upon observing Greyha's intentions. I'll beat you up if you try. Can you? Greyha laughed mockingly and unleashed his prana. T27 prana? Inala was shocked. Greyha had been gaining 1 prana every 2 days. That was the fastest speed after the regressor. I'm double yours. Greyha spoke calmly. If we fight, I have enough means to defeat you. Well, the only reason I don't is because any injury I face might cause the prana I built up to collapse. It's not worth it. He slowly closed the door. But the day I get the cure, it needn't be said. There only existed one cure. The one that obtains it will soar in strength. To avoid any potential threat to their future rise, they'll purge the rest of the reincarnates, including the regressor. Even the regressor will be fighting for the same cure. So the upcoming bloodbath was unavoidable. The door shut slowly, but it felt like a loud slam in his mind, causing Inala's mood to worsen. You think your plan is superior? Let's see about that. Snorting in response, he pushed aside the false mud doors and began to work on his mini-theater. Based on the feedback he received from the audience, he worked on improving the experience. He also restocked the toxins within the bone containers and even carved out a large plaque to make his stall stand out more. Inala's comedy troupe. The name was simple, and it showed what his stall was about. Just as he was working on the finishing touches, there was a knock on the door once again. Who the heck is visiting now? Greyha was his only visitor over the past month. So he was curious. Once he sealed the room with the false mud doors, Inala opened the door, surprised to see the visitor. Virala? The acting coward had arrived, his expression smug. And wrapped around his arm like a koala was Rava. It seemed she had fallen hard for him. He's the playboy kind, huh? Inala thought and asked, Why are you here? I came to trade. Saying so, he made way as Rava dragged a tub inside. At the familiar sight, Inala shook his head spontaneously. I refuse. There were 20 liters of mud viper toxin in the tub. It was obvious Virala was asking him to refine it. To refine 20 liters would use up all his prana and a bit more. He would have to take breaks to recover some prana. Since the toxin wasn't in a mud viper, at most a liter of mud viper tonic would be created. And a liter of the tonic, when consumed, only netted in a growth of 10 prana. Moreover, if Inala wished to recover the expended prana through food, it would take him a few days. That meant his plans for the event tomorrow would be messed up. Virala arrived at the perfect time to mess things up for him. Give it to him, as Virala said. Rava extended a basket to Inala. This is. He stared at the berry-like fruit within, sporting a creamy white color. It was a paruta fruit, the only source of pure prana in Sumatra. There were hundreds in the basket. A group of paruta trees grew within the Empyrean tusk stomach, producing paruta fruits. Consuming 100 paruta fruits raised a cultivator's prana by 1 unit, not just in terms of recovering expended prana, but also in its growth. The fastest way to cultivate is to consume paruta fruits. But they were a protected resource and only sparingly distributed, for they doubled down as a currency. With a year's shelf life, they were an expendable currency resource. 400 paruta, Virala said, watching Inala's eyes light up in desire. This is just the advance. If you refine the 20 liters before daybreak, you'll receive another 400. Whether or not you wish to take up the task is your choice. Virala smiled smugly. But can you afford to pass this up? Chapter 13. The Simp Breaks Free. It was an offer impossible to refuse. Inala was indeed conflicted. The offered 800 paruta would grant him an increase in 8 prana. It didn't necessitate any training. The moment he consumes them and activates his cultivation technique, he'll gain 8 prana in a matter of minutes. 8 prana wasn't anything worth commenting about at present, as his goal was to first get used to the process of accumulating and losing prana. It was why his prana was only at 14 units. Every time he built the 15th unit, he would destroy it to get accustomed to the process of a spirit container shattering. Inala stared at Virala, gritting his teeth upon seeing the latter smile. His plan couldn't be any more obvious. He intended to sabotage Inala. At present, thanks to obtaining 2 skills from Risha, Inala was ahead of the rest of the reincarnates. Therefore, something had to be done to pull him down from the lead. When Sumatra Chronicles started, it began with a 1-year countdown. A year into the storyline, the first major disaster would occur. And in it, the 44th Empyrean Tusk would lose its life. Disasters and opportunities came in droves at that time. And those that failed to seize any opportunities would be dead. Inala's opportunity too lay there. If he were to miss it, everything he planned for the future would be for naught. Less than 30 people from the 44th Empyrean Tusk survived the first major disaster. Only by becoming an elite was survival a non-zero chance. His life and death would be up to fate if he remained in the spirit stage even then. It was in Inala's best interest to build up his prana right as the disaster starts. Until then, he only intended to raise his experience with the spirit containers to the absolute maximum. And the only way to build up prana realistically and safely in a short time frame was by consuming paruta fruits. 100 paruta fruits granted 1 unit increase in prana. Ideally, saving up more than 9,000 was necessary. It was an efforts towards that was he making Inala's comedy troupe. Virala's offer accounted for almost a tenth of his objective. Passing it up was foolish, even if it was a trap. The trap was too alluring to resist. Virala too was aware of that, hence why he confidently stood at the entrance. Even if my play's a success tomorrow, I might not earn this much. Inala sighed. I'll take my chances when an opportunity presents itself. Only then will I survive in this world. Fine, I accept. Saying so, Inala received both the basket of paruta fruits and the tub of mud viper toxin. There was also a small container meant for the tonic to be stored. Before daybreak, you hear me? Virala slung his arm around Rava's shoulder and whistled away. If you don't, you won't be paid the remainder. Closing the door shut, Inala collapsed to the floor slowly. He had made it a habit to avoid any forms of exertion, for that might fracture his bones. Man, I might be dead tired by the end of this. He might even miss the event. After pondering for a minute, Inala propped himself and took out his rugged sphere and dipped it in the toxin tub. He had been using it to refine the mud viper toxin for the past month. And thanks to the effects of the mystic bone art, the rugged sphere was gradually changing. His refining efficiency with it was improving constantly. Inala took action and smirked a few minutes later. He would finish well before the deadline. The reason was simple. Virala miscalculated. When Risha first created the toxin refinement skill, its effects were very lacking. The results were minimal, while the process took a lot of time. And by the time he gained proficiency on it, he was a powerhouse. So, the refining time stated in the novel wasn't reliable. The only other instance was when Risha used it during the fight. It was very fast. But when Inala used it, he only managed to refine 2 milliliters. The time taken was too long for such an amount. Virala calculated based on it, determining an amount of toxin that slightly exceeded his skill gap, so that he would fail the deadline and be underpaid for his efforts. Moreover, he would be too exhausted to attend the event that would happen immediately after. He might have also probed Inala's refining time from Greha. Thereby, he concluded that 20 liters might be the perfect amount. Not too much that Inala would refuse straight away, and not too little that he could finish it easily within the given time and have energy to spare. If only Greha knew I was holding back a little all along while refining for him. He was always careful when interacting with the reincarnates, and that indeed saved him. At regular intervals, Inala refined the toxin. Before he took a break, he downed some mud viper tonic using the elixir condensation skill. And while resting, he focused on perfecting his play. This allowed him to expend less prana than usual while using the toxin refinement skill. After all, with the elixir condensation skill, the effects of the mud viper tonic had been enhanced to its limit, greatly suppressing his fragment disease. This meant he could exert himself better, less prana was used to protect his body, and he wouldn't become as tired as usual. As a result, 2 hours before daybreak, he was done with the task, grinning smugly. Thank you for the treat, Virala. It was enough if he waited for Virala to return. But why would he behave passively when a perfect chance came knocking at his doorstep? It officially gave him a reason to meet with the most important character during the initial phase of the story. Inala left the dorm and walked towards a luxurious house beyond the academy. Arriving before the door, he knocked on it, prostrating on the ground in respect once the door opened. I greet Granny Oyo. Are you done already? Said the lady within. She was called a granny but looked no different from a woman in her 20s. She was originally an old lady, tethering on the verge of death, unable to cultivate due to the fragment disease that plagued her. But once her research on the disease reached a turning point, she was able to suppress the disease to a great extent and cultivated like a maniac. She reached the body stage and gained the power of the intermediate silver-grade pranic beast, pitcher salamander. A pitcher salamander lived for 380 years. Once she gained that much lifespan, Granny Oyo turned young. She was currently 127 years old and had already entered the life stage, becoming a master that ruled over the clan's elites. She was the 44th Empyrean Tusk settlement strategic asset, thanks to being the sole person in the settlement that could refine an elixir. Granny Oyo had an idea of Virala's plans. She didn't know the reason, but attributed it to some bad blood between the two. So, when Inala arrived 2 hours before the deadline, she was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Granny Oyo, Inala responded promptly. His heart thumped as he dared not look at her. The reason wasn't just the necessity to display respect to a master, but another, bigger reason. His teenage hormones were going wild. Right before the first major disaster began, Sumatra Chronicles released the official art of the important characters until that point. Among them was Granny Oyo's appearance, receiving a lot of fanfare from the readers. Many people even simped for her, including Inala. He even made lewd fan art of her, sold it to perverted readers, and made a lot of money. He too used them for research purposes. He was one of the perverts too. And now, finally meeting such a person in the flesh, especially with the gentle backdrop created by the celestial worlds in the sky, the perverted simp suppressed and sealed deep within him was wrestling to break free. Then where is it? Granny Oyo smiled, mildly irritated as she failed to see the tub nearby. The knock on the door woke her up. It wasn't even morning yet. So her temper was short. That, I can't carry it due to my disease. Inala controlled himself desperately, mentally pummeling the simp in him. Bring it! Granny Oyo extended her index finger and flicked his forehead. A burst of wind enveloped Inala as he was sent flying hundreds of meters until he landed at the entrance to his room, coming to a stop after he crashed into the door. Surprisingly, none of his bones had broken from the impact, but that wasn't what he noticed first. Something is rising, he muttered with a reddened face, and it's not my prana. Damn, she awoke something in me. Chapter 14, Meeting Granny Oyo. Living holed up at home was bad for the human mind. Not only would one's life experiences come to a standstill, but even the experiences accumulated before that phase would dull out until nothing was left of them. One's mind would become weak. Therefore, those that remained shut in had weak minds, unable to endure any stress. They were prone to anger outbursts, wore their emotions on their sleeves, and worst of all, had no handle over their desires. After all, there would be no consequences to their actions. There was no lack of beautiful women in the world. As long as one roamed the streets, they would at least come across a few. And as long as a person lives in such a world, they would acclimate to that setting. Even if they saw a drop-dead gorgeous woman, all they would do was admire her mentally and let out one or two comments. They wouldn't lose all control over their motor senses like Inala did at present. After 6 years of being a shut-in, whenever he came across good-looking woman online, as long as he felt the most minor of urges, he would fap. Had he been in a working environment, he would have had to restrain himself, otherwise he might lose his job. Besides, being labeled a pervert would be the end of their career. Therefore, as one keeps restraining their urges, they would soon reach a point where they would have great control over their urges and would be able to mask them while mingling about in society. Inala had lost that touch, and even after reincarnating, in the name of practice, he had holed up in a room. Habits die hard, after all. He stared at his pants, seeing the hill that had formed there. He hurriedly applied pressure onto it. This is no time to rise, Boner-kun. After entering his room, Inala activated the mystic bone art and meditated for 5 minutes, sighing in relief after seeing that he had calmed down. The perverted simp in him had been sealed in the abyss once again. Thereby, he was able to think logically as before, observing his body to sense a mysterious energy circulating in him. Is this what protected my bones from breaking during that impact? When Granny Oyo flicked him, she had infused this energy into his body. Its effects wouldn't last for long, as the infused amount was very little. But it was calculated to be enough for him to make the trip to her house while carrying the tub of tonic. The tonic was only 1 liter, weighing a bit more than 1 kilogram. It wasn't heavy, but it had to be noted that he was on the topmost floor. It implied he had to carry that tub and walk down the stairs. If he stepped down hard, the generated shock might crack the bones in his arm that was carrying the extra weight. This was why he knocked on Granny Oyo's door without the tub. Moreover, he was probing her to see if she would use any tonic on him to help him perform the task easier. She's just as described in the novel, prone to unleashing killing intent, but innately kind. Inala got up, carried the tub of tonic, and rushed down the flight of stairs. He was excited, for he was able to run down like a normal person his age. The effects of his fragment disease had been vastly suppressed by the tonic infused in him. Granny Oyo was a walking, talking pharmacy. She stored tonics for a variety of purposes in her body, and was able to infuse them in others when necessary. In battle, she was a healing unit, working alongside the masters that faced terrifying pranic beasts. In Sumatra Chronicles, after Risha saves Rava, he's taken under the tutelage of Granny Oyo. She helps suppress his fragment disease, allowing him to train. And with the assistance of the various tonics she provided him, Risha reached the peak of the spirit stage before the first major disaster started. Every reincarnate intended to get her assistance, but Virala was the one that ended up succeeding. Moreover, he made Rava fall hard in love with him, thereby raising his importance in Granny Oyo's eyes. Just to ensure a better future for her granddaughter, she helped Virala, providing greater assistance than she did to Risha. After all, Risha never had a romantic interest in Rava. It was only the latter's admiration towards him. But Varala changed that and entered a relationship with Rava, thereby garnering more attention from Granny Oyo. During their interaction, Varala hadn't unleashed his prana, so Inala was unable to determine how much prana the latter had amassed. It should be high. But it doesn't matter. You're only Rava's lover. Until you marry her, the assistance you'll get from Granny Oyo is still limited. You won't obtain her core techniques. Inala had formulated a plan the moment Varala knocked on his door. He arrived before Granny Oyo's house, watching her be seated on a chair in the living room. The door was left ajar, and the moment he arrived, a cold voice echoed out, "Enter." "Please excuse me," Inala said respectfully as he entered the living room, all while staring at the ground. He dared not take a risk by staring at her face. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had an explosive body. Coupled with her mature woman's charm and her authoritative countenance, he would instantly become her simp if she leads him on even a little. The only way to prevent that was to avoid staring at her. One day, after he had shed the side effects of being a shut-in, he would be able to stare straight at her face. The moment he entered, the tub of tonic flew out of his hand and hovered before Granny Oyo. A droplet flew out and entered her mouth. After tasting the effects of the tonic, Granny Oyo asked without a hint of emotion, "Where did you learn this refinement skill?" "It's eerily similar to mine, but has been improved." "How's this possible?" She stared at him, observing Inala's figure from top to bottom, frowning as she noticed how he continued to stare at the ground. "He's a mere student. He shouldn't have gone beyond our settlement until now. I'm the only one with tonic refinement knowledge in this settlement. So from whom did he learn?" "I asked you a question," she snorted and released a tinge of killing intent, saying after watching Inala's legs give in, "Look at me when I ask you something. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Chapter 15, Spirit Reinforcement Skill. "I obtained it during the Mud Viper crisis." Inala expressed honesty as he lifted his head and stared at Granny Oyo's face. At the sight of her, his mind blanked. His face blushed a beet red. "How cute!" Granny Oyo stared at him as if she were looking at an ingredient in the market. "Name a price." Judging by his actions, he doesn't seem willing to reveal the source. But that's fine. It doesn't matter who he bought it from. It only matters that it lands in my hands. Granny Oyo disliked using force unless necessary. Besides, she was curious about the truth. The Mud Viper tonic was very familiar to her. It was similar to the one she refined, just a tad more advanced and potent in effect. So, she intended to verify her conjecture after looking into the skill. That would change how she dealt with him. Since he was commanded to, Inala had no other choice but to stare at her face. As a result, he couldn't think of anything. How pretty. He was aware of his weakness and hence came prepared, using a line from the sentences he had ready by heart. "Please exchange it with a skill." "Are you negotiating with me?" Her mood worsened a little as the room turned hot. Inala was sweating buckets by now and plopped to the floor, gasping for air. He was breathless, strained to even budge an inch. This is the strength of someone at the life stage. "I." He bit his tongue and used the pain to shout, his voice echoing weakly, almost a whisper under the pressure. "I want to train. My body is brittle, but I want to train. My spirit containers continue to shatter, but I want to strengthen them. I want to become strong." He inhaled in the end, like a drowning man chancing upon air. The pressure vanished. The room turned warm as even a cool breeze washed over him, alleviating the heat in his body. "Take a seat." Granny Oyo snapped her finger, unleashing a burst of wind that forced Inala into a lotus position. By the time he managed to react, a bone slab appeared in his hand, and seated behind him was Granny Oyo, her hand on his back, positioned right above his heart. "Take in a deep breath and circulate the mystic bone art," she said, her voice containing a mysterious commanding power, unleashed by a faint vapor she released. Moreover, she inserted a bit of prana in him, triggering his cultivation technique into activating on its own. This technique, Inala realized what she was attempting. This was the same that Risha intended to use on him for the elixir. Mystique bone art, prana domination. The foreign prana was absorbed by his cultivation technique as it circulated in his body, starting from his stomach. It was digested, broken down into pure energy, and then reconstructed into his own prana. But after the first circulation, it was Granny Oyo performing it in his body. She was controlling his cultivation technique, activating it at a higher grade than what he could do at the spirit stage. Prana flowed out of his palms and into the slab of bone, inscribing knowledge into it. Mystic bone art, bone slip. Inala felt knowledge of all the skills he learnt flow through his palms in the form of prana and inscribed themselves into the slab of bone, forming a knowledge imprint. Within a minute, the process was done as Granny Oyo retracted her hand. Inala slumped on the ground in exhaustion, unable to move as he saw the slab of bone fly into Granny Oyo's hand. She grabbed it and absorbed the knowledge in it, muttering, "Toxin refinement, elixir condensation, and puppetry. You have learnt quite a few high-level skills for someone your age. Considering puppetry's unrefined state, it's something you created, right? You have taken inspiration from toxin refinement and elixir condensation. Pretty impressive for a brat." She raised a finger, causing Inala's body to follow along in the air, and laid him on the sofa nearby. Granny Oyo tapped him on the forehead and infused a tonic in his body. She released it in vapor form and seeped it into him through the pores on his body. A moment later, Inala got up in a hurry, full of energy. "Gee, Granny." Inala was depressed. All his skills were stolen, so he would be lying if he wasn't displeased about that. But there was nothing he could do about it. Even 1,000 of him would be unable to take her down. He lost the initiative already. Though his depressed expression was just an act. He was aware of her nature. Things were still within the plan, just that the level of risk had multiplied. There was nothing else to be done, such was nature. Even though he had a good grasp of Granny Oyo's character, that was only through his perspective as a reader. She was a century-old lady with a wealth of experience under her belt. She might have instinctively sensed something, and hence behaved differently. The one before her was a living human, and not a character in a book limited to her characteristic traits. "Well, worry not. I don't like stealing from a brat, so I'll compensate you fairly," Granny Oyo said as 3 bone spheres flew into her hand. She closed her eyes and focused on them, imbuing something in them through her prana. She then chucked them at him. "They are yours." Inala grabbed the first bone sphere and seeped his prana in it, sensing a stream of information flow into his mind, shocked. "This is my puppetry skill. I improved it a little," Granny Oyo said calmly. "A little is an understatement." Inala was stunned, realizing that Granny Oyo was on another level. She has been alive for more than a century. Of course, the knowledge and experience in her arsenal cannot be compared with a fledgling like me that has only been here for a month. With the upgraded puppetry skill, Inala could do complex plays. It was a proper skill now, unlike the barebone version he had created. Seeing that there were 3 bone spheres, he excitedly grabbed the second one. Spirit reinforcement skill. This was the reason he had approached Granny Oyo. In Sumatra Chronicles, teaching Risha the skill allowed him to successfully reach the peak of the spirit stage and break through to the body stage. It was a necessary skill for someone with fragment disease. And only Granny Oyo possessed this. That was why she was an important character and why every reincarnate intended to trade with her at some point in time after accumulating items that she desired. Spirit reinforcement skill strengthened the spirit containers by breaking and reconstructing them repeatedly. The concept was the same as what Inala did, but the process was many times efficient. He only attempted that training because that was what Risha did in the story. It was all to familiarize himself with the process until he obtained the skill. It was all a matter of when, not why. And now, his theoretical knowledge had once again been transformed into practical knowledge. He intended to use his skills, obtained from Risha, to trade for the spirit refinement skill from Granny Oyo. The order of events went wrong, but he got the intended skill either way. His objective in meeting her was completed. But there was still one more bone sphere that remained. He wondered about its existence, since in terms of value to someone with the fragment disease, the spirit refinement skill was equal to both the toxin refinement skill and elixir condensation skill combined. So, it made sense if Granny Oyo had stopped at that. Upgrading his puppetry skill already exceeded the value his side provided in the trade. But it's before me, so I must learn it. He couldn't figure out Granny Oyo's thoughts at this part, and hence decided to just bite the bullet first and grab the 3rd bone sphere. As the respective knowledge flowed into his mind, Inala shuddered as he stared at Granny Oyo, pale with fright. Chapter 16. Domination and Being Dominated. Prana Domination Skill. This was a skill exclusive to Granny Oyo, something she created during decades of research on fragment disease. It allowed her to seep her prana into the target's body and mildly affect them with the fragment disease. By using her prana to heal the damage caused by the fragment disease, she'll leave a mark on the target's bones, thereby turning it into a spirit weapon. Once the process is done, the target would become her living, breathing spirit weapon. Their body would be fully under her control. Risha intended to use the prana domination skill on Inala before to transform him into his spirit weapon. That way, Inala would be forced to reveal all his secrets. Granny Oyo ended up using it on him though. The imprint had been seamlessly integrated into his cultivation technique. This meant that as long as he continues to cultivate, his body will only be further refined as her spirit weapon. Originally during his plans, Inala thought something like that might happen. But he wasn't affected by such a notion. After all, he had already thought of many ways to use this to his advantage. As a spirit weapon, he could get close to Granny Oyo and gain more resources from her. and there was a greater chance of survival under a master in the life stage. Moreover, the status quo would end during the first major disaster anyway. Granny Oyo loses her life in the disaster, along with most of the masters of their settlement. The imprint would vanish naturally after that, so he wasn't concerned by it. Besides, with her strength, she had no reason to ever use him, for he was just a weakling when compared to her. That was Inala's thoughts until he grabbed the third bone sphere and absorbed its knowledge. The skill he ended up learning was none other than the prana domination skill. He stared at Granny Oyo, terrified, unable to determine what her plan was. Why was he taught this skill? Even Risha only gained it from her moments before her death. That was when intended to pass on her legacy, and hence transferred all her skills to him as an inheritance. The prana domination skill was one of them. But why was it given to Inala now? There was no danger to her life now. It made no sense. Look into my eyes. Granny Oyo inched her face close to his, almost touching him. Inala tried to break free, but noticed his body was constricted by the formless pressure once again. This time, he wasn't even able to close his eyes, forced to stare into hers. A hypnotic sensation washed over him as he fell into a daze. Granny Oyo whispered in a sultry voice, "Am I pretty?" "Very," Inala replied truthfully, unaware of what he was even talking about. "Tell me what you're hiding." She stared at him, her eyes deathly cold. "Yes." Inala nodded. Bang. Bang. "Did you die, Inala? Are you planning to waste my time? Open up, it's already morning." "Shit." Inala woke up in a hurry as his body was drenched in sweat. He looked around, noticing that he was in his dorm room. What happened? His body ached all over, experiencing piercing pain every time he breathed. Inala didn't even have to guess the cause of the pain. There were cracks throughout his skeletal frame, with fractures in many locations. He was weak all over, unable to get up. Rather, he feared his bones would break if he tried to get up. Bang! The door slammed open as Varala entered the room, accompanied by Rava. His gaze was angry as he stared at the sprawled figure of Inala. "You fucker! Were you planning to sabotage me? I get it you failed to finish on time, but is that any reason to delay submission until now?" He kicked Inala, flinching to see the latter's leg break into two. "You what the heck? When did your legs become so brittle?" Varala's gaze covered the empty room and noticed the tub of tonic in one corner. There it is. Varala opened the tub and noticed the leader of the tonic inside, grinning in excitement. "Petty bastard. You finished it, huh? Anyway, it has already been a few hours since daybreak. You're not getting a paruta more. We're running late, Varala." Rava spoke in a hurry. "The event's starting in an hour. We still need to finish concocting the medicine with this tonic." "All right, let's go." Varala didn't just plan to sabotage Inala, but also intended to use the produced Mud Viper tonic in concocting a medicine that he planned to sell during the event. The false mud doors covered the rest of the room, and hence, Varala couldn't see anything else. As Rava carried the tub and exited the room, he stopped and stared at the mud doors. He's hiding his plans behind them, right? Varala placed his hand on the mud doors and pushed them, frowning when they failed to budge. He exerted all his strength and still failed to budge them. In the end, he kicked one of the mud doors in anger. "Why is it so rigid?" "Varala, we're running late," Rava shouted shrilly. "Coming." Varala responded with a shout. He then stared at Inala. "I don't know what you are planning there, but in your current state, you cannot use them. A month's hard work gone down the drain, such a pity." "What just happened?" Inala muttered in confusion once Varala left. The tub of medicine. Why was it back in his room? He clearly remembered bringing it to Granny Oyo. It makes no sense. He was confused. The last he remembered was being set on the sofa by Granny Oyo. Did she do something to me? No, she already turned me into her spirit weapon. There's nothing more to do beyond that. He frowned, frustrated. Why was his body in such a state? He couldn't understand. Damn, my hips hurt the most. Was my jewels crushed or something? The pain in his groin region was unbearable. It felt like a bull had rammed him there. The day's light wafted into his room through the door left ajar. On the floor he lay, unable to move, failing to comprehend his state. Did my plan go kaput? That didn't seem likely since he still retained the knowledge of the upgraded puppetry skill, spirit reinforcement skill, and even the prana domination skill. The most puzzling of all was his prana. Upon sensing the amount, he was in shock. This feels absurd. How did it rise by so much? Prana, 20. Chapter 17, Storage Lantern. Ugh shit fuck. Inala grumbled as he was unable to crawl. Varala's kick shattered his right leg. The pain levels had reached such an intensity that his brain cut off all sensory signals. Now he lay on the floor numbly. His eyes darted to the door, irritated. That bastard broke the door. It was at this time did he notice the false mud doors that separated his room into two. In the larger section was where everything he was preparing lay. The smaller section was empty, and it was only meant to be a space to meet with Greyha and refine Mud Viper tonic for him. He currently lay on the floor in the smaller section. Inala intended to investigate what had happened during the end of his visit to Granny Oyo. But first, he needed to recover from his injuries. I have stored some Mud Viper tonic inside. By consuming it, he would at least be able to focus on recovery. With 20 prana assisting him, he would recover from this damage within a couple of weeks, as long as he doesn't exert himself and further exuberate his condition. Inala seeped his prana into the bone piece embedded in the false mud doors, intending to open them. The doors slid open like usual, causing him to comment in mockery. Virala, that weak bastard. He didn't even have the strength to open. His words came to a halt as, using a bone sphere, he slammed the room's entrance shut. Using the same, he bonked the Mud Viper and made it shoot a mud ball at the entrance, sealing the door. What is the meaning of this, Oyo? He muttered, flabbergasted. There ought to have been hardened mud splattered all over the walls in the larger section of the room. It happened while he was practicing his craft, and hence became messy. But now it was sparkling clean. The entire room was barren, save for the bound Mud Viper. Everything he had created and stored in the place no longer existed. The large packages of hardened mud he had accumulated, the various forms of clay he had created, the 400 part of fruits he had been paid, and most of all, his Inala comedy troupe, all were missing. Just as he despaired, Inala noticed a faint glint from behind the Mud Viper. When coiled on the ground, it occupied a fair amount of space at the corner. In its delirious state, after its weakness had been hit, it thrashed about faintly. Every time it did so, something came into view behind it. No way! He couldn't control his excitement as Inala used a bone sphere to push the Mud Viper away and gaze at the object it had been hiding. Sporting an appearance that of a lantern, with its body built like a 4-story pagoda, was the object in question, its entrance being a circular hole wide enough for the human hand to pass through. At the sight of it, Inala muttered in excitement, "A storage lantern." Storage lanterns were the spatial rings of Sumatra. It was an item exclusively refined by the Mammoth clan. And it was by selling storage lanterns that the Mammoth clan was able to trade with the various human kingdoms and empires it passed through. The Mammoth clan was a trading clan at its core, with store lanterns being their core product. The power of a pranic beast was called its primary nature. For the Mud Vipers, their primary nature was mud ball. It was why they shot mud balls at their targets. All their actions revolved around targeting their prey better with the mud balls. Similarly, the Empyrean Tusk's primary nature was internal inertial gravity. Gravitational fields existed throughout its body, with each acting in different areas and at different intensities. It was this that propped up the Empyrean Tusk's otherwise impossible frame. After all, the mass of a moving being more than a kilometer tall was so much that it would collapse on itself. The square-cubed law ensured such a creature couldn't survive. The Empyrean Tusk's primary nature made its existence a reality. It stated that the bones of an Empyrean Tusk are quite fragile. Its gravity acts as a bond and reinforces its strength to the extent necessary to withstand its mountainous weight. And the strongest of this force of gravity exists within its tusks, for they were the Empyrean Tusk's weapons against its foes. When the Empyrean Tusk's tusk grows too much and its tip becomes blunt, the Mammoth clansman would cut off the excess to maintain the sharpness. The cut-off parts of the tusk are then refined using the mystic bone art into the shape of a lantern, while amplifying the gravity within. Eventually, the tipping point is reached when gravity becomes strong enough to bend space. As a result, a large space is created within the storage lantern. To insert or take out an item, prana has to be infused into it and deactivate the primary nature active in it. And when done so, the storage lantern grows in size, becoming as big as necessary for the volume of space inside. Items could then be placed inside through the entrance. Once it's activated, the primary nature kicks in as the storage lantern shrinks in size and could be carried on hand. Moreover, thanks to the property of internal inertial gravity in it, no matter how much weight is placed within the storage lantern, the person carrying it wouldn't feel it. Of course, when its primary nature is deactivated and the storage lantern reverts to its original size, all its weight would be felt. So when one usually activated it, they would set it on the ground. Inala used a spirit weapon to grab the storage lantern and activated it. If its appearance shows 4 floors, it means there are 4 cubic meters of space within it. Thankfully, there's enough height here. Inala sighed in relief as he stared at the ceiling. The floor-to-ceiling height here was 6 meters, for they weren't short of vertical space. Using the spirit weapon, he brought it next to him and inched his index finger to touch it. Why is it my spirit weapon already? The spirit lantern had already been refined to carry his imprint. It was his spirit weapon, and hence could only be accessed by him. Did she do it on my behalf? Since Granny Oyo controlled his body, she could do something like that. His heart palpitated, for a storage lantern was ridiculously expensive, especially for a 4-story one. 7,600 paruta. That was its current market price, and he was given something like that. If I had been given its value in terms of paruta fruits, I would have reached my goal already. He sighed for a moment, but became excited immediately after. There should be a reason if he was gifted such an expensive item. With bated breath, Inala infused prana into it and deactivated the storage lantern, watching it grow in size and reach a height of 4 meters. Using a spirit weapon, he opened the first floor, shocked by the contents. Chapter 18, Inuta Plains. There was a letter inside, the sole item on the first floor of the storage lantern. Inala picked it up and read its contents aloud. Dear Inala, you are now my spirit weapon, and mine alone. But the current you is too weak. Hence, to make you useful, I have left behind a gift. Work hard in the remaining 11 months. Time is ticking down. Yours charmingly, Oyo. He shuddered at the sentence and sighed in defeat. I messed up. In terms of trade, it was a resounding success. He gained 3 skills that would form the core of his strength in the future. But in terms of stability, he lost sight of the future. Word hard in the remaining 11 months. It meant Granny Oyo was now aware that the 44th Empyrean Tusk would die in that time frame. This was information only the settlement leader, Bora Tusk, ought to know. The fact that Granny Oyo knew it meant she would take steps to ensure her survival. History would change drastically. Heck, it already did. After a moment, Inala stabilized his mind. Just the regressor's presence alone will alter the future to an unrecognizable state. But 6 other cooks are steering the pot. Things are bound to get messed up. The moment he had the thought, he no longer cared about Granny Oyo learning the truth. Even she couldn't change anything. After all, if it was ever revealed that she knew the truth of their Empyrean Tusk's life reaching its end, she'll be beheaded swiftly. Therefore, all Granny Oyo could do would be to prioritize her safety and survival. By selling medicine, she had accumulated a lot of wealth. She'll begin liquidizing her assets to raise her strength as much as possible, while also gathering as much resources as possible for her future. And the most stable way to hoard wealth was in a storage lantern. The fact that she gave him one expressed her intention clearly. She was giving him the means to prepare for the day when they might have to live without the support of an Empyrean Tusk. Thankfully, I have the prana domination skill. It didn't matter how much Granny Oyo learnt from him. She would be the last to do so. Prana domination skill not only allowed him to gain control of the target's prana, it also strengthened his defenses against such attempts. It meant even if Risha were to use the skill on him in the future, it wouldn't work, for he would have the means to defend himself against it. Moreover, if the level of his prana domination skill reaches Granny Oyo's caliber, he could break out of being her spirit weapon. He had the confidence in achieving that. The letter was short, but it lit a fire in him, especially since the wording used was pretty, endearing. Did I somehow open a romance route? I never thought I had it in me. He turned the letter and noticed a couple of lines written there. I have confiscated Inala's comedy troupe. Don't reveal the puppetry skill just to earn some paruta. With the upgraded version in your art skills, it can save your life. She knows about my art skill. Inala muttered as he pondered the statement and focused on the puppetry skill, understanding what she was getting at. Inala opened the second floor of the storage lantern and saw it stuffed to the brim with hardened mud. The third floor contained the various clay and the toxins he had refined for their creation. The items on the second and third floors were what he had accumulated in his room. Now they were neatly packed in order. It was the fourth floor that held Granny Oyo's gift. Inala opened it and noticed a row of medicine there. There primarily was the Mud Viper tonic, one refined with the skill he revealed to Granny Oyo. There was a liter of it there. Placed next to it in a jar were paruta fruits, 800 in total. The amount he was promised by Varala was already here. It was just that Granny Oyo never revealed the matter to Varala, causing him to think he had pulled one over Inala. Just that allowed Inala to comment smugly. It means in her mind, I'm placed way above you, Varala. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. He was off to a solid start in this race, having already gathered most of the treasures he needed. Now all that was left was to attend today's event. She already warned me against revealing the puppetry skill. It made sense. The original puppetry skill had no combat value. It was created for entertainment purposes. But after Granny Oyo upgraded it, the skill allowed him to fool others using clones of himself. The clone was just a moving sculpture of himself. But how realistic it could become depended solely on his art skills. And indeed, not revealing it might just end up saving his life in the future. If I can't use it to earn paruta, then there's only one other option. This was originally part of his plan anyway. Now, he just had to proceed with it directly instead of using it alongside the Inala comedy troupe. Based on Rava's shout, there was less than an hour before the event starts. I need to hurry. Inala grabbed the mud viper tonic and gulped down large mouthfuls, using elixir condensation and toxin refinement skills in conjunction to raise their effectiveness to the limit. As he activated the mystic bone art, his body temperature rose as the fainter cracks in his bones began to heal up immediately. And once he healed enough, his pain returned, causing him to grit his teeth to avoid roaring. He got up, now having enough strength as he propped his shattered right leg back in its rightful place, watching the healing effect begin rejoining the bones. Virala. His eyes were bloodshot. I'll break your legs too. Instructor Mandu, an elite with barely any presence in the Academy of Refinement despite teaching one of the most important classes, a face every student saw for a few years at the very least. He currently stood at the Academy's training ground, watching the students assemble into a file based on their batches. I'll never get used to the reduced numbers. Following the first minor crisis, their settlement's population shrunk in half. In the Academy, 1/3 of the students died to the mud vipers. Instructor Mandu stared at the frontmost row, which was almost empty, save for a couple of students. The youngest ones were the most targeted by the mud vipers. Fucking beasts. I need to relax. Even if he became angry, nothing will change. That one nest had enough capability to swallow their settlement whole, including their Empyrean tusk. If they hadn't managed to break free, everyone might have become a snack. Ha! After exhaling softly, he firmed himself and bellowed upon seeing all the students had gathered. It's a bright day today. The herd has reached the Anuta Plains and has decided to stop for a day. While the Empyrean tusks rest and replenish their resources, there will be a fair. It's time for all 44 settlements to mingle. He shouted and began distributing 10 Paruta fruits to each student. You're all students, so nothing much is expected from you lot. Use these funds to buy anything you fancy. And most of all, his voice exuded fighting spirit, boosting the morale of everyone. Don't disgrace our settlement's name. In the name of the 44th Empyrean Tusk. In the name of the 44th Empyrean Tusk. All the students shouted, including Inala, who did so from the last row, observing the reincarnates and the regressor standing next to him, prepared. Things are starting to get serious now. It was finally the time to soar while clipping the wings of each other. Chapter 19. Sneak Attack in the Clouds. Why is this bastard standing like everything is all right? Virala glared to his right in disgust. A moment later, he felt the increased prana levels in Inala, unable to control his grin in response. I see, to heal himself, he consumed all 400 Paruta fruits. That explains his increase in prana. He must have expended all other resources in his arsenal to be able to walk again. You're doing well, Inala. What's your secret? Virala asked, putting on a shy demeanor. You. Inala sported a wide smile towards Virala. You're my secret. Shut up, you two. Standing to the right of Inala was Blola, irritated. I can't concentrate while the two of you bark incessantly. Standing to the extreme right was Risha. He calmly gazed to his left, seeing a silent Yenda standing still like a statue, barely having any presence. The only one hyper among the death row students was Greha, that was staring at Instructor Mandu in excitement. Risha released a tinge of prana, mildly pressuring the reincarnates. The fluctuation was so minimal that none of them felt anything. But the prana in their bodies reacted as such, releasing a mild fluctuation of their own. That was enough for Risha to sense the amount of prana they had accumulated and confirm his hypothesis. They're my obstacles. Even the weakest, Inala, has accumulated 20 prana. The rest are even faster. His eyes landed on Virala for a moment before he began to walk away. Go to your dorm rooms and put on your best clothes. Return here in 10 minutes. I'll escort everyone to the venue. Instructor Mandu said aloud, If anyone wishes to showcase or sell anything by setting up a stall, tell me now. I'll allot you a slot at the venue. We're only informing them 10 minutes in advance. There isn't enough time to prepare anything. Instructor Mandu was just about to sigh when 6 people approached him, pleasantly surprising him. What the, is this for real? He stared at the 6 students. All 6 death row students want a stall slot. Yes, everyone nodded in unison. You first need to display your stall's theme to me. Only if you receive your approval will you receive a slot. He trailed off and stared at Inala, giving a slot to him. I'm looking forward to yours. Thank you. Inala didn't say anything about not being able to perform using Inala's comedy troupe like the previous evening. It was Instructor Mandu that was there among his 10 audience members. Of course, he was aware of who would lead the students and had the authority to hand out slots. Only after knowing the timing of Instructor Mandu's rounds at the training ground did Inala start his play. Inala expected to at least receive some sort of reaction from the rest. But a moment later, Instructor Mandu handed a slot to all 6, stunning everyone. So, these bastards already displayed their exhibit to the instructor. The same thought resounded in the minds of all 6. All of them had used some convenient opportunity to showcase their stall's theme to Instructor Mandu. Thereby, none of them revealed their cards to each other. This meant they couldn't prepare anything to disrupt the stalls of others in advance. Fine, that's how things are supposed to be, Inala thought as he raced to his dorm, having purchased a large box from the academy. Instructor Mandu allowed everyone to take some basic items necessary for setting up a stall from the academy warehouse. With a box of tools in hand, Inala entered his room and began to pack things up. Hardened mud, toxins to soften it, clay, and his sculpting tools in the form of spirit weapons. The box was heavy once he finished packing. Inala stuck flat pieces of bone, spirit weapons, on its underside, using them to alleviate most of the weight. He carefully brought the box down the flight of stairs. Following that, he brought out spirit weapons in the form of wheels, attached them to the bottom of the box, and pushed it forward, joining Instructor Mandu. Those that had to set up stalls would depart a couple of minutes early, as compared to the rest of the students. Inala eyed the 5 death row students walking beside him. All were pushing forth a trolley, having covered the contents with a lid. Instructor Mandu led them through the streets of their settlement and arrived before the gates of a blocked region. This was situated atop the Empyrean Tusk's head and was the quarters where the settlement leader and other distinguished cultivators lived. The guards posted at the entrance opened the gates, allowing them to pass through. Their eyes were cold as they gazed at the students, focusing intently on the boxes in their possession. Everyone except Risha shuddered at the pressure emitted by their gazes. The guards were in the life stage, masters of the settlement. They took a roundabout route around the head region, for they didn't have the authority to enter the institutional buildings there. Soon, the group arrived at a pair of massive gates that acted as both the entrance and exit to the settlement. Amazing, Inala muttered at the view. He stood at the edge of the Empyrean Tusk's head, hence able to see everything beyond. It was akin to staring out from a mountain peak. The Empyrean Tusk's nose acted as a bridge and passed through the clouds, going underneath. It felt as if they were celestial beings descending to the earth. Stick close to me. I'm not responsible if you were thrown off. It tends to shake its trunk every now and then. Instructor Mandu warned everyone. Something like that won't happen this time. All the reincarnates thought in unison. Instructor Mandu clicked his tongue when he noticed the lack of fear in the faces of the students. He hoped to scare them at least a little. It was one of the few joys he had. It's ridiculously hard. Inala stared at the floor. The carapace feels like the rocks forming a mountain. They don't seem like a living creature's body. Such was the Empyrean Tusk's grandeur. The exoskeleton covering its trunk was tough enough that with Inala's current capabilities, even if he were to spend a month drilling a hole through it, there would hardly be a dent. The bridge formed by the trunk was very wide, 200 meters at its thickest and around 110 meters at its thinnest, but everyone was careful and moved at the center due to the winds that blew across it. Soon, they passed through the clouds, causing their visibility to drop to 0. At that moment, Inala felt the chills, ducking suddenly as he felt something fly overhead, sensing killing intent all around him. Seriously? The reincarnates intended to throw each other over the edge. The fall would ensure they'll splatter upon impact, a guaranteed death. It was the best way to kill each other, especially when veiled by the clouds. Suddenly, an impact slammed into Inala, knocking out all the air from his lungs. The force of the impact revealed the culprit as he shrilled mentally, Riesh Ha. Chapter 20, Risha kills Inala. Ugh Kaga! His arm had fractured under the impact. All the air in his lungs had been knocked out, and a ringing sound resounded in his ears. Death was right at the corner. The trunk of the Empyrean Tusk was a precipitous bridge, and the clouds masking everything was the cover of doom that brought about the chaos. It felt like a bone sphere had slammed into him, and judging by the sheer strength of the impact, only Risha was capable of such. This bastard is trying to kill me. He became aware as his already heightened senses further sharpened. Once he was knocked to the ground, Inala understood that getting up would be a death sentence. Risha was out for blood, and so were the reincarnates. This was the best opportunity to dispose of each other. Instructor Mandu had warned them about the risks associated with the descent. When they passed through the layer of clouds, not only would their vision be obstructed, but due to the winds, they wouldn't be able to hear any sounds either. Thankfully, there was one way to navigate forward in such a case. There were creases throughout the Empyrean Tusk's trunk, horizontal in nature. These creases provided them grip during their descent. So, as long as they moved perpendicularly to the creases and proceed through the downward slope, they would be out of the cloud-covered region in no time. The trunk spanned 1.8 kilometers in length. With a brisk walk, that distance could be covered in 20 to 30 minutes. Besides, traversing the trunk while enduring the winds was a test of survival. If you couldn't even angle yourself properly to the trunk and reduce the wind draft, you'll be blown away. You weren't fit to survive in Sumatra. It was that simple. So, even though Instructor Mandu was leading them, he was also testing them. After all, these students were only 11 months from graduation. So, it was time they proved their worthiness to survive. Even if all 6 of them were to perish here, none could hold him accountable, for every single adult in the clan had the same thought process. Moreover, these 6 were death row students. After 11 months, as the instructor that taught them, it was Instructor Mandu's responsibility to personally chuck them into the mouth of a pranic beast, should they not prove their worth. So, whatever happens within the cloud wasn't of his concern. Besides, his ears caught wind of some clashing noise. Once he walked out of the forest region, Instructor Mandu patiently waited. Let's see, how many would walk out of it? How did he survive that? Risha frowned. Once he detected the prana values of the 5 reincarnates, he intended to kill Inala, the weakest, first. Besides, since Inala took 2 valuable skills from him, killing him took priority. Once his proficiency with the mystic bone art reaches the required level to learn the bone slip skill, he might sell the 2 skills for a lot of money. That would dwindle my advantage. Hence, he had come prepared, carrying a dozen bone spheres in the trolley he pushed. All 12 of them were his spirit weapons, refined for combat. And the moment they set foot within the cloud-covered region, he sent a bone sphere hurling in Inala's direction, aiming for the latter's chest. One hit at the ribs and they would crack, piercing both the heart and lungs. Inala would be beyond recovery by that point. With that thought in mind, he sent the attack, frowning. There's no shout from him. Did he die or did he survive? 0 visibility and intense winds meant conventional sensory means were blocked, leaving only his senses towards prana. They were like faint clusters he could feel as prickling sensations on his skin. Inala had dropped to the ground and didn't move. But he might be acting. He's one tricky guy. Risha walked towards Inala and slammed a bone sphere in the chest, hearing faint cracking sounds. He wasn't content with it and targeted the head next, stopping only after a few attacks. He crouched low and touched the ground nearby, pausing for a couple dozen seconds. A trail of fluid touched him as he waited. Risha retracted the hand and brought it close to his nose, whiffing the stench of blood. That's his blood, all right. 1 down, for more to go. The prana he was sensing from Inala dwindled rapidly, allowing him to judge that the target was indeed dead. A crushed head and a crushed chest, rapid blood loss, and a quickly depleting prana that was leaking out of the body, all were signs of death. But before he could throw Inala's body over the edge, he needed to deal with the rest. They are racing toward the exit. 4 bone spheres hovered around him and began to revolve rapidly. The radius of their revolution gradually expanded as the range of his attack continued to increase. Detecting the closest source of prana, he slammed the bone spheres in them. Bang! A bone sphere slammed into his face, sneaking upon him right as he targeted a figure. When more than one spirit weapon was controlled, the efficiency drops. Risha was using 4 here. To maintain their destructiveness, he only made them spin in a set path. That meant he couldn't focus on other fronts properly. A bone sphere had rolled on the surface and approached him. Risha had indeed detected it since there was a tinge of prana in it. But it had dropped out of Inala's trolley. That's why Risha didn't pay any attention to it. As a result, when it suddenly flew towards him, he was a tad late in reacting. The bone sphere slammed him in the face and cracked his skull. His vision spun from the impact, but he hurriedly gathered his bearings. Risha infused some of his prana into the bone sphere, making it counterattack the refined prana within. Thereby, the bone sphere was neutralized. Prana condensed at his skull as the injury began to heal rapidly. Risha focused on the individual whose prana had spiked at that moment, for that was the one that had attacked him. The one with the highest prana in the group, Virala. Risha glared at the latter that was positioned 30 meters away and retreating. You're my second target. Chapter 21, Risha vs. Virala. When Instructor Mandu entered the cloud-covered region, he dashed forth to the exit silently. Following that, he waited to see how many would emerge out of the clouds. Risha has shown the most potential among the death row students. He should be able to walk out unscathed. His senses picked up a prana signature close by, surprised at the time taken. One of them is already here? How's he so fast for a student? I'm alive! Greha shouted as he left the cloud-covered region. He had a pair of roller skates, allowing him to skate the way forward. Moreover, the wheels of his trolley were his spirit weapons. He caused them to rotate, allowing the trolley to move forward like a vehicle. And by grabbing onto the trolley, he skated forward without any trouble. Thankfully, I sprinted at my fastest speed the moment we entered the clouds. Greha wasn't afraid of a fight, but he was afraid his preparations would be destroyed. In a hurry, he checked the contents of his trolley, sighing in relief after a few seconds. Thankfully, they are safe. I never thought you would walk out first. Instructor Mandu commented upon seeing Greyha's roller skates. That's pretty impressive. It must have been hard to move on them through the intense winds. He continued before noticing the prana condensed in the trolley wheels, muttering in understanding. I see, you used your trolley's weight to your advantage. Since the trolley was heavy, it was less affected by the wind. Moreover, the weight increased friction between the wheels and the ground, raising traction. The spinning wheels caused it to move forward and drag Greyha. That was how he survived the winds and exited it so quickly. I've been thinking of ways to mitigate my weakness, instructor. Greyha laughed sheepishly at the praise. Good, keeping on improving like that. Your time is running short, so you need to put in more effort, all right? Instructor Mandu said, and then pointed towards the end of the trunk. Why don't you go ahead and set up your stall? It's just a straight path downward. There's another instructor there to show you the way. I'm grateful for your guidance. Saying so, Greyha made his way down the trunk with a thought occupying most of his headspace. How many will survive? Shit! Yenda coughed out blood as he exited the clouds, but not downward the trunk, but at the starting position. He had run back as soon as Risha began his hunt. He had entered it alongside Greyha and originally planned to sabotage the latter's exhibit, especially since it seemed fragile. But before he could launch an attack, Greyha had vanished from sight. Feeling the presence of death, he leaped back with all his might, barely evading the death blow from Risha's bone sphere. Only the bone in his left hand shattered from the attack. Yenda crawled back further up, almost reaching the gates, stopping only when he was aware that Risha wouldn't target him in public. Within the clouds, Risha and Varala exchanged multiple attacks, prepared for each other. Held in Varala's hand was a crossbow, with the arrows being made of bone. He shot the arrows and fin-tuned their path using his prana, causing them to accurately hit the bone spheres Risha hurled at him. One of the arrows hit dead center on a bone sphere, lodging halfway before both fell to the ground. Risha grabbed it and felt the arrow. It's a spirit weapon refined using a mud viper's arm bone. The arrow only had a length of 15 centimeters. It was to conserve the resources required to produce it. Even with Granny Oyo's assistance, he couldn't burn through money. That would get him blacklisted by her. The moment the arrows missed their target, they flew back to Varala, who loaded them on the crossbow once again. It was a repeating crossbow, made to hold 10 arrows at a time. After swallowing a mouthful of mud viper tonic, he could exert enough physical strength to load up the crossbow. In terms of power, it was lacking and wasn't a weapon any cultivator would use. Not only did it expend resources, but the generated power wasn't anything worth writing home about. Even a bone sphere was better as a weapon, not to mention the specialized spirit weapons each cultivator took time to refine. Varala's only goal was to wound Risha and waste his large prana reserve. He has reached 100 prana already. As long as I give him a strong enough mental shock, all his accumulated prana would collapse. Varala was biding his time while slowly making his way toward the exit. Currently, his path was the most stable, and his accumulations were the most solid. As long as he gets rid of the regressor here, the cure would be his. But if only that was easy. Varala sighed, concluding after predicting based on the routes taken by the reincarnates. Yenda retreated while Greyha was the first to escape. Inala is still on the floor. Since he hasn't moved until now, he's probably dead. Good riddance. The previous night, Varala visited the rooms of all the reincarnates. There, while unnoticed, he slipped a tiny bone fragment into the pocket of each. This bone fragment had been refined using a bunch of medicinal ingredients, personally created by Granny Oyo at his request. The result was a bone fragment that could only be detected by him. Varala had slipped one in everyone, including the regressor. Thereby, he was able to sense their position. That was how he could plan and succeed in sneak attacking Risha. While fighting Risha, Varala's attention was suddenly diverted to another location, causing him to mutter, "Impossible." That madman? Really? He's doing that? Holy fuck. Even he didn't have the balls to do that. A few seconds later, a large grin appeared on his face as he infused prana into his voice and shouted, "Risha, did you know?" Beyond the clouds, Instructor Mandu observed patiently, holding back his chuckle when he watched Yenda crawl forth like a worm from the edge of the trunk. Rather, he had taken a risk to traverse from its curved ends. A misstep, and he would have died. That was how he avoided the battle. Barely surviving through it, Yenda collapsed in fear once he crossed the clouds. I don't want to go through it again. Soon, upon seeing two more figures exit the cloud, Instructor Mandu sighed as he commented, "It seems one didn't make it. That's a pity." Chapter 22. Risha suffers a major loss. So one didn't make it, Instructor Mandu said as he observed the conditions of the students. Bloody, beaten, battered, sporting multiple fractures, they were a mess. Fragment disease is no different to a curse. His gaze then fell on the face of a shocked Risha, one expressing a primal sense of disbelief and fear, completely flustered. Upon sensing the latter's condition, he commented in disappointment, "If your mind is weak, it's just a waste of resources no matter how hard you cultivate. You should prepare yourself to be fed to a pranic beast, Risha." Shaking his head, Instructor Mandu motioned for the 4 people to follow him. "We're running late. Let's hurry." "Yes, Instructor." Varala replied spiritedly as he shot a gaze to his left, seeing Yenda picking himself up. He's a mess. For the time being, he's not a threat. Greha acts loud, but is very cunning. He avoided all damage altogether and made me do his dirty work. As a result, I am now the prime target of the regressor's rage. He thought and observed Risha. This will take him a while to come out of. But most of all, Varala turned serious as he stared at the figure of Inala that brushed past Risha. This fucker should be guarded against the most. He'll get up no matter how many times I beat him down. He needs to be crushed absolutely. It all started a few minutes ago. When they had assembled at the training grounds, Varala smiled and asked Inala about his secret. "You," Inala sported a wide smile. "You're my secret." Even though it seemed like a taunt, Varala felt something from Inala's tone. As a result, while on their way to their dorm, Varala paid a visit to Inala's room. He stared at the trolley Inala had prepared. "It seems you have something to say to me. We'll be walking through the clouds, just as in the novel." Inala said seriously. "I know, and I'm prepared." "What of it?" Varala snorted. "Are you begging me to spare you?" "Nothing of the sort," Inala shrugged. "If my prediction is correct, 15 seconds after we enter the clouds, Risha will target me. He'll attack me from behind to ensure I'm knocked deeper into the clouds and cannot retreat outside." "So you're aware," Varala grinned. "You gained his skill. You're obviously the first in his kill list. Hence, I'll present you a chance." Inala's eyes revealed a maddening craze. "A chance to offset the only individual before you in the race." The 7 colors all gunned for the cure. Toward that, they made various preparations. If ranked based on their preparations from first, the order would be Risha, Varala, Inala, Greha, Blola, and Yenda. Oraka was out of the race already. Varala was second in the race. Therefore, as long as he offsets Risha, given his current condition, he would remain in the lead. There were less than 11 months before the first major disaster started. As long as Risha falls hard enough, he wouldn't be able to reach first. So, Inala's offer aligned with Varala's best interests. "What makes you think I wouldn't sabotage you?" Varala growled. "Any smart man ranked second will try to sabotage the first-placed individual to be placed first himself." Inala laughed. "I'm ranked third. I should be the one actively trying to sabotage you, not the other way around." Damn it. Varala felt intense déjà vu. Just the previous night, he sabotaged Inala using Paruta fruits. The deal was too good to refuse and hence, Inala fell into the trap. And now, the same was being sprung on him. Indeed, this is the best chance to take down Risha by a peg. There aren't enough variables in future events to harm him. Besides, with his current prana accumulation, he might avoid all those events to focus solely on preparing himself to accommodate the cure. "Fine, I'm in." Varala sighed and asked, "So, what do you want me to do?" "Nothing much," Inala pointed at his trolley. "Leave your spirit weapon here. When Risha attacks me, I want you to use the chance to sneak attack him. It will rile him up enough for whatever else you have in store for him." "That's it." Varala frowned. "Won't you die if you tank a hit from him?" "Even I'm not sure if I could endure Risha's attacks. The speed and power of his spirit weapon would be on a whole other level." "That's up to me." Inala's maddening desire flared up. "I'll do everything in my arsenal to survive that. If I can't even do that, then I'm not fit enough to survive and thrive in Sumatra." In the clouds, Inala collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. "Fuck, it hurts." The bone sphere had slammed into his chest, but the one broken wasn't his ribs but the armor covering him. It was sloppy work, but after he sent away Varala from his room, Inala layered his body with clay. On it, he stuck a thin layer of hardened mud. This created a decently robust enough defense. And when the bone sphere slammed into his chest, it was the hardened mud that cracked, absorbing most of the impact. The clay layer dispersed the remaining damage, but it still hurt like hell. Inala extended his hand and opened a window along the side of the trolley, pulling out a helmet made out of hardened mud. There were 10 layers of it, and sandwiched within was clay to hold it together. The clay was rolled into straws and spread wide apart. Thereby, when the bone sphere slammed into the helmet, the hardened mud layers crumbled. Adding onto the clay stuck underneath, the produced sound effect somewhat resembled a cracking skull. If not for the clouds and the wind, anyone could easily tell the difference, but it was planned for this exact situation, and hence paid off. As for the blood, Inala had stuck tiny packets of his blood within the helmet. So when it cracked, the blood leaked out. Thanks to the medicines Granny Oyo had given him, he could safely extract enough blood without collapsing from anemia. For the final touch, that is to fool Risha's senses towards prana, Inala had just the right ability. Mystique Bone Art, Spirit Reinforcement. Chapter 23, The Regressor Despairs. Spirit reinforcement rapidly consumed prana to shatter and reform the spirit containers. It was a delicate skill and required a lot of practice before it could be used without problems. When Inala activated it, he caused his spirit containers to break one after another, resulting in his prana escaping out of his body. It was because he had activated the skill on more than one spirit container. With his current skill level, the skill could only be used on one spirit container successfully. Instead, he had used it on 8 spirit containers, causing the prana in them all to begin escaping his body rapidly. It would take a couple dozen seconds at least for 8 units of prana to leak out of his body, and this phenomenon was no different to when a cultivator died. After all, when they died, their spirit containers begin breaking in batches. As the process in both was exactly the same, it gave the illusion to Risha that Inala had died. Not in his wildest dreams would he ever imagine Inala gaining the spirit reinforcement skill from Granny Oyo. It was the creation of this skill that was a turning point in her life. In his previous life, only after going through a lot of trouble was Risha finally able to obtain this skill from her. By this point in time, none of the reincarnates should have succeeded in it. Not in his wildest dream did he imagine Inala would trade with Granny Oyo. For doing so would allow her to realize that the toxin refinement and elixir condensation skills were pretty much similar to what she had been developing. They were slightly improved versions of skills she had spent years researching. Unnerved, she would immediately use the prana domination skill to turn Inala into her spirit weapon. But there was a difference in mindset here. Risha was born in Sumatra and had a pure cultivator's mindset where must absolutely possess free will. Therefore, being in control of someone else for even the slightest wasn't something that sat well with him. This was not to mention becoming Granny Oyo's spirit weapon. That was a status no different from a slave. Even if he were to die, he would never become that. Conversely, Inala was fine with it. He hailed from a modern society where the thoughts of people were influenced and directed by algorithms, with technology monitoring their every action. Even a slave bound by chains had some free will. The master of the chains could only force the slave to do their bidding through torture or inhumane punishments. In the end, the choice to submit was still with the slave. But the digital chains of the 21st century were different. One would never feel their existence, but the chains existed. Moreover, they gradually steered the minds of the people in the direction dictated by the owners. Social media narrative brainwashing. Inala came from such a place and was aware of the truth regarding his society. Therefore, even becoming Granny Oyo's spirit weapon wasn't an issue to him. All he had to do here was repeat whatever was conditioned in him on Earth, understand, adapt, and overcome the algorithm. As long as he understood Granny Oyo's mind, he could instead affect and control her decisions. This difference in mindset was how Inala fooled Risha into believing he was dead. Inala played dead for a few minutes, getting up only after enough time had passed. They must almost be at the exit. He began to push his trolley towards the exit, content with the execution of his plan. I hope you succeed, Varala. It's to my benefit too, for I can use you as a knife to wound Risha. And when he recovers, he'll target you with all his power. I can avoid his attention for a while. Risha, did you know? While fighting within the clouds, Varala shouted by infusing prana into his throat, causing his voice to boom out. A month ago, all of us had a dream. What dream? Even though Risha stopped attacking, he was on guard. Slowly, he began to walk towards Varala. I can hit you better from close up. We saw you getting killed, Varala said. His words caused Risha to come to an abrupt halt. It wasn't clear. There were only some messages. Varala continued to speak upon hearing grunts of shock from Risha. Following that scene, I dreamed about a couple other scenes. Based on what I probed, except for your death, everyone else dreamed different scenes. Through that, Oraka knew the mud viper tonic you created would help him survive the crisis. But you overreacted and caused his death. Varala expressed helplessness. We know some things. And in the past month, we verified their legitimacy. Whatever we dreamed about will happen. Hence, all of us began to prepare accordingly to the information we gained from the dream. What are you getting at? Risha's heart lurched as he felt heavy. Varala's words caused an unsettling creepiness to froth in him. How did I regress to the past? Why are there 6 people with the same condition as me in my second life? How do they know about me? It felt like Varala's words would allow him to find an answer behind his regression. Is some deity playing a sick game on me? Is that what it is? But as you saw with Oraka, we each only possess limited information, and the majority of that information is vague. That's why Oraka misjudged the situation and died. I feared one of us might repeat his mistake and placed a spy bone fragment in the clothes of each. Varala infused as much uneasiness in his tone as possible, controlling his grin as he spoke, expressing fear in his shaky voice. I saw Blola heading down that path. Where is he? Risha felt alarmed. While he was fighting Varala, he seemed to have lost track of the sixth figure's prana signature. That was Blola. The cure to fragment disease, Varala said solemnly. Blola left the settlement in search of that, and the direction he's heading toward is. Varala hurriedly backed off as he shouted, Southeast. Southeast. Risha was petrified. His face lost all color. No, no, no. Where's that fucker? Don't. You bastard. Bastard. A few days after the first major disaster, Risha's parents would return, having succeeded in their mission. They would arrive on the back of a baby Empyrean tusk, giving hope for the herd's future. Based on the time frame, the baby Empyrean tusk would currently be southeast their location. Blola was currently heading in the direction of their arrival. If the baby Empyrean tusk is compromised, it would accelerate the annihilation of the Mammoth clan. No, we might not even survive the third major disaster. Where is Blola? Risha shouted, intending to get the information out of Varala, but the latter ran away. Don't screw with me. Tell it to me now. Shouldn't you know it the best, Risha? Varala's voice echoed. There's a one-time use secret pathway in Anuta Plains that leads directly to the destination. It's too late. Plop. It's true. Risha knew it the best. Originally, he intended to use that pathway after getting his hand on an important item at the fair that happened today. That way, he could meet with his parents in advance and lead them to the herd. That would ensure most of the 44th settlement would remain alive. It was because, in his past life, barely 20 from his settlement survived the first major disaster. It's over. He collapsed to the ground, despairing. The intense shock he experienced, coupled with the effects of his fragment disease, caused his 100 spirit containers to shatter. All the prana he had accumulated leaked out of his body. He was so mentally affected that Risha couldn't even gather enough presence of mind to retain as much of the leaking prana as possible. The reason for his despair was simple. The cure for the fragment disease was an Empyrean tusk's heart. Chapter 24, Mammoth Fair. Hurry up, the lot of you, Instructor Mandu said as he led them down the Empyrean tusk's trunk, all while mentally clicking his tongue. Risha, that blasted idiot. He up and wasted 100 prana. Damn it. I really assumed he would become something based on his recent growth, but trash always remains trash, huh? Accumulating 100 prana required a lot of time and effort. It also consumed a lot of resources. Therefore, Risha losing his composure meant he lost all 100 prana, implying the wastage of all the resources used in his growth. Such a loss caused Instructor Mandu to develop killing intent towards Risha. When you graduate, I'll chuck you the fastest into a pranic beast's mouth. Why did you have to do that? Inala stared at Instructor Mandu while walking right beside the weakened Risha, gloating at the latter's condition. The fact that Risha lost all his accumulation meant he would have to build everything up from scratch once again. Even a newborn baby had at least one prana. At present, Risha had none. Building up prana from 1 unit to 100 wasn't as hard as building up 1 unit of prana from 0. This stage was the most difficult. After all, without a unit of prana, Risha wouldn't be able to activate the mystic bone art. This meant he couldn't cultivate to accumulate prana. Even consuming 100 Paruta fruits wouldn't help the situation. If the cultivation technique couldn't be activated, then consuming Paruta fruits would only end up causing indigestion, nothing else. So having no prana in the body was the biggest setback one could face, even for the regressor. A normal person could at least do something about such a situation. They could be injected with a unit of prana from another person, and then gradually assimilate that into their body and work hard to make it theirs. But Risha had no one to rely upon. He was alone. This provided Inala with a great opportunity. By helping him, he could probably get another useful skill that would further bridge the gap between him and the regressor that had lived through this world once already. Inala wasn't aware of what Varala had done to result Risha in such a state. Currently, Risha was despondent, lacking any fighting spirit. Just one more push, and he could be killed. But in such a situation, Instructor Mandu directed his killing intent towards the regressor. Damn! Both Inala and Varala groaned simultaneously upon sensing the killing intent. And as they expected, Risha reacted immediately. You want to get rid of me already? Risha calmed down instantly, a nature he developed in his previous life. Everyone with enough experience of living in Sumatra became the same over time. And honestly, sensing the killing intent brought him back to his senses. What am I moping about? So what if I lost 100 prana? I just need to build it up from scratch once again. And even if Blola intends to make way towards my parents, he'll have to tread through the Zingers' territory. That's easier said than done. Risha stared at his body. I was originally hesitant to do this because I'm instinctually averse to any methods that cause me to lose my developed prana. Since I already lost everything, it's fate. In this life, I'll tread a different path. Fuck! Inala stared at Virala as the duo trembled faintly upon seeing Risha break out into a faint smile. Virala, Inala, Yenda, and Risha followed after Instructor Mandu in silence. None spoke a word about what transpired in the clouds above, acting as if nothing had happened. But the minds of everyone churned at full speed. Soon, they came into view of the Anuta Plains. It was a large piece of flatland that was barren, almost a desert. Faint vegetation sprouted here and there, but that was it. The soil didn't have any nutrients to sustain life. This was despite a river running through the plains. The highlight point here was a hill that grew on the plains. It had an altitude of 200 meters. Its peak had been leveled by monstrous power. Judging by the cracks, one of the Empyrean tusks had done it. The flattened peak covered at least 10 square kilometers in area, and surrounding it, with their trunks placed along the edges, were the 44 Empyrean tusks. Using the trunks as bridges, the mammoth clan living on each Empyrean tusk arrived on the hilltop. When they were just 100 meters to the hilltop, Inala stared forth and observed steep mountains covering the horizon 100 kilometers away. We'll be entering that territory tomorrow. They looked like mountains, but seemed as if the entire ground had been raised up by 2 kilometers. Narrow paths spread out within this elevated ground, forming canyons. Something resembling a dust cloud floated amidst the canyon. It was a dangerous region where the first great disaster would erupt. Fuck! Yenda inhaled a breath of cold air, trembling in fright. Afraid? Virala whispered as he nudged Inala. Heck yeah, Inala rolled his eyes. The trial version of Sumatra ends here. From tomorrow, we'll be seeing its full version. Dieng Canyon. It was where shit truly began in Sumatra Chronicles. My confidence is waning. Inala inhaled deep breaths to calm himself. Settlement life would become dangerous from tomorrow. After all, they would be attacked daily once they entered Dieng Canyon. There wouldn't be any time to rest. And if he was the slightest bit careless, he could be assassinated, for that was the speciality of the Zingers, the pranic beast race that inhabited the Dieng Canyon. Unlike most pranic beast races, Zingers were structurally oriented in terms of roles and command chain. And the higher up the command chain a Zinger was, the stronger it got. Mind that even the strongest Zinger was only an expert iron-grade pranic beast. But just like the mud vipers, their numbers were what made them terrifying. Well, my goal is a Zinger, so I need to brace myself. Thinking as such, Inala observed 2 concentric walls built on the hilltop, separating the area into 3 rings. The outermost ring was where students like him could mingle around. The middle ring was for the elites, while the innermost ring was for the masters. There existed a tower in the center, the sole building on the hilltop. It was where the 44 settlement leaders convened to discuss the future of the Mammoth clan. This is where I can accumulate as much resources as possible in preparation for the upcoming conflicts. Inala continued to circulate his 12 prana to constantly maintain himself at an optimal state as he entered the outer ring and proceeded towards the location of his stall. This is the start of the Mammoth Fair. Chapter 25, Inala's Portraits. Thankfully, my stall isn't nearby others. Inala thought in relief the moment he arrived at his spot. The walls were built 4 meters high. Extending out of the walls were barricades that formed small compartments, creating spaces for people to set up a stall inside. Inala took out a fist-sized lump of mud and softened it using the mud viper toxin. He flattened it until it was rectangular in shape and then proceeded to round the edges. The slab of mud was only palm-sized. Following that, he poked a hole at the top, enough for a thick enough string to be slid through. With the base ready, he whipped out 4 spirit weapons in the shape of carving tools. With that, he swiftly began to carve a simple outline of his face. He only used his hands to hold the mud slab in place, while his prana moved the spirit weapons to carve on it. As he had practiced countless times, he was done in a minute. Portrait. It was just a neck-up image of himself, with faint indentations to give some 3-dimensional feeling to the image. There was hardly any detail, though, and most of the carving strokes were just there to emphasize the facial features. For the eyelashes, an actual person had around 100 strands on each eyelid. But in the drawing, he only drew about a dozen. Lips were just 2 curves, that's all. Despite cutting corners in the carving process, the end result still looked like him. Upon seeing it, he propped up a small mirror and verified if the result was good enough by staring at his reflection. That looks good enough. Inala then made a second rectangular slab, repeating the same process. But this time, he paid attention to detail, making the result look as realistic as possible. It took around 30 minutes as Inala stared at it, satisfied. It was a perfect replica of his face. Inala carved the number 20 behind the realistic portrait and the number 1 behind the simplistic portrait. That was their price in Paruta. Right as he finished up the 2 portraits meant for display, the area had become crowded. More than 10,000 students had congregated on the hilltop's outer ring, and among them, around 5 people had walked past his stall and saw his work. They became interested in it and approached him. One of them asked, "Hello, may I know what your stall is about?" "I'll sculpt portraits of you," Inala said, and pointed at the 2 portraits of himself that he had just finished. "There are 2 versions available now. The simple one costs 1 paruta, while the detailed one costs 20 paruta." "Why is this one so expensive?" The student pointed at the detailed sculpture and asked, "All you did was spend more time on it. So why is it 20 times more expensive?" "Touch it and see." Inala smiled professionally and made the student feel the 2 portraits. "This feels smooth," the student muttered after touching the detailed portrait. He then felt the simplistic one and frowned. "Why does this feel so coarse?" "That's due to the materials involved," Inala answered. "Producing the material to give that smooth texture is expensive, and only on such an expensive material can I inscribe such a level of detail. That's why it's expensive." "Give me a simple one then," the student said. He was only given 10 paruta by his academy to spend on the fair. He didn't have any pocket money, and hence couldn't afford the detailed one. Besides, he didn't wish to spend so much money on a portrait. Well, despite his questions, he still gave me business. Inala flashed a professional smile and began the task. At the sight of 4 spirit weapons working in conjunction to carve on the mud slab, the onlookers stared in praise. Controlling 4 wasn't easy, not to mention performing detailed craft work at that. If it wasn't because he was an artist already and had dedicated himself to mastering the focus necessary in his past life, it wouldn't have been possible. Inala couldn't display such a level of focus and precision in non-art activities, such as fighting. He lacked the experience to do that. "Please see your appearance in the mirror and confirm if this portrait is to your liking." Inala pointed at the mirror. "Wow, it looks just like me. It's worth the money." The student said in praise, paid a paruta, and grabbed his portrait. "If you ever wish to have a life-size portrait, please commission me. I'm Inala from the 44th settlement." Inala said some parting words before beginning to work on his next task. Many were interested in having a portrait of themselves. As students, they didn't have any accessories. At least, this was something they could show off to others. Besides, it cost 1 paruta. That was dirt cheap. There weren't that many stalls in the outer ring in the first place, as the academies only informed them at the last minute. Therefore, more and more students gathered around Inala's stall. After all, he wasn't just selling a product, but experience too. It was entertaining to watch him use 4 spirit weapons to craft. The students even gained some inspiration to control their spirit weapons from seeing his actions. To gain as much attention as possible, Inala's voice was loud and chirpy, often cracking jokes. He had been preparing for the occasion for a month after all. So, he had enough material to entertain the crowd. "It's going well," he thought, observing the dwindling amount of mud and clay. Standing among the crowd towards the back was Risha, calmly observing Inala. Inala is talented in craft. He's making portraits to earn paruta. His actions reveal his character. His innate quality is towards creation and isn't murderous. Thinking of how Inala traded the toxin refinement skill from him, his choice makes sense now. That's how he wishes to gain resources, huh? Risha was observing to get a better understanding of Inala. Until now, he knew next to nothing about the reincarnates. That was primarily the reason behind the major loss he suffered recently. He stared at Inala as his eyes turned cold. "Mud, huh? I see. So what I broke wasn't his bones, but the armor of mud covering his body. It seems he predicted my attack, and hence came prepared to fool me." As Inala was emitting prana while making the portraits, it was easy for the onlookers to determine that he had only 12 prana. Upon hearing the discussion about it from nearby, Risha understood. To save himself, he decisively blew 8 spirit containers. Who is this guy, actually? Where's he coming from to be this decisive? Risha frowned in thought. What's his true identity? Chapter 26, Self-Advertisements. "Come, everyone. Buy a prana booster," Virala shouted as he stared at the students. "If you drink a vial, your training efficiency doubles for a day. It also has a mild effect in reinforcing your spirit containers. All for the price of 5 paruta, you can get a vial. Does this work?" A student frowned as he stared at the vial. "Of course," Virala said and pointed at the figure of Rava behind the stall. "She's the granddaughter of Granny Oyo from the 44th settlement. She can confirm it for you. The medicine I'm selling has received Granny Oyo's approval. As someone affected by the fragment disease that had reached the life stage, Granny Oyo was decently famous even beyond the 44th settlement. The students didn't know about her, but once they inquired about Granny Oyo with their parents, they were able to verify Virala's claims. "I'll buy one," A student approached the stall and bought a vial. Soon more and more began to buy. Most of them just bought one vial, while those with deep pockets bought many. With every purchase, Varala's smile only grew deeper. I've made a decent killing this time. He had prepared 200 vials in total. That was a lot for this occasion. And judging by the speed of purchase, he judged they would be sold out in a couple of hours. Then, I have enough time. He would be making 1,000 paruta from this endeavor. But Varala wasn't focused on that. With Granny Oyo's support, he didn't have to worry about reaching 100 prana. He had two goals in this event other than to hinder the development of the regressor and the reincarnates. The first was to network with the students that would eventually become pillars of the Mammoth clan. As long as he makes a strong impression on them and forges bonds of friendship, they'll support him when he makes plans openly against Risha and the others in the future. His second goal was, "Excuse me, can you give me 20 vials?" A girl approached the stall, carrying a pouch full of paruta fruits. She had short, shoulder-length hair that waved every time she bobbed her head. The bangles on her hand jingled as she stretched her hand out. Every bangle was a spirit weapon, but their only purpose here was decoration. From the way she dressed and behaved, it was apparent that she was affluent. "Latrina, my primary objective. She's here." Varala's eyes shone as he calmly packed the vials and gave them to her. "Thank you for your purchase. If you want more, please contact Varala from the 44th settlement." "Sure." The girl, Latrina, coolly nodded and walked away. She seemed curious about the other stalls. Varala calmly side-eyed her figure while continuing to sell the vials. Once they finished selling all 200 vials, Varala patted Rav on the back. "Can you be a dear and return home with the money?" He then whispered in her ears, "I'm going to interfere with the stalls of my enemies. I don't want us to lose our hard-earned money during the chaos. It's our first collective earning, so it's very valuable to me." "Our first collective earning." Rava blushed as she packed the paruta fruits and began to make her way back to their settlement. The moment she went away, Varala walked past the stalls of the reincarnates, not even glancing at them. Before messing with them, he needed to stabilize his development route first, and she'll lead me to the cure herself. Upon seeing Latrina walking away after buying a detailed portrait of herself from Anala's stall, he calmly approached her, the smile on his face deepening. "What? How much did he say it costs again? 400 paruta? Isn't that ridiculous? Is he mad? He's a death row student. Obviously he's desperate." Yenda calmed himself while on the receiving end of verbal abuse by the students. There was just one item in his stall. It was a spear, and the price of it was 400 paruta. That was a ridiculous sum. Even children of affluent masters wouldn't have so much money, not to mention most of the broke students that relied on the 10 paruta handed out by the academy. As a result, when they heard the price, they couldn't help but hurl out curses at his blatant display of greed. Enough! Once he observed a large enough crowd had gathered and noticed a certain someone among them, he infused prana into his voice and bellowed, grabbing the attention of everyone. The spear hovered in the air as Yenda shouted with vigor, unlike his usually silent character. "What? You think just because I have the fragment disease means I'm mouthing my mouth off in desperation? Idiots!" he snorted, saying quickly upon seeing the expression of the students morph in anger. "Yes, I'm desperate to survive. More than a lot of you that might become dinner to a pranic beast out of carelessness. To avoid such a fate is why I desperately created this spirit weapon named Roto Spear. It's what would allow a cultivator with fragment disease such as myself to rise above others." He roared. "If you don't believe its power, just watch." As he infused his prana into the Roto Spear, its shaft remained still while its tip began to rotate rapidly. "How is it that fast?" the students exclaimed in shock. Anyone in the spirit stage could use psychokinesis to control their spirit weapons to fight. Generally, the most potent way to raise the spirit weapon's destructiveness was to give it a spin. It was why chakrams and spears were generally preferred as spirit weapons. The bone spheres were just the basic spirit weapons meant for training. No one used them for combat after graduation. The students had obviously trained to give a spin to a spirit weapon. So, they were aware of how much one could spin a spirit weapon in comparison to the prana they possess. But Yenda's Roto Spear's tip spun at 10 times the speed of what he should be capable of. It puzzled everyone. This was achieved by a complex network of concentric gears embedded within the spear's shaft, while solving many structural stress-strain variables. Yenda was an engineer-cum-weapon geek, and when he read Sumatra Chronicles, he had conceptualized such an item to fight better in these settings. Hence, he was able to create a functional spirit weapon that was more potent than others. 10 times the rotation speed, Yenda shouted. "Do I need to say anything else? My Roto Spear is worth 400 paruta. If you have the money, it is yours." He roared. "Even if you don't at present, if you have enough paruta in the future, contact Yenda from the 44th settlement." I'll create as many roto spears as you need. Chapter 27. Yenda succeeds. Hearing Yenda's shout, one of the instructors present at the outer ring to police the students came over and observed the roto spear. He waddled his way to the front of the crowd and stared at Yenda coldly. Has your exhibit been approved? Yes, Yenda nodded confidentially. By whom? The instructor asked coldly, wondering if an instructor had been bribed to allow such a nonsense exhibit to be displayed. 10 times the speed? If something like this was true, we would have created it long ago. By Instructor Mandu from the 44th settlement. Yenda said aloud. The instructor looked around and leaped afar, crossing the crowd as he approached Instructor Mandu and brought him to Yenda's stall, pointing at the roto spear to ask, Is this for real? Well, there are plenty of issues with it, but it's real. Instructor Mandu grinned smugly. This kid only needs support to perfect this roto spear into something even we can use. Let me test it. Saying so, he grabbed the roto spear from Yenda and infused his prana into it, instantly overriding the imprint on it. In a matter of seconds, he turned it into his spirit weapon and caused it to fly in the air. The tip of the roto spear spun so fast it caused a high-frequency buzzing sound, but the speed was too much for the roto spear to handle. A faint burning smell emanated from it as a result. The gear mechanism inside had caught fire. But despite damaging the roto spear, the instructor was shocked as he stared at Instructor Mandu. As you said, this has plenty of issues. But it's the real deal. Roto spear, was it? He asked Yenda, speaking upon seeing the latter nod. It's too weak for the elites, but it's already the strongest weapon a student could wield. If you like it, I wish to promote your roto spear to the middle ring. Please allow me to take care of that, Instructor Mandu said, unable to conceal the smile that formed on his face upon seeing more instructors coming to the stall to show interest. Since you have checked it yourself, do you wish to vouch for it alongside me? The completion of this weapon is to the benefit of the Mammoth clan. Of course, I'll vouch for it. Saying so, the instructor grabbed the roto spear and leaped over the wall to enter the middle ring. You succeeded, brat. Instructor Mandu patted Yenda and whispered, Leave the rest to me. I'll do my best to get you a favorable deal. Thank you, Instructor Mandu. Yenda bowed happily. How many roto spears can you make in a month? He asked next. 1, Yenda said, but if I manage to reach 100 prana, I can create up to 4 per month. If I can recruit a talented student as an assistant, I can make even more. Got it. Saying so, Instructor Mandu too leaped over the wall and entered the middle ring. It's a success. Yenda laughed, partly proud but mostly relieved that he had succeeded. He was tense all along. There were plenty of close calls, especially in the clouds before. He almost died back then. Yenda stared at his bruised arm. He expended most of his prana to focus on healing it, but there was still enough damage there. Risha, how dare you break my arm? Is what you said the truth? A girl approached him, hesitant but hopeful. Can someone with the fragment disease have hope for the future? Will that be possible with your weapon? You are, Yenda asked, despite being aware of the other party's identity. Her bones were slightly deformed, causing her to hunch a little, an angular face with protruding cheekbones, and an overall sickly appearance. In Sumatra chronicles, she was a girl casually mentioned in passing, taking up space no more than one sentence. In the Mammoth clan, she was the second woman with fragment disease. There were many such women in history, but were rare. At most there existed 1 or 2 per generation. And in the current generation, the first was Granny Oyo, and the second was her. Yuza, the girl introduced herself. I too am affected by the fragment disease. I had given up on life, but today, when I saw many students with the same condition as me giving their all, I wanted to do something to change myself. When I saw you, I felt hope. She stared at Yenda teary-eyed. Is what you said the truth? Can we be saved? Do you despise your weakness? Yenda mimicked the pose and tone of a popular anime protagonist and extended his hand towards her, fired up. Do you desire to grow stronger? If yes, then take my hand. Become my assistant, and we'll jointly work towards a better future for ourselves. I do. Yuza teared up in happiness. At the sight of her, Yenda was excited. There was a reason only 2 females with the fragment disease showed up. Usually, there's a correlation between women and any uniqueness. It wasn't stated explicitly there, but when I think about it, he grinned and wiped Yuza's tears. Through her, I can cure myself. Will you follow me to my settlement? He asked her. You're from the 43rd settlement, right? Yes, Yuza nodded. But is that possible? Can I enter your settlement? Let's see. Yenda trailed off as he stared at the wall. I'm waiting for permission. An hour later, Instructor Mandu returned, happy as he threw a bag of paruta to him. There's an advance of 2,000 paruta in it. You have been allotted a small workshop where you'll be working from tomorrow onwards. All materials necessary to build a roto spear will be provided to you. As long as their family permits, You can assign a student as your assistant. At the successful completion of each rotospear, you'll be paid 100 paruta. He concluded. Only 100? Yenda sighed. Yes, but all your other necessities will be taken care of. Instructor Mandu patted his shoulder. Besides, that's only for the current rotospear. You get what I'm saying, right? So, it's to motivate me to perfect it faster. Yenda understood what the higher-ups implied. If he completed 6 rotospears per month, he'll get 600 paruta. That means, before his graduation in 11 months, he'll have more than enough paruta to reach 100 prana. Once he reaches the body stage, his paruta requirements would increase. Moreover, he'll also be needing all sorts of resources from then on, making his earning of 600 paruta lacking. The only way to satisfy his appetite would be to complete the rotospear that could be wielded by elites. Only then would he earn enough. So to get more investment, he would have to succeed. If he remained content with his current accomplishment, he wouldn't survive once he reached the body stage. Therefore, he was forced to complete the rotospear in a year. Yenda stared at Instructor Mandu and nodded. I accept the condition. Please lead me to our workshop. He pointed at Yuza, appointing her as his assistant, smiling upon seeing his proposal get accepted. I now have everything I need. Chapter 28, Mud Viper Egg Seller. That'll be 20 paruta. Greha smiled as he handed out a fist-sized egg to a student. He was selling mud viper eggs. That was his exhibit. Mud vipers were only beginner iron-grade pranic beasts, the lowest of the low. But it was still decently useful. And for the students that were either orphans or had no resources, they wouldn't be able to obtain a pranic beast egg to fuse their spirit container with once they enter the body stage. It had to be noted that the Empyrean Tusk herd would continue to travel nonstop. Most of the time, they would be targeted by pranic beasts that had matured. The only way to get some eggs would be to venture deep into the wilderness and grab some. A raid team would have to be set up for that, and there might be lots of deaths involved. Once a year, a raid team would be sent into the wilderness. But until then, the students that had graduated would be unable to cultivate. A useless adult was scorned the most in the Mammoth clan. So every student wished to cultivate in the body stage as soon as possible. These mud viper eggs made that possible. Moreover, even the eggs brought by the raid team wouldn't be anything special. The majority of the eggs would be from beginner or intermediate iron-grade pranic beasts. The few eggs from advanced and expert iron-grade pranic beasts would be hoarded by the affluent families, those with a master backing them. If the raid team proved to be lucky, they would obtain 1 silver-grade pranic beast's egg. It had to be noted that the strongest of masters in the Mammoth clan fused with silver-grade pranic beasts. While thinking of all that, even obtaining a beginner iron-grade pranic beast egg was great. If the student didn't have anything else to fuse with when they entered the body stage, they could at least become a mud viper. Besides, it just cost 20 paruta. That was pretty cheap for an investment. It's going well, Greha thought as he stared at his remaining mud viper eggs. It wasn't as if the Mammoth clan had thought of raising eggs before. But the problem was that the Empyrean tusks were constantly on the move. Therefore, the climatic conditions constantly changed every few months, causing all the raised eggs to end up dead. When countless such attempts failed, the Mammoth clan gave up on raising eggs. But Greha was different. The Mammoth clan traversed a century-long route through Sumatra, meaning, if a cultivator lived for a century, they would pass through the same region they had tread through 100 years ago. In Sumatra Chronicles, when Risha was 115 years old, the Mammoth clan passed through the plains where the mud vipers lived. This time, having become a powerhouse, Risha hunted mud vipers and experimented upon them extensively. The mud viper tonic was perfected during that time. It was also then that he figured out a way to raise mud viper eggs. Greha was following just that. Moreover, in his previous life, Greha had nurtured countless reptile eggs, most of which hailed from endangered species. He ensured these endangered reptiles mated properly and laid down as many eggs as possible. He was also responsible for hatching them. It was something he was an expert about. That was why, just based on the description present in Sumatra Chronicles, using his experience, Greha figured out a method. Mud viper eggs hatched in a day. The hatchlings reached maturity in a month and laid eggs. Therefore, the batch of eggs he was selling at present was from the second generation. Safely tucked in his room were dozens of mud vipers. The batch of eggs he sold was laid just yesterday, and it was from just 3 mud vipers. A mud viper laid at least a couple dozen eggs. It was why the population of mud vipers in every nest reached 1 million. Greha had brought 60 mud viper eggs to sell and 1 for display. Once they were sold out, he smiled brightly, but he didn't immediately pack up and leave. Instead, he waited, his subtle grin widening when an instructor approached him. "How many eggs can you sell?" The instructor asked. "In my current capacity, I can only sell 1 or 2. But," he masked his expression and spoke calmly, If I was provided enough food and water and a large enough space, I can stably sell at least a dozen eggs daily. A dozen? The instructor was stunned. He quickly gathered his bearings, grabbed the egg on display, and leaped over the wall, entering the middle ring. Wait here. Yes, Greha nodded calmly. But internally he was excited. He had been observing Yenda's stall all along. And hence, he was aware of what it meant when an instructor went to the middle ring. As expected, an hour later, the instructor returned, all smiles as he said to Greha, "The higher-ups have approved your exhibit. Instructor Mandu will bring you to some vacant residences. You can select one that's perfect for raising more mud viper eggs." "I'm grateful," Greha bowed in response. He then packed up his stall and returned, calmly observing the Anudu plains while walking over the trunk. The winds were still fierce, but he was able to reach the top safely. Upon reaching the settlement, Greha didn't return to his dorm. Instead, he made his way toward the tail end of the settlement. There was a groove there, with the entrances to houses built within the inner walls of the groove. Only a small percent of the people in the settlement lived on the Empyrean tusk's back. The majority of them lived along the grooves on its stomach walls, legs, and even in the interior. There was a network of hollow bones that traversed throughout the Empyrean tusk's interior, allowing the mammoth clansmen to travel through it. It was in the liver that paruta trees grew. And in the stomach grew matala trees, meat-bearing trees in short. The fruits, meta, they produced were known as meat fruits and provided all the nutrition requirements for the bodies of the mammoth clansmen. The large intestine was their water supply. Due to the Empyrean tusk's primary nature of internal inertial gravity, the volume within each organ was hundreds to thousands of times their size indicated. Each organ acted like a small biome, generating its respective resources. Greha needed one such resource from an organ that none of the mammoth clansmen knew existed, or had probably forgotten over centuries of neglect. He arrived at the end of a groove and looked around, not noticing any clansmen around. With that, he took out a certain substance from his trolley and poured it on the floor in the groove, watching the bone there turn soft. "It's here." Chapter 29, My Son Greha. The Empyrean tusk had voluntarily created channels in its bone to allow the mammoth clansmen to enter and exit. But over time, due to a lack of use, many channels closed up from the sedimentation of dust and nutrients that solidified over time. During an invasion, such as the first minor crisis, the Empyrean tusk naturally closes most of these channels. And unless necessary, mammoth clansmen wouldn't open them. One such channel existed here. Greha thought as he stared at the place he poured the mysterious solution over. The channel here had never been opened after it closed a few centuries ago. It had been neglected to the extent that the channel entrance fused with the exoskeleton. He had already scouted the place in the past month. The solution he poured over was an acid refined, using mud viper toxins. It wasn't strong enough to corrode the Empyrean tusk's exoskeleton, but it acted upon the joints of the entrance and gradually consumed the solidified dust. 20 minutes later, when the joints had loosened up enough, Greha used his prana to control a bone sphere and slammed it into the entrance, pushing it using all his power as he saw the edges of the entrance stretch like rubber before snapping. The entrance was pushed open as a turbid smell wafted out. It was dark inside as Greha calmed himself and entered it. The channel was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, enough for a person to move through it. Even though it was dark, the moment he entered it, his mystic bone art fired up on its own, enhancing his prana sense. Suddenly, his surroundings lit up. In reality, it was still dark, but for the mammoth clansmen, it appeared brightly lit. This was one of the Empyrean tusk's defensive mechanisms. Even if a pranic beast were to get into the channel, it would be unable to see. That wasn't all. Rupturing gravitational force would pummel the invader, shredding its body into meat paste. Those cultivating the mystic bone art wouldn't be affected by either. Rather, they would be treated as part of the Empyrean tusk's immune system. Greha closed the entrance and walked through the channel for a couple of hours, soon reaching a pulsating organ. "I'm here." The channel diverged into multiple narrow channels that could only be crawled through. These channels surrounded the pulsating organ that had mostly withered. Greha crawled through one such channel and entered the pulsating organ, sighing upon sensing the lack of life force in the region. He felt melancholic and had the urge to tear up. She's on her last leg. He suddenly slapped his face, brisking himself. Why am I feeling such attachment to this Empyrean tusk all of a sudden? I'm not originally from this world. He landed within the organ and walked through a fleshy passage, reaching the end to enter a chamber within which lay an egg. No, it wasn't an egg, but something that would eventually become one. Ovum. It was the Empyrean tusk's ovum. There was only one remaining here. At the sight of it, Greha was relieved. Thankfully, there's one here. I didn't want to enter the ovaries of another Empyrean tusk. Thanks to the fair, most of the mammoth clansmen were on the hilltop. Inudu Plains was a safe region, bereft of any pranic beasts. Therefore, security in the settlement was minimum at present. The sparse few cultivators remaining in the settlement were only there to guard the important locations. As a result, abandoned channels leading to the ovaries weren't monitored. But that would only be for today. Once the fair ends in the evening, all the cultivators would return. Greyhound would have to finish his task by then. But if he failed to find an ovum in the 44th Empyrean tusk, he would have to infiltrate another Empyrean tusk. Not only was it dangerous, but he was also running short on time. A trip to the ovaries took at least a couple of hours, if not more. Therefore, he wished to succeed on the first try. And upon seeing the ovum, he was overjoyed, gently touching it, thank goodness. My son! What? At the sudden booming of a voice in his mind, Greyhound screamed in fright. What was that? It's me, my son. He had never heard that voice before, but for some reason, it felt overly familiar. Moreover, before he realized what was up, his chest felt constricted as Greyhound choked. Tears streamed down his eyes as he became emotional, instinctively recognizing the source of the voice. Empyrean tusk? I am Ganala, the 44th Empyrean tusk. I can communicate with you? Greyhound was stunned. It was stated in Sumatra chronicles that only the Mammoth clan ancestor was able to communicate with the Empyrean tusks. No one else following that could do it. Even the various settlement leaders were only able to sense their respective Empyrean tusks' emotions and communicated the same with the Mammoth clan to coordinate on various matters. Even Risha couldn't communicate with an Empyrean tusk, even at the end game. Greyhound was flabbergasted before excitement surged in him. A few seconds later, though, the excitement vanished, replaced by sadness. He stared at the ovum, retracting his hand to notice that he was unable to hear the Empyrean tusk's voice. Once he gently came into contact with it, he was able to hear her voice. Why, am I your son? You didn't give birth to me. You are my son. The reply was short and curt. Greyhound mounted the Empyrean tusk to be delusional. I'm not even from this world. I'm old, but not enough to be delusional yet, son. What? Greyhound retracted his hand in a fluster. Why, you can read my mind. He didn't hear a reply since he wasn't in touch with the ovum. Greyhound wished to do nothing but walk away, but remembering that the ovum was a necessity for his plans, he gathered courage and touched it. Even though I can compete with Risha, I have no guarantee of succeeding. At present, Risha, Varala, and even Inala are ahead of me in the race. This is my only option to success. I can't give up here. The moment he touched it, the Empyrean tusk's voice resounded in his mind. All Mammoth clansmen are a part of me. To my senses, they are akin to a bone slip. I have access to all information in their bodies. Then, his heart lurched as he stared at the ovum. Are you aware of my origin? Yes, you're my son. The ovum gently hovered in the air and touched him, merging into his body. It's only natural I support my son. I hope you succeed. My son, Greyha. Chapter 30, Empyrean Incubator. What just happened? Greyha was confused. Based on their conversation, he could confirm that the Empyrean tusk could indeed access all the information in his body, including his brain like he was a bone slip. The mystic bone art was created by the Empyrean tusks. The Mammoth clansmen that cultivated this cultivation art lived on an Empyrean tusk all their lives, drinking and eating the produce in the Empyrean tusk's body. Considering the treatment they received from the Empyrean tusk, it could be considered that the Mammoth clan was part of the Empyrean tusk's immune system, protecting it from external harm, while also gathering the food necessary for its sustenance. Since the Empyrean tusk could read all the information in his mind, it meant it was aware of his origin from Earth, including all the plans he had. Then why did she continue to stress and address me as her son? That doesn't make sense. He then patted his stomach, feeling the ovum that had fused in him. Originally, I only intended to use the ovum as an item. But now she used her powers to fuse it into me to make it a power of mine. Tertiary nature, Empyrean incubator. In Sumatra, a cultivator could gain 3 natures, primary, secondary, and tertiary. Generally, when a cultivator reached the body stage and fused their spirit container with a pranic beast, they gained the pranic beast's primary nature as their own. If the pranic beast was a mutant, they also gained a secondary nature. But getting a tertiary nature was impossible. Only a handful of cultivators had that in Sumatra chronicles, and all of them were powerhouses among powerhouses. Even Risha gained his tertiary nature only during the 4th major disaster. Therefore, it was astounding how he managed to attain such power before even reaching the body stage. But if the Empyrean tusk hadn't used her power, this would have been impossible. Greyhop paused all of a sudden, terrified upon realizing something. When did I start referring to her as SHE instead of IT? When he thought about the 44th Empyrean tusk, he felt emotional. There was also a sense of love and respect, something he only felt towards his mother. How did the 44th Empyrean Tusk become a matriarchal figure in his mind? He couldn't understand. Even after knowing everything about his origin and his plans, the 44th Empyrean Tusk didn't kill him, but instead support him. What the heck is this? After the ovum fused into him, he couldn't hear her voice anymore. After racking his brain for a few minutes, Greyhound was still unable to make sense of the situation. He cleared his mind and intended to focus on his future. He could worry about the rest after that. With that in mind, he made his way back, carefully sealing the entrance once he exited it. His purpose of the visit was done. He wasn't going back there ever again. Therefore, it was best to erase all traces of his activities, lest any of the reincarnates stumble upon it and get assistance from the Empyrean Tusk. Greyhound returned to the Academy of Refinement and arrived at the cafeteria. He entered the kitchen and made his way to the storeroom, waving his hand towards the storeroom manager. "Sir, I have come again." "Fucking brat," the storeroom manager grumbled. "Just because the academy doesn't charge you for food and water doesn't mean you can take as much as you want. It's only a problem if I were to waste the resources, right? I'm not going against our law." Greyhound smiled cutely. "I'm working really hard, sir. These days, you're taking as much as 20 students worth." The storeroom manager grumbled. "Today should be the last day." Greyhound patted himself proudly. "My exhibit got approved today. Tonight, I'm moving out of the academy dorms. The clan's going to sponsor me after this." "For real?" The storeroom manager was stunned before chuckling as he shook his head. "Fine. If you were acknowledged by the clan, then that's good. Take as much food as you need. Just make sure to never waste anything. Resources are precious, all right?" "Of course." Nodding as such, Greyhound filled his trolley full of food and dragged it back to his room. It was a small room, but thankfully for him, it was on the ground floor. So he didn't have to strain himself by carrying anything on the flight of stairs like Anala. Entering his room, Greyhound stared at the bound mud vipers whose mouths had been sealed with a harness. At the sight of his arrival, they wriggled in anger, intending to break free. But he had expertly caged them, turning them helpless. "It's time to eat." Saying so, he took out his bone sphere and targeted their weak spots, turning the mud vipers delirious. Using the chance, he removed their harness, forced food down their throats, and enclosed their mouths with the harness once again. It was routine by now. He then patted the bodies of each, getting a feel for them using his prana, and picked a pair of male and female mud vipers. He made them mate with each other, and then placed them back in their respective cages. Following that, he rested, tired after the day's events. Instructor Mandu arrived during the evening and knocked on his door. "Come with me," Instructor Mandu said once the door was opened. "Yes, Instructor." Greyhound followed the instructor to look for suitable homes to move into. After the first minor disaster, the population of the 44th settlement was a mere 20,000, less than half its original. More than half the homes were vacant. So, he had plenty of options to choose from. Greyhound selected the biggest underground house he was eligible for. The Zingers would only target the settlement on the surface. So, staying underground keeps me safe most of the time. Underground homes were the most dangerous to be in during the Mud Viper invasion, due to their nature of moving in the creases. But once they entered the Zinger territory, they conversely became the safest. Mammoth clansmen didn't like any cowards that shied away from battles. But Greyhound wasn't supposed to know about the Zingers yet. Therefore, in the eyes of Instructor Mandu, Greyhound was picking a home that had just been raided by the Mud Vipers. "He's daring. I'm liking him more now." Instructor Mandu praised Greyhound's courage and finalized the house. For the next 3 hours, Greyhound busied himself with the transportation of the Mud Vipers and all his things. Once he was done, he stared at his home that spanned over 200 square meters in area, split between 2 floors. It was the biggest house a student could ever get. There's plenty of space to expand the number of Mud Vipers. Chapter 31. Risha infiltrates. Once he had settled in his new home, Greyhound grabbed one of the newly laid Mud Viper eggs and placed it before him. He then closed his eyes and focused, churning prana throughout his body before focusing it on his stomach. Tertiary nature, Empyrean incubator. His prana covered the Mud Viper egg in the form of a sphere and gradually solidified into the ovum. Following that, his prana was rapidly sucked into it as the ovum transformed it into the essence of the Empyrean tusk, fusing it into the egg. Empyrean incubator had the property to genetically imbue the essence of an Empyrean tusk in the target entity. Of course, that was easier said than done. 2 hours later, the ovum exploded, causing all the contents within to spill out. "Damn!" Greyhound flinched at the explosion, covering his face from the splash. He then swerved his head to stare at a tiny entity that had slammed into the wall. It was tiny, barely the size of his finger. It was a Mud Viper hatchling, but hadn't finished developing fully yet. Moreover, unlike a Mud Viper hatchling that looked no different from a tiny worm, This one had developed a tiny exoskeletal skull, but it was deformed, cracking all over. Moreover, the tiny tusk growing out of the skull had pierced its body, stabbing its heart. It was dead. Where did it go wrong? He frowned and carefully scooped the hatchling corpse and secured it in a container, labeling it Experiment 1. He then looked around and noted down the environmental condition, his prana condition, the egg's condition, and everything he could remember. I'm genetically alerting it. Of course, it wouldn't be easy. He sighed and began to collate his thoughts. From the failure of the first egg, he realized that this would be a long, arduous process. Too many variables would affect the success. Hence, he would have to map out all the variables and the effects that had on the end result. I need to purchase a bunch of long scrolls. He then expanded his prana and felt around the mud vipers. Good, they have mostly recovered their toxins. Greyhawk collected the toxin in a container from the mud vipers whose venom sacs were full, making an estimate. There's around 800 milliliters. Since I extracted it, their refining efficiency drops by 20 times. But that's fine. This would still net me 40 milliliters of the mud viper tonic. And the number would only increase when he grows more mud vipers. It was best to not bring Inala to his house. Until now, he fooled the latter by making him assume the mud vipers brought to Inala's room were the same. But in truth, he was swapping them with new ones. Inala didn't notice back then because he didn't know I could breed them. But since he saw me selling mud viper eggs, he should be aware of what I'm doing. Bringing the mud vipers to him would be too risky. Instead, he could simply bring the toxin. Besides, with a bigger space, he could grow enough mud vipers and obtain enough mud viper tonic to reach 100 prana in a few months. He could spend the remaining time refining the egg that he could fuse with after reaching the body stage. I should pay Inala a visit now. He probably won't do it for free anymore. Greyha thought calmly as he stared around before finalizing. I can provide him with the resources necessary for his work. He would have no choice but to accept the deal. While Greyha made his way to the 44th Empyrean Tusk's ovaries, another individual had the same thought. But he was making his way towards one of the most guarded regions. There are many elites standing guard here. Risha thought as he hid behind a wall at a curve and peeked. In the channel leading to the Empyrean Tusk's heart stood 4 elites. But this was just the entrance. There were multiple chambers within the channel, with the strength of the people stationed within increasing accordingly. At the end of the channel were masters, cultivators at the life stage. Risha sniffed himself, nodding upon failing to notice any scent. He had not only taken a bath and changed his clothes, but he also doused himself with a scent-inhibiting powder that he had prepared. He was currently barefoot, for only then did he have confidence in walking without making any sound. Risha took out a pinch of another powder from his pocket and gently sprinkled it in the air, waiting for a few minutes until he calculated its travel. It should have reached them. He was just about to tread forward when he stopped. His heart thumped as Risha was nervous. No, there's no guarantee. I should wait a bit more. He told himself and waited patiently. He peeked gently, watching the eyes of the 4 elites slowly droop. It was a sleep-inducing agent and affected someone through their prana. The particles in the powder had an affinity towards prana and were drawn in its direction. Since he had no prana, Risha wasn't affected. He bode his time and waited, watching the eyes of the elites close one after another. Right as the eyes of the 4th elite closed, he tiptoed through the section and walked past them, nervous all the time. In the channels, only the mammoth clansmen could see. Therefore, if any pranic beast were to enter, its only means of traveling would be to transmit prana and rely upon its prana senses. Therefore, as long as they spread their prana around, the moment their prana feels a foreign prana, their skin would prick. That would alert them of an intruder. As they had been at the job for years, they got accustomed to using their prana. It became their habit. Risha took advantage of their refined senses. As he didn't have any prana, he didn't trigger their radar. Moreover, the sleep-inducing agent's effect was short-lived, barely spanning 20 seconds. So, they never felt anything amiss. Ha-huff! He gasped as silently as possible and hid in a tiny protruding. He had gone through this route once in his previous life, and that was during the first great disaster. At that time, when the enemies barged into the channels and made a beeline to the Empyrean Tusk's heart, he chased after them. Eventually, he received the cure. It was the most vivid experience in his life. Hence, even though he had only traveled in this channel once, he could never forget even the tiniest of details here, having planned everything, including rest stops that were away from the eyes of the guards stationed in the channel. I'll get there earlier this time, unnoticed, he thought, moving once he caught his breath. This time, there were too many variables. Hence, he wished to settle things in advance. Risha was heading to the heart. Chapter 32, The Empyrean Tusk's Heart. Using the same technique as before, Risha made his way to the last obstacle. 2 masters stood guard there. They were at the end of the channel. The channel spread into a massive chamber of bone. In its center was a ginormous heart, but there were no signs of thumping. A biological heart just wasn't powerful enough to pump blood through an Empyrean tusk's mountainous body. Usually, large creatures had secondary hearts to pump out blood at farther reaches from the heart. But the Empyrean tusk had only one heart. And it wasn't even that big, just a sphere with 20 meters in diameter. Structurally, it made no sense, for such a small size just wasn't enough. That was only until one thought about the Empyrean tusk's innate power. Primary nature, internal inertial gravity. The gravity within the heart was so powerful, space bent there, actually storing enough volume of blood to fill up the entire Empyrean tusk 100 times over. Empyrean tusks stored vast amounts of resources in their bodies. In terms of water, they had enough in their bodies to fill up a small sea. The water was stored in a compressed space working similar to a storage lantern. The case was the same for food and other resources the Empyrean tusk consumed. It was because the Empyrean tusks also treaded regions like the Inudu plains that were bereft of resources. In such situations, they needed a vast sum of resources to upkeep their functions. Therefore, all storage organs held volumes of resources many times the total volume of the Empyrean tusk itself. The heart was one such organ, possessing enough nutrient-rich blood to satisfy its energy requirements for a year on its own. Adding onto the various stored resources, it could go for a decade without any external intake. Empyrean tusks were that much majestic and impressive as living creatures. That's the final obstacle. Risha frowned in worry. The powder he brought wouldn't be effective on someone at the life stage. When a cultivator entered the life stage, they became a special being. In the spirit stage, one cultivated their spirit. In the body stage, they cultivated their body. Similarly, in the life stage, the cultivator cultivated life itself. Depending on their cultivation level at the life stage, a master had multiple lives. Moreover, they could split their bodies into as many copies as the number of lives they possessed. The split bodies weren't clones, but were the actual cultivator. If a cultivator at the life stage was killed once, they would lose one life and could continue battling. The problem wasn't with this, but with the aspect of their bodies being split. Even though there are two masters here, I cannot guarantee they haven't spread more versions of themselves around the heart. This was the actual problem. Risha used all the prepared powder and waited until it took effect. But just as he was about to go ahead, he noticed another master, a version of the one standing guard. Indeed, there are more of them. Are you sleepy? I just yawned for a moment. With the slightest disturbance, the effects of the powder vanished. Risha couldn't take the risk anymore, and he began to retreat. This was supposed to be the safest option. But since it doesn't work, I should enter a capillary and head directly to the heart. As he was a mammoth clansman, the Empyrean tusk would consciously affect the gravity around his body to prevent him from getting crushed by the liquid pressure in the capillary. Usually, there were nodes in the blood vessels to filter out any foreign substances. Oftentimes, during an invasion, a few mammoth clansmen had by mistake fallen into a bloodstream, mostly when the Empyrean tusk was wounded. In such cases, they would arrive at a node and be kept safe there. Eventually, once the invasion ends, the Empyrean tusk would send them into a channel. That was why Risha couldn't jump into a blood vessel. He would be filtered out. There were no nodes this close to the heart. That was why he took the pains to infiltrate this close. He made his way through an intersection channel and sneaked in a certain direction, sighing upon seeing a broken channel. This was broken when the mud vipers invaded during the first minor crisis. Yes, they had almost reached the heart. If the Empyrean tusk hadn't broken the channel, they would have invaded its heart and devoured it whole. The students in the Academy of Refinement weren't the mud vipers' target. Therefore, only a small number of the weakest among their numbers arrived there. The majority of their peak forces were concentrated in the invasion into the channel leading to the heart. A bloody battle had been fought there between the mud vipers and the mammoth clansmen. An Empyrean tusk corpse would provide enough food to a mud viper nest for a century, also proving them surplus prana. Hence, it was a delicacy. Risha extended a ribbon from his cloth towards the broken region of the channel, watching it disintegrate instantly. The gravity's messed up. He inhaled a deep breath and gently extended his hand forward, pressing it upon the chaotic gravity-infested area. The Empyrean tusk instinctively suppressed the chaos there, keeping him safe. But since it had voluntarily destroyed the channel, even it felt difficulty in fully calming the gravitational flux. His bones caused crunching sounds as a dozen places cracked in the first second. I can't last long. Gritting his teeth, Risha jumped into the chaotic region, falling out of the channel. His limb bones were crushed into powder, causing them to flail about like rubber appendages. They were given up to ensure his vital organs were safe. The pain was unbearable, even for the regressor. When the Empyrean tusk couldn't fully save him, it focused on keeping him alive, allowing him to plunge into an open blood vessel that had been torn off when the channel was destroyed. The Empyrean tusk suppressed the blood from spilling out through gravity. Problem was that it was too old by now. As a result, even its body couldn't heal from a simple wound such as this. During the first major disaster, when Risha fights the Zingers through this region, he falls in through this cut wound. It remained unhealed until then. But at that point, the Empyrean tusk was in its death throes. It didn't have enough attention to focus on protecting him. Therefore, Risha experienced hell as gravity destroyed his body, while his mystic bone art rapidly sucked in prana within the blood vessel, healing him back. It went back and forth, allowing him to barely cling to life. At least, it's not as horrible in this life, Risha thought as he was carried through the blood vessel. Even though he had no prana, his body began to naturally absorb prana from the blood like a sponge. He couldn't activate his mystic bone art to make the prana his. Like the flow of blood, the prana mended his destroyed limbs, and the excess simply flowed out. Without any nodes to filter him out, Risha eventually entered the heart, staring at the sea of blood all around him. He swam towards a wall and got into a crease there, taking a meditative pose. Even though it was full of blood, he wasn't affected by the pressure, thanks to the Empyrean tusk's care. Moreover, his body was naturally absorbing all necessary nutrients from blood, including oxygen. He wasn't breathing, but his lungs were constantly replenished with oxygen, allowing him to survive in such an environment. Now I need to meditate and succeed. Risha's eyes were cold, focused. A few more years remain of your lifespan. In this life, I'll prevent your premature death. The only death you'll experience is one of old age. Chapter 33, Portrait Popularity. Where's he going now? Inala paused his work for a moment upon seeing Inala follow after Latrina. He didn't know Latrina's real identity. All he judged based on her attire was that she hailed from an affluent family. He didn't have any means to gather info on people outside his settlement. Did Varala get access to information about people from Granny Oyo? Granny Oyo also sold medicine to other settlements. Therefore, she maintained an account book about her customers. If Varala somehow chanced upon it, he might use it to further his agenda. Indeed, all he's selling is some medicine. With the support he's getting, he wouldn't even need the paruta gained from selling here. His true objective should be to network with affluent students. Inala concluded. Does that mean he too would network with the students? Yes. That was why he was making portraits of everyone. But would he target those focused upon by Varala? If the chance presents itself, then yes. Greha, Yenda, and Risha had already left the fair. That left only Varala and Inala here. After some time passed, Inala was unable to notice the presence of Varala too. Same for Latrina. Did the two of them go somewhere together? Varala was great at wooing women. Inala was aware of that fact. Therefore, he wondered if Varala intended to take a harem route. But the Mammoth clan women aren't the type to share their beloved with another. He'll be stabbed in the back at this rate. I can use it against him. But first, I need to gather evidence. Thinking as such, Inala resumed his work, making portraits of the students. Can you make one with us together? Two elites that intended to return to their settlement had exited the middle ring and arrived at the outer ring. They then noticed the most crowded stall in the outer ring and approached it to witness what was up with it. Inala was aware that the rest of the reincarnates would only be selling a product. Therefore, they'll finish up the selling process quickly and would return home to collate their gains. That meant only Inala would be left behind until the evening. The elites and even the masters would be leaving by the outer ring to return to their settlement. By then, most of the stalls in the outer ring would be empty, save for him. As most of the crowd would surround his stall, the elites and even the masters would be curious. That was his goal all along. And once it was evening time, his first elite customers arrived. Inala observed the two elites that seemed to be a couple and asked, "Do you want a couple's portrait? Can you fit two people in that tiny portrait?" The female elite asked. "Yes, but can you two hug each other?" Inala asked, smiling upon seeing them nod as he adjusted their hugging pose. This is embarrassing. The male elite blushed upon hugging his wife in public. Public display of affection wasn't a thing in the Mammoth clan. Inala was aware of it, and hence, he hurried the production. He finished the major sketch lines and prompted them to relax. "You can stop hugging. I have what I need to finish." Since the pose was done, he only needed to fill in the details. That could be inferred individually. An hour later, he finished 2 portraits, giving one to each of the couple. "How is it?" Amazing." The female elite blushed as she inspected the portrait. She felt the inscription of her and her husband in the portrait, observing their loving pose in a daze. "I'll treasure it." Death was everywhere in Sumatra. This portrait might not mean much in terms of practical value. but it created a memory of each other that would last even if one of them might die in the future. They could remember their beloved through their portrait, living vicariously in the memory of their past. Thank you. The male elite made a curt bow toward Inala. He had only graduated a few months ago. He was a newbie elite, and hence didn't have the arrogance elites usually had. This also meant he was nervous. For elites died all the time, in charge of most of the Empyrean Tusk's safety. If he died, he didn't wish his beloved to forget him. This portrait will serve as a reminder and keep her memory of him fresh. His wife too felt the same. Moreover, the portrait was only palm-sized. Hence, it could be carried on their body. They could tie it to a thread and sling it around their neck or harness it to their hip. By carrying it on their being, they would remember their family and would fight with a stronger intent to survive and make it back home alive. I can make portraits and even sculptures. Inala advertised himself upon seeing many elites eyeing his stall. Whether it be the compact portraits you can carry with you or life-sized versions for your homes, I can make them in the shortest possible time. If you pay a premium, I can even make the portraits using clay that is as hard as our bones. The last part was just a boast, but it did garner him plenty of attention. Many elites began to commission him, and soon he ran out of materials. There were still plenty of customers waiting. Smiling wryly, Inala expressed his apology. I'm sorry, but all the materials I prepared have run out. I can only resume making the portraits tomorrow. Please visit the 44th Settlement's Academy of Refinement and ask for my service. My name's Inala. Only instructors can enter the academy, right? It's not appropriate for us to barge into such a place. He's still a student. If he was an elite, he could visit our settlements to take up work. What's the 44th Settlement doing? Just assign this student a home to work on his craft. Don't they have plenty of vacant homes? The elites complained one after another. It wasn't easy to enter another settlement. A lot had to be coordinated beforehand to make two Empyrean Tusks move beside each other before the elites from one settlement could jump into the other. Originally, Inala's work wasn't deemed important for the settlement's future. So, none of the instructors promoted his exhibit to the middle ring. Moreover, the exhibit praised by Instructor Mandu was Inala's comedy troupe. Therefore, when he didn't see it, Instructor Mandu was disappointed and hence didn't support Inala's actions. Inala advertised one but sold something else. It offended him. That was why he didn't support Inala's stall. But now that dozens of elites pressured him, Instructor Mandu was forced to act and promote Inala's exhibit and permit him to form a business. I succeeded in the end. Inala became relieved upon seeing an irritated Instructor Mandu give him the green light. Chapter 34, Virala's Grand Scheme. Ha ha, Virala, stop, go slower. Latrina panted as she joined bodies with Virala at a stall in the corner. A shutter had been pulled up as a barricade to prevent them from being heard by the others. Moreover, they chose a time when all the crowd in the outer ring had converged around Inala's stall. That meant there wasn't anyone nearby that could overhear them. It worked to their advantage. Or rather, everything was calculated by Virala until the most minute of variables. And soon he climaxed. Arg! Wait, wait! Wait! Latrina shrieked in shock. Not inside. Shit! It was too late. The deed was done. Latrina moved away from Virala and fingered her groin, intending to take out the semen. But strangely, she didn't even feel a drop. No way. Did it go too deep? But I don't think it should be like this. Sex education wasn't a thing part of their curriculum. But that didn't mean she was unaware of what happened between a couple in the bedroom. She was only a couple of months away from graduating from the academy. That meant she was about to be considered an adult by the Mammoth clan. Her mother had given her a bone slip, granting her all the necessary knowledge on the subject matter. Therefore, Latrina knew that semen would leak out if she used her fingers in a certain way. He wasn't even long enough to reach my uterus. It was too good. Virala suddenly hugged her, causing her heart rate to accelerate. She didn't even realize she had been manipulated using an aphrodisiac, influencing her decision-making. It indeed was good enough to lose my mind. Latrina sighed before firming her thoughts. Fine, so be it. I'll bear a child. I'll become an adult soon enough anyway. I can handle childbirth. Here, drink this. Virala suddenly forced a vial down her throat. Still under the influence of the aphrodisiac, and due to the events that transpired before, Latrina habitually opened her mouth and glugged the contents. Her eyes widened as she stared at him in alertness. What did you make me drink? It's a medicine that prevents you from getting pregnant, Virala said, coughing out blood when he was slapped in the face. You bastard! Latrina fumed as Prana burst out of her in anger. How dare you? The Mammoth clan's death rate was tremendous. Unless one became a master, they had a significant chance of dying any time. The only way to combat this was by having a birth rate vastly superior as compared to their death rate. Therefore, the act of childbirth was considered sacred. Whether it be through a mistake or not, if a child begins to form, they won't do anything to hamper its birth. After all, any mammoth clansman had at least a dozen children, or even more during her lifetime. Having been alive for more than a century, Granny Oyo had 14 children in total. Her grandchildren were too numerous to count. Of course, a good portion of them died in the first minor crisis. No mammoth clansman ever avoided childbirth. Therefore, when Latrina heard Varala's words, all her attraction towards him vanished, instead replaced by hatred. Fucking trash. I'm still a student, Varala shouted suddenly. Please wait until I become an elite. We can properly have children after that. Is that so? Latrina didn't even pay any heed to his words. Pathetic. With that, she never glanced in his direction and walked away, making her way to her settlement. Varala intended to chase after her, but upon sensing the killing intent emanating from her, he backed away. He remained in the stall, infusing prana into his cracked jaw, such brute strength. She didn't hold back in the slightest with that slap, as expected of the 43rd settlement leader's daughter. Even if she's just one of his many daughters, the resources she received are no joke. That's why even her body is so strong. Once he finished healing his injury, Varala stretched his limbs lightly. Ah, that felt good. His lips curled up into a smile as he slowly ripped apart a thin filament from his donger, transparent in nature, barely a tenth of a hair's thickness. It was a condom he had created just for this purpose. That was why when Latrina tried to take out the semen from her organ, she didn't find any. Contraceptives weren't a thing here. Therefore, it didn't even cross her mind that something like that existed. Hence, she was fooled. As for the vial she was forced to drink, it had a hidden purpose. I look forward to tomorrow. His grin widened as Varala stepped out of the stall and looked towards the trunk of the 43rd Empyrean tusk, seeing Latrina tread it up. Latrina, my pawn, return to your home. As the settlement leader's daughter, you'll be protected. But you'll also be your settlement's demise. As Latrina returned to her settlement, she began to sweat a little due to the exertion. Her sweat evaporated and wafted out. As the sweat particles moved in the air, they seemed to have an affinity towards the buildings, latching onto them. These particles released a faint scent, akin to a pheromone. It was faint and couldn't be smelled by the human nose. But it was fatal for a certain species. This scent wouldn't dissipate and instead remain on the buildings. The effects would last for a year, as that was how it was created. Moreover, more and more scent particles would waft out of Latrina faintly through sweat. The contents of the vial she swallowed would make her body react to produce sweat continuously, but at a rate she wouldn't notice. Moreover, it had fused with her prana, constantly being created as her prana regenerated. Therefore, Latrina was pretty much a generator of the scent. She lived in a building on the 33rd Empyrean tusk's head. Therefore, when the Empyrean tusk moved, it caused wind to blow from its head to its tail. Meaning, this wind carried the scent she exuded throughout the settlement, causing it to latch onto all the buildings. Only a zinger would smell it, Latrina. No one else can. But, Varala laughed, it has been a century since the mammoth clan last passed through the Dieng Canyon. Zingers are only iron-grade pranic beasts, weak. The mammoth clan cultivators that could transform into a zinger had already died. Zingers weren't strong individually. The mammoth clansmen that could become a zinger were already few, to begin with. But over the century, they all died out in the battles. As a result, when the mammoth clan ventured into the Dieng Canyon without any zinger among them to guide them, they suffered immensely. Varala recalled the relevant excerpt from Sumatra Chronicles. No one will know. And by the time anyone becomes a zinger, it would be too late. The scent would cover both the 43rd and 44th settlements by then. The path to a cure is just one, he muttered, but that's only in terms of an available path. But he muttered arrogantly as he walked up the 44th Empyrean tusk's trunk confidently. I'm different. I'll open up a new path. Chapter 35, Imagination Art. I'm angry. Damn it. Latrina growled as she walked past the stalls one after another. Excuse me. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to her, causing her to turn around and stare in the direction of the voice. She immediately knew who the caller was. He's the student that makes the portraits. His name. Inala, right? Latrina stared at her caller in confusion. Do you have something to do with me? Ah, yes. Inala smiled wryly and asked, You're someone affluent, right? Why are you asking that? Latrina frowned. She was already in a bad mood, so she felt like she might snap at him if he talked to her anymore. I noticed that you're in a bad mood. I don't mean to overstep my boundary, but if you wish to take a breather and relax, I can help with that. I can make portraits that calm you at a glance. He spoke. I'm not in the mood. Latrina huffed, about to walk away. Don't bother me. You're on the verge of a collapse. Inala's voice turned serious. Your emotional state is very strained at present. With the slightest nudge, your spirit containers might break. At least 20 prana might leak out as a result. You. Latrina was stunned. She intended to snap at him, but the cultivator's instinct drilled into her since young made her think for a moment. If what Inala said was right, she might lose 20 prana. That was dangerous. Even for her, losing that much would imply she wasn't good at controlling her emotions. Her father's already low attention on her might completely vanish after that. She was irritated upon being denied a child of her own. That affected her tremendously, especially since births were treated as sacred. Even though it was because of Varala's actions, it was in her body that a childbirth had been denied. That was taking a mental toll on her. She glared at Inala. I'm the 43rd settlement leader's daughter, Latrina. I'm not weak enough that a minor emotional fluctuation would cause my spirit containers to. I have the fragment disease. Inala made eye contact, sporting a solemn expression as he said, observing her flinch in surprise at his reveal. At the slightest change in my emotional state, my spirit container shatters. I have gone through the process enough times to recognize it with a glance. You're at that state presently. Thanks to my disease, I believe I have the expertise to comment on your condition. Fragment disease, she muttered, calming down. She took in deep breaths and circulated the mystic bone art, gradually clearing out her thoughts. She had a friend that had the fragment disease. When he graduated and proved useless to the clan, he was tossed into a pranic beast's mouth. She had personally witnessed the sight. By emitting her prana, she sensed the faint cracks in his body, verifying that he indeed had the disease. Therefore, she knew the weight behind Inala's statement. Thank you, I have calmed down enough, she said after a couple of minutes had passed, but I apologize. I don't need any help. I can naturally control my emotions. I'm glad you're able to do so, Inala broke into a smile. As a death row student, I'm always desperate to make myself useful to the clan. And when I saw your condition, I knew I had to alert you about it. Moreover, you paid me 20 paruta. So, you're an important customer of mine. He grinned, behaving like a novice, penny-pincher merchant. His intentions were clear. By helping her now, he was hoping for more business from her in the future. As he didn't even display a shred of cunning, Latrina only amounted to his child's play scheme as being cute. Ha! Latrina chuckled and extended her hand for a shake. Inala, right? Can you make larger portraits? I can, Inala patted his chest. There's no limit to the size. As big as you want, I can make it, whether it be a portrait or a sculpture, from one person to your entire family. I can do them all. Also, he sported a smug expression. I can also make imagination art. Imagination art? Latrina tilted her head in confusion. What's that? What if you were born a male? I can draw a realistic version of that. He continued. I can draw a scene of you fighting against a mud viper. I can make it as if you're raiding a mud viper nest, and so on. Or I can make emotional portraits of yourself or anyone of your choosing. Whether it be an intense display of anger, sadness, or happiness, I can make a vivid display. He pointed at her. Just now you were angry. I can make an art of something that at a glance would make you angry, very angry. What's the use of? Latrina trailed off, webbed by his explanation. Training, what else? Inala grinned. Every time your emotion is affected, you can use the mystic bone art to calm yourself. That'll serve as valuable training to control your emotions. For all sorts of emotions you can ever experience, I can make you feel them through my art. In a controlled and safe environment, you can practice enduring them without causing a loss in your prana. I don't need to explain further, right? Now I understand why you asked if I was affluent. Latrina nodded and stared at him calm. These imagination art would be expensive, right? Yes, since they need to be detailed and explosive enough to evoke the related emotion in you. It'll take time to make. Inala replied, but in terms of use, either you alone can use it or you can sell it to your settlement's Academy of Refinement for the benefit of all students. You want money in exchange for it, right? Latrina turned silent, saying after a while, give me 2 days to think it through, and please prepare a piece of imagination art as a sample. If it's as effective as you proclaim, I'll use my funds to support you. Thank you for giving me a chance, Inala bowed respectively. I won't waste your valuable time anymore. Please head back safely. All right, Latrina smiled and turned around, intending to return home. She stopped all of a sudden and glanced at him. You're from the 44th settlement. Yes, I am. Inala nodded, relieved. Finally, she asked the question. Now I'll be able to probe what Varala did to her. It took enough time, huh? Do you know someone named Varala? She asked. Oh, I know him very well. Inala spoke with great familiarity. The two of us share the same fate. We're both death row students. Chapter 36, Worthy of Living. Death row student, Latrina muttered, feeling suspicious of Varala. How did I fall for someone like that? What's he like? she asked next. Inala made it seem like he was pondering carefully and spoke slowly. He's cunningly smart, has a way with words, and always plans a few moves ahead. He's someone I both respect and dislike. Everything he said was what he honestly felt about Varala. It was best to be as honest as possible. Only then would he be able to probe Latrina and glean into Varala's plans. He then stared at her. Why are you asking about him? Did he do something to you? It's nothing. Latrina sighed softly. By chance. Inala focused on her eyes, acting like he could see through her as he spoke, softly. Do you like him? None of your business. Latrina snorted and turned around, walking away. If you're thinking of falling in love with him, I advise against it, since you're a valuable customer of mine. He raised his voice slightly. He already has a lover. Lover? Latrina stopped suddenly. For an instant, her prana flared up, causing her hair to flail about like it experienced a shockwave. Veins popped all over her eyes as she glared at Inala. Are you telling the truth? Yup. Inala acted like he was oblivious to her emotional state and waved his hand calmly. Any student from the 44th settlement would know. He's sweethearts with Rava, one of Granny Oyo's granddaughters. It was because of this that he was accepted as her disciple and taught medicine. He was selling medicine at a stall here with her. That girl with him? Latrina recalled the girl beside Varala at his stall. All he told me was that the two of them had a decent friendship. Is that so? Latrina waved her hand and walked away, exiting the outer ring as she climbed the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's trunk and calmly scaled up. Her eyes were calm, cold even, staring at her surroundings as if everything was but dust. Okay, I did my part here. Inala exhaled softly. It didn't matter if Latrina commissioned him for the imagination art he boasted to her about. Plenty of elites would knock on his door for a portrait anyway. He could gradually tell them about imagination art and increase his sales. Besides, his goal was only to earn enough paruta to hit 100 prana. Once he reaches the body stage, he would be able to prepare and sell items vastly more expensive than the portraits. So, this art fiasco was only until the first major disaster began. Therefore, his primary goal in approaching Latrina was to instigate her against him. It's not possible to interrogate her about whatever she had with Varala, but I hope by instigating her like this, I can use her to hinder his growth. That was his only goal. Of course, he would love it if Latrina gave her all in destroying Varala. A borrowed sword with a fatally sharp edge was the best for destroying an enemy. Inala packed his stall, watching the crowd leave the hilltop one after another. The elites broke down the walls into smaller segments and began to transport them back to their respective settlements. Let's return. You're last. Instructor Mandu approached him, having just returned after guiding the students to the settlement. Inala accompanied Instructor Mandu as they slowly began to climb the trunk, watching the elites carry the items from the hilltop past them. Karara! Right as Inala arrived on the head, the 44th Empyrean Tusk lifted its trunk high up in the air and unleashed a powerful trumpet, thunderously deafening. Shit! He used his palms to apply pressure on his ears, shouting as he felt like he had gone deaf from the sound. His body rattled, even though all that reached him were mere residuals from the sound waves. As the Empyrean Tusk pointed the nostrils of its trunk away from the settlement, most of the trumpeting sound moved away from them. A blast of shock waves, powerful enough that he could see a densely compressed wave of air blast outwards in a semicircular arc. It was powerful enough to flatten a hill, even though it wasn't even an attack. The shockwave traveled for more than 100 kilometers, entering the Dieng Canyon. There was a stirrup in the canyon as a jet-black cloud flitted about in response. Amazing, right? Instructor Mandu muttered with unbridled pride. Only our mammoth clan has such a terrifying home. That's why even massive empires don't dare mess with us. His eyes shone with contempt. 50 years ago, when I was a student, a king offended us. He uttered with a bone-chilling coldness. That day, 44 Empyrean Tusks stomped that foolish king's kingdom into oblivion. An entire civilization was wiped out from the map, just like that. He patted Inala, slightly applying force. If you wish to be part of our mammoth clan's legendary legacy, prove your worth and live past your deadline. I know, Instructor Mandu. Inala nodded. That's why I'm giving it my all. You sure? Instructor Mandu snorted. Didn't you show me something else yesterday? Why did you not display that exhibit? Actually, Inala whispered in his ear, shocking him with the truth. A master witnessed it after that and improved my skill to a terrifying level. They told me to avoid using it to earn paruta, since it had combat potential. That's why I had to drop it. A master? Instructor Mandu's negative impression of Inala vanished. Upon staring at the latter's excited eyes, he knew Inala spoke the truth. Congratulations on getting a master's grace. That's a reward in of itself. Thank you, Instructor. Inala bowed in joy. I'm sure it was because you spread the word. That, Instructor Mandu smiled wryly. I didn't do anything. He then patted Inala, coughing to speak. Keep working hard. We'll now proceed to select the house. Once it's done, I'll have to send the address to the elites that will request your service later. I have one in mind. Inala smiled contently and obtained the house he wanted. It was a cheap house, located close to the Empyrean Tusk's tail. It was the farthest house located in the settlement, never occupied because of the stench that pervaded the region. It was situated alarmingly close to the butthole, after all. Moreover, every time the tail flapped around, it produced thunderous sounds. The environment would disrupt one's meditation. The previous homeowners vacated it when they lost a lot of prana due to the disturbance. Are you sure this is what you want? Instructor Mandu face-palmed. You have hundreds of better options, especially since half the homes are vacant. And this is the one you want. Instructor, Inala spoke in seriousness. I'm a death row student suffering from the fragment disease. Do I have a future? No. Instructor Mandu shook his head. That's why, Inala stared at his home. I'll challenge myself in this home. Just by surviving in such a condition where others gave up would mean. He grinned. I'm worthy of living. Chapter 37, Inala/Greyha. Seriously? This house? Greyha panted as he covered his ears due to the slapping of the Empyrean Tusk's tail and stared into Inala's new home. He looked around, observing that no one else lived in the vicinity. This region was uninhabited in the first place, and with the settlement losing half its population recently, the area around the 44th Empyrean Tusk's buttocks was a ghost town. I'm surprised you figured out my address this quickly, Inala expressed his praise. You must be desperate for my assistance, huh? Greyha didn't comment about that. Instead, he stared at Inala in all seriousness, asking with a mildly dejected tone, Are you sure about this? Your goal is the Zinger Queen? Inala's eyes widened subtly at his statement. Greyha didn't let it slip past his notice, sighing in disappointment as a result. So, I guessed it right. Why? He focused all his attention on Inala's face, observing his every minor change in facial expression. The Zinger Queen is only an expert iron-grade pranic beast. No mammoth clansman that ever fuses with an iron-grade pranic beast will be allocated enough resources to become a master. You have no future, especially without a cure. He glared at Inala. You wouldn't even survive until the second major disaster. What about you, then? Inala snorted. Your goal is to become a mud viper. That's merely a beginner iron-grade pranic beast, the lowest of the low. Greyha was stunned by his words, staring at Inala in shock. How? Come in first. Inala motioned to his living room. We'll talk inside. Even if this place is a ghost town, there might still be ears around. His mood serious, Greyha entered the house and closed the door, taking a seat in the living room. He looked around, unable to notice any of Inala's belongings there. Everything here is from the previous owner. Inala's current home was special. During the first major disaster, this was where the egg with the Zinger Queen would be laid. The fact that Inala picked it meant he intended to become a Zinger Queen. That's impossible, Greyha expressed his confusion. A male mammoth clansman can only fuse with a male pranic beast egg. The gender rule cannot be violated. If you still force your way through, you'll explode. I have plans regarding that. Inala smiled calmly. Do you think it will work? Greyha snorted. Stop being delusional. Just because you think it'll work doesn't mean. Oh, it'll work. Inala patted his chest. I'm not basing it on some hypothesis. It has been proven in Sumatra chronicles. Impossible, Greyha shook his head. If something like that could be done, I would have noticed. Are you sure about that? Inala stared at Greyha with a sense of arrogance. Just like me, you might have read the book multiple times. But, can you recall every single line from it? Moreover, do you understand every single sentence? I don't, Inala said. I only remember the parts that have given me a vivid impression. Only the lines related to it are crystal clear in my memory. As for the rest, I only remember the story, character, and the general meaning and intent behind the dialogues to the scenes. Aren't you the same? He continued. Didn't you base your plan on certain paragraphs that confirm your theories? I get what you're saying, Greyha sighed in defeat and asked, so somewhere in Sumatra Chronicles, your method has been confirmed? Yup, it was just a one-liner though. Inala said, and it was said in passing. Whether it be the chapter comments or even the paragraph comments to the paragraph with that line, not a single reader commented about it. There was no weight given to it because the event accompanying that statement carried a significant impact. Everyone focused on that. Greyha was silent. The moment the creature resembling Cthulhu brought him to that mysterious space, he realized Sumatra Chronicles wasn't merely a story. It was an account of reality being written by a deity. That was why the novel was that damn interesting. Moreover, it had so many secrets buried within it. The entire novel was a treasure trove of secrets. The greater one researched upon it, and pondered the various sentences forming it, the more underlying rules of Sumatra continent would they unearth. If only I could refer to the book whenever I want. I feel the same, Inala sighed. I have the thought almost all the time. So, what's our plan? Greha spoke after a couple of minutes of silence. Are you giving up on the cure? We realize Empyrean Tusk's heart is the cure, but in truth, it could also be interpreted otherwise. Inala said, Fragment disease isn't a disease, but a condition due to having a stronger Empyrean Tusk's characteristic. We're closer to the Empyrean Tusk in terms of our body's constitution, a lot more than the other mammoth clansmen. Greha's eyes widened in surprise as realization finally dawned on him. I see, so that's what she meant. She. Inala caught onto his expression and pressed forth. What do you mean by that, Greha? It's nothing. Greha got up, intending to leave. Take a seat, Inala's voice dropped in tone, expressing killing intent. Do you think I was sharing information with you for free? He calmly patted the sofa. Sit. Greha glared at Inala while the latter did the same. The two remained in a staring contest for 10 whole minutes, allowing him to realize, Inala is serious this time. If I don't cooperate, I wouldn't be walking out of this house unscathed. There would be a fight to the death. Greha observed his surroundings with more attention this time, noticing pieces of bone subtly placed all around him, mostly hidden. Spirit weapons. My goodness, how many has this madman refined? The entire house was one major trap. That was why he lured me in by goading me with sensitive information. I walked right into his trap. It's good that you realized, Inala spoke calmly. I purposely left a few in the open to make you aware. Now take a seat, Greha. The night's long, and before we enter Dieng Canyon, I intend to discuss with you, heart to heart. Inala expressed his resolution. Believe me when I say I truly intend to exchange information with you. I have observed everyone for the past month, and I can say that you're also treading a route similar to mine. Our interests are aligned and wouldn't conflict for at least a year. He concluded. Hence, I believe we both can benefit from this deal. We each have valuable information. Let's exchange it. Fine. Greha sighed and took a seat. It was his fault to have let his guard down. Unless Inala was satisfied, he couldn't leave the house. In his possession was a bucket with the mud viper toxin. Other than that, he only had one spirit weapon in his pocket. In contrast, Inala had as many as he wanted, placed strategically throughout the living room. If a fight were to erupt, Greha would die, irrespective of how much prana he had. Inala's fully prepared and enjoys home ground advantage here. I was too naive. Since I had been visiting his house daily over the past month, I forgot that we're not in the academy anymore. There's no protection from the instructors here. Greha stared at Inala, eventually revealing the secret that he had blurted out by mistake before. I spoke to our Empyrean Tusk today. Chapter 38, Planning for the Endgame. So, the Empyrean Tusk addressed you as her son. Inala nodded in understanding, conveying his conjecture on the matter. That is in line with my thoughts. You could guess it? Greha was stunned, staring at Inala in a new light. He's terrifying. How did I underplay his fearsome intuitive prowess in my estimation before? Shit, my lack of scheming capabilities is being shown here. Remember when Risha became an Empyrean Tusk, Inala said. Recall our requirements to successfully enter and cultivate in the body stage. Once we build 100 spirit containers and fill them all with prana, we'll reach the peak of the spirit stage. Once we fuse all 100 spirit containers into one, we'll enter the body stage. But this spirit container is unstable and cannot last for more than a few minutes. Greha spoke. Therefore, to stabilize it, we fuse it with the egg of a pranic beast. Wait a second. Greha shouted in shock. There wasn't an Empyrean Tusk egg there for him to fuse with. Yes, Inala nodded, egging Greha to continue his thoughts. I originally thought an Empyrean Tusk's heart doubled as its egg. Greha frowned, since in Sumatra chronicles, details about their birth were never stated. There also were no hints of a male Empyrean Tusk mentioned until the end. I assumed they were asexual creatures. There are many pranic beasts like that. Their heart doubles down as an egg, and when the parent dies, the heart becomes an egg and hatches a newborn. That was why I thought it made sense when Risha entered the 44th Empyrean Tusk's heart during her death and gained her power. Usually that's the case. Inala nodded, but Risha never fused with a pranic beast egg back then. Instead, Inala patted his thigh. He absorbed enough of the Empyrean Tusk's blood to awaken the bloodline in him. It was mentioned thrice in Sumatra chronicles as a monologue from Risha, Inala said. Not once was it confirmed, though. But I believe that is the truth, especially considering how he could transform to varying levels at the body stage and fight. That, Greha felt the last pieces of the puzzle in his mind fit right in. Indeed, it's not the case of his genius capabilities in prana manipulation that he could control his level of transformation. A cultivator in the body stage could transform into the pranic beast they fused with. A cultivator that had fused with a mud viper would transform into the mud viper holy. They would look no different from a regular mud viper. This was always the case. But Risha was able to control his transformation and split it up into 4 stages: tusk, exoskeleton, miniature, and empyrean. At the tusk stage, he could create and wield a tusk as a weapon. He held the tusk in his hand like a tool. At the exoskeleton stage, an exoskeleton armor similar to the one on the empyrean tusk covered his body. But he would remain humanoid, the same size as his usual self. At the miniature stage, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall empyrean tusk. Only at the empyrean stage did he truly become an empyrean tusk in all its glory, standing at a height exceeding a kilometer. Stages 1 to 3 didn't exist for any other cultivator. They directly transformed into the full form of their respective pranic beast. Originally, if treated like a novel, this characteristic of Risha seemed something reserved for the main character, just to be unique. But the moment Sumatra Chronicles was revealed to be real, that changed everything. It meant there was a concrete reason for its existence. You know that a mammoth clansman suffers from the fragment disease because the empyrean tusk's bloodline is highly concentrated in them, right? Inala concluded, you know until this part. Then, do you remember the filler arc in Sumatra Chronicles about the Cooter clan? I disliked it, so I skipped most of the contents. Greha smiled wryly. That arc was damn boring. I did that too, so I understand your opinion. Inala nodded, but I heard from someone on the forum that it explained the logic behind Risha's uniqueness. So I gritted through the arc. There, I noticed some familiarity. Like us, the Cooter clan live on the back of a pranic beast, the empyrean snapper. Rare Cooter clansmen suffer from the buoyant disease. But in situations where they ingest large quantities of the empyrean snapper's blood, they awaken their bloodline and can transform into an empyrean Cooter themselves. But this only happens when they ingest the blood while fusing their 100 spirit containers into one. Inala raised a finger. There was one example in that arc. He was someone as strong as Risha, but due to the Cooter clan's carefree nature, he was never relevant to the plot. Inala concluded, so Risha never had to consume our empyrean tusk's heart to gain its power. Rather, to awaken our bloodline, we only need to ingest large quantities of the empyrean tusk's blood during the process when we fuse our spirit containers into one. That's the actual cure to the fragment disease. Greha sat in silence, too stunned to speak. As he pondered Inala's words and recalled his experience with the empyrean tusk, he felt things made sense. That means the cure is accessible. I see, so that's why I was given the ovum. Through it, I can awaken my bloodline and become an empyrean tusk. All I require is enough prana to facilitate the process. But, he frowned, recalling his first thought upon noticing Inala's choice of home. He stared in confusion. If you can become an empyrean tusk, why would you choose anything else? An expert gold-grade pranic beast, the top of the top, with a lifespan of around 2,000 years. That's the empyrean tusk. No other pranic beast can ever come close. That's true, Inala nodded. If I awaken my bloodline, I would be similar to Risha and can activate my power in 4 stages, just like him. I'll be alive for long enough to become bored of life. But, he stared at Greha in mockery. Risha had all that. Then what was his age when he died? Greha turned silent. He was 119 years old. That's how long he remained alive before getting killed by the Boar King. Inala shrugged. What's the use in being able to remain alive for thousands of years when you are killed before being able to live even a tenth of that lifespan? He mocked Greha. Can you kill the Boar King? Even Risha died a dog's death against him. Aren't we all preparing to survive the 4th major disaster and prevent the Mammoth clan's annihilation under the hands of the Boar King? Inala growled. Getting the cure is merely the first step. Being an empyrean tusk wouldn't make me stronger than Risha. That path would only guarantee my death against the Boar King. Can a zinger do anything? Greha snorted, retaliating with his argument. A zinger can spend its lifetime attacking an empyrean tusk and still fail to make a scratch. Do you think such a weak pranic beast can manage to harm a single strand of the Boar King's hair, not to mention kill him? Not in a year, no. Inala shook his head before grinning. But by the time we encounter the Boar King? Yes. Chapter 39, Cthulhu's Excitement. I understand your plan better now. Greha nodded. I told you pretty much everything, Inala pointed at Greha. It's time you reveal your plans too. There's a reason you've chosen the Mud Vipers, right? Fine. After a moment of thought, Greha stared at Inala. But do you understand the implications if I were to show you my plan? By revealing our plans to each other, we're placing our weakness in each other's hands, Greha said. I know that, Inala stared at him calmly. Isn't that why I told you my plan already? Stop wasting my time and out with it. I understand. Greyha was able to glean better into Inala's nature. He has probed enough that he's aware he could gain tremendously from me through this transaction. That's why he has revealed his plans without hesitation. Wait! He shuddered upon thinking of their first interaction. It was Inala that shouted to get Greyha's help in closing the entrance to the Academy's shelter during the first minor crisis. It was from there that their partnership began. He already had a grasp of my character to bet on me. And in the name of a transaction, he refined Mud Viper tonic for free for a month. That transaction was due to Greyha giving Inala a Mud Viper. But after the transfer, Greyha had no way to ask Inala to uphold his end of the deal. They hadn't notarized the deal after all. Moreover, Inala gained nothing from refining Mud Viper tonic for him daily. Instead, he expended his prana to do so. There was no benefit in keeping up his end of the deal, since if he holed himself in his room, it would be a blow to Greyha. Without the Mud Viper tonic, Greyha wouldn't have been able to raise the Mud Viper eggs, train, or do anything worthwhile. That one move would have crippled all his plans. But despite everything, Inala refined Mud Viper tonic for him daily, without shirking away from his responsibility even once. He always complained, but never acted against him. Leading to the current event, Greyha was terrified of this individual named Inala. Did he show his goodwill just to lay the groundwork for today? The groundwork began the moment Inala called out for Greyha's help. And by showing his favor during the past month, Inala indeed built a positive image of himself in Greyha's mind. If not for that, Greyha wouldn't have been willing to disclose his secrets. Since when? Greyha stared at Inala and asked, "How did you know that I would come to possess a valuable secret and would be willing to share it with you?" "I'll tell you after you reveal your secret." Inala smiled. "All right." Greyha brought out the ovum and spoke. "This was my target from the start. When I touched it, the Empyrean Tusk was able to converse with me. She called me her son, despite knowing everything about me. Tertiary nature, Empyrean incubator. To the Empyrean Tusk, we Mammoth clansmen are like a bone slip. All information about us is available for the Empyrean Tusk to access. So, she already knows of us hailing from Earth, and whatever we set out to do." Greyha said, "But what was puzzling was that she used her powers to fuse this ovum to me, and made it my tertiary nature." "Tertiary nature," Inala nodded. "That's terrifying. Even Risha only gained it at the endgame." Greyha then explained about his tertiary nature. "I plan to use the Empyrean incubator to infuse the Empyrean Tusk's essence into a Mud Viper egg and create a mutant egg. Once it mutates, the egg would at least be at the silver grade. Mud Vipers might be iron grade pranic beast. But when they fuse with the powers of a gold grade pranic beast, the result would at least be a silver grade pranic beast. I plan to refine as many successful eggs as possible. By collating the data, I'll do my best to increase the result as high as possible in the silver grade." Greyha said, "And if time permits, I hope to refine the gold grade Mud Viper egg. But I'm not sure if that's possible before the first major disaster starts. Even otherwise, using the Empyrean incubator, I can refine myself." He continued, "It might take significantly longer than if I succeeded in these 11 months, but I have confidence in improving my pranic beast grade to gold eventually." "But why a Mud Viper?" Inala asked. "That's what I'm wondering about. Other than that, your plans are more or less similar to mine. Individual strength doesn't work against the Boar King." Greyha sighed. "If even Risha failed, I won't be foolish enough to claim I could be better. This past month, I could clearly feel how gifted he is towards combat. Therefore, I chose the only other method. Swarm tactics." He concluded. "It's the easiest to raise the number of Mud Vipers. They have the fastest maturity rate. And with my ovum, I can make them vastly more terrifying than a common Mud Viper." "That's rather straightforward." Inala could guess Greyha's thoughts. The 44th Empyrean Tusk was a gold-grade pranic beast, one whose individual strength lay at the top of Sumatra. But even it was overwhelmed by a Mud Viper nest. Had it stumbled upon 2 Mud Viper nests, it would have been surely killed. For a young Empyrean Tusk at its prime, at most 4 Mud Viper nests would be necessary to kill it. Therefore, as long as Greyha had enough of a swarm under his control, he could kill even the Boar King. That was his plan. "That's why I revealed my secrets to you, Greyha." Inala smirked. "I too am proceeding in the same route. That's why I'll become a Zinger Queen." "Now tell me," Greyha asked, "how did you trust that I'll come to possess such secrets?" "It's simple," Inala grinned. "Remember when that Cthulhu gathered us?" "I do," Greyha nodded. "Back then, weren't you the most confident among us all in claiming to be better than Risha?" Inala grinned. "You're green." "Yes, I was confident." Greyha nodded. "But it could have just been a boast." "You see," Inala coughed awkwardly, "in the negative review I left, I bashed his mom. So, when we met, the Cthulhu beat me to a pulp. That made me realize he's as emotional as a teenager. Therefore, I was observing him all along. When he gathered us all, his heads multiplied from 1 to 6, and each head faced one of us respectively. Inala said, "For every statement we said, the respective head facing us reacted, even if all the heads spoke in unison. Since it could read our minds, that mild facial reaction indicated whether or not it believed our claims." He stared at Greha and grinned. "I clearly remember its expression at your boast. Even though it was subtle, it was an emotion of excitement." Chapter 40. Constructive and Destructive Greed. "Visit my home daily," Greha said as he held the refined mud viper tonic. "Come after dinner time." "Sure," Inala nodded. By inviting him to his house, Greha was exhibiting his level of trust. The two had allied now and intended to walk towards a common survival. Since they didn't need to fight for the cure, there wasn't any significant reason to be in conflict. Moreover, by allying, they could pool their resources and plan for a better future. "Do you plan to reveal the true nature of the cure to the other reincarnates?" Greha paused just as he was about to open the door, turning around to stare at Inala. "Heck no," Inala growled. "If I say anything to them, there's a guaranteed chance they'll destroy the Zinger Queen's egg. Therefore, I intend to play dumb and act as if I'll drop out of the race. Blola and Yenda creep me the fuck out. Varala is fucking greedy. He most definitely plans to proceed in the same route as Risha." Inala continued in irritation. "They're all snakes. And unlike me or you, they desire strength even if everyone else is killed in the process." "Destructive greed, huh?" Greha nodded. He thought of his plan, followed by Inala's. "Both of us are incredibly greedy too. But our plans don't involve destroying others. The two of us fall under constructive greed." "What do we do about them?" Greha asked. "We need to do something to thwart their plans. There's also the problem with Ganala's lifespan. After she dies, our lives would become terrible." Ganala was the 44th Empyrean Tusk's name. Inala was now aware of it. He frowned as he pondered. In Sumatra chronicles, after her death, only 20 remained alive in this settlement. They weren't accepted as refugees by the other settlements. Even though Empyrean Tusks moved as a herd, they were averse to having mammoth clansmen from other Empyrean Tusks live on them. That was because of one primary reason. A mammoth clansman born on the 44th Empyrean Tusk was considered part of its immune system. To the 43rd Empyrean Tusk, a mammoth clansman from the 44th settlement was a foreign bacterium, not exactly an enemy, but not a friend either. It would be similar to the human body's immune system registering weak bacteria as a powerful enemy and launching a full-scale attack on it. The enemy would be dealt with so swiftly that the white blood cells wouldn't know what to do, and hence turn up on the body's cells. This was what primarily caused rashes. A foreign mammoth clansman living on an Empyrean Tusk would cause it to develop a rash too. It would develop stress, trying to ensure its gravitational fields didn't squash him by mistake. For an Empyrean Tusk's mind, that stress was dangerous, because it would quickly accumulate and pass over the tipping point, causing the Empyrean Tusk to enter an aggressive state. It would immediately attack the rest of the herd. Just one foreigner, if cooped up in a house like a prisoner, wasn't an issue. But if there were around a dozen, with each moving around like people of that settlement, then things became serious. 20 survivors from the 44th settlement were pretty much dangerous if invited into other settlements. It was because the Mammoth clan disliked taking care of someone that didn't contribute. But to contribute, these refugees would have to take up work, meaning they would move throughout the settlement, only adding to the Empyrean Tusk stress. The reward was nothing, while the risks included the possible downfall of more than one Empyrean Tusk. Due to that reason, those survivors had to run after the herd and live a life worse than dogs. Inala sighed. Once a Mammoth clansman reaches the body stage, they would require a lot of resources, most of which could only be produced by their Empyrean Tusk. Without that, they wouldn't be able to cultivate. Forget cultivation. If the situation progressed for an extended duration, their bones would begin to turn brittle. But it wasn't the fragment disease. Their bodies were simply starting to collapse. "That arc was messed up," Greha stated in worry. The survivors faced the second, third, and fourth minor crisis in that state. "I remember having sleepless nights while reading that arc. The gore was ugly. I stopped reading it for 2 months," Inala trembled faintly, thinking that they would have to face it next. "Only after the next arc started and I saw comments that things had recovered did I dare read that arc." The Mammoth clan's ugliness would be on full display. Greha shuddered at the thought. Eventually, Risha's parents returned with a baby Empyrean Tusk. It accepted them as part of its immune system. Things barely recovered after that. "I'm working on my goal to ensure I can prolong Ganala's lifespan until the baby Empyrean Tusk arrives," Inala said. Greha's eyes lit up. Right, the Zinger Queen's power. But, he frowned, You won't have a large enough window after becoming the Zinger Queen to save Ganala. Or rather, I don't think you'll make it on time. Which is why I'm allying with you. Inala said in seriousness, I'll support you with all my strength. And during the first major disaster, you'll become my bodyguard. In today's fair, all the reincarnates have gained a means of revenue. There aren't any significant opportunities after this for them to reveal themselves. Inala concluded, so I fear all of them would be busy holed up in their houses, cultivating and preparing their schemes. We won't get any other opportunities to kill them. That's what you're saying, right? Greha nodded. The earliest opportunity is during our graduation. But that's an hour before the first major disaster starts. It's too risky to target them in that situation. Right, even if we target one reincarnate, we might also be injured in the process. Inala grunted. If that happens, we'll miss our opportunity. That risk is the reason all schemes will stop until the first major disaster starts. But, his eyes turned cold. Once they succeed in their scheme, they'll start hunting everyone else. I get what you're saying. Greha nodded and opened the door. I'll be your bodyguard. To avoid living through that arc, I'll do my best to help you succeed. Same here, Inala nodded. I'll give my wholehearted cooperation for your success too. Greha closed the door and returned to his home. Inala looked around, feeling the silence of the place. It seems Ganala stopped flailing her tail. Inala left his home and sat on the ground, closer to the settlement's edge. He observed the vast darkness that stretched beyond, faintly illuminated by the majestic celestial bodies in the sky. Ganala, if you're able to hear me, gently slap your tail twice. He muttered after a while. Immediately in response, the 44th Empyrean Tusk's tail gently slapped its butt twice, just as he had requested. It usually only slapped once, aloud, and that was to deter any pranic beast that crept towards it. As the Empyrean Tusk moving last in the herd, it needed to be attentive about any enemies that might ambush the herd from behind. That was why it continued to make loud sounds using its tail. Upon hearing the two soft sounds, Inala laughed, faintly tearing up in happiness. Ah, I'm happy to have been reincarnated to this world. Thank you for tolerating my existence, Ganala. I'll definitely help you survive the first major disaster. After all, his face beamed as he stared at one of the celestial planets in the sky that faintly resembled Jupiter. I dreamed of living a long life in this world. Sumatra Chronicles is hype. Chapter 41. Entering the Dieng Canyon. Inala woke up early in the morning and climbed to the terrace of his house. He stared to the side of the herd's path, observing that they were close to the Dieng Canyon. In an hour or two, we'll be entering it. Thump, thump. His heart rate gradually accelerated in anxiety. His body was tense as Inala heard the slapping noises of the 44th Empyrean Tusk's tail become frequent. The sound was also becoming louder and louder. It was apparent that even Ganala was nervous. The previous night, Inala experimented to see if he could communicate with Ganala. Unfortunately, that turned up as a failure. Only special mammoth clansmen could do that. In Sumatra Chronicles, it was stated that only their ancestor could communicate with the Empyrean Tusks. Even Risha couldn't do it. Inala thought, if even the protagonist couldn't achieve it, then it probably meant an impossibility. He didn't give up though and looked for a chance. And even though he couldn't communicate with Ganala, he was still able to inform her. To Ganala, he was a bone slip, meaning she could access all his information, including his thoughts in real time. Therefore, Inala could ponder stuff based on their route and allow Ganala to become more aware. Throughout the previous night, he talked as much as possible, asking her to focus on him. There was one problem with this. Ganala was growing old. The moment the reincarnates came into existence, she would have accessed their bodies to know what would happen next. She should have been aware of the damage her settlement would face from the first minor crisis. The fact that everything still played out as in Sumatra Chronicles raised an alarming conclusion. Even if she knows, she cannot do anything about it. Ganala had grown old. In human terms, she was a granny that had lived past a century. At this age, most of her body functions barely worked. Her memory would be hazy, her body wouldn't cooperate with her mind, and most of all, her condition only continued to deteriorate with the passage of every day. Ganala is the oldest and weakest in the herd now. Based on the Empyrean Tusk herd psychology, she has no say in whatever the herd does. All the Empyrean Tusks follow the leader that is at the front. He thought in worry. Say, he suddenly spoke, if I were to enter the 43rd settlement, would I be a bone slip to the 43rd Empyrean Tusk? If it's possible, please slap gently twice. If it's not possible, slap thrice. Inala was disappointed when there came 3 slaps. It means I'm only Ganala's bone slip because I'm part of her immune system. That makes sense. I'll be treated as an outsider by the other Empyrean Tusks. This meant he couldn't use his information to alert the other Empyrean Tusks. He was a student. Therefore, he didn't even have the qualification to talk with Bora Tusk, not to mention the leaders of other settlements. And even if he found an opportunity, he would only be treated as a madman. Or worst, he'll be chucked into a pranic beast's mouth. That was the fate of death row students, after all. He would only be considered desperate to live on, and hence uttered whatever he wanted to remain alive. Without enough strength on the level of a leader, his words wouldn't be treated with importance. That was how the Mammoth clan functioned. Inala didn't plan to visit the academy today, for it would be dangerous. He stared ahead and observed the Empyrean tusks at the front of the herd enter the Dieng Canyon. It's starting. He returned home and looked around, nodding upon seeing the barricades holding up well. He used the mud vipers to shoot mud balls at the windows, sealing them all. All that was left was the main door. Once he barricaded it, he'll be able to get some rest. Dieng Canyon was a special place, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. It would take the Empyrean tusk herd anywhere from 6 months to 10 years to go through it, depending on the route they take. Dieng Canyon was a hot spot where rivers from all over Sumatra converged. There existed a sinkhole at its center where all the river water was sucked inside. It wasn't mentioned in Sumatra chronicles as to where the sucked-in water would be ejected, but it seemed to be somewhere so far away that it never came into picture until the end of the book. Due to the convergence of rivers, all sorts of pranic beasts and cultivators traveled through Dieng Canyon. Things remained chaotic in this region, primarily because of one pranic beast race that behaved as both bandits and pirates. The Zinger. Reaching a height of 3 meters on average, it was a creature resembling a monkey. Trailing from its arm to leg was an elastic membrane similar to a flying squirrel. Thanks to this, a Zinger was able to glide through the air. It was explicitly stated in Sumatra chronicles that there existed no race in Sumatra that could fly, whether it be cultivators or pranic beasts. There were no birds. Zingers came close to that term, only because they could glide in the air. But at the end of the day, they were pretty much mammalian in nature. Unlike a monkey, Zingers sported sharp claws like a bird's, allowing them to perch on any surface. But they had 5 fingers like a human. A Zinger could move both like a bipedal creature and a 4-legged creature. Unlike the hunch monkeys had when moving on 2 limbs, Zingers moved like humans. They possessed flexible spinal joints that allowed them to be erect when bipedal and become curved to move on all 4s. On the ground, a Zinger was weak. But in the Dieng Canyon, with the walls reaching as high as 2 kilometers, it created plenty of ground for a Zinger to glide around and target prey using wave tactics. In the Dieng Canyon's environment, they were the perfect predator. And I'll never fight them. The moment the herd enters the canyon, the Zingers would systematically target them. There was no guarantee he wouldn't be killed by one of them. That was why he intended to hole up for the remaining 11 months. Moreover, to buy any necessities, he'll use the grooves and enter the Empyrean tusk's interior and employ the bone channels there to move around. Thankfully, Zingers were creatures of the day and didn't have night vision. Hence, Inala could move about peacefully at night. It was why Greha too asked him to come after dinner time. Just as he faced his mud viper at the entrance, intending to seal it using hardened mud, there was a knock on the door. Who is knocking now? Confused, he carefully opened the door, peeking out slightly as a foreboding sensation welled up in his being, observing the person. Instructor Mandu? What are you doing here? I told your performance to the instructors yesterday. They wish to showcase your ability to the students today to motivate them to work harder. Instructor Mandu smiled. Fuck! Inala despaired. Chapter 42. Temporary Instructor. Instructor, I was training and forgot the passage of time. Inala smiled wryly. That's great. I commend you for that. Instructor Mandu nodded in praise. But unless you have a valid reason, you shouldn't skip classes, all right? After a third of the students died, we need as many there as possible. Instructor Mandu said, Besides, I'm not asking you to demonstrate for free. He grinned. You'll be paid 100 paruta, since you'll be acting as a temporary instructor for an hour. Let's get going. Inala acted overjoyed as he consumed a vial of mud viper tonic and carried a small box of clay. Instructor Mandu wasn't someone that took no for an answer. Moreover, he was the middleman that brought elites from other settlements to Inala's house for the portraits. As the instructor in charge of teaching him, all communications meant for Inala had to be passed through him. Even if someone from their settlement wished to commission Inala, it had to be through Instructor Mandu. Therefore, he was one person that Inala couldn't afford to get on the bad side of. Otherwise, he might do something to reduce my customers. That was why Inala changed his tune, despite his unwillingness. He put on an enthusiastic act to ensure he remained in Instructor Mandu's good grace. Moreover, it would have been normal if Inala was informed of the task assigned to him after he arrived at the academy. And if he dared be absent, despite being unaware, he would still be punished. but Instructor Mandu took the initiative to inform him by coming to his house. That meant a lot. Moreover, the elites were aware they were entering the Dieng Canyon. That meant Instructor Mandu also acted as Inala's bodyguard, ensuring his safety. That wasn't all. Even if Inala temporarily acted as an instructor, as his task entailed, there was no need to pay him. It could just be worded as a discussion session among the students. But it was obvious that Instructor Mandu fought on his behalf, so that he received a pay of 100 paruta. That was his show of goodwill. Instructor Mandu favored hard workers immensely. Since he saw Inala doing his best despite being a death row student, he intended to encourage the latter. That was why Inala put on his best behavior. He was internally nervous but acted calm and collected. This would be informed in classes. But since you'll temporarily be treated as an instructor, I'll tell you this in advance. Instructor Mandu spoke in seriousness. Half the herd has already entered the Dieng Canyon. We'll follow along shortly after. I'll do my best to protect you, but just be mentally prepared to be attacked by the Zingers. Don't be shocked by their attacks and end up losing all your accumulated prana, he warned. Thank you, instructor. Inala bowed in response before flashing a confident grin. I won't disappoint you. Good. That's the spirit. Instructor Mandu nodded in praise. Soon, the duo arrived at the training grounds in the Academy of Refinement. The students were gradually assembling there. Inala stood next to Instructor Mandu, facing the students. He observed them. Neither Risha nor the reincarnates are here. As I expected, he wasn't aware that Blola had already left the settlement. Once all the students arrived, Instructor Mandu gave a short speech. Now, we have among us the death row student, Inala. He has shown exemplary performance at the fair yesterday. Today, he'll display his carving skills. Everyone! Instructor Mandu's booming voice resounded. Controlling 4 spirit weapons with such precision needs exceptional capability. Even we instructors pale in comparison to Inala's delicate control. Hence, he'll be teaching you as a temporary instructor. After Inala bowed towards the instructors that were stationed all over the academy to protect the students, he addressed, I'll just demonstrate my skills first for everyone to see. I'll then begin my explanation to train as I do. Inala had just taken out the clay when he noticed a shadow moving across the training ground. He stared up and saw a creature gliding across the sky. Fuck! Already! Calmly gliding 100 meters above the settlement was a Zinger. It didn't attack them, but instead seemed to be observing the layout. It was a Zinger scout. At the sight of it, Instructor Mandu snapped his finger. A bone spear, his spirit weapon, that was kept rest on the wall nearby flew out. It spun rapidly, causing a whirring sound as it flew at speeds surpassing 100 meters per second and stabbed the Zinger's neck. Crook! The Zinger coughed out blood as its neck had been pierced. But before it could react, the spear lodged in its flesh began to rotate once again, shredding the muscles as it punctured to the other side. The bone spear made a U-turn and pierced its wings, destroying its gliding capabilities. The Zinger wasn't even able to utter a cry as its throat had been shredded apart. As it fell, the bone spear poked a few more holes in its body. In the end, the spear skewered its heart and gently brought it to the ground. Instructor Mandu calmly retracted his bone spear and commented, A Zinger scout. The best way to fight it is to crush its throat first. As long as it cannot shriek and alert its brethren, we can avoid a fight. Zinger scouts are capable of transmitting a vast sum of information through a single shriek. So, always be on the lookout for them. Instructor Mandu explained a bit about the Zingers and then motioned for Inala to continue his class. After Inala's class, we'll dissect the Zinger and learn more about its body. Inala began his class as from time to time, one of the instructors would kill a Zinger scout. Every time this happened, he became more nervous. The interval between the arrival of every scout is shrinking. While addressing the students, he casually looked beyond, noticing massive cliff walls come into view. We're entering the Zinger territory now. He wished to do nothing else but complete the class and return to the safety of his home. And that's how you do it. I'm training different parts of my brain. For basics, he drew a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. Just do this for 10 minutes. If you can do 40 sets without jumbling the square and circle, you can proceed to the next step. As the students followed his words, Inala silently observed his surroundings, nervous, able to feel his legs going weak. Monkey-like screeches, hisses, and other varieties echoed. The sounds only grew abundant over time. It was apparent that even the students were unable to concentrate. After all, this was the first time they ever heard pranic beast sounds above them. From today onwards, these sounds will accompany us. Inala braced himself for impact. Chapter 43, Official Entry. A massive heap of earth, compressed to become stone, reaching as high as 2 kilometers. Its peak and base were more or less similar in breadth, like a pillar, but mountainous in size. Such mountains littered the area, each with steep cliffs, causing the narrow gaps between each to become ravines. Due to the arrangement of the mountains, the ravines formed a sprawling maze covering millions of square kilometers in area. Some of these ravines became canyons due to the many rivers entering the region, as a result causing its moniker, Dieng Canyon. The peak of one such mountain was littered with baobab trees. Sporting thick stems filled with water, they were a special variety among trees. Scuttling between the trees like squirrels were zingers, numbering in the thousands. A zinger leapt onto a baobab tree and pierced its claws through the stem, poking a wide hole. It opened its mouth and galloped the water that gushed out. Once it had its fill, prana gushed to its palms and condensed an egg-like sphere that it used to cork the hole. Many zingers did the same, drinking water from the trees and corking the poked holes following that. Usually, a zinger didn't use a hole created by another zinger, usually. But because of their high death rate, once the zinger dies, its imprint on the egg-shaped cork vanishes. And when that happens, another zinger makes an imprint on it and uses it to satisfy its thirst. Kakik! Kakaka! A horde of zingers let out various cries as they rushed towards the edge of the mountain and crawled towards the cliff walls. Strong winds were blowing through the ravine, fluttering the fur that covered their bodies. One such zinger was slightly more developed than the rest of its brethren. Its eyes glistened with sentience as it hung on the cliff. The claws in its legs lodged into the cliff walls, anchoring itself to the place. Its left hand held the dangling roots of a baobab tree, while it placed its right hand over its eyes, like an umbrella, mimicking humans when they wished to observe things afar. This ravine spanned a width of 5 kilometers, one of the widest in the Dieng Canyon, forming one of the major roads of entry into the region, frequented by many, especially Empyrean tusk herds. And currently one such herd entered. As the majestic Empyrean tusks walked into the ravine, they slowed down. The Empyrean tusk at the very front, the leader of the herd, stopped, observing the tens of thousands of zingers waiting on the cliff walls. It raised its trunk high up in the air, seemingly sucking in the air. Even though it was only inhaling slowly, the direction of wind in the ravine changed. Keek! A group of zingers close by shrieked in fluster as lumps of rock in the cliff wall broke around the locations their claws were lodged in. They were being pulled in by the suction force. The zingers hurriedly bit onto the baobab tree roots while their claws repeatedly dug into the cliff walls, barely staying rooted. Some feeble ones were unfortunately sucked into the trunk. The Empyrean tusk soon finished inhaling as its eyes shot to the side and glared at the cliff walls covered by zingers. Its trunk calmly faced in the direction where the zingers were the most concentrated and unleashed a powerful trumpet, exhaling all the air to further escalate its might. Keraralea! Shockwaves blasted throughout the ravine, echoing off the cliff walls as a thick layer of compressed air, visible to the naked eye, blasted for hundreds of kilometers. Ki! The zingers shrieked as their eardrums ruptured from the shockwaves. Large pieces of the cliff walls collapsed as the bodies of the zingers and any other pranic beast within a 10-kilometer vicinity of the Empyrean tusk were smashed into pulp. The ones further back lost consciousness. Their grips loosened in response as they fell from their spots on the cliff, making a beeline towards the ground. But partway through the freefall, their bodies, along with the large broken pieces of the cliff walls, stopped. Intense winds blew otherwise, preventing them from reaching the ground. The Empyrean tusk had begun inhaling through its trunk, using its primary nature to suck in air hundreds of times the volume of its body. As a result, the suction force was tremendous. Tens of thousands of zingers, along with trees, rocks, mud, water, etc., flew into the Empyrean tusk's trunk. The unfortunate zingers that didn't die until now were subjected to true hell. Primary nature, internal inertial gravity. Divergent gravitational fields acted on them from all sides, shredding everything apart. Convergent gravitational fields followed suit, compressing everything into solid spheres. Moreover, the gravity seemed to have a mind of its own, segregating everything into smaller clumps. A minute later, the Empyrean tusk opened its mouth. It pointed the top of its trunk into its mouth and shot out compressed balls that were a mixture of plant, meat, and earth. It didn't matter what they were. The Empyrean tusk consumed them all. After all, it itself was a biome. It could sustain itself just by consuming the earth. Plants grew in its body, transforming the minerals into various products. The mammoth clansmen further broke those products through their consumption. Thanks to the influence of the mystic bone art, even the excreta they produced was a medicine that regulated the Empyrean tusk's bodily function. Of course, it still consumed plants and pranic beasts. After all, that was the fastest and most efficient mode of accumulating prana. It might not seem much, but an Empyrean tusk's prana consumption was tremendous. Its primary nature was always active and at full blast, bending space within its body. It was burning up hundreds of prana every second. The thousands of zingers were merely a snack to the Empyrean tusk. All it did was clear the path for its herd. As the leader and the strongest Empyrean tusk, it was in charge of snuffing out any annoyances for the herd. Moreover, its attack was a display of might, a preventive measure to thwart the zingers from attacking them. But of course, even it knew that this wouldn't matter. For every swarm-type pranic beast, Empyrean tusks were the pinnacle of delicacies. Devouring one was usually enough to double or triple their numbers overnight. Kiek, kikik, kukuku, kukuguguga. As more and more zingers filled up the empty space, the Empyrean tusk's eyes calmly observed them. Following that, it raised its trunk and released a gentle trumpet. Immediately in response, the single-file formation in the herd changed as another Empyrean tusk walked to the right of the leader. Quickly in response, the Empyrean tusks began to gather in 2 files. Following that, the herd moved. 44 Empyrean tusks in 2 files, forming 22 rows in total. The herd officially ventured into the Dieng Canyon, with the mass slaughter announcing their arrival. Chapter 44. Catch! Cuckoo! A zinger scout's shriek reverberated throughout the ravine as hundreds of zingers perched on the baobab trees amplified and echoed the shout. They let go of their perch and ran on the ground on all fours, like a feline creature, making a giant leap over the cliff. All the zingers uniformly unfurled their membrane wings, gliding through the air as they approached the closest Empyrean tusk. Keek! A scout moving the closest shrieked upon noticing bone spears fly towards it, launched by the mammoth clansmen. A trail of air formed around the ends of their wings as the zingers acrobatically raised their drag coefficient, abruptly slowing down their gliding speed. Their rapid deceleration caused the bone spears to miss their targets. Attack! An elite from the 44th settlement shouted as he controlled his bone spear to arc in the air and return, targeting the zingers on the return trip. A zinger deftly avoided the projectiles as it arrived a couple hundred meters from the settlement. It clenched its clawed hand into a fist and condensed prana into it, creating an egg-shaped object. It had been gliding using the winds, reaching speeds as high as 60 meters per second. That was similar to a hawk's gliding speed. A top baseball pitcher's throw only reached 42 meters per second. It showed how fast they were. Once it was in range, the zinger furled its wings in a helical pattern, using the draft to rotate, transferring all its gliding momentum into rotary momentum. In such a state, it craned its hand to the limit and chucked with all its might, hurling the egg-shaped object. Its rotary momentum plus the momentum behind its throw added into the egg-shaped object, causing it to make a whistling sound as it blazed towards a mammoth clansman. Defend! The mammoth clansman was ready as he raised a bone shield large enough to cover his body. The egg-shaped projectile slammed into the shield, producing a loud ring, throwing off the defender. But it didn't end at that as the egg-shaped projectile stuck to the shield. Ugh! The mammoth clansman that was controlling the bone shield, as his spirit weapon, grunted in pain, for the prana he infused into the shield was being sucked by the egg-shaped projectile. Primary nature, prana bomb. The egg-shaped object had the property to absorb prana from the target they latch onto. The mammoth clansman fell victim to that. If he hadn't defended against the projectile, his body would have been smashed into a pulp from the impact. But if he defended against it, his prana would be absorbed. Moreover, the absorption rate was rapid. In a couple of seconds, he lost 10 prana. Such a loss caused him significant strain, as if all the air was knocked out of him. It would take him a couple of seconds to regain his bearing. But before that, 2 more prana bombs slammed into his shield, the impact sending him flying into a wall. After it had hurled 3 prana bombs, the zinger raised its angle of elevation, using the wind to glide higher, raising its altitude to a range beyond the reach of the bone spears. While doing so, it retracted its prana bombs. Not only was a prana bomb an item it created out of prana, but it was also its spirit weapon. As a result, it could control them through psychokinesis. While it flew overhead, it pulled back the 3 prana bombs it had launched, grabbing them with its claws. The zinger acted as a scout and flew over the 44th and 43rd Empyrean tusks that walked side by side. Soon, it reached the cliff wall on the other side and perched on it. Gliding for 5 kilometers dropped its elevation significantly. Using its claws, it scaled up the cliff wall and reached the top, stopping to rest after arriving at a baobab tree. It was exhausted, having been climbing for more than an hour. After drinking some water to quench its thirst, it opened its mouth and bit into a prana bomb, treating it as an egg. The jaws of a zinger were tremendously robust, capable of breaking through the prana bomb's tough exterior that didn't crack even when it was hurled into a shield with enough force to shatter the human body. There was a fluid within, similar to an egg's contents. It was rich with the prana absorbed from the mammoth clansman. The zinger relished the taste as it consumed the prana bomb, recovering all its prana. It still had 2 more prana bombs. meaning it profited from the raid. A zinger leaped from one mountain, attacked its target, and reached the mountain on the other side, ending its trip. There, it would tally its expenditure. If the prana it gained was greater than its expenditure, then it was a profit. Zingers that made a significant profit would call it a day and begin cultivation. Those that hadn't earned enough or even made a loss would make repeated trips. Moreover, the mammoth clansmen alone weren't the target. There was a bigger target, brimming with more than enough prana to satisfy all their needs. The Empyrean Tusk. The Zingers threw prana bombs, targeting any place they fancied on the Empyrean Tusk's body. Prana bombs secreted a gelatinous substance that made them stick to a target. Once they do so, they'll absorb prana automatically until they were full. As long as a prana bomb came into contact with the Empyrean Tusk's body, no matter the location, it will be able to absorb prana. Once they absorb sufficient prana, the Zinger would retract the prana bombs and fly to safety. This was why they were treated as bandits. They stole prana from the travelers. One of the Zingers launched a prana bomb at the training grounds of the 44th Settlement's Academy of Refinement, targeting Inala. A group of Zingers had targeted their academy, keeping the instructors busy. But it wasn't as if they could cancel classes, for unlike in previous territories where pranic beasts only attacked at full scale, resulting in wars that ebbed like the tide after a peak, attacks from Zingers would be continuous, ever-present. That meant the cultivators had to learn to perform their duties while learning to deal with the Zingers. Otherwise, all activities would pause, which would only cause them to lose their prana to the attacks without being able to gain any. Eventually, their losses would accumulate enough to cause the Empyrean Tusk's collapse. That is how it died. Inala recalled the first major disaster from Sumatra Chronicles. Prana bombs rained down from the sky and sucked Ganala dry of all her prana. Her primary nature deactivated, causing the highly compressed space within to collapse. The items stored in her body, spanning volumes thousands of times her body, spilled out like a storm and destroyed the region. Most of the mammoth clansmen died not to the Zingers, but to this collapse. But every cloud has a silver lining. Thinking as such, Inala finished his live carving session, having created a baseball glove out of clay. Within it were spirit weapons acting as the bones of a hand. Mystic bone art, puppetry. As a prana bomb flew his way, the glove flew forward and caught it. The clay forming the glove deformed under the impact, but managed to cushion the force and absorb enough momentum. Inala infused prana into it, decelerating its path as it flew towards him, carried by the prana bomb's momentum, barely stopping it mere meters before his face. I succeeded. Catch! He roared and pointed at the Zinger. Batter out. Chapter 45. Puppetry and Shape Memory. Mystic bone art, puppetry. After the prana bomb was caught, the bones within the glove released some of the stored toxins, causing the deformed clay to regain its shape. Shape memory. Many objects in nature had it, reverting to their shape even after being deformed. Since the deformation was within its elastic limit, the glove regained its original shape. Once he finished creating it, he used some toxin mixture to give the product a shape memory. This was made easy through the improved puppetry skill. Spectacular catch. Instructor Mandu was all smiles upon witnessing Inala's display of the puppetry skill. He focused and caused his bone spear to fly at speed superior to before, crossing 200 meters and stabbing into the Zinger's wing. It was unable to glide anymore, falling to the ground when the bone spear slammed onto its head with its blunt end, knocking it unconscious. Inala was stunned by Instructor Mandu's range, and so were the other instructors. "What are you waiting for?" Instructor Mandu shouted at Inala, breaking him out of his reverie. Inala focused on his glove and made it throw the prana bomb, accurately striking the falling Zinger. The prana bomb stuck to the Zinger's body and began to absorb its prana. Prana bombs were unable to differentiate friend from foe. Their prana absorption didn't function only in the hands and jaws of the Zinger, due to the gelatinous substance it secreted that countered the absorption. Anywhere else, and even the Zinger that created the prana bomb, was fair game. By the time it fell to the ground, the prana bomb absorbed all its prana. Using the glove, Inala tugged the prana bomb. Since it was full with prana, the prana bomb fell off on its own. As the glove was covered by a layer of clay, the prana bomb failed to come into contact with the prana that was being supplied to the bones within. That was how he prevented his prana from being absorbed. Inala's goal was the Zinger Queen. During his daydreaming sessions worth 6 years, he had obviously dreamed about Zingers the most. It was due to their aerial acrobatics and the hit-and-run tactics they employed, which perfectly fell in line with his nature. If there was one pranic beast in Sumatra that he knew everything about, it was the Zinger. Therefore, he knew how to best counter their prana bombs. The glove carried the prana bomb into a nearby room and placed it over a layer of mud. This insulation prevented it from absorbing prana in the building. All buildings in the settlement were merely an extension of the Empyrean Tusk's body, exoskeleton. Therefore, prana flowed in them. It would be dangerous to leave prana bombs uninsulated. Thankfully, the one they stored was already full of prana, so it couldn't absorb any more. These prana bombs would serve as their reserve of prana, allowing them to fight the non-stop battles that would occur daily from here on. Moreover, this was the only way to steal prana from the Zingers and recoup their losses as much as possible. Instructor, Inala muttered, staring at Instructor Mandu in shock. There were obvious limits as to the range a spirit weapon could be wielded at. There existed two ranges, effective range and maximum range. Effective range was where they could unleash their full potential in controlling the spirit weapon. Beyond that, the prana consumption would increase while the spirit weapon's speed and accuracy plummeted. For a cultivator at the spirit stage, the effective range was 40 meters while the maximum range was 60 meters. When a student was able to wield his spirit weapon freely within 40 meters after reaching the peak of the spirit stage, they would graduate. As the efficiency dropped drastically with the addition of a second spirit weapon, all ranges were considered only when wielding one spirit weapon. For a cultivator at the body stage, the effective range was 120 meters while the maximum range was 180 meters. If they by mistake send their spirit weapon beyond the maximum range, the weapon would simply collapse to the ground. The majority of the cultivators in the settlement were elites. Therefore, maintaining a distance of 200 meters was enough for the Zingers to target freely. It was why they launched their attacks from such a distance. And once the elites endured the blow from the projectile and struggled to cope with their prana being sucked out, the Zingers would enter their range, retract the prana bombs, and go beyond 200 meters once again. Thereby, they avoided death. Instructor Mandu's spirit weapon surpassed 200 meters while targeting the Zinger just now. That could only mean one thing. Inala cupped his fists and bowed in respect. Congratulations on becoming a master. Congratulations on becoming a master. The other instructors too offered their congratulations. It was a joyous occasion to greet the birth of a master. After all, the addition of every master strengthened their settlement's defense and stability. Thank you, everyone. Let's not distract ourselves and continue with the class. Instructor Mandu flashed a curt smile and resumed dealing with the Zingers. Things are still proceeding according to the book, Inala thought while in a congratulatory pose. In Sumatra Chronicles, Instructor Mandu reached the life stage on the first day of their entry into the Dieng Canyon. Inala, continue with the classes. Instructor Mandu patted Inala on the shoulder. I'll nudge you whenever a Zinger is targeting us. Use your skill to catch their prana bombs. On it! Inala nodded, feeling relieved upon seeing the expression of praise on Instructor Mandu's face. It was because of Inala's display of the puppetry skill. This was what he used in Inala's comedy troupe. Instructor Mandu later learned that the skill had been upgraded by a master. And upon seeing its effectiveness in combat, his opinion of Inala reached a new height. The puppetry skill has been geared to be effective against Zingers. Spectacular. Only a master has such foresight. Since they were about to enter the Zingers' territory, when a master chanced upon Inala's puppetry skill, they saw the ingenuity in the skill and upgraded it, intending to counter the Zingers. That was Instructor Mandu's line of thought. It was far from reality, but Inala had no intention to correct him. It's good that he's seeing me in a positive light. Inala eventually concluded his class, having caught more than 20 prana bombs. For his lecture, he received 100 paruta fruits. And for his contribution to the fight, he received 2 prana bombs that were full of prana. Amazing! Inala returned to his spot at the death row, at the back of the class, controlling his giddiness as he stared at the 2 prana bombs. Each of them contains 100 prana. They'll come in handy during emergencies. But I shouldn't let this victory get to my head. We have only entered the Dieng Canyon. All I've faced are basic Zingers that are at the beginner iron grade. He calmed himself and remained attentive to his surroundings. By evening, Zinger captains would start appearing. They're at the intermediate iron grade, and the prana bombs they hurl pack a stronger punch. Chapter 46, Mandu's Lifelong Regret. Inala only had 12 prana at present. The previous day he had 20. But to fool Risha, he blew up 8 spirit containers, causing him to lose 8 prana. His control was improving day by day thanks to his practice with the spirit reinforcement skill. But it would still take him time to catch a prana bomb thrown by a Zinger captain. That would only be possible once he reached the peak of the spirit stage. But that didn't mean he didn't have other means. Puppetry skill allows dexterous control of a complex arrangement of spirit weapons. With that, I don't need to face the prana bombs head-on, but can deflect them. The glove would catch the prana bomb anyway. Moreover, this would happen many meters away from Inala. That meant he had a window anywhere from 0.1 to 1 second, depending on the distance to react. By making the glove move at an angle, he could divert the projectile path of the prana bomb. As long as he diverts it by a meter, he would avoid an impact to his being. Inala intended to reach such a level of skill. It seems I cannot avoid classes thanks to Instructor Mandu. Might as well use his good grace and train under his protection. He intended to stick close to Instructor Mandu for the purpose. Besides, he reached the life stage. I can obtain some valuable information regarding it from him. Only information regarding the spirit stage and the early phase of the body stage were taught in class. Information about the life stage was only available to elites that crept towards the peak of the body stage. Too many things beyond one's control would happen in Sumatra continent. Therefore, at the first sign of a variable, one would have to alert their plans accordingly. Inala had been repeating this statement to follow it by heart. And now it was effective, seeing how he didn't even waste any time thinking about having to scrape his original plans. Rather, his brain began to think up new schemes naturally. My mental training is working. My mind is acclimating to this world. Seated at the back of the class, Inala listened to the lecture while controlling his glove. Whenever a prana bomb came in range, he caught them. When the Zinger scouts observed his actions, they avoided the area. But that was only temporary. On every mountain lived a Zinger colony. As the Empyrean Tusk moved and walked past a new mountain, the Zinger colony there raided it. So, every time this happened, a group of Zinger scouts would attack the academy. That also meant there would be short intervals free of attacks, which was when Inala took a breather. Eventually, it was evening time as classes had ended. I somehow survived through that. Inala sighed in relief. Not a single student had died to the Zingers, thanks to the protection of the instructors. But there was no guarantee of it all the time. And that uncertainty was what gave him the lussies. Inala, you need to be prepared. Instructor Mandu approached him right as he was about to leave. He brought Inala to a corner and whispered, "In 2 days, you'll be visiting the 43rd settlement. Their leader wishes to see you and told you to prepare something called an imagination art." "What is this imagination art?" he asked in curiosity. "It's an advanced version of the portraits I make," Inala said, purposefully expressing pride. "They are useful to train our emotions." "Does it work?" Instructor Mandu pondered. He wasn't the type to believe something unless provided with solid proof. "We'll know in 2 days. I boasted about it to one of the 43rd settlement chief's daughters. I'm sure this summons is to test the veracity of my claim." Inala nodded. "Work hard to succeed." Instructor Mandu patted him in seriousness. "Succeed and become valuable to our clan. That way, you'll have a future. If only you didn't have the fragment disease." He trailed off and walked away, muttering softly, "Your talents would have granted you a solid future. At least better than mine." His last statement held his regret. Inala silently stared at the retreating figure of Instructor Mandu. Mandu, an unfortunate character. When he was a student, Mandu slacked off during training. He hailed from a decently well-off family. His parents were well-known elites and possessed enough power to take up important tasks in the clan. He never felt a strong drive to improve himself. As a result, when he graduated, the clan's evaluation of his potential was merely C grade. The task of the instructors in the academy wasn't limited to teaching the students. But from the age of 10, when a student entered the academy to when they graduated, the instructors would evaluate them on many criteria: resourcefulness, survivability, desire for survival, and finally, potential contribution to the Mammoth clan. The last factor was the most important of them all. Over the course of 5 years in the academy, the student would be evaluated. The instructors would pile up all the data and present it to the settlement leader and the Council of Masters. The Masters would grade the students from D to A. A D-grade student would receive a beginner iron-grade pranic beast egg to fuse with, intermediate iron-grade egg for C-grade students, advanced iron-grade egg for B-grade students, and finally, expert iron-grade egg for A-grade students. The settlement leader would be the one that decided the type of pranic beast a student would get in their grade. And finally, if there turns up a genius student with a frightening potential in terms of clan contribution, the settlement leader would up the student's grade from A to S. An S-grade student would receive a beginner silver-grade pranic beast egg. A mammoth clansman that had fused with a silver-grade pranic beast would become a master. It was not to mention the sheer increase in lifespan a silver-grade pranic beast granted, allowing masters to live for many centuries. Mandu was granted an intermediate iron-grade pranic beast. It implied that the clan had no expectations of him. The fact that Instructor Mandu became a master was a show of his sheer talent. He realized his talent on the day he became an elite, regretting his decision tremendously. Had he done his best, he would have become an S-grade student. Instead of a weak master, he would have been a true powerhouse and supported his clan better. That was his regret, and the reason he constantly urged the students to work their hardest. But during the first major disaster, that regret would only envelop him fully, causing Instructor Mandu to curse himself non-stop as everyone dear to him dies. Chapter 47, Inala Cries. Having finished dinner, Inala inspected the stock of food in his storeroom. There's enough for a week. I can't waste any more money on this since they would get spoiled. He intended to constantly consume and replenish the stock to avoid the contents from going bad. Just before he was about to leave, Inala carefully buried the storage lantern in a vacant cavity. Since his house was located at the edge of the settlement, the floor here wasn't flat or even. It was also very porous. There was a large pore at a corner where the slope curved, creating a space where the storage lantern could be placed safely. He covered the entrance with a mattress and placed a table on it. Even if a zinger raids my house, it would leave after wiping my storeroom clean. It wouldn't bother to turn this place upside down. He was paranoid because the nature of a zinger was similar to a monkey. You just couldn't guarantee their behavior. Hence, he was taking so many steps to safeguard his treasure. The food in the storeroom was a ration if he were to hole himself in his house in the case of a strong zinger horde attack. The food also doubled as bait to distract the zingers that enter his house. As they perform hit-and-run tactics, the zingers would hurriedly loot the food and fly away. They weren't good at direct combat. As long as they obtain enough food, they'll be satisfied and wouldn't thrash my house. Thinking as such, he looked around the house. The place wasn't clean. There was dust covering the floor and objects, as if no one lived there. At first glance, the house seemed abandoned, the characteristic he wished to maintain. Only then would the zinger queen's egg be laid at such a location. That's why he worked hard to erase all traces of himself from the house. Relieved upon seeing his work paying off, he closed the door gently and slipped into the night. Even though zingers weren't nocturnal, some still attacked in the night. The zinger community was pretty developed with a strict social hierarchy. Oftentimes, there were zingers banished from their colony. Such zingers would be deprived of food and would rapidly attack during the night. Best to be cautious. He pushed his trolley and dashed to the channel entrance 40 meters away, calming his thumping heart once he was safe inside. He then traveled through the route told by Greyha, soon exiting a channel. He stared in surprise, seeing the door to Greyha's house positioned 2 meters from the channel entrance. Damn, he's prepared. In the likelihood of his house getting raided by the zingers, Greyha would be able to quickly run into the safety of the channel. Due to their nature, the zingers wouldn't be entering such narrow spaces, allowing him to survive. He too is doing everything to survive in this world. Inala knocked on the door, watching it open immediately. No one noticed your arrival, right? Greyha peeked out and looked around. I made sure of that. Inala nodded and quickly entered the house. It was best to avoid news of their alliance reaching the reincarnates. Even the location of their homes was kept secret. This was to prevent clues of their plan from being found out. After all, a glance at Inala's residence was enough for Greyha to figure out his goal, the zinger queen's egg. At present, only Greyha and Instructor Mandu knew Inala's address. Inala had requested Instructor Mandu to not reveal his address to anyone else. If anyone wished to commission him a portrait, he'll do it in a public space far away from his home. But of course, seeing that it was a good opportunity to network with elites from other settlements, Instructor Mandu intended his own residence to be put into use for that. This way, while Inala worked on the portraits, Instructor Mandu could host the guests and talk to them freely, and possibly even strike up a friendship. It was a win-win for both, and hence Inala accepted it. Greyha was even more secretive about his house. He positioned it right next to a channel. And the underground network of channels was complex with hundreds of nodes. Greyha used a different route daily as he moved between his home and the academy. Moreover, he only visited the academy to obtain food and water while handing over mud viper eggs. I had to walk a long distance today, Greyha commented. Cages filled the living room from top to bottom, all furnished by the clan. Sealed within were mud vipers, kept sedated while their mouths were harnessed, preventing them from shooting mud balls. I need 80 kilograms of the mud and a liter of the toxin, Inala asked. I don't have an issue with the mud, but it'll be hard to make that much toxin. Greyha said, I still need a lot of them for my use, you know. I'll make up for it 2 days later. Inala expressed his urgent need. All right, Greyha nodded and began to control the mud vipers to shoot out mud balls. He stopped once the trolley was filled to the brim. Greyha then casually walked to the first floor and returned 30 minutes later, having collected a liter of the toxin. I had some of today's amount saved up. You have more than I expected, Inala said in praise upon seeing that there were still a couple of mud vipers with toxins in their venom sacs. He used the toxin refinement skill on them to make 20 milliliters of the mud viper tonic. I'll deduct today's expenditure from your mud viper tonic share, Greyha commented. That's fine by me. Inala sneaked back home and holed up in his room. Using the mystic bone art, He refined fragments of bone obtained from Instructor Mandu into a large photo frame, 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. After making clay, he covered the frame with it, popping a handful of parda fruits in his mouth as he began to carve on it. His face became twisted as he could feel a lurching sensation in his chest. Think of that scene from Sumatra Chronicles, the climax of Volume 1. It made him emotional when he read that part, and now, as a mammoth clansman, it subconsciously affected him even further. As Inala wholeheartedly infused all his emotions into the carving process, he didn't even realize when it happened, but he was bawling in desperation, in sadness, feeling absolutely devastated. Chapter 48, Lady Mother 43rd. Morning, 2 days later. As it was time to head to the 43rd settlement, Instructor Mandu arrived at Inala's house and knocked on the door. He shouted when the door opened, "What the fuck happened to your face?" "I succeeded, Instructor," Inala said. Swollen eyes, dark circles like a panda, and a parched face that seemed malnourished, signs that he had been crying for extended durations. "Succeeded?" Instructor Mandu frowned. "In that imagination art, you mean?" "Yeah, I became like this due to its effects." Inala said while trembling, "I'm scared to present this." "Can I see it?" Instructor Mandu asked. "The least I can do is beg for forgiveness on your behalf for wasting the 43rd settlement leader's time." "It's not that, Instructor. I wouldn't be this worried if its effects were lackluster." Inala excused himself and wore a new robe that he had bought just for this occasion. He slung a compact box-shaped bag filled with enough clay and working tools necessary for the commissions from the 43rd settlement. He then pointed at the wide object in the corner. "That's the imagination art. 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. The frame was made from bone, 2 centimeters thick. On it was a layer of clay 10 centimeters thick. The walls were made from bone to protect the edges of the clay from being damaged. Finally, 2 thin slabs of bone covered the top, acting as sliding doors that masked the exhibit. Inala even added a lock on the doors. The frame, 2 doors, and 1 lock for spirit weapons in total, each for a purpose. I have my imprint on the lock and 2 doors. Please make an imprint on the frame, Instructor. Only you can carry the imagination art. It's too heavy for me." Inala said. Instructor Mandu observed it and commented, "You still haven't answered my question. Can I see it?" "Look at me, Instructor." Inala pointed at his face. "We'll run late if you become affected too." "All right, I'll trust you on this one." Instructor Mandu didn't comment after that. "I hope you don't misplace my positive opinion." "Yes, of course." Inala bowed in response. Instructor Mandu refined the frame of the imagination art, allowing him to carry it through psychokinesis. The duo quickly made way through a wide channel and arrived at the head region of the settlement. In the herd, the 44th Empyrean tusk was in the 22nd row, positioned left. To its right was the 43rd Empyrean tusk. Currently, the 2 Empyrean tusks were only 200 meters apart. By moving so close, each settlement would only have to focus on defending one side. For the 44th settlement, they could reallocate 80% of their troops to their left. The remainder would be enough for their right side, since that side faced the 43rd Empyrean tusk. Elites from both sides could assist each other. Moreover, the narrow gap made the Zingers hesitant to attack the region. It was a strategic move. The herd had formations in place for various dangerous terrains. Instructor Mandu arrived at a building on the right side of the head region. It was a flat terrace. The edges were grilled. "Come here," Instructor Mandu said to Inala, and stood on the flat terrace. He then bowed towards an old man seated nearby. The old man glanced at the item in his hand and nodded. A moment later, walls crept onto the terrace, creating a room where even the ceiling appeared. Followed by a rumble, the terrace, that had become a room, moved in the sky and slowly made its way towards the 43rd settlement like a horizontal lift. The entire room was the old man's spirit weapon, allowing him to control it, and the distance was well within his range. This was how goods and information were safely interchanged between the various settlements. A minute later, the walls of the room collapsed as Inala looked around and noticed that he was on the 43rd settlement now. An elite approached Instructor Mandu and discussed. "It's nearby. Follow me," Instructor Mandu said, and brought Inala to a nearby house that had a large hall. To avoid causing a rash to the 43rd Empyrean tusk, they dared not venture deeper into the settlement. Hence, all transactions were conducted at the border. "They're inside." The elite spoke nervously as he pointed at the entrance. "Proceed inside." "It's on you, Inala," Instructor Mandu whispered as he cautiously dragged Inala into the room. "Be absolutely respectful." The room spanned a length of 30 meters and a breadth of 25 meters. 2 chairs were placed at one end. 10 people stood behind the pair of chairs respectfully. Half of them were at the spirit stage while the remainder were at the body stage. But even those at the spirit stage brimmed with prana. And by the pressure they exuded, Inala felt they were either at the peak or were working on entering the body stage. The room was barren. A glowing gem was embedded in the ceiling, and was the sole source of illumination in the room. Thankfully, it was bright enough. Inala's attention finally fell on the couple seated on the pair of chairs, a man and a woman, both seemingly in their 20s based on appearance. But the suffocating stench of blood emanating from them said otherwise. They have killed enough for their auras to become tangible and paint a mental image of blood and slaughter. Inala prostrated on the floor. I greet the 43rd settlement leader and Lady Mother. The settlement leader was generally the oldest and strongest in the settlement, hence his title. His wife would bear the title of Lady Mother. After all, if she was alive long enough whole being the settlement leader's wife, not only would she be a master and wield significant strength, but would have also given birth to dozens of children that stood above their peers. The head of the Mammoth clan was taken up by a male, but his role was primarily being in charge of the respective Empyrean tusk, its position in the herd, coming up with defense plans based on the territory the herd was about to enter, and deciding on the pranic beast to be granted to the students. The actual one in power was the Lady Mother, in charge of all logistics, from wealth and resource allocation to even job postings of the elites. Even the housing of an elite and even a master was decided by her. Moreover, as Mammoth clansmen children were generally groomed to revere their mothers and spend most of their childhood with her, barely meeting their fathers, all mothers had an iron grip on their children and were gung-ho about their developmental affairs. And as the mother that had birthed geniuses and nurtured them to become pillars of the clan, she was behind raising the core strength that safeguarded the sovereignty of the settlement. Hence, the title Lady Mother. You have brought about beneficial changes in my daughter. Right as Inala prostrated on the floor, a gentle voice resounded. But the sound was only gentle to hear. In reality, Inala felt all strength leaving his body, unable to even nod, forced to passively hear whatever the Lady Mother had to say. It seemed interesting. So I summoned you here. Now, why don't we discuss your findings? Chapter 49, Imagination Art, Defeat. Lady Mother of the 43rd Settlement, Zahela. She's a troublesome woman. Inala thought. He recalled her appearances in Sumatra Chronicles, a cold-blooded woman famed for her viciousness, even amongst Mammoth clansmen. A year after the first major disaster, when the Mammoth clan enters a kingdom to trade, a minister offends her. Zahela schemes against the minister in such a way that even after his entire family was slaughtered, with the heads of everyone raised on spiked poles and kept on display on the streets, the king had to personally ask for forgiveness. The number of Mammoth clansmen were few, but each were strong. At the same cultivation level, a Mammoth clansman can take on 5 other cultivators and emerge victorious. This difference was further extreme among masters. The mystic bone art was the best in Sumatra continent, at the pinnacle in terms of cultivation efficiency. Adding onto the Empyrean tusk that gave Mammoth clansmen all resources they desired, as long as a Mammoth clansman had enough talent, he could grow strong. Conversely, a cultivator in a human kingdom wasn't so fortunate. Not only do they possess inferior cultivation techniques, most of the time, they wouldn't even have access to the optimal resources, oftentimes having to subsist with similar materials. That and the fact that they have to build their spirit vessel on their own was a challenge. For a Mammoth clansman, once they fuse their 100 spirit containers into one and enter the body stage, they need to fuse with a pranic beast egg, and bam, they'll stabilize their cultivation and could accumulate strength immediately after. This wasn't the case with a normal cultivator that had to painstakingly infuse properties of various minerals into their spirit container and hopefully stabilize it after a lot of problems. The success rate was minimal. That's why, despite having cultivators in the tens to hundreds of millions per kingdom, the number of cultivators that reached the body stage only numbered in the thousands. Masters were even fewer. The amount of prana they possessed was minimal. Their lifespans too were short and numbered. Adding everything, an average cultivator paled in comparison to a Mammoth clansman. When the minister's family was single-handedly slaughtered by Zahela, the king was furious. But even he was defeated by her and had to beg for forgiveness. Of course, Zahela looted the kingdom's royal coffers and also purchased enough slaves to make up numbers for the newly added 44th Empyrean tusk. The slaves were used as fuel by the 20-something Mammoth clansmen survivors in the new 44th settlement to birth newborns. And under the influence of the 44th Empyrean tusk, the newborns were all born as Mammoth clansmen. The slaves were disposed of shortly after, since they had served their use. It was pretty vicious, but that was the norm here. And I definitely cannot displease her. Unlike Bora Tusk, the 44th settlement leader, Yahard Tusk, the 43rd settlement leader, was a reasonable man. As long as Inala appealed to his curious nature, he'll help shield Inala from Zahela's schemes. Now, why don't we discuss your findings? At Zahela's words, Inala remained in his prostrated pose. Seeing that he remained respectful, Yahard Tusk gently nudged his wife, causing her to retract her prana. Once the formless energy vanished, Inala was able to move once again. He stared up and nodded respectfully. It's an honor to contribute to the clan. Even if we're from different settlements? Zahela asked, expressing no intention behind her words. But it was a test. She was judging Inala's worth. That doesn't matter. Inala said in confidence, if the clan benefits, my settlement would naturally gain from it. In that regard, I intend to become useful to my clan. With the first statement, he expressed his broad-minded perspective, focusing on the big picture, the Mammoth clan. His second statement meant that he didn't stint on his settlement in favor of the big picture. Finally, he expressed the desire of every Mammoth clansman to become useful to the clan. For a student his age, he's focused. Yahard Tusk sported a mild smile. Well, that is natural for a death row student. Only then can he survive his death sentence. Upon seeing her husband's opinion of Inala improve, Zahela calmly brought Latrina forward and asked, what do you think of my daughter? I'm envious of her talent and contribution. Inala expressed honestly. It wasn't his honest thoughts. He was just expressing them as if they were his honest thoughts. That's it. Zahela calmly eyed Latrina, observing no fluctuation in her facial expression. Her thoughts were completely masked as her eyes trailed towards Instructor Mandu and settled on the object he was carrying. Explain about it. Yes. Inala nodded and motioned for Instructor Mandu to carefully place it on the floor, facing the crowd. He didn't open it prematurely and instead gave a curt explanation, unwilling to offend the masters with a long-winded explanation and waste their time. It's an art piece that a mere glance of will affect your emotions. This one in particular would probably cause you to kill me. It's that offensive. It might rile up enough emotions to make anyone in the spirit stage lose their prana as their spirit containers break. He bowed lightly. That's the end of my explanation. Please brace yourselves. What is it called? Yahard Tusk didn't seem to mind the explanation. Rather, he had observed Inala's shabby appearance to judge the piece's effectiveness. Inala slowly opened the doors, revealing the inscription inside. He hadn't even finished opening it when prana gushed into the doors, destroyed his imprint, and took control. The doors closed shut in an instant as the imagination art flew towards Yahard Tusk. Dense killing intent filled the room, enough to make everyone faint from the sheer bloodthirstiness in the pressure. Yahard! Zahela bellowed, emitting her prana in warning, calming down an agitated Yahard. The nature of her prana turned gentle and shielded everyone in the room that had fainted, healing them as she watched them get up one after another. I apologize. Yahard sighed as he observed Inala regain consciousness after 5 seconds had passed, clapping in praise. That was incredibly offensive. He laughed casually. If not for my wife, I indeed would have killed you. You're brave, kid. The reason was simple. The imagination art pretty much touched the reverse scale of every Mammoth clansman. It was a simple image, one displaying the scene of an Empyrean tusk crying as it fell to the side, overwhelmed by zingers. Headless Mammoth clansmen stood on its collapsing body, while their heads were carried by the zingers as they did with their prana bombs. What triggered them the most was the Empyrean tusk shedding tears at the death of its immune system, Mammoth clansman, as it was overpowered by the enemy, falling to its death. That was the scene depicted on the carving of an Empyrean tusk's defeat, something incomprehensible and unimaginable to the Mammoth clansman. Imagination art, defeat. Chapter 50, Striking a Deal. An Empyrean tusk was every Mammoth clansman's spiritual pillar, the deity of their worship, one they treated more sacred and beloved than their family. They depended on the Empyrean tusk for survival, from food to cultivation resources. Moreover, the settlements were their haven, allowing them to survive in a treacherous world. Bear note that Sumatra continent wasn't dominated by human cultivators, but by pranic beasts. Humanity only occupied a small area, littered like dots across the vast expanse of Earth. A human kingdom getting wiped out by pranic beasts overnight wasn't anything uncommon. It frequently occurred. The survivors fled the region and gave enough births to hopefully offset the damage with numbers and erect a piece of land for themselves once again. They would lose everything they had accumulated and would have to start from scratch. Lacking basic necessities to live, the climate unforgiving, their previous cultivation techniques rendered redundant by the lack of necessary resources, etc. Bearing everything, they would rebuild a kingdom and probably experience a few decades of stability, only to be overrun by a pranic beast swarm. They would have to be blessed with luck to chance upon a danger-minimal region with enough stability for the kingdom to eventually grow into an empire. Only then can it sustain enough stability to accumulate enough power and deter local pranic beasts. And even then, it wasn't guaranteed. There were migratory pranic beasts like the Empyrean tusks that had century-long routes. When such pranic beast herds passed through the region, the empire might be reduced to a kingdom or even to ruin. The lives of such cultivators were akin to homeless dogs. In comparison, mammoth clansmen lived like kings, despite their high death rate. Not once was a settlement completely annihilated. This was only made possible by the Empyrean tusks' protection. The mammoth clan had a history spanning thousands of years. Therefore, their beliefs were deeply rooted. Empyrean tusks were sacred and couldn't be tampered upon, whether physically, verbally, or even by imagination. And before the eyes of such clansmen, the imagination art of defeat was displayed, showing the death of an Empyrean tusk. Inala was practically courting death. Had he shown this to Bora Tusk, his head would have been flying long ago. Only because it was Yahard Tusk could he take this risk. What is the thought that went behind this? Yahard asked after calming down. He stared at Inala in a new light. The imagination art was absolutely offensive, but it did what Inala said. Rather, it was more effective than had been stated. Seeing a couple of his children lose all their accumulated prana, he understood its potency. Imagination art is a material meant to train our mind to keep our emotions in check, no matter the cause. Inala explained, as someone with the fragment disease, my spirit containers break every time I get emotional. In a perilous situation, I am mentally affected. There is no way around it. He stared at Yahard and bowed. Only elites and masters that have been in such situations hundreds to thousands of times would be able to control their emotions. But how many times must we lose our hard-accumulated prana before grasping this? When I thought of the losses borne by our clan, I conceptualized imagination art. He concluded, "Why did you make this precisely?" Zahela asked, focusing on his expression. "You could have made something else to showcase your skill." "If I can control my emotions and not lose prana even after seeing that, then no matter what Sumatra continent throws my way, I would be able to handle it," Inala said. "That was my sole thought behind creating this piece." "It is as you say." Yahard calmly clenched his hand into a fist, instantly crumpling the art piece into a tiny sphere. "But let's not go this far, all right? We don't want the students to lose all their prana," he said in the tone of a senior educating a junior. "I overstepped my bounds." Inala prostrated on the ground. "Please punish my acts. We'll relay you a set of instructions for the type of imagination art we desire on our academy walls." Zahela flicked her hand, motioning for Inala to leave. "You'll do well to make them perfect." "It's my honor to be of use to the clan," Inala announced as he was escorted out. "You said he approached you at the end of the fair, right?" Once Inala left, Zahela addressed Latrina. "Why were you in an emotionally disturbed state?" "That." Latrina intended to hide her embarrassing actions, but unable to endure her mother's calm glare, she blurted out everything. "Virala, huh?" Zahela calmly patted the armrest and asked after a few seconds of silence, "Do you want him?" "I don't." Latrina shook her head. "He already has a woman. I'm not lowly enough to fight for someone like that." "Spineless weakling," Zahela snorted. "Just kill that girl and make him your toy. A mere death row orphan. He should thank his fortune to gain your favor." "I don't want Virala. He's trash." Latrina's voice turned meek, afraid to receive her mother's gaze. "She's angry." "Shit. What about Inala then?" Yahard interjected. "He has the fragment disease, but his temperament is great. He has cried enough the past 2 days to dry out his tear glands, but his spirit containers remain stable. That's not easy to achieve. I can judge that he has trained in shattering and rebuilding his spirit containers extensively." Yahard concluded, "Though weak and without a bright future, he has exceptional qualities that will be passed down. His children will undoubtedly become powerhouses." "That's a high evaluation." Zahela spoke but didn't counter any of his comments, offering her subtle acknowledgement. She glared at Latrina. "You heard your father. So why didn't you make him yours?" The fair presented a good opportunity. Latrina hesitated. "Mother, can I do it instead of her?" A girl nearby Latrina expressed willingness. "I'm interested in his talent. Let me take charge of our transaction with him. Give me a few days, and I'll also bear his child." "Asiya, you." Latrina glared at her sibling. "Don't interfere in my business." Zahela raised her hand and motioned for Latrina to shut up. Her glance revealed her disappointment in her daughter failing to capitalize on her status. She had already investigated Virala. He too is a talent. If she doesn't even realize that, she's useless. "Try not to disappoint me." Zahela didn't even spare a glance at Asiya while addressing her. "There are some good seeds in the 44th settlement this time. Create opportunities for your sisters too." "Leave it to me, mother." Asiya nodded, thinking in seriousness. "Inala, huh? His eyes are just my type. Maybe I'll seriously pursue him." Chapter 51. Granny Oyo chides Rava. "That was a spectacular victory, I must say." Instructor Mandu commented, once they landed on their settlement. He stared at Inala and whispered, "You were right about that imagination art. All I had was a mere glance, and even that almost destabilized my spirit container." I survived. Inala gasped as he landed on his settlement, relieved as he broke out in cold sweat. They were scary. Too scary. I get what you're saying. Even as a master, I was overwhelmed by their aura. Instructor Mandu stared at the goosebumps that had formed on his skin. The settlement leader and Lady Mother were on a whole other level. The duo entered a channel and made their way to Inala's house. Once Inala entered his house, Instructor Mandu bade his farewell. "It will take a couple of days before the orders start coming in. Get some rest and prepare as much clay as possible. I had to push back the portrait orders because of this event." "I'll be ready," Inala bowed in gratitude. "It's only thanks to you that I can contribute to the clan." "Don't mention it," Instructor Mandu waved casually and walked away. "Continue working hard and increase your contribution to the clan." Inala closed the door and slumped on the floor in the living room, exhausted. After resting for an hour, he got up and began to cultivate. "I wouldn't have to worry about paruta fruits. I obtained a wealthy client this time. Each order would easily net me hundreds of paruta. I'll reach my goal without issues. That means," he grinned and began training, "I should become as strong and sturdy as possible. Isn't that right, Ganala?" Two soft slaps resounded outside. For others, the sounds served as a distraction. But to him, it was encouragement. Humans were social creatures. Inala too was no different. And the only reason he became a shut-in in his past life was due to his disappointment towards society. Even here, he was still alone. He didn't have anyone to have his back, as he was an orphan. No one in the academy wished to befriend a death row student. After all, not anyone thought he would survive his death sentence. They didn't wish to get attached emotionally to someone like that. That was why no student approached him. The 7 colors among the death row students were competitors. They couldn't become friends. At present, Inala and Greha had allied, but that was only until the first major disaster. Their goals were aligned until then. But there lay more treasures beyond that, one set per each. It meant, as long as they cultivated, Greha and Inala would return to being competitors and even enemies. Considering such a person as a friend wasn't possible. Being unable to confide in someone indeed made him lonely. And in a setting where death stared down on him daily, it made him feel like an abandoned child in darkness, without any support in sight. In that situation, Ganala had his back. The 44th Empyrean Tusk was aware of his origin, his thoughts, and his worries. Despite everything, she supported him, silently acknowledging his efforts. She spurred him to work harder and encouraged him. Every crisp tail slap was to intimidate the enemy, but all the gentler slaps were directed at him as encouragement. There were no words exchanged between the two, but they could converse. Whatever Inala thought was read by Ganala, and she replied by varying the intensity of her tail slap. After hearing it enough times, Inala was beginning to understand the emotional intent behind each. Being alone would eventually make him mad, especially since his home was in a corner of the settlement, devoid of any human interaction. That was why he talked to Ganala nonstop. He felt he would be able to stay sane that way. Inala couldn't say whether or not he considered Ganala a friend, but the Empyrean Tusk was someone he considered valuable on an emotional basis. He had already formed an attachment to her. Even though it was bad, considering she was old and would die in the future, he didn't care. "I'll do my best to ensure you survive the first major disaster." "Rava, where is Master?" Varala was confused. "I didn't see her for the past 2 days." "I'm not sure. Let me check her room." Saying so, Rava climbed down the stairs of their house and arrived at a node. 4 channels spread out from there, each leading into a housing area where Granny Oyo's children and grandchildren lived. Rava's parents, unfortunately, died long ago. Hence, she had been living with her grandmother all along. She turned and entered a channel that led to her grandmother's secret house. It was where Granny Oyo refined various medicine for the clan. She arrived before the door and knocked on it. "Grandma, are you inside?" "What happened, Rava?" Granny Oyo's voice came from within. "I'm busy." "I was just worried," Rava said and turned the doorknob, saying after noticing that it was locked, "Can I come inside?" "Sure." Granny Oyo's voice resounded softly as the door opened. Rava entered the house, which was pretty much a room. It was shaped like a cube, with the length of the sides spanning 30 meters. The walls were covered with shelves, stored to the brim with all sorts of vials. In the center of the room stood a massive pranic beast that was shaped like a chameleon, but on its back stood a vat, slightly tilted towards the front. Intense heat billowed within the vat, like tongues of flame. There were swirling regions of hot and cold within, the pressure varying as the pranic beast desired. The variations caused multiple extracts of the substances to flow out and react in a certain way, transforming into tonics. Pranic beast, pitcher salamander. Amazing, Rava muttered in a daze. A couple of hours later, the process concluded as a stream of liquid flowed out of the vat, spread into hundreds of streams, and entered tiny vials each. Following that, the pranic beast vanished after a burst of prana. Granny Oyo stood in its place. With a thought from her, a dress flew towards her. She calmly wore it and stared at Rava. How's your relationship with Varala? It's going good. Rava nodded. I wish to wholeheartedly support him. Don't be stupid, Granny Oyo uttered coldly. A valueless woman would be used and discarded mercilessly. Vivarala isn't like that, Rava argued. Maybe not. But, Granny Oyo snorted, don't be someone that would allow him to entertain such thoughts. Varala is significantly more talented than you. He's absorbing whatever I teach him at a rate dozens of times faster than you. Granny Oyo commented, as long as he doesn't die a premature death, he'll become a master. But what about you? Even with my support, you'll barely reach the peak of the body stage. He'll feel you're inferior. And if he chooses to go with another woman, you won't even have enough strength or authority to keep him in check. Then what must I do? Rava cried, I truly love him. It's simple, Granny Oyo grinned cunningly. I'll impart you a certain skill. Chapter 52, Primary Extortion Skill. WW, what is this monstrous skill? Rava was stunned as she collated the details of the skill in her mind. The bone slip she gained the skill from turned into dust and sprinkled on the floor. Would I really need something like this? Rava shrieked in a fluster. Do you think you're a better judge of character than me? Granny Oyo glared. Foolish brat, don't you understand why I am giving you such a skill? I do, but this feels diabolical. Rava felt dejected. Using this on someone I love is... Varala isn't someone simple. You can even say he's dangerous. Granny Oyo expressed her thoughts. If he's like that, then why did you accept him as your disciple? Rava asked. Just because I love him isn't a reason enough to move your heart, right? You're right, Granny Oyo nodded. Even if he becomes your husband, I could care less. My skills are too valuable to be passed down to just the lover of one of my countless grandkids. If you put it that way, I truly feel insignificant. Rava was depressed. That's the truth, Granny Oyo said without a change in expression. I have 14 children. Every one of them has at least 6 kids. Even after many deaths, the number of my relations is still significant. 2 sons and 3 daughters. That's how many of my children died a month ago. I didn't even shed a tear for them. She stared at Rava calmly, causing the latter to shudder. It made Rava realize the truth, shattering her delusion. Grandma is only allowing me to stay with her to relieve her boredom. She could care less if I died. A glance at Granny Oyo's unflinching expression, even after recounting the death of 5 of her children, Rava was shocked. Only then did he understand that the woman before her was a monster that had been alive for more than a century. As someone affected by the fragment disease, she started her life as a death row student. The amount of things she had to endure to survive until now was incomparable. She had slaughtered her way through countless pranic beasts to suppress her disease and try to find a cure. Along the way, she lost her humanity. To her, having another child was merely a way to experiment with another method to suppress her disease. She was a maniac. Her only desire other than becoming strong was to cure her disease. For that reality, anything was fair game. If Rava didn't give Granny Oyo any entertainment value, she would be abandoned without hesitation. A student without a backing. Even if she were to become an elite, it was just a matter of time before a pranic beast chomps upon her head. Realization struck her hard, shattering the net of safety Rava had been wrapped under. It forced her to think using all her wits, for the first time in her life focused on survival. Surprisingly, she was able to think and conclude most of Granny Oyo's intentions, feeling her mind functioning unrestricted. See, you can do it if you try. Granny Oyo smiled internally. She was originally pissed about the damsel in distress aura Rava was exhibiting. Now, she's gradually becoming a proper mammoth clansman. Does Varala have enough potential to contribute immensely to the clan? Rava asked upon consolidating her thoughts. What are the benefits and risks? Let's see. Granny Oyo trailed off before speaking softly. He's a variable that might show us a way out of certain doom. That's the benefit. And what is the risk? Rava asked. He can result in our doom. Granny Oyo laughed. He's an insanely high-risk, high-reward case. So, the skill you gave me is to combat that high-risk scenario, right? Rava could finally make sense of Granny Oyo's thought process. Pretty much, Granny Oyo nodded. Then, you know what to do next, right? Yes, I'll wrap my fingers firmly around him. I'll be the only woman he ever thinks about. Rava nodded. I'll succeed no matter what. That's good. Granny Oyo nodded and threw her a bone slip. In it contains the knowledge I gathered about taming a guy. It's a compilation from countless women from our clan. We had something like this? Rava was shocked as she absorbed all the knowledge. Why is this even a thing? Why do you think? Granny Oyo snorted. We're a merchant clan. We visit various kingdoms all the time, and plenty of women in these kingdoms are gorgeous beauties. We mammoth clansmen value battle strength above all. So, even our women are robust looking. But that's not the case in those kingdoms on the ground. She huffed in disdain. There are women there that go their entire lives prettying themselves up. Even their cultivation techniques are geared to make them more alluring to a man. For those women, bagging a mammoth clansman is a sign of victory. She stared, her eyes cold. Oftentimes they succeed, since they are trained to charm men. Of course, once those women board our settlement, we'll kill them using the various opportunities present. But it's still annoying to lose our men to some weak trash. So that resulted in the birth of these techniques. Rava nodded. We're basically brainwashing our men into worshipping us as the perfect wives, huh? It's not guaranteed to work. Granny Oyo nodded. After all, it's not a skill but merely a collection of mind games. I'm not talking about that, Rava said and stared at the bone powder on the floor. I'm talking about the primary extortion skill, Grandma. How did you create such a diabolical skill? I extracted a lot of information from a certain reincarnate that inspired me to create it. Granny Oyo thought of Anala and smirked. He's truly a treasure trove of inspiration. You don't need to know, Rava. Granny Oyo calmly tapped Rava's forehead. I made sure you'll forget the skill after using it once. Moreover, you'll be unable to divulge this information to anyone else. It also cannot be extracted from your memory by any cultivator, even by a master stronger than me. I understand, Rava bowed in response. Virala was looking for you just now. What should I say to him? I'll be in closed-doors meditation for the next 10 months. Granny Oyo said curtly, I'm preparing to break through. I'll leave Virala to you, Rava. You can make use of the wealth I left in my house out there. This is my test to you, she said. If you succeed, I'll consider nurturing you in seriousness. If all you did is squander my wealth, I will successfully inherit your business. Rava's eyes turned cold and calculating, and I'll make Virala submit to me. Be assured of it, Grandma. Chapter 53. Rava takes charge. Mystic Bone Art, Primary Extortion. Rava and Virala joined bodies as she activated the skill, feeling all prana drain from her body and condense into a mysterious effect that flowed through the region where their bodies connected and entered Virala. I feel amazing, Virala exclaimed in ecstasy. What did you do, Rava? It's a skill I learnt from one of my aunts. Rava whispered in Virala's ears. She said using the skill takes the man to heaven. Have you reached there? Yes, Virala muttered weakly. Fuck. That was hot. How did this girl transform from a submissive starfish to such a hot succubus? Virala fainted upon climax. Rava calmly coiled her arm around him as her eyes glazed from pleasure turned cold. She felt a minor change in his body and thought, 1 down, 99 more to go. The primary extortion skill used all of her prana to transform into an effect that fused into Virala's first spirit container. It transformed the spirit container, but the changes couldn't be noticed by Virala. That was the nature of the skill. It would be completed after all 100 spirit containers are affected. Rava calmly got up and dressed, staring at the mirror nearby to observe the changes in her presence. Ever since I gained the primary extortion skill, my mind became different. I feel awake and can see through basic schemes. I have become calculating. A mere skill changed me completely. I'm no longer the old Rava. Grandma is amazing. She thought in praise, for Granny Oyo created such a revolutionary skill. Her attention then fell upon the sleeping Virala. Now I can feel it clearly for myself. Her eyes turned even colder. This fucker doesn't love me in the slightest. Adjusting her clothes, Rava opened a drawer nearby and popped the contents of a vial in her mouth, recovering some prana. She then arrived before a secure room that only Granny Oyo could enter. Rava placed her hand on it and watched the door open. Granny Oyo already gave her prana signature access to the room, allowing Rava to enter and leave as she pleased. She stared at the containers filled with parda fruits, a bunch of elixirs, and liters of medicine. This is my test. I need to achieve success using these resources. Thinking as such, Rava consumed a bunch of parda fruits to build up her prana values. She then began to train non-stop, strengthening her spirit. A strong spirit foundation gives me enough potential to cultivate. Spirit stage was where one laid down the foundation for their potential. Body stage was where they filled up the foundation and sculpted their strength. And it was in the life stage did a cultivator truly embark on their cultivation journey. As she trained, employing her changed mindset, Rava went through her past, focusing her utmost attention on the first minor crisis. Only in Sumatra Chronicles was it labeled the first minor crisis. That was solely because it was the first minor crisis in the book. In the Mammoth clan records, that was merely recorded as a minor crisis, one of the many faced by the clan. And as Rava focused on the records of the minor crisis, she thought of a few individuals that stood out from the rest. Risha, Blola, Greha, and finally Inala. All are death row students but survived in a situation where students vastly stronger and more talented than them had died to the mud vipers. Rava relaxed her prana, causing the rotating bone sphere nearby to fall to the floor. Right, I haven't seen any of them in class recently, except Inala. Rava quickly entered Virala's room and surfed through his drawer, picking up a bone slab. It was a controller through which the user could sense the locations of all the spy bone fragments he had dispersed. This was an item refined by Granny Oyo, something they used all the time on dangerous pranic beasts. That way, the moment the pranic beast came in range, they would be aware. A cultivator would be able to sense the position of his spirit weapon as long as it was within range. Spy bone fragment was an extension of that. It was a quasi-spirit weapon. It couldn't be wielded like a spirit weapon. In exchange, its sensory range was enhanced, allowing the user to sense its position from kilometers away. A spy bone fragment was only the thickness of a strand of hair and barely a centimeter long. It had the property to stick to surfaces, and as Virala slipped one each to the clothes of the reincarnates, he could always monitor their locations. By infusing his prana into the bone slab, he was aware of the position of all the reincarnates. He had brought the controller with him to the fair. It was part of the goods in the trolley, and it was Rava that had brought it back. After all, the spy bone fragments came as a set with the controllers. They were expensive to refine, and the equipment had only been lent to Virala. Of course, the latter didn't have a use for it after the fair. Just like the reincarnates, he judged no use for it until the first major disaster started. By then, the reincarnates would have purchased new clothes. So, it made sense to plot new spy bone fragments after that. Hence, the equipment was lying abandoned. Rava reclaimed it and infused her prana into it. Virala was strangely antagonistic to his fellow death row students. Why is that? Now that I think about it, there's no explanation for his actions. She was stunned upon sensing the locations of the students. Inala is in the 43rd settlement. How? I cannot sense Blola's location. Why? It seems he's not even in the settlement. Moreover, what is this? She shuddered. Why is Risha in the heart? Rava felt she might be mistaken and doubled on the location. There's no doubt. He's indeed in the heart. She hurried to her grandmother and banged the door, closing the door in a hurry to stare at Granny Oyo, ignoring her displeased look to state, "Look into this once." Granny Oyo inserted her prana into the controller and nodded. "I'm aware." Rava panicked. "As long as you don't reveal this information to anyone else, you won't be executed by the settlement leader." Granny Oyo said and crushed the controller. "If you can capitalize on this information, go ahead." "All right." Rava nodded. "Don't disturb me anymore." Saying so, Granny Oyo shut the door and locked it, also adding multiple barriers to not be interrupted anymore. If she's aware, then Risha must be doing something amazing. Otherwise, how has he been granted entry to the heart? Thinking as such, Rava recalled the locations of each reincarnate and made her way to the house of the nearest. Thankfully, Greha's house is located right next to a channel entrance. I needn't fear an attack from the zingers in that case. After traveling for some time, Rava approached Greha's door and knocked on it, stunning the latter when he opened the door. Chapter 54, Blola's Path. "We meet again, Greha." Rava smiled when the door opened. "I'm not Greha." Saying so, Greha shut the door loudly. "That's rude." Rava felt as such, but after some thought, she realized his behavior was natural since Greha considered her Virala's crony. When the mud vipers rushed in the shelter, he too protected me. She calmly knocked on the door, waiting patiently even as Greha never responded. An hour passed, but the knocking continued. Rava knocked once every few seconds, and it seemed she had annoyed him enough as 3 hours later, a frustrated Greha opened the door. "Why are you here?" "I just wanted to talk." Rava tilted her head cutely. "How are you?" "This fucking woman." Greha barely controlled himself from turning Rava into mud viper food. He spoke coldly. "Please leave, I'm busy. I don't have time to chit-chat. Virala doesn't know I'm here." Rava smiled brightly. Of course, her eyes were emotionless, creeping Greha. "So let's talk inside, all right? Unless you want me to return and embrace Virala while crying about your rudeness?" She was basically threatening to expose Greha's location to Virala if he didn't talk to her. "Sure, go ahead." Saying so, Greha shut the door. "I came here to purchase mud viper eggs from you." Rava didn't seem to mind her treatment as she continued. "I'll buy 15 eggs from you daily." The door opened as Greha sported a merchant-like attitude, rubbing his palms together as he invited Rava in. "Please come inside, Lady Rava." "Why didn't you say you were a customer?" His abrupt behavior change stunned her, even when she came prepared. Rava entered the living room and flinched under the stares of dozens of mud vipers. "How many eggs do you need?" Greha asked, ready to make the calculations. And what is the purpose of your purchase? Purpose? Rava frowned. Why do you need that? I have to submit a report to the clan daily in regards to the number of purchases and the people that purchase from me, including what they use the eggs for. Greha said, it's to avoid a wastage of valuable clan resources. Then, I'll only purchase the eggs that aren't sold. Rava said, that way, I'm only using the resources that might go to waste. I'll pay the market price for them. As for the purpose, put it down as experimentation. I have around 8 unsold eggs from today's batch. Greha said, based on the sales, I'll have anywhere from 3 to 10 unsold daily. I'll take them all. Rava nodded. All right, Greha pulled out a contract and added in a couple of details, giving it to Rava. Sign here. I'll notarize it using instructor Mandu. I'm prohibited from mentioning this deal to Virala. Rava frowned at the clause. After a moment, she casually signed it. That's fine by me. There were a few more clauses, all regarding Virala, ensuring nothing of this transaction could be found out by him. There was also a fine imposed otherwise. The fine amount ensured Greha would have obtained enough resources from Rava to succeed in his plan. Even if Virala tries anything shady after finding out his house's location, Greha wouldn't lose anything. Rather, things would only benefit him once he notarized it. Moreover, even if Virala did something after that, he would be subject to legal action under Mammoth clan law, thereby allowing Greha to get rid of his strongest competitor without moving a muscle. This fine is his true goal. He's hoping that I reveal this transaction to Virala. Rava didn't let her thoughts show on her face as she got up and shook hands with Greha. Here's to a fruitful cooperation. Greha frowned once Rava left. How the fuck did she come to know my location? Did Inala leak it? No, he has more to lose if he does. Did Instructor Mandu slip up? That doesn't seem likely either. He's absolutely strict about such things. How did she find out then? Greha felt the urge to commit murder. But he controlled himself and looked around, smiling. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I need plenty of resources for my project anyway, he thought. And through this deal, I can purchase lots of medicine from Rava. Also, he muttered upon recalling Rava's figure, she seems different from before. Judging by her expression, she probably had a falling out with Virala. That's good too. His actions might have hastened her awakening. In a wide tunnel faintly lit by luminescent moss flowed a canal, only 3 meters in breadth. Seated on a boat and allowing the weak water currents to carry him was Blola. The boat was a spirit weapon, created using a pile of bones he had purchased and molded into the current structure by employing the mystic bone art. For the past month, Blola had been preparing his escape from the 44th settlement. All his preparations were for that. Blola created a parachute with a turbine attached to the back. Using his prana, he made the turbine generate wind, controlling his direction of motion once he jumped down from the Empyrean Tusk's trunk. Once he landed next to the secret path in the Anudu Plains, Blola packed the parachute in his luggage, entered the path, and began his refinement. He converted all the materials used in the chute to create the boat, using up everything he had brought with him. There was only 2 days' worth of ration on his being, fully consumed by now. He was hungry, but Blola didn't panic. Instead, he calmly observed the tunnel, recalling the information from Sumatra Chronicles. Eventually, he came across a patch of moss that glowed vibrantly. Blola parked the boat and used a bone knife to collect the moss. He popped a clump in his mouth and almost spat it out, disgusting. But once the moss was chewed and swallowed, a warm feeling pervaded his being. Upon feeling that, Blola consumed the moss until his stomach was full. He sat on the ground and activated his mystic bone art, gradually converting it into prana. As expected, this is indeed spirit moss. Spirit moss was a substance on par with an elixir. A kilogram of it sold for 16,000 paruta. Upon consumption, spirit moss netted very little prana. But the reason they were so exorbitantly priced was their nature to strengthen the spirit container. This strengthening effect applied to all cultivators, whether in the spirit stage, body stage, or even the life stage. In Sumatra Chronicles, when the herd returned to the Anudu Plains for the second time, Risha chances upon this secret path. By consuming this spirit moss, he becomes further overpowered. But that was when he was a master, with a voracious appetite for resources. Blola was only at the spirit stage. There's more spirit moss here than what I can consume. This is the perfect resource for my journey. Once he had his fill, Blola fell asleep. The next day, he got up, consumed some more spirit moss, and got onto his boat as he cultivated. There was spirit moss everywhere he stopped, so he wasn't worried. In 6 months, when I exit this tunnel, I'll have reached the peak of the spirit stage. Blola grinned confidently. The others can fight amongst themselves for second place with Risha while I reign supreme. Chapter 55, Imprint Acceptance Skill. Ganala, you're experienced. You have also gone through all my memories. Inala said as he stared at a bunch of items before him that he had just purchased from the market. Will my plan to obtain the Zinger Queen's power work? Tap twice for a yes and thrice if something is missing. He focused on his ears, hearing 3 soft slaps, sighing as a result. So, I'm still missing something. Inala picked up a brush and began to write a list of items on paper. I'll be writing the items slowly. Slap twice when I'm writing the missing item. He was thankful to Greha. After all, only through the latter did he find out the fact that the 44th Empyrean Tusk could access his memories and read his thoughts. Instead of being flustered by such a fact, Inala rejoiced instead. After all, the moment he figured out the fact that Ganala supported his actions, he revealed the entirety of his plan to her. Following that, he relied upon her knowledge and experience to perfect his plans. His only source of information was Sumatra Chronicles. By researching the novel, he derived a result. But there was no guarantee that it would work. With the slightest variable, things might fail. The variable could be as simple as a tiny amount of impurity in one of the resources he used. Therefore, it was best to raise the guarantee to 100%. Ganala served as a perfect database regarding that. An Empyrean Tusk lived for around 2 millennia. That was an overwhelming duration of life. A time span in which the knowledge one could accumulate was ginormous. And as the oldest in the herd, Ganala was the wisest and most experienced. She must have been through situations the other Empyrean Tusks in the herd weren't even aware of. Hence, by taking advantage of her experience, Inala could perfect his plan. As he wrote down the list, Ganala notified him of the lacking materials. I still lack 3 items, huh? Spirit Enchantment Aureole, Humming Stalk, and a feminine prana signature. Inala focused on the last item and muttered, But don't I already have the last one? Granny Oyo turned me into her spirit weapon. Her prana signature has been imprinted on my bones. Slap! 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 Inala frowned at the response and made multiple conjectures, sighing when Ganala slapped in confirmation at one such conjecture. You mean, I need to transfer her prana signature to my spirit container? Only then it will work. Slap! Slap! How do I achieve it? Inala thought, drawing a blank. I'm not strong enough to touch her imprint. Even if I use the prana domination skill, my proficiency is lacking to succeed. Suddenly, the walls of his house shook as faint dust billowed. As the dust fell, the gravity in the room morphed, causing them to move in certain directions as they approached the floor. Once all the dust settled, Inala noticed a set of words had formed on the floor. You're speaking to me, Ganala. I told you, right? This method works. Ganala was using an idea he thought up to communicate with him. The fact that she listened to his suggestion expressed her support. It only made him happy as Inala read the words. My son, Inala, you need to permeate Oyo's prana signature in your fused spirit container. With my support, you'll be able to overcome the gender restriction and gain the Zinger Queen's power. To achieve that, you need to activate the 3rd part of the puppetry skill, 7th part of the elixir condensation skill, final part of the prana domination skill, 5th part of the bone slip skill, 1st part of the toxin refinement skill, 3rd part of the spirit reinforcement skill, 1st part of the toxin refinement skill once again, and finally 2nd part of the prana domination skill. Activate them all in order within 3 seconds, and you'll create the imprint acceptance skill. Imprint acceptance skill. Inala nodded after a moment of thought. All right, I'll attempt it immediately. Since Ganala couldn't communicate with him directly, she couldn't impart a skill to him. Instead, she conceptualized the skill by making a formula using parts of the skills he knew. It was a genius move only possible for an Empyrean Tusk. Inala only activated parts of the skills as mentioned, taking more than an hour to finish a round of activation. He gasped at the end, feeling like he had been holding his breath all along. After taking a breather and collating his experience, he attempted it a 2nd time, finishing the process in under 20 minutes. By the 10th attempt, he did it under a minute. 2 days of non-stop practice later, Inala was able to bring it under 3 seconds, observing his prana stir up in response. Some sections of the parts were naturally omitted by the prana flow as nodes were created. These nodes joined together as the mystic bone art fired up on its own, piecing them together. The set of nodes wasn't the skill. Rather, it was a mere catalyst. When this catalyst influenced the mystic bone art, his prana condensed into a technique. The catalyst caused words forming the mystic bone art in his mind to leap around, like a typewriter imprinting the inked words on a piece of paper. The words settled into becoming the imprint acceptance skill. The whole process was inspirational, enlightening Inala. Mystic bone art is pretty much the alphabet. By activating only parts of the various skills in my possession, the result I created influenced the mystic bone art. The alphabets rained down in my mind and formed an essay that conceptualized the imprint acceptance skill. As long as I understand the logic behind this, I can experiment and create a bunch of skills randomly. Maybe I'll even create a useful skill down the line. Inala condensed his enlightenment, sensing it act as a catalyst for the mystic bone art, deriving a peculiar skill. In response, Ganala's tail slapped multiple times in excitement. Inala too was excited, for this was no different from a fortuitous encounter. This is all thanks to you, Ganala. You enlightened me by teaching me the process for creating the imprint acceptance skill. This changes everything. Inala grinned in excitement as he observed the new skill, one that would form the core of his strength, allowing him to conceptualize skills based on his experience and derive the result from the mystic bone art. Without any hesitation, he fired up the new skill by focusing on his experience in carving on mud slabs. Chapter 56, Mystic Skill Creator. Mystic Bone Art, Mystic Skill Creator. That was the name of the new skill he gained thanks to the enlightenment provided by Ganala's actions. Mystic Skill Creator was a skill that used one's experience as a catalyst to act upon the mystic bone art. As the mystic bone art reacts to the experience, the created product would be a skill that allows the user to execute what they performed, by memory before, as a skill now. A few minutes later, a skill was created as Inala laughed raucously. This is hype. Mystic Bone Art, Sculptor. The skill of Sculptor allowed the user to wield 4 spirit weapons and sculpt the target. When Inala sculpted a mud slab, he had to focus to control 4 spirit weapons simultaneously. This was only possible due to his experience as an artist in his previous life. As Inala had only trained his mind to multitask when performing art, he was limited to wielding 4 spirit weapons with such precision only during his carving sessions. But now, once that became a skill, he could apply it anywhere, even in battle. He could consider an enemy cultivator or pranic beast as the sculpting target. He would be able to wield 4 spirit weapons to attack the target on the same level as when he did art. When the experience became a skill, it freed up a lot of his brain power. Moreover, it created flexibility, allowing Inala to apply his strengths to fields other than art. The skill of Mystic Skill Creator was overpowered. He could feel it clearly. I don't have any other significant experiences that are enough to conceptualize another skill, but that's only for now. His lips almost reached his ears, unable to control his glee. It's training time. If he trains in a field and accumulates enough experience, he could condense the experience into a skill. That way, he could bridge the gap of talent. Inala first focused on the imprint acceptance skill, activating it as he felt Granny Oyo's imprint on his bones flinch in response. In his original plan, Inala intended to use a prana bomb on a female cultivator and absorb all her prana. Her prana stored in the prana bomb would of course possess her prana signature. He planned to use it in his plan to break through the gender limit and obtain the Zinger Queen's power. But after Granny Oyo turned him into her spirit weapon, he changed his plan. There was a stronger female cultivator's prana signature imprinted in his bones already. That raised his success rate by many times. And now things became even more easy thanks to the imprint acceptance skill. As the skill took effect, the imprint on his right hand's index finger bone flowed through his bloodstream and fused into his first spirit container. The imprint acceptance skill divided his skeletal structure into 100 parts, with each directed towards a spirit container. Inala would only complete the process after reaching the peak of the spirit stage. Inala, are you inside? Instructor Mandu's voice resounded, followed by a couple of knocks on the door. Right, I forgot about this. Inala hurriedly changed his clothes and exited the house, greeting Instructor Mandu. One of the 43rd Settlement Leader's daughters has arrived to meet you. Instructor Mandu glanced at the box-shaped bag. You have enough materials, right? Of course, Inala nodded. If the contents in my bag are used up, I can always bring more from my house. But that will not be necessary. I brought more than enough mud. There would be leftovers even if I work an entire day. He spoke. Instructor Mandu gave a silent nod and brought Inala to the periphery of the settlement. There existed a guest room there, and seated behind a luxurious desk, drinking tea was Asiya. I have brought Inala here as per your request. Instructor Mandu cupped his fists towards Asiya in respect. Please notify the guards stationed here for any of your requests. Thank you for your hospitality, Instructor. Asiya cupped her fists in response. I have classes to conduct now. Instructor Mandu patted Inala. I'll come by the evening to pick you up. Even after you're done with work, remain here. It's dangerous outside. The Zinger attacks have intensified. Inala bowed as he watched Instructor Mandu exit. Now, Inala and Asiya were alone in the guest room. I believe we haven't introduced ourselves. Asiya cupped her fists and flashed a bright smile. I'm Asiya, the 16th daughter of the 43rd Settlement Leader, Yahard Tusk. She was there when I spoke to Yahard Tusk. Inala thought as he observed her. Latrina is Yahard Tusk's 14th daughter. She is a few months older than me. That means Asiya is at least a couple of years younger than me. I am Inala, a death row student and an orphan. Inala bowed respectfully. It's my honor to meet a dignitary. You can drop the formality, you know. Asiya quickly changed her attitude, speaking casually. First of all, I'm younger than you. Secondly, I'm still a student. So I don't have the right to wield my status yet. Just address me as Asiya, all right? Yes, Inala nodded. He never read about Asiya in Sumatra Chronicles. She was merely Yahard Tusk's 16th daughter, 16th in line just among his daughters, not to mention the sons. The fact that I don't recall her name from Sumatra Chronicles means she either has no accomplishments or is one of the many deaths during the first major disaster. Inala didn't express his thoughts and calmly set his bag on the floor. He took a small, rectangular mud slab and stared at Asiya. Can you tell me the details of the imagination art you require? Well, we need a large portrait piece. Asiya detailed the dimensions. 2 meters tall and a meter wide. It needs to be about a zinger with a close-up shot of its face, expressing cruelty. Everything else is at your discretion. Also, you need to layer the result with bone powder. I want it to have a smooth, bony texture. That's pretty simple. Inala nodded and asked, a lot of materials would be consumed, so the price would be 280 paruta, Asiya smiled. That's how much I'm paying you. Fine by me. That's a lot of money. He was getting all the raw materials for free anyway, thanks to the clan's support. So, these 280 paruta would pretty much line neatly in his pocket. Without wasting a moment, Inala got down to work. He first drew a rough diagram on the pocket-sized mud slab, jotting down all the details. Once he was satisfied, he used the mud to make a large slab, 2 meters tall and a meter wide. Asiya observed his actions with interest. But the moment Inala whipped out 4 spirit weapons, she was stunned. Mystic Bone Art, Sculptor. Chapter 57, Asiya's Death Sentence. Amazing. Asiya's eyes shone in fascination as she observed Inala's work. How is he controlling 4 spirit weapons with such precision? He doesn't even seem the least bothered about such a mental strain. Competition was cutthroat among her siblings. To gain valuable resources, they needed to contribute accordingly to the clan. Only then were they considered worthy of being children of Yahard Tusk and Zahela. Best among their peers in terms of cultivation, a robust foundation capable of exceeding their limits and killing stronger pranic beasts, able to gather clansmen under their banner, etc. All factors were evaluated before their potential was considered. And the best among all would be nominated as Yahard Tusk's successor. In the successor race, whether it be Latrina or Asiya, they had no chance. After all, their oldest siblings had been alive for decades already, having been building up a force of their own all along. Asiya's eldest brother and sister had already entered the life stage. In comparison, she was merely a 12-year-old brat at the spirit stage. To at least make her parents acknowledge her existence, she would have to take on explosive measures. That was why, the moment she noticed Latrina's hesitation, Asiya took charge of the business opportunity Inala presented. And now, upon seeing his expertise, she grinned. I was right about him. Her eyes glinted as she stared at Inala. This guy is a gold mine in the making, and he'll all be mine. How did you train to become so proficient? Asiya inched forward from behind his shoulder, casually observing the engraving forming on the mud slab. She didn't seem to have noticed her cheek touching his, behaving ignorant. Can you teach me? Don't disturb me, Asiya, Inala spoke curtly. He extended his hand and tugged her arm, forcefully making her sit on the floor next to him. You can watch my work, but I won't sell my livelihood. Did he just force me to sit on the floor? Asiya was stunned, having never been treated that way. She felt mildly pissed at his attitude towards her. This blockhead. Is my charm non-existent? In his mind, she was merely a child. So, her seduction attempt didn't even register in his senses. While Asiya faced an identity crisis, wondering if she were a woman or not, Inala continued to carve. It has become easier to sculpt once I got the sculptor's skill. I can even set aside enough focus to ponder useless thoughts. Not only has my control become more precise, but I'm expending less than half the prana as compared to before. Mentally, he was less strained while working on the project. And as his proficiency in the sculptor's skill continues to increase, he'll become faster and faster while precisely controlling 4 spirit weapons. Asiya tried to talk to Inala, but upon only receiving curt replies, she decided to silently observe his work. I can learn a lot from his skill display. Besides, he must be focused to achieve such precise control. Let's not disturb him. I need this business to improve my standing in the family. Asiya flared up her mystic bone art as she watched Inala at work, trying to slowly apply his prana fluctuations to her own. I feel an improvement in my prana control already. This girl. Inala focused on her after an hour, noticing that Asiya was in a trance. But judging based on the way her aura condensed, she seemed to have attained enlightenment. She's insanely talented, only inferior to Risha. Then, why wasn't she mentioned even once in Sumatra Chronicles? Even Latrina was mentioned a bunch of times, despite having no effect on the plot. Guess there's only one answer. Inala calmly observed her prana fluctuation. At the age of 12, she has accumulated 94 prana. That's insane, considering how stable her spirit containers are. She was definitely killed by her siblings before she matured. Asiya was there when Inala unveiled the imagination art of defeat. She had witnessed it and didn't even lose a single unit of prana. That meant her mind was robustly trained. Two of her older siblings, one at the spirit stage and the other at the body stage, had been affected by the imagination art and lost most of their prana. Despite being the youngest at the scene, she was the least affected. Even Yahard Tusk became angry. In contrast, Asiya's emotional fluctuation was subtle. That was a sheer display of talent. If she was allowed to mature, she would become a powerhouse and most definitely be nominated as the next Lady Mother. The successor race is vicious. One of her older sisters must have caused her death before she graduated from the academy. Inala thought and couldn't help but smile. Conversely, that means she's a valuable talent. If I get her to join my team, I'll have a better advantage against the reincarnates. Until now, only Virala among the reincarnates was actively forming a team of talent. It was because he had completed his preparations towards the cure and was waiting for the first major disaster to start to take action. All the others were still making preparations. In such a situation, forming a team was only detrimental, because the team members will be targeted by the reincarnates before they matured. But the biggest reason was a lack of information. Yes, even the reincarnates didn't know which student was talented or not. After all, the students were wiped out in the first major disaster. So, the reincarnates could only guess if someone would become strong or not. There was no guarantee. This was the main reason the reincarnates refrained from forming a team. Why spend time and resources on someone that would die within a year? But Asiya was different. She was from the 43rd settlement. Therefore, even if the other reincarnates find out about her, they couldn't do anything to her, not while she was in another settlement. Therefore, it was the safest bet to make her part of his team. The only issue is her impending death. I need to do something about that. Which of her brother or sister is targeting her, and how? By noon, Inala completed the imagination art. Originally, it would have taken him until evening, but the sculptor's skill hastened the process. After he neatly packed the art piece, Inala stared at Asiya, not interrupting her enlightenment session. He waited patiently, cleaning up the room in the process. Another hour later, Asiya's eyes opened, brimming with vitality. She felt refreshed, having further progressed in her cultivation. She noticed Inala calmly staring at her, blushing in response. "How long were you watching?" "I completed my work an hour ago." "So," Inala flashed a thumbs up, "since then. You could have alerted me." Asiya pouted, hiding her embarrassment as she observed the imagination art, complimenting. "This is pretty effective. I would have screamed in fright if I had chanced upon it at night." She patted it. "I'm satisfied with the result." "She's satisfied?" Inala focused upon Asiya's choice of words, quickly piecing things together. It means from the details of the commission to its price, everything was set by Asiya. It seems Zahela trusts her daughter enough to not interfere with her choice. Implying, Zahela had expectations of Asiya. It further meant that the sole authority in this business, from purchase to commission, was determined by Asiya. If I can convince her, I can create extremely thought-provoking imagination art. By selling those, I'll be making a lot more money. And Zahela's opinion of Asiya would improve. I can kill two birds with one stone. Inala was excited, and if I raise the clan's evaluation of her enough, once Asiya reaches the body stage, the clan would grant her an advanced or even an expert silver-grade pranic beast egg. There's one that comes to mind, he thought. If Asiya obtains that, she'll become my strongest ally. Chapter 58, Grimnell. In the treasury of every settlement exists a few pranic beast eggs, precious, waiting for their owners. An S-grade student from the Academy of Refinement is granted a beginner silver-grade pranic beast egg. That was the limit to the grade of pranic beast egg a student without a background could obtain. But there of course existed eggs superior to them, obtained by the clan after significant risks. These eggs were contested for by the masters. The successor of a master would gain eligibility to an intermediate silver-grade pranic beast. The key point here was eligibility. There exist dozens of masters in a settlement. The successors of all masters would become eligible. Thereby, depending on the availability of intermediate silver-grade pranic beast eggs, the successors will have to fight for the limited numbers. The successors that failed to get one would have to settle for a beginner silver-grade pranic beast egg. A student was named a successor only after obtaining an S-grade evaluation at the Academy of Refinement. So, they were eligible to obtain it either way. It was after this did things get messy. In the 43rd settlement, any of Yahard Tusk's children that proved themselves would receive an advanced silver-grade pranic beast egg. To prove themselves, they'll have to check various requirements as posed by the clan. Usually, these children served as the settlement's core strength, for not only would they possess the greatest amount of strength and prana, but their lifespan was also the longest. After the successor takes up the settlement leader seat, the remainder would take up seats at the clan's guardians. Beyond this, there might exist an egg, protected with utmost secrecy. It would be a priceless egg that hadn't been used only because no cultivator displayed enough potential. Every settlement had one, and the 43rd settlement kept securely an egg that was one of the best in the entire herd. Expert silver-grade pranic beast egg, Grim Nell. Grim Nell wasn't on the level of a regular expert silver-grade pranic beast. No, it was a mutated pranic beast, a mutant version of the beginner silver-grade pranic beast, Death Nell. All mutated pranic beasts possess two natures, primary and secondary. The Grim Nell was no different. Fusing with it would grant the cultivator two natures. That would make them stand head and shoulders above the rest in terms of power. No mammoth clansman had ever fused with a gold-grade pranic beast egg. Such an egg didn't exist even in the treasury of the first Empyrean Tusk. The reason was simple. Offending a gold-grade pranic beast simply wasn't worth it. A gold-grade pranic beast would have strength on the level of an Empyrean Tusk. Every such pranic beast was an overlord that had carved its territory and ruled over it. In Sumatra continent, the stronger a pranic beast was, the weaker its fertility. Weak grunts like the mud vipers spawned baby mud vipers like a factory. But a gold-grade pranic beast would have to prepare, and at most give birth twice or thrice in its long life. Therefore, they were overprotective of their young. If their egg was stolen, the gold-grade pranic beast would go into a frenzy and wouldn't stop until the poacher was put down. Such a pranic beast could even cripple an Empyrean Tusk. The strength a mammoth clansman gained from fusing with a gold-grade pranic beast egg wouldn't even make up for the losses incurred, with the Empyrean Tusk's death being one of them. Therefore, the strongest egg the mammoth clan procured was in the silver grade, and even their numbers were rare. If I could nurture Asiya into the likes of a legendary genius, she'll become eligible to obtain the Grim Nell. Just with her alone by my side, I can survive on Sumatra somehow. He intended to prevent Ganala's death with all his might, but that was only a temporary measure. The most he could do is by a couple of months past the first major disaster. The 44th Empyrean Tusk was about to die of old age. That cannot be avoided. There was less than a year left of her lifespan. And when Risha's parents bring in the baby Empyrean Tusk, their settlement would be too weak to endure the onslaught of the second, third, and fourth minor crises that happen in quick succession. In Sumatra Chronicles, Risha did protect the baby Empyrean Tusk. But every time, he barely avoided death. Even though he didn't die, his body was reduced to a ragdoll after every single minor crisis. This was in Sumatra Chronicles. Now, with the addition of 5 reincarnates, the situation might either become manageable or end up worsening even further. Therefore, all Inala could do was solidify his strength and allies, hoping to survive the treacherous future. Since there's plenty of time, do you want to commission another imagination art? Inala expressed his interest. Well, I do have enough funds for that. But will it be all right? Asiya pondered. Mother left everything to me. She'll only be disappointed if I squander my funds. But Inala is the real deal. She stared at the imagination art. This will be worth the money. Despite that, I shouldn't waste my money and think of scenarios that make perfect use of the imagination art. By the way, what's the name of this piece? Asiya asked. I remember the last one having the suffix of defeat. It doesn't have one. Inala shook his head. I only intend to name pieces that were on the level of what I displayed to your parents. This isn't one of them. Then, make one next. Asiya's eyes glinted. 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. Draw the Empyrean Tusk's eyes on it. The expression should be one it makes towards enemies. Emote it in such a way that the zingers are intimidated. They are constantly attacking us. I feel like I can employ Inala's ability to counter the zingers. Or at the very least, it'll work in confusing the enemies. Asiya muttered after some thought. As long as we reduce the attack rate of the zingers, we'll have contributed immensely to the clan. Asiya picked up some mud and turned it into a palm-sized slam, following Inala's actions as she made a bunch of rough drafts on it. The emotion is simply anger. This won't do. It must be something that creeps the zingers and make them instinctively avoid approaching us. If the Empyrean Tusk eyes won't do, then a human's? Is she really a 12-year-old girl? Inala listened to her mutters, shuddering in response at the darkness of her thoughts. She was analyzing the psyche of the zingers, intending to capitalize on their worst fears. He recalled his past life. At what point in my life was I capable of having such complex thoughts? He reached that level only in his mid-20s. And this was when he considered his intelligence, cunning, philosophical, and psychiatric abilities to be way above average, even from an objective viewpoint. She's a successor candidate, all right. Inala was further assured about Asiya's talent. If it's her, then it's possible. She might obtain the Grim Knell. I'm already on track to obtaining the cure. Only 2 more items are left, and I know the method to obtain them. With Ganala's active support, I will definitely succeed. Inala thought, that means I can afford to nurture Asiya. With a small push from me, she'll survive and become my strongest ally. Inala suddenly extended his hand towards Asiya, his expression serious. Asiya, if you're willing, I wish to wholeheartedly support you in your successor race. Chapter 59, First Disciple. You wish to support me? Asiya was stunned by his declaration. Why? I mean, I do appreciate the support, but what made you decide it so quickly? Look at what you've drawn. Inala pointed at the rough sketches she was making and erasing on the palm-sized mud slab. All these are my techniques. Even without me teaching you anything, you were able to get this far. That means, with my support, you'll grow even more. You're a princess and by far the most talented cultivator I witnessed. Inala spoke frankly. If I decide to support you, I'll be the first. Thereby, once you become the 43rd Settlement's Lady Mother, my life will become comfortable. So a gamble, huh? Asiya muttered. Not a gamble, Inala said in seriousness as he made eye contact. I truly believe you can win the successor race, Asiya. I don't have a chance, not in the slightest. Asiya sighed. My older siblings are already in the life stage. They don't have something that you will obtain. Inala pointed at her forehead. You're still a student, and there are still 2 years left until your graduation. As long as your contribution is significant enough, you'll receive a reserve pranic beast egg that the clan has been safeguarding. That would at most be an advanced silver-grade pranic beast egg. Asiya shook her head. All my oldest siblings possess one too. No, the Grim Knell is vastly stronger than any silver-grade pranic beast. Of course, Inala didn't reveal that. Instead, he expressed his sincerity. Since your father hasn't announced his successor until now, it means he's yet to be satisfied with the results brought by your older siblings. So why not try to fight for it? Unless, of course, you're afraid. Inala made an expression as if he was disappointed, sighing grandly. Huh? Excuse me? Who's afraid? Asiya was triggered by his words, glaring in anger. Fine. I accept. And I'll win the successor race. It doesn't matter whether or not you win the successor race. I want you to gain possession of the Grim Knell. That alone will make you one of the strongest in the Mammoth clan. Inala thought. The majority of pranic beasts in Sumatra had a primary nature suitable for targeting their enemies individually. But the Grim Knell's primary nature affected all targets in range. It was the perfect counter against creatures like the mud vipers and zingers that attacked in swarms. Asiya would obtain strategic value once she gains the power of the Grim Knell. Since he succeeded in making her accept his proposal, Inala was content. Now, how do I best nurture her abilities? Inala never worried about trust. He had a decent competency in judging someone's character. And with that, he realized that Asiya wouldn't betray him. He did feel bothered by her strangely high interest in him, almost bordering on a romantic level. He wasn't a dense guy, but that didn't mean he would reciprocate the emotion. Asiya was barely a kid. His past life's values forbade him from aiming for a kid. But Inala did notice that by the passage of every day, the greater he cultivated using the mystic bone art, the more he was being assimilated into this world's culture, values, and mindset. Therefore, he felt that when Asiya graduates from the Academy of Refinement and is considered an adult by the standards of this world, if she still decides to pursue him, his thoughts might change. Let's not go that far with scenarios. Inala dumped all useless thoughts to the back of his head and focused on the task at hand. Well, I'll be frank with you, now that I'm competing against my siblings. Asiya calculated her position. I'll have to do a lot more than install some portraits at the academy. If I need to tick all the checks by the clan, then... After some murmurs, she stared at him. Your working pace wouldn't be sufficient. That doesn't matter. Inala smirked. 2 people can do it. 2. Asiya was surprised. There's another person that can carve like you? Yeah, Inala pointed at her. You'll do it too. I'll teach it to you. Are you being serious? Asiya was serious. Yup, Inala nodded. You know what this means, right? Yeah, come here. Asiya nodded and inched towards his face, intending to kiss him. I don't want to go to jail. Inala shrieked mentally as he took a step back and behaved like he didn't notice her actions, to avoid offending her. His brain spun into overdrive as he hurriedly looked at the ground and picked up a piece of mud. Am I that unattractive? Or is he dense? Asiya quickly recovered as she coughed and adjusted the sleeves of her clothes, appearing unconcerned to hide her embarrassment. Mystic Bone Art, Sculptor. Inala worked on the piece of mud and transformed it into a badge. The badge was carved with the images of the 4 spirit weapons he used to carve. He granted it to Asiya. If you were to accept my teachings, it means you'll officially become my disciple. Ah, that was what he was going on about. Asiya sighed mentally. Mother, it seems it'll take me a bit longer than I thought to make this guy fall for me. Well, he does have some charm. So I'm not angry. Of course, it's not just my carving skills. I'll be teaching you many things since I am something of a genius myself. Inala boasted and extended the badge. If you accept being my disciple, take this badge. A master-disciple relationship was very valuable, since no master would accept someone else's disciple under their tutelage. This meant that for the rest of her life, Asiya would only be able to inherit Inala's skills. So, it had to be considered. She was a princess, Yahard Tusk's daughter. In contrast, Inala was a mere death row student, orphaned too. From an objective standpoint, she had nothing to gain from him. Instead, she'll only lose out on a lot. But Asiya grabbed the badge and prostrated on the floor, offering her respects. I greet my master. He isn't boasting about being a genius. I can judge from his body language that he truly feels that way. It means a lot, coming from a death row student. Besides, just the accuracy he displayed in his carving skills while using 4 spirit weapons is enough reason to become his disciple. Asiya thought, just by gaining that, I'm confident in surpassing my peers and eventually facing my oldest siblings. Great! Inala grinned and sat down, motioning for her to sit across from him. I'll instruct you from the basics. There's enough time and raw materials here for you to practice. With that, Inala began his classes, obtaining his first disciple in Sumatra. Chapter 60. Deriving the Bone Slip Skill. While Asiya trained after listening to his lecture, Inala grabbed a bone piece from his bag and held it. He closed his eyes and fired up the Mystic Bone Art, beginning cultivation. He focused on its latter segments, raising his proficiency by recalling his experience in meeting Risha and Granny Oyo, especially when he obtained skills from them. Through the Prana Domination skill, Inala gained complete control over the bone piece, able to sense its every detail. Following that, he recalled the scene when he absorbed skills from bone slips. Mystic Bone Art, Mystic Skill Creator. Inala catalyzed his cultivation art and peered deeper into its mysteries, taking advantage of his experience and the effects of Mystic Skill Creator to grab the portion in the cultivation technique related to the bone slip skill. There were multiple veils over the Mystic Bone Art, separating it by layers. Each layer conformed to a cultivation stage. The bone slip skill was available in the second layer, accessible only by body stage mammoth clansmen. But now the effects from Mystic Skill Creator bombarded the mist and rattled it, revealing some gap through which his consciousness entered. In the end, the segment related to the bone slip skill was highlighted, allowing Inala to grasp it and learn its secrets. Mystic Bone Art, Bone Slip. Inala inscribed the details of the sculptor skill in the bone slip and inspected it. All right, there are no issues with it. The sculptor skill has been perfectly copied. Man, now that I experience it for myself, I truly underestimated Mystic Skill Creator. It's more overpowered than I thought. As long as he obtained enough experience using Mystic Skill Creator, he should be able to unlock the entirety of the Mystic Bone Art, all the way to its end, Transcendence stage. That would give him valuable information not available to even Risha. Moreover, with a full version of Mystic Bone Art, the quality of skills he could derive would elevate to a whole new level. I can't wait to start training already. Asiya, take this. Saying so, Inala handed her the bone slip. A bone slip? Asiya was surprised. But how? You're only at the spirit stage. And I noticed that it was merely a piece of bone when you grabbed it. How did it become a bone slip? Only cultivators at the body stage and above can use the skill. I told you. Inala expressed pride in himself, mildly arrogant at his abilities. I'm something of a genius myself. Amazing. Asiya was excited as she grabbed the bone slip and seeped her prana through it, sensing a stream of information enter her mind and condense into a skill. Sculptor skill? Master, is this what you used to carve? Addressing me as Inala will do. Inala nodded and retracted the bone slip and crushed it, destroying all information inside. He didn't have enough expertise like Risha to make the contents in the bone slip disappear after it was accessed once. That part was only accessible in the Mystic Bone Art after reaching the life stage. Therefore, he simply corrupted the information. Of course, there was still a chance someone proficient with the bone slip skill could rewire the corrupted data and obtain the skill. Inala planned to divide the piece of bone into multiple fragments and expend them for various objects. That way, even if someone gets a fragment, the information in it would only be a garbled mess, not worth spending time and effort to decrypt it. Use the skill, Inala said and pushed a mud slab towards her, thinking as he observed her actions. It took me 6 years to brush up my art skills and a month here to convert it into its sculpting form. Now, the moment she obtained the sculptor's skill, it's as if she also received my artistic sense and habits. It's like a part of me has been handed over to her. Skills are terrifying. Prana was energy condensed by the fusion between energies of the body, mind, and soul. Therefore, every unit of prana in a cultivator pretty much contained their genetic data. A skill was basically the condensation of one's experiences related to the usage of prana to achieve a certain effect. Therefore, when the skill is conceptualized, the information in it also consisted of the creator's habits, biases, instincts, etc. Therefore, when Asiya used his sculptor's skill, her actions were mimicry of himself. Of course, as she continues to use the sculptor's skill, it would gradually be influenced by her prana and evolve to suit her better. And now, this influence was happening at a rapid pace. From a mimicry of his actions to an original form of her own, Asiya barely took 40 minutes to do so. I fear for an average cultivator, this would have taken a few months at least. She's indeed terrifying. It's like witnessing Risha from the second half of Sumatra Chronicles. Inala became hyped at that realization. How would he religiously follow a novel for 6 years, unless he loved it? Inala disliked the Risha from the initial parts of Sumatra Chronicles, but the Risha from the latter half was his favorite. Every single scene portraying Risha's excellence caused his blood to pump in excitement. And now Asiya made him feel the same way. I'll definitely nurture you into a genius even better than Risha. I want to see you defeat him. At that thought, Inala couldn't control himself. He almost gave her all his skills. But a couple of seconds later, he understood his reckless stupidity and calmed down, taking in deep breaths. Control yourself, dumbass. If you give her everything, you'll only hinder her mental growth. Even Risha shone as a protagonist only after going through the rites that all protagonists go through. So shun your stupidity. He mentally berated himself as much as possible until his riled-up thoughts turned calm like a still lake. The evening quickly arrived, and it was time for Asiya to leave. She bowed in response. I gained a lot from you, Inala. I'll cultivate harder to become a successor, she announced. Good, Inala nodded. We'll keep your graduation target 10 months from now. Since you almost reached the peak of the spirit stage, that'll be easy. I'll also be training you on other areas to strengthen your spirit containers to the limit. Right, you're affected by the fragment disease. Asiya nodded in excitement. Despite that, and even after crying for 2 days due to the imagination art of defeat, you didn't lose a single unit of prana. I'm definitely interested in the know-how of your training methods. Don't worry, I'll be teaching it to you eventually. Inala nodded. You can reveal information about our relationship. But don't leak anything about the skills I impart to you. That should remain absolutely confidential. That goes without saying. Asiya bowed in respect and got up. I'll arrive every alternate day to avoid burdening your schedule. I'm aware you have a lot of portrait commissions as well. Take care and be safe. Inala bowed farewell as he observed Asiya carry the imagination art and exit the guest room. Right next to it was the detachable room that shuttled between the 44th and 43rd settlements. Once Asiya boarded it, the room flew to the 43rd settlement slowly. A couple of stray zingers targeted it, but were instantly killed by the elites stationed nearby. Inala observed the master that was controlling the shuttle, noticing a faint droplet of sweat covering his forehead. This master seems very old. If he were to ever falter, the shuttle would fall. And his condition makes it a possibility. A straight drop from this height guarantees death. It's the best opportunity for Asiya's siblings to deal with her. Wait a second. His eyes widened in realization as Inala observed the old man's eyes droop for some reason. His forehead was covered with sweat now. Right as a foreboding sensation pervaded his being, Inala saw the old man faint. And in response, the shuttle lost its balance and dropped, falling through the layer of clouds. Within it was his disciple, Asiya. Chapter 61, A Leap of Desperation. Asiya! Upon seeing the shuttle drop to the ground, Inala shrieked in alarm, infusing prana into his throat. His shout alerted the elites as they launched their spirit weapons, intending to catch the shuttle. H-heavy! An elite grunted in pain as his spirit weapon, a spear, stabbed into the shuttle, intending to pull it back up. But it was too heavy for him, since he was only an elite. All he managed to do was buy a second before the shuttle fell past his range. Spurting out blood, the elite collapsed, exhausted of all prana. The other elites in the area were farther away and were a moment late in reacting, for they had been targeting the zingers. Inala sprinted without a moment of hesitation and jumped over the edge. His prana surged into his bag and made a glove fly out. When an elite slowed down the shuttle's fall, Inala used the chance to push forth his glove with all his might. Arg! When the shuttle began to fall, the air resistance caused it to spin, throwing off Asiya. As the shuttle spun, one of its inner walls slammed into her. When her body impacted the inner wall, Asiya's nails grew in length, turning sharp as she clamped upon the wall, latching onto it like a lizard. This at least allowed her some freedom of thought, looking around as tried to find a way out. The shuttle was a moving platform. To avoid being attacked by the zingers, walls, and a ceiling were attached by the master that transported it. There were only a couple of fist-sized holes meant for air circulation. It was impossible for a student to break the bone walls constructed by a master. Asiya condensed prana into her fist and punched once, barely denting the wall. Just as she despaired, a spear pierced the wall nearby, rotating at a high speed to poke a hole. Immediately in response, a few more spears poked the wall, lodging themselves halfway inside as they tried to push the shuttle up in hopes to reduce its acceleration. The elites situated along the stomach and legs of the Empyrean Tusk had taken action. But even they could only slow down the fall. The elites tied ropes to their hips and jumped down, falling alongside the shuttle as their spirit weapons poked into the shuttle repeatedly. They intended to break open a section of the wall and pull out Asiya. But it was taking time, and the shuttle was approaching closer and closer to the ground. Shit! Hurry! An elite grunted as blood gushed out of his nose in strain. His spirit weapon drilled into the shuttle's wall and penetrated a hole. It turned around inside and made another hole on its way back. The elites were poking holes in the wall around Asiya. Since she was latched onto the wall, as long as they broke out the piece she held, they could save her. But they weren't fast enough as only a few elites were in range to take action. The shuttle had fallen past their positions too quickly for them to handle. The shuttle fell through the layer of clouds and continued to fall. 600 meters to the ground. A few seconds to impact. Even though the elites wished to save the kid trapped within the shuttle, they were losing hope as none of them were strong enough to break open the shuttle or hold it in place. The shuttle fell through the region between the 43rd and 44th Empyrean Tusks. As this region was hardly attacked by the zingers, only weak elites had been placed on guard. It wasn't even a year since most of these elites graduated from the academy. So their strength wasn't that high as compared to a student. Had the veteran elites been at the scene, they would have rescued Asiya by now. The newbie elites weren't capable enough. Just as they prepared themselves for Asiya's death, a pair of gloves rushed past them and grabbed two of the lodged spears. Mystic Bone Art, Prana Domination. Inala added his imprint in the spirit weapons, and using the Mystic Bone Art, he refined their shapes, transforming them into blades. The gloves moved back and forth to saw through the wall. Moreover, using his psychokinesis on the gloves, he tugged hard, pulling his body towards the shuttle. Mystic Bone Art, Sculptor. Mystic Bone Art, Puppetry. His 4 spirit weapons targeted a hole each and sawed through them, connecting the holes with a crack. Asiya, brace for impact. He shouted and spiked the prana in his gloves, pulling his body towards the shuttle faster. His spirit weapons barely carved a crack in the wall, but it hadn't shattered yet. Hence, with a bang, Inala landed on the region with enough force the crack spread throughout the wall's thickness and caused the affected piece to cave in. His legs shattered from the impact, but he was so pumped with adrenaline that Inala didn't feel the pain. Instead, his full focus was on saving Asiya. Fuck. She's my first disciple. As if I would let you fuckers kill her. His glove clenched into a fist and slammed the edge of the broken piece of wall, flipping it to reveal the figure of Asiya that was clamped on it. Grab me. Asiya let go of her hold and leaped onto him, grabbing him like a koala bear as Inala punched forth the walls with his second glove and used the momentum to fly out of the hole. Elites! Hook my legs! Arg! Inala blanked out when a spear pierced his thigh and pulled his body up, rapidly slowing down his descent. Come on! Slow down, damn it! The elite that had pierced his spear through Inala's thigh grunted as his prana surged into his spear and pulled as much as possible. He did indeed succeed in slowing down Inala's descent, causing other nearby elites to catch up. Since his legs were busted anyway, they hooked their spears in the legs and pulled Inala. 50 meters above the ground, Inala's figure came to a stop. He had fainted long ago, and holding him for dear life was Asiya, shrieking upon seeing blood gush out of Inala's orifices. Help! Like reeling a fish, 2 elites controlled their spears and pulled Inala and Asiya to an encampment on the Empyrean Tusk's knee. Inala! Asiya jumped around the moment she landed safely, staring at Inala as she broke down into tears, observing the over dozen spears logged in his legs. Blood leaked out of them non-stop. Asiya was flustered, feeling Inala's body turn cold. Chapter 62. Inala faints, Mandu rages. Boom! The shuttle crashed into the ground and splattered upon impact. The imagination art within broke into 100 fragments. A shadow loomed over it and calmly passed over. It was the 44th Empyrean Tusk's right hind leg. Ganala continued to walk, and so did the rest of the Empyrean Tusks. Even if this seemed like a significant event where dozens of elites participated in the rescue operation, there was no ripple from the outcome. The scale was too minor for the herd to bother about. In Sumatra Chronicles, during one such visit to the 44th settlement, the shuttle carrying Asiya fell down. The elites tried to save her but failed. In the end, her body splattered upon impact. A drop from more than a kilometer height was nothing but a death sentence. The shuttle's fall wasn't of any importance, which was why her death didn't even make it to Sumatra Chronicles. Inala! Inala! Get up! Asiya sobbed. She didn't have anything on her being to heal him. Prana did have healing properties, but unless she had a skill or nature geared towards healing, seeping her prana into his body would only worsen the situation. Inala's prana would reject the foreign prana. The clash would wound him further. Do you have an elixir? Asiya looked at the elites near her. If you have, please take it out. I'll reimburse you with a brand new elixir immediately after. The elites wryly smiled at each other, expressing helplessness. They were merely cultivators without any background that had graduated a few months ago and had only been granted beginner iron-grade pranic beasts. They didn't have the resources to afford something on the level of an elixir. We have notified the higher-ups. Help is on the way. One of the elites said and applied pressure on Inala's wounds, massaging the area to ease up the blood circulation. Let's do everything in our power to prolong his life until then. Okay. Asiya forcibly calmed herself down and looked at Inala's box-shaped bag. He carried his weapons in it, just in case, and they proved useful in saving her life. Asiya's goal wasn't his weapons, but parda fruit. She paid him 280 parda fruits for the imagination art. That can protect him. She grabbed a handful of parda fruits and crushed them, dripping their essence into Inala's mouth. The essence quickly made its way to his stomach, activating his mystic bone art in response. The parda fruits transformed into prana that circulated in his body, beginning to heal the injuries. The consumption of 100 parda fruits would generate 1 unit of prana. So, 280 parda fruits weren't much help. But 3 units of prana would still prolong his life for a bit longer. Thanks to the mystic bone art's activation, the coldness setting in Inala began to wane. Does anyone have parda fruits? Asiya asked once she finished feeding all 280 of them to Inala. We have some reserve in our station. One of the elites said, and rushed towards a secure safe in a nearby room and grabbed the box of parda fruits from within. There's 1,000 of them. Thank you. Asiya sighed in relief. Please be assured that I'll repay the amount immediately after. 1,000 parda fruits generated 10 units of prana, barely stabilizing Inala's situation. What happened to Inala? Instructor Mandu dropped down with a rope and hung outside the encampment on the Empyrean Tusk's knee. The encampment was shaped no different from a balcony, and placed on the floor there was Inala. Seeing his condition, Instructor Mandu entered the encampment and inspected Inala's body. Thankfully, he won't die. Enough prana is circulating in his body to prevent his condition from worsening. After completing his duties at the academy, Instructor Mandu was walking toward the guest room when he heard the commotion. And upon inquiring about the details with the elites nearby, he jumped down immediately. He didn't wish to see one of his talented students experience a premature death. Instructor Mandu transported Inala to the academy's infirmary, beginning treatment. He'll live, don't worry, the healer in the infirmary said after injecting a vial of medicine into Inala's bloodstream. If nothing unusual happens, he ought to wake up in a day. His legs have been messed up. Due to his fragment disease, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to walk for the near future. Will he be crippled? Instructor Mandu felt intense anger surge in him. That won't happen, don't worry. The healer commented. His prana would eventually heal his legs. With his current prana reserves, he'll take 2 years to make a full recovery. 2 years? Instructor Mandu muttered. 2 years. 2 years, huh? 2 years to recover naturally. The healer said, we can use medicine to make the process faster, but at the slightest burden, his body will break down further. The bodies of those infected by the fragment disease are sensitive and honestly fragile. Even at present, the amount of prana in him has already put his body under strain. So, I wouldn't recommend. That's enough. Notify me once he wakes up. Saying so, Instructor Mandu left the infirmary as he arrived at the academy's training grounds and stared at the sky, seeing hundreds of zingers. His legs fused to resemble a tail while his upper body ballooned in size, turning twice as big. Reddish-brown scales covered his body as a pair of horns protruded out of his forehead. His face transformed into that of a crocodile as claws appeared on his hands. Intermediate iron-grade pranic beast, shock lizard. one of the most common pranic beasts that mammoth clansmen fuse with upon reaching the body stage. For its grade, it boasted decent power. Its serpentine lower half allowed the cultivators to crawl through the grooves and channels in the settlement faster. Moreover, its ability was perfectly suited for the combat environment on the Empyrean Tusk's body. Primary nature, prana shock. Instructor Mandu opened his lizard mouth and spewed forth a bolt of prana that blasted into the zingers upon impact. It unleashed a ripple of shockwave, paralyzing the zingers, numbing their bodies. Without a break, Instructor Mandu unleashed a volley of prana shocks, causing zingers to rain down from the sky. His bone spear flashed about and punctured their heads. Arg! Instructor Mandu roared, dissatisfied. He rushed out of the academy and arrived before the guest room, staring at the old man whose slip-up caused everything. No, I'm not sure. I suddenly felt sleepy, and before I realized, I was asleep. The old man was explaining himself to another master when suddenly, a bolt of prana slammed into his face and exploded. What the who dared? Fucker! I do! Instructor Mandu roared as he rained down punches on the old man. You had one job, the safest in our clan. If you can't even do it properly, why the fuck are you alive? Chapter 63 Mandu kills a master. Make it seem like an accident. A zinger's prana bomb hovered in the air. Attached to it was a flower whose pollen caused one to fall asleep. Place this on the roof of the building next to you. It would put the blame on the zingers. Mahadu accepted the prana bomb and stared at the individual that remained seated within the shuttle, exuding arrogance nurtured through authority. He bowed in response. I'll do as you say. Lady Zanro. Don't utter my name casually. The lady in the shuttle snorted, following which she snapped her finger, motioning for the shuttle to be moved to her settlement already. Remember, you'll not be paid the mid-grade elixir if you fail to kill Asiya. And if you dare reveal my involvement, I'll slaughter all your descendants. Keep that in mind the next time you say my name. Why yes. Mahadu bowed respectfully as he carefully moved the shuttle to the 43rd settlement. He immediately placed the prana bomb on the roof of the nearby building and sniffed. I feel a mild sense of sleepiness. As long as I remove the prana protecting my lungs, I'll be affected faster. I'll do that while transporting Asiya to appear natural. Bam! A punch to the face forced Mahadu to recall the previous night's arrangement. He crashed into the wall of the guest room and coughed out blood, glaring at Instructor Mandu. How dare Amir Jr. attack me? Do you wish to die? I should be asking you the same. Instructor Mandu grunted and shot 2 bolts of prana, aiming for the old man Mahadu. Mahadu riled up his prana and caused the walls of the guest room to melt and flow around him like water. It transformed into a robust shield and defended against the prana shock, shattering in response as the residue slammed into him, causing him to gasp. Mahadu was a master at the 2 life stage, in charge of the shuttle that moved between the 44th and 43rd settlements. He fused with a beginner silver-grade pranic beast. In terms of his prana reservoir, lifespan, or sheer power, he overwhelmed Instructor Mandu on all fronts. But until he transformed, all he had was a larger prana reservoir. And to prevent his transformation, Instructor Mandu attacked in his transformed state, overwhelming the latter. Instructor Mandu, as a shock lizard, leaped in the air and unleashed another prana shock. When Mahadu defended against it, partly stunned, he lashed with his tail. The tail slap sent Mahadu crashing into the wall once again. And before he could even manage to orient himself, 2 more prana shocks followed suit, this time slamming dead center. Arg! Mahadu felt his internal organs rupture from the impact. I'll kill. His voice came to a halt as Mahadu stared at the bone spear that poked out of his chest. It revved once and shredded his heart, causing his eyes to lose all signs of life. Mandu, control yourself. The other master at the scene hurriedly grabbed Instructor Mandu. It's forbidden to kill one of us. One of us? Instructor Mandu glared at the master. Someone that dares try to kill my student is a fucking traitor to the clan. Don't you dare stop me, Vuhul, or I'll consider you as Mahuda's accomplice. Please don't be unreasonable, Mandu. The master, called Vuhul, shouted in a hurry. I was dispatched by the settlement leader to investigate the cause. I'll be the judge whether or not Mahuda did it on purpose or by mistake. Mistake? Have you lost your brain cells, Vuhul? Instructor Mandu clapped once as his spear shot to the nearby roof and pushed out a zinger's prana bomb. Attached to it was a flower, still releasing pollen. Don't you feel sleepy? Instructor Mandu snorted. Even when I raged, this pollen still made me feel sleepy. I could immediately figure out the cause and pinpoint it. He glared at Vuhul. If a master cannot even notice something this obvious, isn't he a waste of our clan's resources? Am I wrong in dispatching such a parasite? This? Vuhul hesitated and whispered. I noticed it too. But you or I don't have the authority to punish a master. Only the settlement leader does. So, I was buying time until he arrived. Ah, I see. Instructor Mandu cooled down in realization. It seems I went overboard. Sorry for cursing at you. No, I understand. Vuhul nodded. A student you were nurturing was almost killed. If I was in your place, I too would have gone ballistic. But you were wrong, Mandu. You'll be punished for killing a master. I see someone is being naughty. A voice resounded behind them, alarming the two. I didn't even notice his approach. Instructor Mandu turned around in shock before prostrating on the floor in response. I greet the settlement leader. I greet the settlement leader. Vuhul too prostrated, trembling upon feeling Bora Tusk's bloodthirsty gaze. You disturbed me for this crap. Bora Tusk lifted his foot and stomped, crushing Vuhul's arm, stating upon seeing the latter control himself, not even letting out a grunt. I believe I gave you the authority. But Mahadu is a master. Vuhul controlled himself to mask the pain he felt. If he dares shows it in his expression, Bora Tusk would continue torturing him. A master? Bora Tusk calmly stared at Mahadu's corpse. He's at the body stage, though? One life stage was equivalent to the peak of the body stage. Since Mahadu was killed once by Instructor Mandu, his cultivation dropped from the 2 life stage to the 1 life stage. Am I not making sense? Bora Tusk asked calmly, but his body was already oozing out killing intent, causing the buildings in the vicinity to turn molten. I remember setting a rule that a master can decide an elite's punishment if they commit a mistake. Do you want me to continue? Please leave it to me, settlement leader. Vuhul slowly got up. He didn't even stare up when a powerful blow slammed his side, sending him flying into a building. Bastard! Why did you summon me for something you could take care of? Bora Tusk groaned. Am I being lenient in my punishment? Is that why you brats are being a pain in my nasty butt? I apologize. Vuhul walked out as he coughed out blood. One side of his skeletal frame had been shattered. The organs within too had turned into mush. If not for his prana reinforcing them, he would have lost a life. But he dared not heal himself before Bora Tusk, for the madman would only see that as an act of rebellion. Therefore, Vuhul could only plead. TCH. Leave it. Since I came out anyway, I'll go on a stroll. Bora Tusk stared to his left and observed a colony of zingers. He licked his lips and launched himself, making a beeline towards the mountain. He engaged in a slaughter, all to curb his desire for murder. Vuhul was used to such a sight, and once Bora Tusk had left, he hurriedly healed his injuries. I feel like I have aged by a decade. Chapter 64 Unhinged. I'm sorry you had to take a beating because of my actions. Instructor Mandu sighed and helped Vuhul. No, you made my work easier. Vuhul coughed once and healed his lungs. Since you killed Mahadu once and turned him into an elite, I have the authority to punish him for his actions. It's a lot simpler now. Since the settlement leader gave his verdict, Mahadu's family cannot hold me accountable. Saying so, Vuhul approached the closest building and stared at Mahadu's corpse. The bone spear lodged in his chest came out slowly as the wounds recovered in an instant. The body became pristine, sporting no signs of injuries. It was basically a rebirth, the speciality of the life stage. You bastard! Mahadu glared at Instructor Mandu. You destroyed decades of my cultivation. I'll make you pay. Mahadu, tell the truth. Why did you sabotage Lady Asiya? Vuhul extended his hand and unleashed his prana, constricting Mahadu's body, preventing him from moving. I didn't promise. Mahadu shuddered. Since he regressed to the body stage, he was unable to endure a master's suppression, trembling from Vuhul's aura. I suddenly fell asleep. Well, let's have that as the cause. Vuhul nodded and retracted his prana. Vuhul! Instructor Mandu muttered. Then, Vuhul announced calmly, for your dereliction of duty and carelessness that harmed Lady Asiya, I hereby sentence you to 40 years of community service. 40. Mahadu's face paled in response to the verdict. It was called community service, but it was no different from slave labor in the Empyrean Tusk stomach where he would have to mine resources without rest. He would be unable to cultivate, and every unit of prana he expends would be a unit lost, for he would barely be provided enough food to sustain his body, not to mention recover his expended prana. 40 years in such an environment ensured his future as a cultivator was no more. His cultivation would regress to the early body stage, no different from a graduated student. Even though he had a long life thanks to his beginner silver-grade pranic beast, the clan would no longer grant him cultivation resources. Unless he contributes enough and makes a positive image of himself once again, he'll be neglected by the clan. Moreover, anyone that performed community service was so traumatized that they no longer had the will to cultivate again. Don't you know who my father is? In fear, Mahadu had no other choice but to pull the father card. I know, Vuhul said calmly and unleashed a wave of prana, contacting someone. The settlement leader passed down a judgment. Let me check if your father wishes to go against settlement leader's orders for your sake. He was contacting Mahadu's father. A couple of seconds later, Vuhul sported a stunned expression. What happened? Instructor Mandu asked. Well, Vuhul coughed awkwardly and stared at Mahadu with pity. His father told me to extend the community service to 60 years. Let this be a lesson to him. I'm embarrassed already since his contribution to the clan has been negligible as of late. Vuhul stared at Mahadu. This was your father's exact words. Well, I'll be on my way, Mandu. Don't give up hope. Think of something to help your student. Saying so, Vuhul carried Mahadu and vanished. Inala, I'm sorry. Instructor Mandu sighed as he reverted to his human form and dejectedly returned to his home. In the meantime, to avoid giving a rash to the 44th Empyrean Tusk, Asia's request to stay beside Inala was rejected. She was escorted to her settlement by a group of elites. 2 days passed in such a fashion as Inala woke up without much trouble. He stared at his legs, unable to feel anything in them. They're completely busted. He closed his eyes and sensed his body's condition, surprised. My prana grew by 13 units? Well, that's good. He smiled and activated his mystic bone art, beginning to heal his injuries. He wasn't even concerned with the injury. Rather, he was excited. Had his legs been destroyed a couple days ago, he would have become depressed. But now, he was a completely different person. My efficiency in using the spirit reinforcement skill would improve. Since in my current state, my fragment disease is flaring up more than usual. Training now would strengthen my spirit containers. I can also take this chance to progress imprint acceptance. Moreover, he grinned, I'll accumulate this healing experience and conceptualize another skill through Mystic Skill Creator. With the Mystic Skill Creator in his possession, as long as he doesn't die, every encounter, whether good or bad, was valuable, as they might allow him to derive a skill. That was why Inala was excited. Moreover, that was the first time in his life when he was so desperate. His emotions flared up to their peak, something that never happened in his past life of stability. Once he woke up, the healer informed him of his situation. But Inala wasn't concerned. 2 years? That would have been the truth if I was a normal death row student. He possessed various skills to hasten his recovery. If he went all out, he could recover in 4 months. But that was only if he made healing his priority. Inala had to earn part of fruits through his portraits and also nurture Asiya. Even in that situation, she was able to quickly calm down and remain patient until she was rescued. That isn't something a kid her age could do. Moreover, she trusted me enough to place her life in my hand. And before I fainted, I could feel her concern for my well-being. She was crying for my sake. She's perfect. I cannot ask for a better disciple. He was further assured of taking her under his tutelage. With that in mind, Inala requested a wheelchair from the infirmary and calmly returned home, resuming his work. Ganala, I thought of something, Inala muttered in inspiration. She has changed. Virala thought, sneakily opening his eyes after a steamy session with Rava. He was supposed to have fainted once again, but Virala had dosed himself with enough medicine to not faint. He observed Rava calmly dress herself and leave the house. An hour later, she returned with a basket of mud viper eggs and entered Granny Oyo's office room to train in secrecy. So, this is what she has been doing in secret. Oyo disappeared for some reason, leaving Rava in charge of everything here. Virala recalled her plot from Sumatra Chronicles. Awakening? Already? What was the trigger? In the book, she awakened only after the first major disaster. After a moment of confusion, he calmed down. Well, there are enough reincarnates to act as variables. All our actions might have caused a chain reaction to spark her awakening prematurely. Well, it doesn't matter. My plans are in a state of automatic progression now. Saying so, Virala picked up a book and continued reading it. The book was an epic detailing the Mammoth clan's ancestor, a tale of her youth. It was depicted as an autobiography, but treated as fiction by the Mammoth clan, because it was about events so far in the past, unable to be verified. Despite that, the Mammoth clan valued the book, for the story detailed in it was entertaining and also valuable. It taught one the best way to live as a Mammoth clansman. Hence, the book was part of every student's curriculum. Everyone had a copy of it, including Virala. And these days, all he had been doing was reading the book while maintaining his mystic bone art. Soon, a set of words formed in his mind as Virala muttered, "Talk to me, Empyrean Tusk." An intense headache plagued him. For an instant, a connection was formed. And in that short window, 3 words had been transmitted to his mind, making Virala grin. My son, Virala. Chapter 65 Spirit Moss Cultivator. In a long, narrow tunnel, faintly lit by moss, traversed a stream of water, barely 3 meters wide. A boat had been traveling on it, moved by its weak currents. Its edges were rugged, covered by moss, and damaged over extended use. The texture was coarse as tiny, hair-thick spikes jetted out of the material due to wear and tear, sharp enough to prick fingers. Seated on it was Blola, exuding an air of depression. He had been in this dull, humid environment for 6 months, causing his already gloomy aura to worsen further. On the boat was a few kilograms of spirit moss, a treasure valuable enough for cultivators to kill. But now they lay before him uncared for. Blola consumed nothing apart from spirit moss for the past 6 months, fed up by now. Spirit moss wasn't tasty in the first place, and having consumed the same for so long pretty much killed his taste buds. With his tongue dead, his depression only worsened. But that was the extent of his issues. His gains vastly overshadowed that. First of all, the consumption of spirit moss strengthened his spirit containers, allowing him to build up prana at a rapid pace while offsetting the issues brought by the fragment disease. As a result, Blola had already reached the peak of spirit stage, now possessing 100 prana. His spirit containers were robust to the extent that even when he is rattled by something, they wouldn't crack. He had consumed enough spirit moss to not worry about his spirit containers breaking at his current cultivation. In the future, though, when the quantity of prana in his body is vastly higher than the current amount, the pressure on his spirit container would be significant. He would have to consume more spirit moss to endure that level of pressure. But that was merely an issue for the future. Blola already had a solution in place for that. Secondary nature, spirit moss cultivator. By consuming only spirit moss for 6 months while cultivating his mystic bone art non-stop, he gained this nature. An entity's nature was pretty much how it existed in its natural state. A fish swam in the water. A bird flew. A spider weaved web. That was how they existed innately, their primary nature. The primary nature possessed by the pranic beasts was pretty much that, their state of existence manifested by their prana. Therefore, the most definite way to gain a nature was to subject oneself to an extreme environment and adapt to it. Once their body adapts to the environment, surviving there becomes a part of themselves. Thereby, their prana manifests that into a nature. But this needs an extreme case where the entirety of the body focuses on only adapting to the extremity. Blola had done exactly that, surviving on a diet solely of spirit moss. Of course, a large contribution to the success was the mystic bone art that allowed him to consume and assimilate such large quantities of spirit moss. It was one of the best cultivation techniques for a reason, and mammoth clansmen could gain natures from extreme situations related to consumption. This was a proven fact already. Though, living in the settlements wasn't an extreme situation. Therefore, mammoth clansmen never capitalized on their advantage. Of course, it was also due to their ignorance. Having been living all their lives on an empyrean tusk where the environmental conditions were perfect for their survival, they never explored this aspect of the mystic bone art. After the 44th empyrean tusk dies, and the 20 survivors of the 44th settlement had to fend for themselves without the aid of an empyrean tusk, they eventually figure this out. But it takes them a century to do so. And Risha was the one that figured it out, obviously. Closely before the 4th major disaster began, after raiding multiple mud viper nests to refine their toxin into an elixir, Risha arrives at the Anudu Plains. There, he stumbles upon this tunnel filled with spirit moss and spends the next few years in it. By sustaining himself with an exclusive diet of spirit moss, he ends up gaining the tertiary nature of spirit moss cultivator. A cultivator could gain 3 natures in total. There wasn't any difference in the natures of primary, secondary, and tertiary. They were just names for the slots. Generally, by the naming scheme followed in Sumatra, primary nature was reserved for the ability they gained from fusing with a pranic beast. For the pranic beasts, it was the nature they were born with, hence the term primary. Mutated pranic beasts would gain a secondary nature, and very few individuals that satisfy extreme requirements obtain a tertiary nature. As Risha already obtained spirit moss cultivator as a nature, there was no need to experiment. Blola only followed whatever was written in Sumatra chronicles, and behold, he obtained it too. Spirit moss cultivator was an ability semi-combative in nature. If Blola activates it on a pranic beast, a layer of spirit moss would grow on the target by consuming its flesh and prana. The greater the quality of the spirit beast, the greater the quality of spirit moss obtained. But as it needs to be alive, there was some trickiness involved in using the secondary nature. Though if the need arises, Blola could pretty much activate the ability on trees. But the spirit moss grown this way was useless. Even for a student, the effects upon consumption would not be worth it. The spirit moss would have to continue growing on the trees for a long period of time, anywhere from a century to a few centuries. Only after that would it reach the level of spirit moss he had been consuming. If he could grow it on the body of a silver-grade pranic beast, the maturity duration would only be a few years. I don't need to worry about it for the time being. I have already consumed enough to last for 10 years of my growth. His spirit containers were now robust enough to withstand 10 years worth of prana that he would be accumulating in the future. As he had such thoughts, the water current vanished. Blola felt his mood improve upon noticing that he had reached the end of the tunnel, a dome-like cave. The dome-like cave was massive, spanning a couple kilometers in radius. Most of the ground area was covered by a pond. The water from the stream fed into this pond. Luminescent moss covered the floor of the lake, causing it to sparkle, keeping the cave brightly lit. Blola inhaled the fresh air, feeling his prana stir up in response. There were faint traces of prana in the air, something that never happens anywhere in Sumatra. That's only because of this phenomenon. At the center of the pond was an island, barely spanning 200 square meters in area. On it grew an old, wilted tree, the target of Blola's excitement. It's here. One of Risha's fortuitous encounters. Chapter 66, Paruta Seed. In Sumatra continent, the strength of a mammoth clansman was vastly superior as compared to a cultivator from a kingdom. Mammoth clansmen that had fused with a silver-grade pranic beast were even stronger, with each master having the power and authority to talk on par even with ministers and kings at a higher cultivation base. And in this power structure came Risha, possessing the power of an Empyrean tusk, a pranic beast at the peak of the gold grade. He had an insane lifespan of 2 millennia, boasted prana reserves multiple times greater than the strongest cultivators, and could become an Empyrean tusk, a titan whose dimensions were measured in kilometers. That wasn't all. He had 3 natures, each strong individually, but were synergetic with one another, resulting in an overpowered existence. Towards the end of Sumatra Chronicles, Risha was such a powerhouse that the only way to threaten him was to swarm him. He was capable of handling an entire nest of mud vipers individually. Such was his strength. No matter what one conceptualized to become strong, Risha's example was the perfect formula to become an overpowered existence. Therefore, Blola followed Risha's example religiously. Risha is an overpowered existence, but even he was killed by the Boar King. Let's not think about that broken character. Blola shook his head. He had analyzed Sumatra Chronicles many times. There existed no route that allowed him to grow stronger than Risha. Therefore, Blola judged it impossible to win against the Boar King. I'm not smart enough anyway, so I'll let the other reincarnates tackle the Boar King's issue. My only goal is to become as strong as Risha. Blola had no intention to return to the Mammoth clan. Once the Boar King starts targeting them, everything would be destroyed. He only intended to flee far away and settle in a large human empire. As long as he had Risha's strength, becoming emperor wasn't an issue. He will hide and suppress his nature as a Mammoth clansman and enjoy a life of royalty. My tertiary nature should be something that can suppress my aura as a Mammoth clansman from the Boar King. That was his end goal. For that future to become a reality, he needed to steal Risha's fortuitous encounters. With that in mind, Blola rowed his boat over the lake and reached the island in its center. He got down on the island and inhaled slowly, vitalized by the dense prana in the air. The cultivation environment here is the best. Sadly, that would end now. Saying so, Blola extended his hand and touched the wilted tree, watching it collapse into dust. He calmly prodded through the dust and picked up a nail-sized seed. Paruta seed. Paruta trees were a mysterious resource of Sumatra. No one could determine why or how they formed, but at certain locations in the world, they grew. Once it reaches maturity, a Paruta tree would bear Paruta fruits, the currency of the world. A Paruta tree was pretty much a perennial creature, an endless money bank. But if the Paruta tree receives even the slightest extent of damage, it wilts and dies. It was the most valuable, but also the most fragile existence for something that could live forever. A Paruta tree would grow anywhere the world wills. Its fruits didn't have a seed in them. Therefore, it was impossible to create a farm of Paruta trees. That was what the world knew. But in truth, there existed a secret. If after a Paruta tree reaches maturity and bears Paruta fruit, not even a single fruit was plucked out, something strange happens. Instead of bearing more Paruta fruits, since it already bore a full load, the Paruta tree would collate more prana in the fruits. Once the fruits reach a fracture point, unable to store any more prana, the Paruta tree absorbs everything, causing the fruits to wilt. But before they rot, prana gushes into the fruits once again, revitalizing them to the peak, followed by a wilting soon after, repeating the cycle for 1,000,000 years. And after the last cycle, the Paruta fruits wilt. But this time they vanish. All their prana has been absorbed into the tree, which too begins to wilt. The branches and roots wilt as the entirety of its essence is condensed in its stem, forming a seed. This was the Paruta seed. It could be planted anywhere. And when done so, the result would be a Paruta tree that was the king of its species. Every single Paruta fruit it bore would generate 1 unit of prana upon consumption, 100 times the effectiveness of regular fruit. But its existence itself was dangerous, as the Paruta king tree's presence would be felt by every single existence in a 10,000 kilometer radius. The strongest of pranic beasts would fight to gain ownership of it. If Blola were to plant it, he would lose ownership of it immediately. But even Risha didn't do that. Smiling, Blola picked it up and threw it in his mouth, activating his mystic bone art as he consumed the Paruta seed. As Paruta fruits were valuable and could raise one's cultivation the fastest and safest, they were always consumed. There pretty much existed an owner for all Paruta trees. As the fruits were always consumed, the condition for the creation of a Paruta seed was never satisfied. The sole exception was the one before him. And it only succeeded because it was located in the Anudu Plains, a region without any resources necessary to sustain life. Therefore, no living being lived in such a barren place. The irony is that a Paruta seed that was created after no interaction for 1,000,000 years was consumed immediately after. Blola felt immense vitality fuse into his prana as he began to digest the Paruta seed. The effect of the Paruta seed, upon consumption, was simple but overpowered. It systematically raised one's cultivation. As long as Blola consumed food to generate prana through the mystic bone art, he would fill up his reserves. Once his reserves were full, any prana he accumulates would pretty much be built atop that, into his spirit container, permanently increasing his prana capacity. With it, Blola would be able to accumulate prana the fastest and without any effort. The Paruta seed would build up his prana. Accumulating prana at a rapid pace would place too much pressure on the spirit container and even cause its collapse. But with the secondary nature of Spirit Moss Cultivator, that too was taken care of. These two effects synergized together and caused Risha to grow stronger at rocket speeds, pretty much how a main character did his thing. A day later, Blola finished fusing the Paruta seed with his body, fully gaining its power. From today onwards, my cultivation speed would be on par with Risha from the book. That means, he laughed raucously, the Risha of this timeline wouldn't be able to keep up with my speed. The other reincarnates aren't even worth mentioning, ha ha ha. Chapter 67 Devara's Mistake. Shit. This is messed up. A middle-aged man with reddened eyes rushed through a canyon, having transformed into a shock lizard. His serpentine lower half paddled through the water, allowing him to move quickly. He was accompanied by 7 other people. They had all transformed into a shock lizard, moving through the waters in an octagonal formation, their actions in unison. In the center of the formation was a box, sealed tight to ensure none of prana, aura, sound, scent, etc. would leak out. There was a nozzle on one side, covered by a piece of porous bone, a spirit weapon whose entire job was to ensure circulation of air while filtering out the presence of the entity within. The 8 cultivators desperately rushed through the canyon, intending to survive. But their eyes said otherwise. Anger, sadness, sense of doom, and disappointed in themselves. A multitude of emotions plagued their minds, wearing them thin. They had been on the run for a month already. This can't be true. If yes, then what are we fighting for? The man at the forefront mumbled, losing his sanity, on the verge of madness. This has messed you. Devara, to the front. The woman next to him bellowed, also alerting her comrades. The group had arrived close to a Zinger colony, obviously garnering the latter's undivided attention. A bunch of Zingers jumped from their position on the cliff and glided towards them, preparing prana bombs to chuck at the group. Seeing their approach, the 8 cultivators inhaled sharply and condensed prana in their mouths before blasting out a bolt of prana each. Primary nature, prana shock. The bolts of prana flew in the air. But unlike the prana shock typically unleashed by mammoth clansmen, these 8 bolts synchronized with each other and combined into a single bolt, dozens of times larger. It exploded, unleashing shockwaves that echoed throughout the canyon, unleashing 8 waves in total, causing the Zingers to rain down from the sky, their bodies numb by the repeated shockwaves. It was obvious that the group of cultivators were veterans with tremendous skill, capable of combining their prana natures to unleash an ability dozens of times more potent than their individual attacks. As the Zingers rained down, the group evaded them and rushed through the water, accelerating. The bottom portion of the cage sported 14 layers of bone, each the spirit weapon of one of the cultivators in the group. Yes, 14. Their squad originally consisted of 14 cultivators. But 6 were killed already. And the cause? You! Bastards! Stop! A rage-filled shout reverberated throughout the canyon as a middle-aged man rushed through, transforming into a 4-legged pranic beast that spanned a length of 20 meters. It wasn't alone. 10, 20, the numbers continued to increase. The air in the region turned heavy with their killing intent as any Zinger that remained in their path was vaporized. They were all masters, after all. The target of the masters was the group of 8 rushing through the canyon. There were around 180 kilometers of distance between the two. But that distance didn't matter when they had amongst themselves masters who could transform into pranic beasts specialized in detection abilities. They kept track of the group and gave chase, slowly closing in the distance. But every second of delay caused their killing intent to condense further. The Zingers retreated in fear, knowing very well to avoid antagonizing the raging crowd of masters that numbered in the hundreds. The crowd of masters rushed past a mountain of Zingers, causing some that were hanging by the cliffs to foam at the mouth due to the killing intent, lose their footing and free fall to the ground. Keek! Quack! The Zingers shrieked, turning restless by the activity. But they didn't even have time to calm down, as a couple of hours later, they noticed in the horizon a dust cloud. It was akin to a monster that devoured everything in its path. The Zingers were alarmed by the sight. In the colony was a Zinger king, the strongest of their kind, a mighty existence that could even face a beginner silver-grade pranic beast and emerge victorious. But now, its first stood on ends as the Zinger king felt the strongest dread it had ever experienced. It had the strongest eyesight among its brethren, capable of clearly observing things even 100 kilometers afar. The dust cloud wasn't the cause of its concern. No, it was merely an after-effect due to the cause. As the dust cloud reached Dieng Canyon, the mountains that came in contact crumbled, as if they were mere straw structures. The collapsed mountains added to the dust cloud. The Zinger king condensed prana in its eyes and boosted its sight, peering through the thick layer of clouds. It regretted its decision, despairing as it uttered a weak cry. Qua! Its voice was soft, but all the Zingers in the colony heard it loud and clear. In an instant, they assumed the highest state of panic and jumped over the cliff en masse, gliding deeper into the canyon at their fastest speed. The Zinger king didn't join them as it remained still. And then, like a human, it prostrated on the ground. Yua. Its actions were akin to a mortal worshipping a deity, for what was within the dust cloud was an existence more corporeal than deities. It was a herd of sprinting, rage-induced, bloodthirsty Empyrean tusks, numbering 62 in total. Their trunks hoisted, ready for war, unleashing shockwaves that destroyed entire mountains and turned them into dust that accompanied their charge. The raging Empyrean tusk herd rushed through the Dieng Canyon, leveling everything in their way, forging a path of their own, 100s of kilometers wide, practically terraforming the landscape of the historical region. Before the dust cloud even approached it, the shockwaves from the Empyrean tusk herds trumpeting vaporized the Zinger king's body. As for its brethren that had taken flight, they too were the same, not even able to let out a cry before their bodies turned into blood mist. The shockwaves traveled forth, leveling everything. Pranic beasts, mountains, rivers, nothing mattered. Everything was destroyed in a fit of rage as the Empyrean tusk herd charged, chasing after the group of 8 cultivators that were running away. The reason was simple. In the cage securely being transported by the group of 8 cultivators was a newborn Empyrean tusk. The herd that lost their newborn chased after the kidnappers. And the leader of these kidnappers was a distraught man named Devara, Risha's father. His actions triggered an entire herd of Empyrean tusks and the associated mammoth clan into a frenzy, and a mere side effect of their actions caused a chain reaction throughout Dieng Canyon. The product of that was the first major disaster. Chapter 68 Prime Skills. They're closing in on us. The one that shouted was Lahina, Risha's mother. She was in charge of scouting and supplying the group with prana. Hovering next to her was an 8-story storage lantern. At a thought from her, it reverted to its original size as the door on the 3rd floor opened, causing part of fruits to spill out like a stream. Lahina used her prana to split the part of fruits into 8 streams and fed them to everyone in the group. She munched and swallowed her portion, hurriedly activating the mystic bone art to convert them into prana. What's the distance? Devara asked, experiencing pain throughout his body, for he had overextended his transformation duration. His spirit container was under significant pressure, beginning to sport cracks. He looked at his team members. Damn it. All of us are in a similar state. Can we throw off our pursuers and somehow return to the settlement? 175, 174 no. It's already 173 kilometers. They're approaching fast. Lahina said in a fluster. They're all masters, so their speed is indeed superior to ours. There's only one way left then. Devara expressed a moment's hesitation before gritting his teeth. I'm sorry, everyone. We can be condemned for all history, but our settlement's future rides on this. Say the word, Devara. We're all in on this. Voya, the woman next to Lahina, sported a determined expression. She was Virala's mother. We're all prepared to sacrifice ourselves. No, I'm not talking about us. Devara sighed. Bora Tusk sent us on this mission. We accepted it knowing very well what's at stake. Sacrificing our lives isn't an issue. He faced back and stared in the direction of the approach taken by their pursuers. But not them. We're robbing their future. They too are mammoth clansmen. So, I can feel their pain. I just wish to apologize for what we're about to do next. They'll never forgive us, Devara. Maya, Oraka's mother, stated calmly. She was at the back of the group, staring at the cage containing the baby Empyrean tusk in desperation. No matter what, this should reach our clan. Give the orders, Devara. I'm grateful, everyone. Once I deliver the baby Empyrean tusk to our clan, I'll join you guys. Devara shed tears as he stared at a man and woman that were at the back of the octagonal formation. Apar and Maya, please lay down your lives for our future. We'll be glad to do so. Apar, Yenda's father, saluted as he broke out of the formation and rushed into an adjacent ravine on their left. At the same time, Maya broke out and rushed into the ravine on their right. Apar sensed the team rush past him as he arrived at a halt before a mountain, staring at the densely populated Zinger colony, sighing in relief upon sensing a Zinger king's presence among them. There's a Zinger king here. It means this colony has a sizable military. It's enough to give our pursuers a headache. My deity, the Empyrean tusk, as a humble servant of yours, I pledge my everything. At his words, his mystic bone art flared up and consumed him. My flesh, my mind, my soul, consume everything and transform it into prana for one final push. In a matter of seconds, his body shriveled up until even his bones were combusted, losing all their mass. His life force was wholly consumed, while he lost his sanity. His entirety was channeled into his primary nature, combining it with a skill to unleash a brand new effect, mutating his prana shock. Prime skill, acoustic shock. By fusing a skill into a primary nature, the cultivator can alter the effects of the primary nature into something deadlier. The result was termed prime skill. Only the best of the best among cultivators would reach such a level, a rarity even among mammoth clansmen. The 8 cultivators of the group that were alive and their 6 dead members had attained such a level. That was why they were dispatched by Bora Tusk on a secret mission to return with a baby Empyrean tusk. And other than Bora Tusk, these 14 cultivators were the only ones that knew about Ganala's aging self. All that remained of Apar was his skin that plopped on the ground. Everything else of his being had been consumed, resulting in a shining sphere of prana that floated high up in the air, reaching a kilometer in altitude. It pulsated, unleashing 8 waves in total. The energy waves became high-pitched sounds, grating to one's senses to the extent that their spirit containers rattled. The waves spread in a conical form, traversing more than 10 kilometers before they became too dispersed to be effective. But that was enough, for they had enveloped 3 mountains in their effect. Keek! The Zingers shrieked at the sound, irritated by it as they lost their sanity, leaping from their mountain to fly away. To avoid the effects of the sound waves, they wished to move away from the source and hence flew in the same direction as the waves' propagation. After all, the farther they fled from the source, the weaker the waves became. They had instinctively done so, for the sounds turned them insane, unable to entertain cognitive thoughts. And in the direction they fled towards were the charging mammoth clansmen masters whose Empyrean tusk baby had been stolen. Apar's actions caused almost 40,000 Zingers to flee. Maya had better positioning, and hence was able to make more than 50,000 Zingers flee. The 2 groups joined into a wave that proceeded towards the charging masters. The canyon was filled with them, slowing down the masters. Destroy these bastards. A master at the forefront commanded coldly, unwilling to slow down for even a moment and allow the poachers to flee further. Kill everything in our way. The masters rained attacks on the Zingers, causing a bloody battle to break out. 200 kilometers. Lahina said in tears. That's all we bought from their sacrifice. The masters have begun closing the gap once again. Guess it's our turn. Bana, Greyha's mother, said, arriving at a stop in a narrow ravine. Accompanying her was Roa, Blola's father. The duo sacrificed themselves in the same manner as Apar and Maya, but the effects of their ability were slightly different. 2 blinding spheres of prana were created that each seeped into the cliff walls and vanished. Even the Zingers there stared in confusion, wondering why nothing happened. But what they didn't know was that these abilities were timer-based, capable of masking their existence until they went off. After some time passed, the group of masters rushed through the narrow canyon. And right at that moment, there was a spike in prana. The timer had been set up based on the speed of their approach. Since the masters were efficient and consistent in their pursuit, the calculation was perfect. And at the perfect moment, the 2 abilities went off. Prime skill land shock. Shockwaves traveled throughout the 2 mountains at their resonant frequency, fracturing them to bits. Massive chunks of earth from the 2 mountains fell into the narrow canyon, covering it entirely. The masters were buried underneath. Chapter 69 Shock Rail. Damn it! A pranic beast 12 meters in length drilled out of the layer of earth it was buried under, bloodied. With a grunt, it reverted to its human form, revealing a middle-aged man that oozed out uncontrolled rage. Blood dripped out of his head. He was injured in a lot of areas. His prana circulated, beginning to heal the injuries. He turned around and saw pranic beasts drill out one after another. No one died, right? All masters are alive, but a lot have been injured. We don't have time, let's give chase. Those bastards are almost out of our detection range. The middle-aged man said and transformed into his pranic beast form. Everyone, get on my back and focus on healing yourselves. I'll be burning up my life force to raise my speed to the limit. The pranic beast sprinted through the canyon, carrying hundreds of masters on its back. It traveled for 200 kilometers before dropping dead. The masters on its back had healed themselves enough by now. Without a moment's hesitation, they jumped off and began sprinting. In the meantime, using the time Bana and Roa had bought for them, Gahar and Vuya were working at their top speed. They had halted at a point in the canyon that was downstream. There was an inclined slope following that, traversing for a long distance. Gahar was Inala's father, while Vuya was Virala's mother. The duo killed all the zingers in the vicinity and refined their bones to create a large wall that they inserted into the ground at the entrance of the canyon flowing between the two mountains. These mountains were pretty wide, spanning 20 to 30 kilometers. Therefore, the stretch of the canyon within it was long while the slope accumulated over the distance. The conditions were perfect to make a dam, which was what they did here. The dam gate reached a height of 400 meters, causing the canyon water to accumulate behind it. Due to the slope, the water quickly reached a decent depth, building up pressure on the dam wall. As they had hurriedly built it, the wall wasn't strong enough to handle the accumulating water pressure. But that was fine, for they only needed it to last for a short while anyway. Once it was completed, the duo coated it with a layer of soil. They made a great job in making it resemble part of the cliff. If there's an afterlife, we'll meet there. Saying so, Vuya jumped behind the dam wall and entered the water. She expended her being and collapsed as a mere bag of skin, resulting in a glowing sphere of prana that merged into the dam wall. In the meantime, Gahar covered the wet soil with dry soil, masking the region of all traces of there being water there. In the meantime, after the water level reached enough height thanks to the dam and filled up the canyon, water began to overflow from the upstream entrance. This water flowed around the two mountains and converged at a spot 5 kilometers downstream from the dam wall and continued its flow. Now, when viewed from high up, it would seem like the stream split into two due to the two mountains and rejoined further downwards, appearing natural. This entire setup made it seem as if the stretch of 5 kilometers from the node, where the two streams joined, to the dam wall was dry land, and beyond the wall was merely a ravine and not a canyon. That was their goal, and it was executed flawlessly. They were selected for the mission for a reason. As Gahar stood in the dry spot 2 kilometers away from the dam wall, he used the mystic bone art to manipulate the bones of zingers he had killed, creating a long barrel whose interior was grooved. His goal was to unleash an attack beyond his cultivation capabilities. And when he intended to do so, an idea came to mind instinctively, originating from a concept he was unaware of. He didn't know whether or not such a concept existed, but instinctively he was confident of its success, a strange feeling. Following that, he created a meter-long cylindrical piece of bone with one end being hemispherical. It was a bone bullet. Gahar calmly loaded the bone bullet in the barrel and infused prana into it until the limit. He took out an elixir from his pocket and sighed at its appearance. I wanted to gift it to Inala if I managed to return. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem likely. As he prepared to die, a powerful instinct enveloped him, causing strange words to waft out of his mouth, the meaning unknown, but the sentiment originated from the depths of his consciousness. My son, I hope you succeed. His expression was solemn, sad even, his eyes moist. Our clan's future is riding on you. We truly sacrificed a lot to achieve that trip. The elixir settled in his spirit container, allowing him to break through to the life stage. Immediately in response, his prana achieved a qualitative upgrade as Gahar exhaled softly. As a master, his eyes focused upon the figures of the pursuers that were visible now, only a dozen kilometers away. We're from the same clan, but I'm sorry. I have to do this. After all, your deaths won't mean much for the Mammoth clan's future. But my son's would. And for him to survive, our ownership of the baby Empyrean tusk is a necessity. He'll be the one to prevent the Mammoth clan's annihilation. As he spoke, faint images flickered in his head, like the initial drizzle of rain. As the seconds passed, the images became frequent before soon, it was like a storm as an entire life's worth of memories surged in him, causing him to smile warmly. Ah, the fact that I can remember everything means my end's arrived. My son, I'll pray for you from the other side. Gahar's body shriveled up until only his skin remained. All his power surged into the bone bullet as it shot forward, rotating thanks to the rifling in the barrel. It blasted forth, creating a vapor cone as it broke through the speed of sound, heading towards the approaching masters at hypersonic speeds. What the? One of the masters muttered in shock as everyone instinctively took on their pranic beast forms and raised their defense to the maximum. The bone bullet slammed into the closest master and penetrated his body easily. A vapor cone bloomed once again as its speed dropped to sonic levels, resulting in shockwaves that sent the nearby masters slamming into the cliff walls. Like bowling pins, they were smacked away, with those in the bullet's path shredded without resistance. The cause was simple. Every second, hundreds of minor explosions occurred behind the bone bullet, propelling it, causing it to accelerate even when it slammed into targets repeatedly. Prime skill shock rail. Boom. 40 masters lost their lives directly to the bullet, while the rest sustained grave injuries, incapacitated for the time being. But that wasn't the end. The walls of the dam exploded, making the high-pressured water behind, one that had almost stacked to a height of 400 meters, rush out like a tsunami. It drowned the masters, further adding to their injuries as they were washed away for tens of kilometers. Many masters had fallen unconscious due to the outpour, while the conscious ones fought to protect everyone. After all, their current situation was different from their initial, unstoppable selves. Therefore, Kugugakakaka, the zingers began targeting them. Chapter 70. The Madman Blola. I can't sense the pursuers anymore, Lahina said in pain as she stared at her husband, Devara. From the original 14, they had been reduced to a mere 2. This is happening again. Again? What do you mean by that? Devara asked in confusion, losing focus as his spirit container was on the verge of shattering. I'm not sure. Lahina frowned. It feels like I've been through this situation once already. Don't be foolish. Devara grunted. We need to hurry and bring the baby Empyrean tusk to our clan. Wait! Lahina stopped suddenly, shrieking. There's a mammoth clansman before us. What? How? Devara was stunned. How did they catch up so quickly? No, this one seems different. Lahina frowned. He's only at the spirit stage. Spirit stage? Devara looked around and noticed the zingers calmly staring at them from the cliffs. Out here? Alone? Devara and Lahina were considered malnourished targets. The amount of prana in them was very little. It wasn't worth the effort for a zinger to target them. The trip it makes would be more expensive than whatever it could get from them. That was why the two remained safe until now. Of course, they also had the strength to block any stray attacks from zingers that thought otherwise. But that was because they were both at the peak of the body stage. Everyone from their team was similar. Despite that, their numbers had been reduced to a mere 2. And to think someone at the spirit stage roamed the Dieng Canyon alone. That was no different from flirting with death. He's coming, Lahina said and stared at the corner of a mountain, her gaze turning from nervousness to shock before soon. She was excited. Blola? Blola? Devara was surprised. That child is here? Did he come for us? Did he find out about our mission somehow? The duo quickly made their way towards Blola as Lahina stared at the latter in astonishment. Brat, why are you out here? Did something happen to the clan? You are? Blola acted like he couldn't recognize them, but still expressed that they were familiar. At his expression, Lahina introduced themselves. I'm Risha's mother, and this is his father. Auntie Lahina and Uncle Devara? Blola's eyes widened in shock. You were alive? But the clan said you were missing in action. We weren't dead, as you can see, Lahina said and got to the crux of the matter. What are you doing out here, though? Training, Blola stated as he flashed a pose. I chanced upon a fortuitous encounter and took it. Fortuitous encounter? Devara focused on Blola, muttering in surprise. You're on the verge of entering the body stage? Your prana also feels robust. I never felt something like this before. Told you, Blola grinned. Anyway, I had just finished my training and was about to return to the clan. It's luck that I chanced upon you, Uncle Ant. Let me escort you safely. You know a way? Lahela asked. I know a safe zone, Blola said proudly. Otherwise, how do you think I survived here for so long? I can lead us directly to the Anuta Plains. We only need to track the herd's footprints after that, and we'll join them in 3 months tops. After traveling for 2 days, Blola brought them to a mountain. There was a boulder there. With a tug of his prana, the boulder moved aside, revealing a dome-like cave. There was a pond inside, and hovering on it was something that resembled a boat. Pointing at it, Blola said, We need to travel upstream now, but don't worry. There are enough provisions along the way. A submarine? Devara muttered upon staring at the boat. What's that? Lahina frowned, experiencing a migraine in response. I'm not sure, Devara muttered. That word popped into my head the moment I stared at it. For a moment, Blola was petrified upon hearing the word. But he regained his bearing and brought them to the boat. It was shaped like a bullet with the rear end protruding like a cup. As Blola approached it, the hatch opened, revealing a neat interior, stunning Lahina and Devara. Ant, is that container important? Blola asked, There's enough space in the boat, but the added weight would slow us down. It's important. Lahina nodded. Sorry, I cannot reveal the details to you, Blola. I hope you understand my reason. I'm almost an adult. Blola patted his chest. I can of course understand. He grew up well. Lahina whispered as she stared at Blola's back. I wonder how Risha's doing now. Our son too would have grown to become a spectacular cultivator. Once everyone entered the boat, the hatch closed as Blola pedaled using his legs, causing the boat to move slowly. You're using your legs? Devara frowned. Of course, Blola nodded. That's how I'm building up my strength. I can use my prana if you wish to speed up. But first, he opened the hatch once the boat entered the narrow stream, pointing at the moss growing on the tunnel walls. That's my fortuitous encounter. Spirit moss. Devara inhaled sharply, immediately able to understand how Blola managed to forge such a robust foundation. But upon seeing Blola ignore the spirit moss and continue peddling, he shouted, Wait! 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 Why are you not taking it? Uncle, there's spirit moss throughout this entire stretch. Blola laughed. From here to Anuta Plains, there's more than what we can consume. I have been eating enough spirit moss to become fed up with it. So no need to worry. Please rest. The both of you seem tired. We can collect as much spirit moss as we want once we near the exit. That would decrease the weight we need to carry now. I see. Devara nodded as he slumped on his seat and sighed in relaxation, feeling safe. The moment he realized that they were past the storm, all the accumulated exhaustion set in at once. Uncle Ant here. Saying so, Blola handed them a bag full of spirit moss. Consuming them helps replenish your prana. Sleep after having your fill. I'll be paddling in the meantime. Perfect. Lahina laughed in joy. It's just what I wanted. Lahina and Devara had their fill of spirit moss and activated mystic bone art, mending their damaged spirit containers. But they had been on the run for a month, relying upon excessive consumption of paruta fruits to keep fleeing. Therefore, a few minutes after they consumed the spirit moss, their eyes drooped. And soon enough, they were deep asleep. What they weren't aware of was the presence of a sleep-inducing agent on the spirit moss. The quantity was faint, but was potent enough thanks to their exhaustion. The boat stopped as Blola wore a mask and placed an open vial before Devara and Lahina. It was the sleep-inducing agent. To ensure they wouldn't wake up, he was just doubling down on the effort. Upon confirming that they wouldn't wake up, Blola revealed a wide grin and took out a spindle-shaped spirit weapon, causing it to hover before Devara's forehead, gently making contact. Don't hold this against me, Risha. The spindle whirred in response and drilled forward. Chapter 71 Blola becomes an Empyrean tusk. That was anticlimactic, Blola muttered upon staring at the bloody interior of his boat. There was a gaping hole on the foreheads of both Devara and Lahina. They never suspected me even once. Well, I can understand that since they would have braved through a lot of fights while transporting the baby Empyrean tusk. Blola inspected the corpses of the two, finding only one item. He grinned in excitement. It's here. In Sumatra Chronicles, they gifted it to Risha on the night before they mysteriously committed suicide. 8-story storage lantern. One of the highest grades of storage lanterns manufactured by the Mammoth clan. It was something only the settlement leader possessed. Not only was it expensive to create, but it was also a display of authority. Whenever the settlement leader changes, this 8-story storage lantern too would swap hands. And the one before him was Bora Tusk's prized treasure. It was mentioned in the story that Bora Tusk gave it to Risha's parents to help their efforts in securing an Empyrean tusk. Well, considering how they succeeded, it seems settlement leader trusts their skill that much. Well, not that I care, since it's mine from today onwards. Saying so, Blola grabbed the storage lantern and slung it to his hip. Since it had Lahina's imprint, Blola wouldn't be able to access its contents. But he had a solution to it already. His prana seeped into Lahina's corpse and began to morph it, causing her flesh, blood, and prana to seep into her bones. Using the mystic bone art, he refined her body into a hand. If there's an irony, it's this. What Blola was doing was a skill Risha created in Sumatra Chronicles. Of course, it was impossible without the secondary nature of Spirit Moss Cultivator. Risha used that as the base to create the skill. It was easy to replicate once Blola obtained his secondary nature. All he had to do was repeat a certain action by activating his secondary nature, and voila, he gained the skill. This was one of those easy-to-learn skills, with the hardest requirements being a set criterion, nature of Spirit Moss Cultivator. The skeletal hand gently touched the storage tower as Blola seeped prana into it. The skeletal hand absorbed his prana and converted it to Lahina's prana signature, instantly granting access to the storage tower. Following that, he changed ownership from Lahela to himself, becoming the 8-story storage tower's owner. His eyes then fell upon the cage. Now for the main dish. Blola used Lahena's skeletal hand to touch the cage. Using her prana signature, he unlocked the cage, causing it to open, revealing the entity inside. A baby Empyrean tusk barely a meter tall, lacking an exoskeleton. It was in a state of deep sleep, remaining peaceful. At the sight, a lurching sensation enveloped Blola, causing his heart to feel emotionally pained. Blola slammed his hand onto his chest a couple of times. Is the mystic bone art acting up? I understand now. It is a cultivation technique created by the Empyrean tusks, after all. And at the sight of a baby Empyrean tusk, it's screaming at me to protect it. All mammoth clansmen would feel the same way, a systematic brainwashing of sorts that had been maintained for generations. The effects are now instinctual. Blola muttered calmly as he positioned a spindle on its stomach, making it drill without any hesitation. But not for me. Devara had placed the baby Empyrean tusk under a spell, keeping it asleep to avoid it causing a scene. After all, even its softest cries acted as a beacon, alerting every single Empyrean tusk in a 10,000-kilometer radius. It was something similar to a hive mind, an ability only baby Empyrean tusks possessed. They could innately request the help of every adult Empyrean tusk when feeling threatened. Therefore, it was best to keep one asleep. And that worked to Blola's benefit as he drilled into its body and extracted its heart, swallowing it immediately. Boom! Prana surged in his body as Blola attempted a breakthrough, fusing his 100 spirit containers into a unified whole. His fragment disease flared up, but instead of destroying his body, it absorbed the concentrated essence available in the baby Empyrean tusk's heart. Blola's bloodline awakened as his spirit container transformed into an Empyrean tusk. A surge of life force settled in him, elevating him into a higher existence. Ha 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 ha! I can live for 2,000 years now. His spirit container's prana capacity was now a whopping 8,398 units. That means by the time he reaches the peak of the body stage, he'll possess 8,398 prana. No mammoth clansman would even come close to him. Now that he obtained everything he needed, Blola observed the baby Empyrean tusk's corpse and touched its barely protruding tusks. It's useless. They haven't even begun developing, so I can't use them to build my body. Blola pedaled the boat back to the pond and set the baby Empyrean tusk's body on the tiny island. He scattered Devara's body parts on the island. He had set aside Lahena's heart while refining her body before, and now he threw the organ next to the Empyrean tusk, next to erase my involvement. He didn't have to do anything for that other than to imprint the image of a boar on the baby Empyrean tusk corpse's tiny, developing tusks. Upon seeing this, they'll conclude the killer to be the boar king. Blola inserted prana into his boat and began to move upstream, using a spirit weapon to collect as much spirit moss as he could. Since he had a storage lantern to store them, he wouldn't waste such an opportunity. 2 days later, Blola had traveled a long distance, having also collected as much spirit moss as possible. He filled all the empty floors of the storage lantern with them, and as he continued traveling, he waited. Any time now. Blola shut the hatch and braced himself for impact. In the past 2 days, he swallowed large mouthfuls of paruta fruits, having built his prana to 300 units already. That was the limit his spirit container could bear, hence he stopped there. Primary nature, internal inertial gravity. Blola never felt this strong in life. As he waited patiently, a shockwave slammed into the back of his boat, launching it forth like a bullet thanks to its design. The boat rode the shockwave and flew at frightening speeds through the tunnel. The aerodynamic grooves on its surface caused it to spin, thereby reducing air resistance as it bolted through. Even though it spun at terrifying speeds, thanks to his primary nature, Blola was perfectly fine, not feeling any shock. They're crying. The raging herd of Empyrean tusks had discovered the corpse of their newborn, and upon seeing the boar king's crest, they cried in rage. The shockwaves from their cries traveled through the tunnel, launching the boat like a bullet through a gun's barrel. His prana was consumed rapidly to negate all shockwaves that slammed into his body. Thankfully for his preparations, he barely had enough. And when only 3 units of prana remained in his body, the boat flew out of the tunnel and crashed into barren land, crumbling into dust. Blola rolled out and gasped as he lay down, staring at the sky. A distance that I traveled for 6 months, I covered it in 3 days. After an hour of rest, Blola consumed some spirit moss from the storage lantern and recovered his prana. Once he was ready, he stared at the deep footprints on the ground leading into Dieng Canyon. I should be able to catch up to my settlement while they're slowed down by the first major disaster. Chapter 72, A Dying Ganala. The 44th Empyrean tusk proceeded in its respective position, the last row, left column, in the herd. But unlike the others, its steps were a beat slower. Moreover, from time to time, it almost stumbled. If not for its primary nature, such a stumble would have created an earthquake throughout the settlement. Buildings would have collapsed, all items would have shattered, and cultivators would have sustained grievous injuries. But internal inertial gravity protected everyone and everything, maintaining the status quo of stability. Of course, not even that could stop the worries of Bora Tusk. He stood at the entrance of the settlement, positioning himself on the spot between the trunk and the head. His eyes were red, and leaking nonstop out of it were tears. He was unable to control his grief, experiencing an emotion 1,000 times worse than when his closest family member died. After all, highlighted in his vision was the trunk of the 44th Empyrean tusk. And jutting beside it on either side, sharp and menacing, were the pair of tusks, touted to be their toughest body part, and the symbol of pride for both an Empyrean tusk and mammoth clansman. When a mammoth clansman proved their worth, they were rewarded with bone powder generated from the tusk. It was voluntarily shed off every year by the Empyrean tusk for the clan's betterment. The cultivators that consumed this bone powder and fused it into their spirit container were able to forge the toughest pranic beast bodies for their transformation at the body stage. And from now on, that would become a thing of the past. As he stared in absolute grief, cracks developed on the 44th Empyrean tusk's left tusk. And with every minute, the cracks widened. Soon, a piece of bone, barely a meter in size, broke off from the left tusk and fell to the ground. It produced a crisp sound upon impact. Originally, due to its sheer weight, a piece of bone from the tusk, when falling from such a height, would be akin to a meteor strike. It would create a massive crater spanning at least 30 to 50 meters in radius. The piece of bone wouldn't even sustain a single scratch. After all, in terms of weight, a tusk piece around a meter would weigh thousands of tons. The effects of internal inertial gravity would exist within it, making it tremendously heavy and ridiculously tough. But now the fallen piece shattered, crumbling into tiny pieces the size of dust. The sound too wasn't loud. The crater barely covered a meter, and even that was shallow. Upon impact, the piece of bone splashed out like a liquid. Yes, it was that brittle. As evidenced by mammoth clansmen with fragment disease, an Empyrean tusk's bones were brittle. It was only the addition of internal inertial gravity that made them the toughest of materials in Sumatra. And the fact that a piece of bone fell off from the tusk was a clear sign. It was the start of Ganala's death. Her internal inertial gravity was beginning to wane in strength, unable to maintain structural integrity. Little by little, just as her tusks crumbled, she too would follow suit. Why? There was still a year's time. Bora Tusk trembled, despairing. Why now? But he couldn't even cry peacefully, for a prana bomb slammed into his face. His hands grabbed the prana bomb and ripped it apart forcefully, peeling it alongside a layer of his skin. And with a tug of his hand, the prana bomb shattered, oozing out the fluid from within. These fuckers. He looked around, spotting at least 30 to 40,000 zingers near the Empyrean tusk's head alone. The number of zingers hovering around the entire body was many times higher. He gazed to his right, noticing a similar number of zingers on the 43rd Empyrean tusk. Bora Tusk stared forward, observing the backs of the 42nd and 41st Empyrean tusks. The number of zingers on our two settlements is at least thrice the rest. The zingers are treating us as a joke. No, I'm sure they are aware by now. Such relentless attacks had already taken a toll on their forces. Even though deaths on their sides had been minimal, the loss was exorbitant. They were losing out prana too fast to the zingers. The increased attacks by the zingers had worsened Ganala's condition. Now she was struggling to keep up with the herd. As her strength waned, her tusks, the symbol of her strength, began to crack and shatter bit by bit. And with every piece of the tusk that fell, Bora's sanity too slipped away. My home, my deity, is dying. Arga! He cried for an entire day before turning around to enter the settlement. He had banned the mammoth clansmen from exiting the settlement. The only ones allowed to exit were the masters. The masters had realized the truth by now, especially after seeing the crumbling tusk. As a result, they were put in charge of protecting the head and trunk areas. Devara, how long? How long must I wait? Bora Tusk muttered, My deity is dying. Without her, our clan is done for. As long as Devara returned with a baby Empyrean tusk, an initiation ceremony could be conducted where Ganala would transfer her memories, character, and presence to the newborn. This way, the newborn would become the new Ganala and uphold tradition as the 44th Empyrean tusk. That was how Empyrean tusks passed down their inheritance. And one part of the inheritance was the immune system, mammoth clansmen. The imprint on the mammoth clansmen showing their origin as Ganala's immune system would be transferred to the new Empyrean tusk. Meaning, they could live on the new Empyrean tusk without issues. Without a newborn deity to accept them, Bora Tusk and his people had no future. And without Ganala, they wouldn't have the mental strength to fight for a future. In Sumatra, that was a death sentence. Slowly, Bora Tusk arrived at the channel leading to the heart, eventually making way to a path restricted to everyone except the settlement leader. It was a node on the Empyrean Tusk's aorta, one that an Empyrean Tusk bestowed upon the settlement leader as their spirit weapon. Through it, the settlement leader would be able to feel the Empyrean Tusk's thoughts. As they couldn't communicate with each other, this was the only way the Mammoth clan could coordinate with the intentions of the Empyrean Tusk. Bora Tusk placed his hand on the spirit weapon, feeling blood rush under its exterior. When he did this in the past, he would feel a rush of excitement upon hearing the rumbling sounds that were akin to an entire ocean flowing like a stream. The blood would contain enough life force to birth 1,000,000 Mammoth clansmen, and not even feel the consumption. It was a clear display of an Empyrean Tusk's grandeur, a pranic beast titled unmatchable, akin to the heavens. But that too was a thing of the past now. The blood flowing now was merely a trickle. The rushing sounds were barely 1/100th of before. And worst of all, as Bora Tusk observed the blood, all he could do was sigh. Yes, sigh. He resigned himself to his fate. After all, the life force in it was diluted. Ganala's blood had lost enough of its qualities that it almost resembled plain water. Chapter 73: 2 Reasons for an Accelerated Death. There were 2 primary reasons for Ganala's current state. The first cause was the increased attacks by the Zingers, resulting in too much of her prana reserves being stolen. Due to that, she had to overexert herself to consume more food. All that did was strain her digestive system beyond the limit, as a result worsening her body's condition. An Empyrean Tusk consumed everything, from earth to trees to pranic beasts. Its organs were able to extract all necessary substances from the consumed food. The Empyrean Tusk wasn't merely a living creature, but was a biome. But that didn't mean it could consume everything wantonly. It still needed to spend time and effort to digest everything and assimilate the products into its body, just as a human did to food. Therefore, overconsumption only strains the digestive system. Ganala was forced to do so because her reserves were drying up faster than she could produce. To upkeep her body functions and ensure the Mammoth clan could survive, Ganala had no other choice. If she didn't do so, she would have shriveled up and died, bringing down the Mammoth clan with her too. This was the first reason for the acceleration of her aging, pushing her death a lot forward in time. The second reason was a lot more personal and had been voluntarily chosen by Ganala. It's finally done, Risha muttered as he stared at his hand and clenched it into a fist, sensing the explosive power contained within. I'm hundreds of times stronger than the me at this point in my past life. Having been living in the Empyrean Tusk's heart for the past 9 months, absorbing the purest of essence from Ganala's blood, Risha succeeded in awakening his bloodline. But that wasn't all. He went a step above his past life's accumulation, obtaining abilities that were a level beyond what he attained at his peak. But the cost of that was tremendous. Even Ganala struggled to endure the required resources. The consequence of that was her blood almost becoming water, absorbed of all its power. Ganala was aware that she would die. Her death meant the lack of a future for her people. As a result, she actively supported her children, Mammoth clansmen with the fragment disease, in their endeavors. All the resources she accumulated would go to waste at her death. Hence, she used it up on her children, helping them further their paths. That would create a future better than what she saw through the reincarnates and Risha. The one that received the most of her support, consuming the majority of Ganala's resources, was none other than Risha. After all, once he entered the body stage, he needed to build his spirit container into a pranic beast. As his pranic beast body was that of an Empyrean Tusk, the resources he required were astronomical. Through the Empyrean Tusk's blood that was being pumped by the heart, Risha absorbed all the resources dissolved in the blood, right at the source. Thereby, he had progressed a good portion in the body stage. It took me a century to reach the end of the body stage in my previous life. Risha sighed. Once he completed his body, he entered the life stage, obtaining a cultivation of the 2 life stage. Everyone that reached the life stage started at that point. For every addition of life was the creation of another body. To complete the 2 life stage, he would have to build a second Empyrean Tusk body. But by then, the Mammoth clan had suffered disastrous losses. There just weren't enough resources available for anyone, not to mention the astronomical sum he required. And when he faced the Boar King, Risha was merely at the 2 life stage. Yes, he faced the pinnacle of cultivation existence with a cultivation that had merely entered the life stage. It was no wonder he was killed without even being able to scratch the other party. Though, even if he was at the peak of the life stage, injuring the Boar King was questionable. The opponent was pretty much a broken character. In this life, I have saved at least 7 decades worth of cultivation, Risha muttered. He was 70% done building his body. As long as he finished it, he could protect his clan during the first major disaster. Even now, he built his body strategically. At his current accumulation, though incomplete, he could transform into an Empyrean tusk and fight. Just the last segment is left. But he felt worried, seeing how resource-barren the blood had gotten. Did I absorb too much? No, this is the only way to ensure as many of my clansmen survive the disaster. He gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. Even though the efficiency had dropped tremendously due to the lack of resources, he still absorbed whatever was left in the blood that entered the Empyrean tusk's heart. The other individual who had absorbed a significant portion of the resources lived in a house at the back end of the settlement, alone. The lone house looked as abandoned as before, having no trace of anyone living in it. In one of the rooms, though, existed a small door hidden behind a shelf, barely wide enough to crawl through. The space behind it was only large enough for a person to fit in while they made themselves as small as possible. Only someone with flexible joints could even hope to settle within. But Ganala used her power to enlarge the space, creating a room where Inala had been cultivating for the past 9 months. Currently, he remained seated under a waterfall of blood that poured down into the room and washed him from top to bottom. It left through a drain at the corner and was circulated by Ganala. Most of her remaining pure blood had been reserved for Inala, to the extent her primary nature couldn't be sustained properly. As a result, she ignored her tusks, the symbol of her pride, causing them to shatter. Ganala was fixated on strengthening her children to the limit, and Inala was the one that received her second highest favor, only behind Risha. In terms of personal bias, she favored Inala the most, vastly ahead of any of her children. There were obvious reasons for it, one of them being able to talk to him all the time. Having kept up the conversations for so long, Inala condensed the experience into a skill. Thanks to that, Ganala's tail slaps became a language similar to Morse code, allowing them to communicate. The language was empirical at best, only allowing simple communication, but it still brought her joy, for she loved to talk to her children. Before this, she could only converse with her children like Greha and Varala once, when they satisfied stringent requirements. And each time, it took a toll on her, for she bore the burden. Otherwise, the bodies of Greha and Varala would have exploded. Only with Inala could she communicate without any stress and strain, so he was her favorite. As she was already at death's door, one of her joys was seeing Inala's rapid improvement and the innovative surprises he gave her. "That's enough, Ganala," Inala said as he exhaled softly and got up, stretching as the blood waterfall stopped pouring. As all the blood in the room drained out, he stared at his naked self. "I'm fully prepared." Chapter 74 First Major Disaster Starts. Inala had gained significant body mass. He still maintained a lean body frame, but his muscles were ripped, bursting with physical strength. The effects of his fragment disease were almost non-existent, not because he had cured it, but because he was only a sliver away from awakening his bloodline. If he absorbed Ganala's blood for a couple more hours, he would become an Empyrean tusk. That wasn't his goal. Even though becoming an Empyrean tusk would net him the greatest strength, it wasn't realistic. The resources required to build up an Empyrean tusk body would take a century to accumulate. Even if he took all the chance encounters, that would only shorten the duration. The most he could accumulate was 2 Empyrean tusk bodies, meaning a cultivation of a 3-life stage. He would be entering the 3-life stage right as the 4th major disaster starts. What did that mean? He would die a dog's death under the hands of the Boar King. Besides, Inala was confident Risha would figure out a way to become an Empyrean tusk, meaning 2 people would contest for the same resources. The Mammoth clan couldn't afford to support even Risha in Sumatra Chronicles. If they had to support 2 such individuals, they would become bankrupt and the result wouldn't be anything worth mentioning. Their fate of being annihilated by the Boar King wouldn't change. So, Inala's goals remained unchanged. He was still set on obtaining the Zinger Queen's power. By grabbing the fortuitous encounters, I'll reach the peak of cultivation before we face the Boar King. I'll truly be able to harm him then. Therefore, he stopped right before awakening his Empyrean tusk bloodline. This was the condition necessary to mutate the Zinger Queen's power, thereby granting him both primary and secondary natures at the same time. Moreover, he knew the condition to attain a nature. It was why he subjected himself to an extreme environment, sustaining himself solely with Ganala's blood. Thanks to that, he could feel it. I have already obtained the qualifications to attain my tertiary nature. It'll naturally appear once I enter the body stage. His tertiary nature was involved around the pranic beast he would become, hence it would only be available upon entering the body stage. It has been 10 months since I arrived in Sumatra. Inala thought, relieved at the completion of his plans. Originally, he intended to become fully prepared in a year's time, right before the first major disaster started. But upon seeing the attacks of the Zinger increase in intensity, thrice the original as stated in Sumatra Chronicles, Inala knew the course of the plot had changed. He could clearly feel the difference in treatment the Zingers were giving to the 43rd and 44th Empyrean tusks. Something happened. One of us probably sabotaged us. Inala thought as he focused on his ears. All he met with was silence. But that too was a confirmation. Indeed, one of us is behind this. By now, Ganala used the tail slaps to confirm every single thought he had. This was to ensure he had a solid grasp of everything. But there was always one exception. It was when a reincarnate was involved. Ganala expressed zero intention to reveal the plans of other reincarnates, or for that matter, clansmen with the fragment disease. That included Risha, the reincarnates, and even Granny Oyo. If Inala had any thoughts regarding the people part of that list, Ganala would pause her tail slaps. This was to prevent him from learning of their plans. Whether that plan was beneficial to her cause or destructive, like the Zinger-focused attacks on their 2 settlements, Ganala remained tight-lipped about it. But that also meant that the moment any of his thoughts were met with silence, it meant one among the list was involved. The day he learned about it, Inala understood he couldn't proceed with things according to the original plan. He felt that things were proceeding at a faster pace than the book and hence rushed his preparations too. Once he accumulated enough Paruta fruits, in the name of closed-door cultivation, Inala stopped his portrait activities. He hadn't gone out for the past 2 months. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, he taught everything necessary to Asiya, urging her to succeed in advance to the schedule. He calmly wore his dress and inspected his storage tower, checking up on its 4 floors. On the first floor were his spirit weapons, a whole lot of them, with each meant for a variety of purposes. On the second floor was a bag of Paruta fruits and miscellaneous items, from clothes to a puppet of himself. The Paruta fruits only numbered 200, all that remained with him after his expenses. But they weren't his top priority, the reason being the contents of the third floor. On the third floor was bone powder, the primary ingredient necessary for building up his pranic beast body. This was hard to obtain, especially since the clan rules stated only elites could procure it. Inala had to do a lot of unfavorable deals with elites from the other settlement that had arrived for portraits and imagination art. Through them, he procured the bone powder, the highest quality, derived from the tusks. The quantity was more than enough to finish building his body. Even Ganala confirmed his calculation. And on the 4th floor was his emergency ration prana bombs. They were all filled with prana, obtained through his fights with the Zingers. Thanks to Instructor Mandu's assistance, he used the prana bombs on the Zingers and stole their prana. Of course, before entering closed-door cultivation, Inala took care of Instructor Mandu, granting the latter the puppetry skill. Instructor Mandu was emotional upon receiving it, treating Inala as his most prized student. But that was a bribe. When the situation turns dire, Inala counted on Instructor Mandu to protect him. Considering Instructor Mandu's character, and since he received such a powerful skill from Inala, he would protect the latter with his life. This guarantee was worth giving the puppetry skill away. Besides, in the past few months, Inala derived a potently powerful skill that he considered his trump card for fights. Since he had made all the necessary arrangements, Inala felt ready. Now, I only need to wait for the first major disaster to begin, whenever that might be. Thinking as such, he turned the doorknob, intending to return to his house. But strangely, the door failed to open, seemingly stuck. Strange, that shouldn't happen. In response to his thought came a tail slap, causing him to calm down. Inala grabbed his storage lantern and slung it to his hip. He donned his battle gear and equipped himself to the limit with spirit weapons. As he waited, Inala observed the space in the room began to shrink. Already? He was aware of Ganala's condition, knowing very well that she wouldn't be able to maintain this space for long. But the timing of its collapse couldn't be any worse. An hour passed in such a fashion. By now, there was only enough room for him to crouch within, feeling like he might get crushed at any moment. Since there wasn't enough space to open the door, when it was his time to exit, Ganala crushed the entrance, allowing him to crawl out. Phew! Inala sighed once he exited the space, turning around to stare at the narrow entrance. The space that had existed within it vanished. But why did it have to collapse now of all times? As he wondered, Inala arrived at the living room, stunned upon observing the roof that had caved in. He understood the cause. As I suspected, it has been brought forward. Placed in the center of the living room was a prana bomb. But considering the rapid pace at which it absorbed prana, it wasn't a prana bomb but an egg. And the fact that an egg had been planted here meant the first major disaster had begun. Chapter 75 Zinger Queen Egg. The Zingers were a fairly sentient race, capable of forming their own colonies with a solid societal structure. Sumatra chronicles delved into them in detail, showcasing that Zingers dabbled even in art, though crude. They sang songs, drew paintings, and even danced. Of course, thievery was their main business. A Zinger's primary nature was the prana bomb. It stole prana from the target and stored it for later consumption. Appearing exactly identical to the prana bomb was a zinger egg, and only a zinger could tell them apart. Oftentimes, when the zingers raid a target and shower it with prana bombs, they would sneak in an egg or two. The eggs would hatch after absorbing prana. But here was a catch. The strength of the hatchling depended entirely on the quality of the prana absorbed. If the prana absorbed by the egg originated from an iron-grade pranic beast, the birthed entity would either be a zinger scout or a zinger captain, beginner and intermediate iron grades respectively. If the prana absorbed by the egg was from a silver-grade pranic beast, the birthed entity would be a commander zinger, with a super rare chance of a zinger king's appearance. But if the egg absorbs prana from a gold-grade pranic beast, the result is a guaranteed zinger king. And the prana of an Empyrean tusk creates an infinitesimally small probability of a mutant zinger king. But such an entity only appears once in Sumatra Chronicles, towards the novel's end. That wasn't the focus here. When a lot of zinger kings are birthed, there is a sharp rise in their collective evaluated power. When the zinger community feels enough kings have been created, they would gather into a council and approach a zinger queen and request her to create another queen. Only a zinger queen can create a zinger egg, and the only female in the zinger race was the queen. She was a special existence. She had no requirement to mate, was capable of gathering all necessary genetic material just by drinking the fluid within the prana bombs given to her by the male zingers as tax, and possessed virtually no limit to the number of eggs she could create in life. A male zinger's primary nature was a prana bomb, while the zinger queen's was the egg, termed the life bomb. She could casually condense it using prana, and consuming prana bombs recovered her prana. Therefore, a zinger queen was a factory that produced zinger eggs. Due to her characteristics, a zinger queen would generally avoid birthing another queen unless she approached old age, unwilling to lose her power. Of course, if their strength and population exceeded a certain extent, she would create another queen to satisfy the egg demand. In the entire Dieng Canyon, a zinger-dominated territory spanning millions of kilometers, there existed only 3 zinger queens. When one of the queens dies for mysterious reasons, the remaining create a zinger queen egg. To hatch, the zinger queen's egg required stringent conditions. First among them was the absorption of the highest grade of prana. Only an Empyrean tusk's prana fit the bill. If the egg was placed on any other pranic beast, it wouldn't hatch. The second condition was the requirement of life force, a copious sum. If planted on any pranic beast, the target would react at the sheer pain involved with the loss of its life force. It would immediately dispose of the egg. Only the Empyrean tusk, with its robust life force, wouldn't react in such a way. Of course, it would immediately dispatch the mammoth clan to deal with the egg. But to prevent that, zingers would swarm the Empyrean tusk. And this time, hundreds of zinger kings would be present to keep the mammoth clansmen busy. Of course, if the egg was planted in the middle of the battlefield, it would become part of the collateral. Therefore, it would always be planted right above the buttocks of the weakest Empyrean tusk. As the weakest would be moving last, there wouldn't be any entity present that could spot their scheme. Moreover, the tail existed there, capable of swatting away any pranic beast that dared approach. So, no mammoth clansmen bothered to defend the buttocks area, and instead concentrated their power on the legs where most attacks occurred. And through experience, the zingers determined the safest spot on the Empyrean tusk, away from all chaos, a serene location, if one would say. It was on the tail root, one that couldn't be reached by the tip of the tail. And in Sumatra Chronicles, upon spotting an uninhabited house in such a location, the zinger king obviously placed the zinger queen's egg inside. Why would it say no to a second layer of protection? It was a famous situation, discussed by the reader base for years. After all, the cause of the first major disaster was a single egg. That was why, when Inala picked such a house, Greyhound knew immediately of his target. Risha found out the cause later during his investigation, when the Mammoth clan returned to the Dieng Canyon after a century. By then, the zinger queen born from Ganala matured into a full-fledged queen. In the current timeline, he intended to swiftly rush to the house and destroy the egg, thereby ending the first major disaster prematurely. He didn't camp there for the reason his presence would startle the zinger king bringing the queen's egg. It would avoid the place and find another location. That would mess up everything. Secondly, there were still 2 months left for the first major disaster to start, based on his memories. Since Risha was in the Empyrean Tusk's heart, he wasn't aware of the changing situation. Hence, he missed his opportunity. To avoid anyone noticing its actions, the zinger king left immediately after planting the zinger queen's egg. All zingers would be able to feel their queen's birth. So, the zinger king planned to swipe in immediately after that and bring the queen to safety. Inala stared at the egg before him and muttered, "Ganala, is your life force being sucked by this egg? Is this the zinger queen's egg?" Slap. Slap. The slaps were weak as Inala converted it into the language he had derived through the mystic skill creator, wording Ganala's thoughts. Yes. Hurry. It meant she didn't have much longer to live. Therefore, if Inala wished to succeed, he had to take action immediately. If she dies, all resources in her body would explode like a volcanic eruption, killing everyone. All right, nodding confidently, Inala activated the mystic bone art and fused his 100 spirit containers into a unified whole. He then approached the Zinger Queen's egg and touched it, grunting in pain as the egg absorbed his life force. But the moment this happened, the condition was attained. The egg absorbed the life force of both Inala and Ganala. Blood surged out of the floor and seeped into the egg. Using this chance, Ganala finally managed to establish a connection between the two. A weak voice, exhausted, but excited, resounded in Inala's mind, filled with warmth. My dearest son. Inala. Chapter 76, 43rd Settlement's Trump Card. Student Asiya, take position. At the training grounds of the 43rd Settlement's Academy of Refinement, an instructor announced. First test. Might. He stood beside a slab of bone positioned 40 meters away from Asiya. Students formed a perimeter around the training grounds, watching the activity. Asiya was 12 years old, about to become 13 in a couple of months. But she had already applied to graduate, hence garnering a lot of attention. Moreover, the walls, corridor, and even the floor of the academy were covered by imagination art, all supplied by her. So not a single student was ignorant of her contribution, hyping her up. Today's the day I graduate. Thinking as such, Asiya infused her prana into a bone sphere and focused. At the instructor's signal, she sent it hurling at her maximum speed, causing it to thunderously slam into the bone slab 40 meters away. The slab broke from the impact while the bone sphere was only dented. It meant her skill in refining a piece of bone using the mystic bone art was superior to the elite that refined the bone slab. That was a direct show of her cultivation capabilities, already treading upon the body stage despite being at the spirit stage. It's under a second. The instructor muttered and calmly noted down the time, accurately to 2 decimal points. 40 meters per second was the peak speed a spirit stage cultivator could attain while controlling their spirit weapon. As Asiya had exceeded that, it meant her control and explosiveness surpassed her cultivation stage. Second test. Pull. The instructor announced as a large monolith appeared, weighing 200 kilograms. It sported a ring on its front face. In response to the second test, Asiya took out a spirit weapon in the shape of a hook and hooked it to the ring. Immediately in response, veins protruded all over her body as she infused copious amounts of prana into the hook, pulling it towards her. There wasn't a string connecting the hook to her. So, it was a show of the tensile strength of her psychokinesis. Cook! Asiya grunted as the monolith slowly began to move, creating deep marks on the floor due to the friction. She pulled it for 20 meters before gasping in exhaustion, expended of all prana. 8 meters was the limit for a student. She had well exceeded that. Inala did this when he rescued me. Due to her strong impression of his actions, Asiya practiced this aspect the most. Her goal was to rely solely upon her psychokinesis to hang from a ceiling without any physical contact. That way, even if she were to fall during her shuttles between the settlements, she would be able to hook herself to the Empyrean Tusk's exoskeleton and stop her fall. Third test. Recovery. Saying so, a feast was laid before Asiya. Without any hesitation, she devoured them like a pig until her belly protruded conspicuously. Even while eating, she was able to activate her mystic bone art and hasten digestion, rapidly recovering her prana. Fourth test. Combat. The instructor announced and released a beginner iron-grade pranic beast. Mystic bone art, puppetry. 6 bone hands calmly revolved around Asiya as she launched herself toward the pranic beast, easily subduing the latter. Even Inala was only able to control 4 hands, but she was even more suited to it. This was only in comparison to Inala, though. For an average mammoth clansman, her ability to efficiently control 6 spirit weapons was terrifying. The instructor brought out an intermediate iron-grade pranic beast next, and made Asiya fight it. While the test was proceeding without issues, a group of people observed everything from a high vantage point. A balcony was constructed on the topmost building in the academy, one with a clear view of the training grounds. Comfy cushioned chairs were placed, facing the training grounds. Seated on them were the masters that controlled the 43rd settlement. At the center of the arrangement was Yahard Tusk, the 43rd settlement's settlement leader. He stared at Asiya's actions with a glint in his eyes. She has improved tremendously in the past 8 months. I feel it's time. Don't be in such a hurry, Zahela commented calmly. Asiya has indeed contributed immensely to the clan as a student. She stared at the masters seated around them, brothers and sisters of Yahard Tusk, Everyone here has given her an S-grade evaluation. But I'm not satisfied yet to grant her the grim knell. Sister-in-law, Yahard Tusk's younger brother tugged his thin mustache and announced, "We have reached the preservation limit of the grim knell's egg. It will hatch in a year. I don't see any other student that can outshine Asiya within that time frame." 8 months ago, none of us considered her worth of even an S-grade evaluation, not to mention obtaining the grim knell. Zahela argued, "A lot can change in a year. A student better than her can appear. But there's no guarantee, right?" Yahard Tusk's younger brother retorted. He then stared at Yahard Tusk and gave his opinion. "Brother, as the one in charge of preserving the clan's eggs, I vote in favor of Asiya. The grim knell is the best against a swarm. The intensity of the Zinger attacks is accelerating every day. I say this is the opportune time." One of Yahard Tusk's younger sisters, in charge of resource harvesting from the Empyrean Tusk's stomach, commented. She stared at Zahela. "In terms of strategic value, once Asiya becomes the grim knell, she would aid in minimizing our losses. Her abilities would be the perfect counter against the Zingers. Moreover, she can efficiently control 6 spirit weapons. Her mind is perfectly suited to wield the grim knell's power. Hence," she stared at Yahard Tusk, "I too vote in Asiya's favor. She has expressed her potential clearly. I vote in her favor." Asiya has all the qualifications. One after another, all the masters voted in favor of Asiya. They were one big family either way. The majority of them were Yahard Tusk's siblings, while the minority were his uncle and aunt who remained alive to date. As Asiya was part of their family, they were happy to support her, especially since she displayed her superiority in comparison to other students, a tad above even Yahard Tusk's oldest children. The moment I expressed dissatisfaction towards Asiya, they were happy to support her. This is almost too easy. Zahela expressed frustration externally, but was pleased internally. The moment Asiya exploded in growth, she had already decided to grant her the grim knell. Following that was merely a mental war against Yahard Tusk's siblings. "It's decided then." Yahard Tusk smiled proudly as he stared at Asiya's figure that stomped an expert iron-grade pranic beast to death, completing her graduation test. "She'll become our settlement's trump card." Chapter 77, Becoming the Grim Knell. The clan has decided to grant you the grim knell's egg to fuse with. Yahard Tusk was seated in a room alongside Zahela. Kneeling on the floor before him was his daughter, Asiya. He stared at her and continued, "But before that, I need to ask you something." "Yes, father," Asiya said respectfully. "Ask me anything. Your mother gave you a mission. That was primarily the reason you were granted authority to trade with Inala." Yahard Tusk seemed casual, but slowly he exerted pressure, causing the room to tremor in response. "So why haven't you done anything to progress it?" "I expected this." Thinking as such, Asiya stated calmly, "There's only one reason towards that." "Just one?" Yahard Tusk raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Inala feels he has no future unless he enters the body stage. So, until then, he doesn't have the room to entertain anything other than cultivation." She continued, "If I were to inherit Mother's position, my influence would grant him a fighting chance against the fragment disease. That's why he decided to wholeheartedly support me in the successor race." "Did he lay that down from the start?" Zahela asked. "Yes, before I became his disciple." Asiya nodded, "And I can say with assurance that I never regretted this decision. I have become many times stronger thanks to him." "So, for that reason, you went against your mother's orders and did not make him yours?" Yahard Tusk frowned. "I never said that." Asiya shook her head. "All along, I have been probing his character. Inala simply wishes to not entertain the thought until I become an adult. By then, I'll have a solid place in his heart." Zahela observed Asiya's facial expression, figuring her out. "She likes him, huh? Well, that's enough. She'll ensure no other woman gets near Inala. As she grows, she's becoming more and more like me. I can rest assured then." "What about the other seeds?" Yahard Tusk asked. He seemed to be asking the questions, but in reality, he was simply voicing out whatever Zahela told him to say. The moment Asiya was granted the grim knell, his work was done. The remaining human relation issues were all his wife's headaches. "I've been investigating regarding that." Asiya nodded. "Risha and Blola have been reported missing for months now. The Zingers must have kidnapped them. There are no clues regarding their disappearance, though. Yenda is in a relationship with Yuza, the fragment disease student from our settlement. So that's already a done deal. Her child will be born with our settlement's imprint." She continued, "Varala is with Rava, Granny Oyo's granddaughter. I have made arrangements towards that. And recently, they are on bad terms and Varala has gotten closer with Latrina. But sister still has some hesitation, so that's that." Asiya expressed mild annoyance. "And the last candidate, Greyha, is a turtle. He remains in his house and never ventures out. If not for him selling mud viper eggs, the clan would have disposed of him already. That's the consensus his settlement has reached. So, I can't even create an opportunity for one of my sisters to meet him. Bora Tusk didn't use one of his daughters to bring Greyha to his side. Yahard Tusk was surprised. This isn't the way that madman behaves usually. Is it because of that? Yahard Tusk recalled the scene from the previous day. A piece of bone fell off from the 44th Empyrean Tusk's tusk. Their deity is dying, and hence he's despondent. But that doesn't mean he should give up. He should at least fight for a solution. Anything you wish to ask her? Yahard Tusk stared at his wife. He was satisfied with Asiya's replies. No, Zahela shook her head. All right, nodding in response, Yahard Tusk pushed forth an egg and motioned for Asiya to fuse with it. I'll protect you. So, begin the breakthrough process. Okay. Asiya closed her eyes and activated her mystic bone art, beginning to fuse her spirit containers. From 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, the spirit containers fused. The process took less than a minute as Asiya observed a unified spirit container in her body. It was unstable, emanating sparks as her body felt strained. If she were to delay any longer, the spirit container would collapse, causing her to lose all her painstaking cultivation. Asiya's eyes shot open as she stared at her father. I'm ready. Go ahead, Yahard Tusk said, smiling. The Grim Nell's egg reached a height of 80 centimeters, covered with bluish-black spots. Enveloping each spot was a ring, and extending from its outer circle were tiny tendrils like an amoeba. Asiya touched the Grim Nell's egg and inserted her prana into it, beginning the fusion process. Her spirit container manifested physically, enlarging in size until it wholly enveloped the egg. The prana within was like a storm as it fused into the egg, breaking it down into pure energy. The spirit container fused with the eggshell. A few seconds later, the shell dissolved and surged into a tiny creature inside, signaling the completion of the process. The entity was ethereal in appearance. It had a bell-shaped body, reaching a height of 3 meters. The clapper dangled, shaped like a mace. 3 pairs of limbs extended out of the yoke. 2 pairs were legs, split like the legs of a chair. The remaining 2 limbs were hands, but their ends resembled drums. The base of the yoke was circular in shape, and embedded in it were eyes, a dozen in number. The eyes shot open, emanating the aura of death, for a moment causing even Yahard Tusk to flinch in response. Mutated expert silver-grade pranic beast, Grim Nell. That's a terrifying aura, he thought, watching the projection enter Asiya and fuse with her body, transforming her into an elite of the clan. She had successfully reached the body stage. This is the Grim Nell's power? Asiya muttered as she digested the information regarding the Grim Nell. She gained 2 natures now, and they perfectly complemented her current skill set. It feels as if Inala trained me with the Grim Nell in mind. How is this possible? She didn't voice her thoughts to her parents, lest her words sabotage Inala. But more than the joy of obtaining the strongest pranic beast in the Mammoth clan, her mind was filled with questions. My 2 natures will experience an explosive advantage thanks to the puppetry skill. It's not just that. After racking her brain a little, Asiya couldn't find a solution. Hence, she decided to meet Inala, stating, I'll go inform Inala about my success. All right, but I'm assigning a team to protect you. Yahard Tusk said, the Zinger attacks have grown more frequent. And since you became the Grim Nell, you're a strategic asset of our clan. You'll be accompanied by a group of guards until you become a master. Soon, Asiya arrived before the shuttle, about to enter it when 3 people walked out, 1 boy and 2 girls. Asiya was surprised at their arrival as she shot a glance at her sister, Latrina, expressing her thoughts through eye contact. Latrina, why did you bring him here? The 2 girls were Latrina and Rava, their auras displaying their dislike towards each other. And walking at the front like their leader was Virala, his face akin to a weasel. This bastard makes me feel uncomfortable. Asiya thought, for a moment shuddering when the latter smiled at her. Chapter 78 Background of the Major Disaster. Kukakuga! Guka! Gaka Yue! High-pitched shrieks resounded from Zinger scouts, reverberating throughout the Dieng Canyon. Zingers could transmit entire speeches within a short screech. At the speed of sound, the message traveled throughout the region, amplified and retransmitted by the scouts that heard it. 62 Empyrean Tusks are rampaging. Tens of millions of our brethren are dead. We'll lose control of the region if we don't replenish our numbers. The message alarmed the Zinger community as messages kept reverberating throughout the Dieng Canyon, bringing in the news of the destruction committed by the rampaging Empyrean Tusk herd. On a mountain reaching a height of 5 kilometers sat a Zinger queen, eyes closed as she had just finished creating a batch of Zinger eggs. She grabbed a prana bomb, cracked the shell and drank the fluid within, replenishing some of her expended prana. Her surroundings were covered by heaps and heaps of prana bombs, more than she would ever need. It was a tax from the Zinger colonies. Typically, a Zinger that was strong enough would establish its own colony on a mountain. Depending upon the surface area and resources on a mountain, the strength and size of the colony varied. Bigger colonies were ruled by Zinger commanders, and the largest of all colonies were under a Zinger king each. The Zinger community relied upon the concept of self-sufficiency and individualism amongst colonies. Meaning, if a colony were to be annihilated, neighboring colonies wouldn't care. Instead, once the perpetrator disappears, they would fight to occupy the territory that had opened. If a colony were to suffer a loss in their raid, resulting in a lot of their brethren getting killed, the leader would send an envoy to the core of the Dieng Canyon. The envoy would fly with a large batch of prana bombs and deposit it on the Zinger Queen's mountain. These prana bombs were a tax. The Zinger Queen would judge the tax and grant the envoy a certain number of eggs accordingly. The envoy would return to its colony with the eggs and carefully hatch it, building up their numbers once again. This was the principle with which Zinger colonies functioned. As she received tax from pretty much every colony under her governance, the Zinger Queen lived a life of abundance. Her mountain was located deepest in the Zinger territory, protected by a royal guard consisting of dozens of Zinger kings. The surrounding mountains, too, had the strongest of Zingers, mostly Zinger commanders, serving as a buffer between any dangerous pranic beast and the Zinger Queen. Spanning a head taller than a Zinger king, the queen was the biggest in their species. But her body wasn't as robust as the king, for she wasn't built to fight. As the Zinger Queen finished the egg allocation to all her colonies, she heard the shouts being relayed by the Zinger scouts from the colonies sequentially. The message eventually reached her, causing her to make a decision. Even though she had a surplus of prana bombs to replenish her prana, she had obvious limits. It took her time to digest the gains and convert it into prana. At least 100 mountains had been destroyed by the Empyrean Tusk herd. If they don't replenish their numbers quickly, some other pranic beast will take up territory in the void of power. The three Zinger queens didn't have enough power to replenish their numbers in a short while. Kuka! At the Zinger queen's shout, the scouts echoed her voice and transmitted it to other regions. Soon, 2 replies arrived in the same network, carrying a message from the remaining 2 Zinger queens. Make a new queen. Since all 3 queens accepted the decision, one of the Zinger queens swallowed the fluid from dozens of prana bombs and condensed all that prana, losing some of her life force in the process as she created a life bomb. She only needed prana to create the regular life bombs. But to create one that would hatch a queen, she had to use her life force too, not to mention consuming copious amounts of prana. The Zinger queen aged by a few decades in response as she felt weak. She beckoned one of her royal guards and handed it the egg, communicating with it to target the second Empyrean Tusk herd moving about in the Dieng Canyon. As the Zinger king transported the egg, it rallied up an army to serve as a distraction while the egg hatched. As long as the 4th Zinger queen is born, they could replenish their numbers within a decade. So, dying for her birth wasn't an issue. With that goal in mind, the Zinger king entered Inala's house and placed the egg in the living room, sighing in relief upon sensing the egg suck in large amounts of Ganala's prana and life force. To avoid the mammoth clansmen from noticing the egg, the Zinger king flew away and hid behind a large baobab tree, shadowing Ganala from the side. The moment the Zinger queen hatches, it would swoop in and carry her out. It was accompanied by a group of Zinger kings for the same purpose. They were there to defend against the mammoth clansmen. Right after it placed the egg, the Zinger king let out a faint whistle, alerting its brethren as millions of Zingers jumped down from the cliffs and flew towards the herd. 80 million. That was the number of Zingers targeting the Empyrean Tusk herd. And only a small portion of them flew closer to the Empyrean Tusks to engage in close combat. As for the rest? Primary nature, prana bomb. Millions of prana bombs simply rained down from the sky. An Empyrean Tusk stood at a height of 1.6 kilometers, while the peak of the mountains ranged around 2 kilometers. This meant there was more than enough altitude difference, 400 meters, for the Zingers to glide over and remain beyond the 180-meter maximum range of mammoth clansmen elites. Only the masters could target the bodies of the Zingers, but even if they could do so, they made no difference. The number of Zingers targeting the Empyrean Tusk herd was just that overwhelming. You must be Asiya. Varala smiled casually and cupped his fists. I heard a lot about you from your elder sister. Is that so? Asiya snorted and brushed past Varala, entering the shuttle while accompanied by her bodyguards, a group of 4 elites at the peak of the body stage. Judging by the security, it seems she's obtained the Grim Knell. Varala made a judgment as his eyes curled up faintly. Inala, that bastard. Just how did he make a nameless character obtain such power? Well, shall we go? He stared at Latrina and smiled. Remember, this is merely a transaction, Latrina said coldly. I know. Varala nodded as he eyed Ruva's frosty expression. She's not even hiding her killing intent now. As I thought, she must have succeeded in her scheme. Well, I'm waiting for it anyway. I can never get enough of making women dance to my tune. Seated within the shuttle, Asiya glared at Varala's back. Something is about to happen. I can feel it. Just starting at him is making my skin prick. I need to consult about him with Inala. I don't know his house address, but Mandu can relay my arrival as usual. Guess I'll wait at his home until Inala arrives. The shuttle reached the 44th settlement as Asiya got out. She had just taken a step forward when one of her guards pulled her back. What the? Boom. A prana bomb slammed into the ground before her, absorbing Ganala's prana. Asiya's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the sky and paled in fright, watching the rain of prana bombs. Kurilalala! All 44 Empyrean tusks trumpeted in alarm, alerting the mammoth clan of the approaching disaster. Chapter 79 Talking to Ganala. Ratatatata. Hearing the pitter-patter created by prana bombs colliding onto the settlement like rain, Inala was nervous. The Zinger King must be sensing the energies of this place from far away. The moment I succeed in getting the Zinger Queen's power, it will know. And it will try to kill me. He grunted in pain as veins popped all over his body. His life force was being sucked into the Zinger Queen's egg as his hand was in contact with it. My dearest son. Inala. Inala felt the sounds of his surroundings wane to a great extent as Ganala's voice resounded in his mind clear. As Inala was refining the Zinger Queen's egg, his body should originally have exploded due to the gender restriction. But 3 things were preventing that. First was Granny Oyo's imprint on his bones that Inala had fused into his spirit container. Therefore, his prana signature became Oyo's, a woman's prana. Secondly, Ganala's blood surged into him. She was a female, and in the name of awakening his bloodline, her blood fused with his. The last of the list was his life force. The egg was stealing the life force of both him and Ganala. And thanks to her blood awakening his, and since he was technically part of her immune system, both were considered one entity, an extension of Ganala. That was how Inala overcame the gender restriction. During the fusion process, the minds of the two became connected, allowing Ganala to communicate with him. Yes, I'm your dearest son, Inala replied as blood dripped out of his orifice due to his life force being absorbed. Every second, he was aging slowly but surely. His skin was getting wrinkly while his body was losing mass, a sign of old age. I have a lot to talk to you about, but my time is running out. Therefore, I'll be curt. At her hurried voice, Inala nodded in urgency, realizing that they could only communicate like this until the fusion process ended. Until now, Inala could only engage with a confirmation type of response from Ganala by interpreting her tail slaps. Therefore, all her replies did was confirm his thoughts. To wholeheartedly listen to her thoughts, direction communication was a must. Hence, Inala focused, curious to hear what she had to say. You fool! You failed, my son. What? Inala was stunned. I failed? In what? In getting the cure. What the heck? Aren't I cured now? Once the fusion process ends, I'll be rid of the fragment disease. Inala argued, confused. Repeat your statement, but slowly. What type of riddle? You have rid yourself of the fragment disease. It's called a disease, but it's merely a manifestation of an Empyrean tusk's trait. As long as someone with this trait absorbs my blood long enough, they can cultivate as an Empyrean tusk. Ganala's voice seemed angry, despite the sense of urgency she exuded, chiding him. In response, Inala expressed confusion. I already figured that out, you know. Why are you scolding me now? You confirmed my conjectures already. Yes, my dearest son. Your path isn't wrong, but it's not right either. I didn't sacrifice everything to send you to another world just for you to become a Zinger. Send me to another world? What the fuck? Inala frowned. Now you have me confused, Ganala. What nonsense are you talking about? Varala, Inala, Blola, Greha, Yenda, Oraka, and Risha. 7 children with the fragment disease, created by me in hopes of destroying the Boar King. When you 7 were born, my friend used a future vision ability on Risha and observed the annihilation of all Empyrean tusks. To prevent such a future, he brought your souls to Earth alongside your parents to make you experience a second life. When that was done, he brought everyone back. You mean? Inala tried to calm down but felt intense anger surge in him. That Cthulhu was your friend, and when he brought me to this world, he also brought my parents. Yes, your parents were mammoth clansmen originally. You weren't a denizen of Earth. Your souls simply occupied the bodies of their natives and suppressed the native souls. It was the safest way to make you experience 2 lives, the primary requirement to attain the mystic grade as an Empyrean tusk. So, let me get this straight. Inala observed that the fusion process was almost done as he oriented his thoughts, speaking unusually calmly. When I was born, you sent my soul to earth alongside my parents. And when you felt I satisfied the requirements, I was brought here. So it's similar to the other reincarnates, right? Yes. Then what about Risha? He asked next. If what you said is true, then Sumatra Chronicles never happened. Then what is up with Risha? Why does he have a past life? It's a side effect of the future sight ability. When it was used on Risha, his body soaked up the ability's effects. So, it's as if he lived through life once and experienced everything. This ability isn't perfect, since the risks are high. The parents of all 7 cannot remember anything that happened due to the ability. All 7? Inala noticed another abnormality. Were Risha's parents sent to Earth too? No, but as the future sight was used on Risha, as his closest blood relation, his parents were faintly influenced. So they possess bits and pieces of future sight. One more, Inala asked, his voice cold. In Sumatra Chronicles, there existed only one death row student. What's up with that? Sumatra Chronicles is simply the Cthulhu recounting whatever he saw through future sight. No matter how realistic the book was written, it didn't show every second of Risha's life. So, the lives of you 6 were edited out, huh? Inala nodded. Then, the reason Risha doesn't remember us is because of the future sight side effect? Yes. And the disconnect you feel with the memories of your past too are a result of that, even though these past 14 years were lived by you yourself. The Cthulhu leaped across the fabric of time and space with your souls. So by the time he brought everyone back, only an hour had passed here. It all makes sense. Inala nodded, but there are plenty of holes and patchwork in your explanation. As a reader, I can easily spot such plot holes. I respect you, Ganala, but I cannot wholeheartedly trust you. Hence, I'll confirm it on my own. How? Simple. Inala revealed a calculative smile. I have accumulated enough experience. Mystic Bone Art, Mystic Skill Creator. Chapter 80 Kill the Baby. Mystic Bone Art, Mystic Skill Creator. Inala activated the Bone Slip skill and condensed the effects of the Mystic Skill Creator into it, pouring in all his experiences from when Ganala accessed his memories like he was a bone slip. Since the minds of both were connected now, it was the best time to activate the skill. As a result, a vast sea of memories and experiences surged out of Ganala through the connection and poured into his mind, overwhelming him. Cook! Inala grunted in pain. What is this? It feels strange. Even Ganala was confused, despite being able to read his thoughts. But she didn't resist and simply allowed Inala to do his thing. Moreover, she even took on most of the burden associated with activating the ability, allowing Inala to take a breather and focus. A few seconds later, a skill formed, a fusion of Bone Slip skill and an Empyrean Tusk's capability to treat the Mammoth clansmen as bone slips. Prime skill, Empyrean Slip. The effects of this prime skill allowed Inala to treat an Empyrean Tusk as a bone slip and access the information in it. Of course, as the volume of information would be akin to a sea, his mind would be overwhelmed. So, unless he received the Empyrean Tusk's permission, it was too risky to attempt its use. But that wasn't a concern here, as he had Ganala's full support. The moment Empyrean Slip was activated, Inala found himself in the void, floating beside millions of light clusters. Each cluster was a database of some information. My mind simply isn't equipped to store this much data. He controlled his greed and focused only on the information Ganala told him. The moment he had the thought, his figure in the void moved automatically, positioning him before a cluster. Inala touched it and absorbed all the contents within. Images of the Cthulhu flickered in his mind, showing a conversation it had with a young Ganala. There was a vast sea of information in it, causing his mind to feel burdened. If even a single cluster makes me feel overwhelmed. He stared at the thousands of clusters and sighed before returning to reality. Inala needed some time to digest the vast sea of information, but he could at least cross-reference using it, concluding in response. You're saying the truth. So, he sighed, why did you say I failed to find the cure? Activate the skill once again. I don't have the time to explain everything. I'll bring you to the respective cluster. Ganala could access his information, hence being able to know what he saw, felt, and obtained through Empyrean Slip. Inala grunted as he absorbed a second cluster, gasping in exhaustion, and no more. I'll explode. You have surprised me once again. MT dearest son. Inala, thanks to Empyrean Slip, you're now fully aware. Thank goodness. I was afraid this secret would die with me. Without it, killing the Boar King is impossible. Inala felt Ganala's mind sharply lose strength, alarmed in response. What happened? Just wait a little, Ganala. Once I finish fusing with the Zinger Queen, I'll help raise your lifespan. Just hold on until then. My dearest son. Inala, there only exists one cure. I originally hoped the reincarnates could use their otherworldly knowledge to also find a cure, but all the lot of you did was be rid of the fragment disease. Therefore, you lot won't be a threat to the Boar King. No, I have a plan, Inala muttered. My dearest son, listen. You'll understand the reason once you digest my memories. Now, remember two things. First, Risha has the cure. So, he'll be the spear that faces the Boar King directly. The cure shown in Sumatra Chronicles wasn't the cure, but merely a treatment method for the fragment disease. You misunderstood it as the cure. Support Risha with all your might. That's the only way to survive. Inala became silent, sensing Ganala's voice turn weaker and weaker. The egg was absorbing her life force, being the final straw that broke the camel's neck. As he hadn't finished the fusion, he couldn't move from his position. Hence, he poured all his attention into her final words. Second, there existed 3 Empyrean tusk herds in Sumatra continent. Ours is the youngest, because all 43 Empyrean tusks of our herd have been birthed by me. Know this. Empyrean tusks are female, and we give birth to our brethren through the Mammoth clan. What? Inala was stunned. This information wasn't in Sumatra Chronicles. When both the copulating members have the fragment disease, the birth child is an Empyrean tusk. She'll be no different from a human baby when born, but as she grows up, she'll become an Empyrean tusk. Originally, all Empyrean tusks knew of this fact, including the Mammoth clan, except for our herd, because I hid the secret. So, none of the newborn Empyrean tusks are aware of this fact, hence our numbers remained constant at 44. Why did you do that? Inala asked. Because of the Boar King. He has killed enough Empyrean tusks that the moment an Empyrean tusk newborn cries, he can hear it. He'll target the herd. You know how powerful he is. At the very least, 1 or 2 Empyrean tusks will lose their life. The other herds usually take measures against him to at least make him hesitate to target them. But I can't do that. What she says next will make me understand everything. Inala nodded and focused, barely able to make out Ganala's faint voice. Because I am a survivor of the herd that annihilated his species. So, the moment he senses my existence, he won't stop until our entire herd is destroyed. That's why, to prevent him from detecting our existence, I ensured there was no newborn among us. And before he reached such a level of power, I increased our numbers to 44. Thump! Thump! Inala's heart thundered as he muttered, Wait a second, the fact that you're saying this must mean a baby Empyrean tusk is about to be born? Stop Oyo before it's too late. The moment the baby is born, she'll lure over the Boar King. My dearest son, Inala, I'll leave everything to you. Ganala, don't give up, damn it. Inala shouted in worry, Don't die now. I can prolong your life. My dearest son, we are life forms of entirely different levels. 100 years of your lifespan merely converts into a day of mine. It's a waste of time and effort. Besides, it matters not if I can live a day longer when the Boar King is summoned. The entire herd will be annihilated. So do what must be done. Kill the newborn. Ganala's voice disappeared as the fusion process concluded. An ethereal entity hovered before him, displaying an air of arrogance, one of royalty. It fused into his body, making him successfully reach the body stage. The Boar King, Inala muttered, instinctively trembling in fear, breaking into a cold sweat. It didn't originate from himself, but from Ganala's blood that had fused into him. The Boar King was an Empyrean tusk's natural predator, and hence the fear was instinctual. No, I've barely begun my preparations. Facing the Boar King at this moment is suicide. Inala got up in a hurry and armed himself. I need to kill the baby. He paused, daring not to think further. After all, he always held that suspicion. The baby was growing in Granny Oyo. And after that night, she didn't reveal herself, making him feel the possibility was high. Is that my child? Chapter 81 The Queen's Arrival. Running across a mountain peak, rushing between the baobab trees was the Zinger King, keeping pace with the 44th Empyrean tusk. It was mentally counting the time required for the Zinger queen egg to hatch, anxious all along. There were no Mammoth clansmen near Inala's house. It had already inspected the house completely, detecting no signs of anyone living there. Therefore, as long as it watched the house's entrance, it could detect if any Mammoth clansman approached it. The Zinger King leaped from a mountain edge and glided towards the next mountain, keeping steady and aerodynamic to ensure it didn't lose much altitude. After crossing over a kilometer in distance, it barely lost 100 meters. Landing on the cliff, it climbed over the 100 meters in a hurry and reached the peak. Following that, it began to sprint through the forest on the peak, closing the gap between it and the 44th Empyrean tusk. The Zinger King had the most important job of overseeing the hatching of the Zinger Queen. Moreover, it commanded the entire army of Zingers. With every second that ticked, it became more and more tense, for time was almost up. But even now, it couldn't feel the hatching queen's aura. A sense of uneasiness flowed into its mind, making it unsettled. Soon, the hatching time was up, but there was no sign of the queen's presence. A minute passed, followed by another, but there was still nothing. By now, the Zinger King realized that something had happened. In worry, it leaped across the cliff and glided towards the 44th Empyrean tusk, trailing towards it from its back. Making an extended arc, it evaded the range of the shockwaves generated by the slapping tail and landed on the roof of Anala's house, peering inside. Ka! The Zinger King roared in anger upon seeing a mud viper in the living room, sporting a bulging body, with the bulge shaped like an egg. The mud viper was asleep, intending to digest its gains, coiled peacefully. At the sight of its detestable appearance, the Zinger King raged and leaped inside the living room. With a swipe of its claws, the mud viper was shredded into bits. The Zinger King hurriedly peeled off the mud viper's stomach piece, lifting the egg out of it, despairing. But the moment its claws came into contact with the egg, its life force was sucked into it. Krah! The Zinger King shrieked in pain, but a moment later it calmed down, relieved that its life force was being sucked into the egg. That at least meant the egg wasn't destroyed. But aware that if the egg sucked any more of its life force, it wouldn't hatch, the Zinger King decisively severed its hand. The egg dropped on the floor as the blood coating it slithered down. Only now did the Zinger King observe the difference. The eggshell's texture was different from its memories, resembling an Empyrean tusk's exoskeleton instead. The size too was different. It was a tad larger. And lastly, it didn't absorb any life force from the floor, the Empyrean tusk's life force. The Zinger King was confused, wondering if the mud viper's interference had messed up everything. As it was deep in worry, the egg on the floor shot up suddenly, catching it off guard. It slammed into the Zinger King's chest and rapidly absorbed its life force once again. The Zinger King was flabbergasted, unable to understand why such a thing was happening. It thrashed about on the floor, letting out shrieks, calling out for help. Right at this moment, a second egg flew out from a nearby room and slammed into its head, absorbing its life force from there too. The head and the chest, two important areas, had been targeted. The Zinger King couldn't rip them off like it did when the egg latched to its hand. It needed time to carefully cut off the tough fur on the chest region, and even more for the head region. A mistake and the organs within might come in contact with the egg, opening the gateway to its death. But time was the last resource in its arsenal as a third egg slammed into its face, masking its shrieks. With 3 eggs absorbing its life force, its body shriveled up quickly, draining away all its strength. It stared at the ceiling, seeing its brethren gliding over, rushing towards its rescue. But at that moment, a ball of mud slammed into the broken ceiling and expanded, covering the hole before hardening up. The Zinger King was stunned before turning its head weakly to stare at an old lady, hunched over, sporting bark-like skin. Her eyes were sunken, and her expression was deranged. She used a bone stick as support to walk out from her hiding spot nearby. Her presence was so weak that even when she stood before the Zinger King, it was unable to notice her. She was akin to an ant. Even ants had a stronger presence, which was why the Zinger King hadn't sensed her. Clip. Clop. The old lady, who seemed well past her expiry date, dragged herself to the Zinger King and stood before it. Her hunched form inched closer as she opened her mouth, one that transformed to reveal a jaw resembling a zinger. No, it seemed superior. The egg on the Zinger King's chest seemed full as it floated up and arrived before the old lady's mouth. She opened her jaw and crunched its ridiculously hard shell open casually, gulping down the contents within as if it were the most delicious elixir in the world. As the contents of the egg flowed down her throat, her appearance visibly changed. She seemed to have grown young by at least 5 decades, almost becoming middle-aged. Her hunched back became erect. Her body gained significant mass, becoming robust. Luscious, dark brown hair grew out of her head, reaching her hips dense. Slowly, an air of arrogance permeated within the living room, originating from her. The second egg flew up as she grabbed it and cracked it open, drinking its contents to grow further younger, reaching her prime, entering her late teens. What are you? The Zinger King's voice resounded, filled with shock. The woman was able to understand its language as she revealed a confident smile, muttering softly, "Thank you." The Zinger King, too, was able to understand her words, unable to comprehend what the heck was happening as it breathed its last, becoming a sack of dried bones, absorbed of all its life force. "How? Do you have our queen's aura?" "I am one," the woman muttered as the storage lantern on her hip floated out and grew in size. Its top floor door opened as the third egg flew into it. "I'll save up this lifespan for emergencies." The storage lantern reverted to its miniature size as the woman condensed prana in her palms, creating 2 eggs, aging up in response, entering her late 30s. Her prana surged into the 2 eggs and modified their shape, transforming them into a hand each. "Phew, that was easy." Sighing in relief, the woman gasped, able to relax a little. Her body morphed immediately after. Her shoulders widened while her bones increased in size and density. Her reproductive organs shifted in gender as a few seconds later, a man stood in place, late 30s in age, sharing similarities with the woman. It was Inala. Chapter 82: Primary, Secondary, and Tertiary Natures. Beginner silver-grade pranic beast, Empyrean Zinger. That was what Inala had become, a mutated variety of Zinger royalty. Yes, royalty. His powers weren't limited to a Zinger queen alone, for that would make him a swarm type with zero individual battle power. His plans were consistent, and after repeated refinement with Ganala's input, he pretty much obtained more than what he initially set out to achieve. The results spoke for themselves. Primary nature, royalty. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. Tertiary nature, spatial immune system. He had read Sumatra Chronicles, and was aware of the means to obtain a nature. Fusing with a pranic beast would net a primary nature. But if the cultivator fused with a mutated pranic beast, then they would also obtain a secondary nature. And by subjecting themselves to an extreme environment, they could even obtain a tertiary nature. It was as simple as that only because he was aware of a lot of rules thanks to the omniscient perspective a reader experienced when reading a book. He was aware of a lot of rules that the natives didn't even know existed. The result was him attaining all three natures, just as he entered the body stage. Inala's three natures had a synergetic effect on each other. Individually, the three natures were strong, but that's it. They wouldn't give anyone an edge over others. But when combined, Inala even had the confidence to face the Boar King. Of course, not at present. When he attains peak cultivation and has enough time to prepare, he'll be at a level necessary to wound the Boar King. The primary nature of royalty was as its name indicated. It contained traits of Zinger royalty, king and queen Zingers. It was this trait that added the moniker of Empyrean to the name of his mutated version, increasing the grade from iron to silver. It allowed Inala to transform into two forms, Empyrean Zinger King and Empyrean Zinger Queen. By transforming into an Empyrean Zinger King, he'll have a robust body and could also use prana bombs. And when he became an Empyrean Zinger Queen, he could create life bombs, which was what he used against the Zinger King. And as the absorbed life force was from an iron-grade pranic beast, the egg wouldn't form a queen. Thereby, when Inala consumed its contents, he absorbed the life force stored in it, growing younger in response. Creating a life egg consumed a decade's worth of lifespan, so they had to be used judiciously. Well, as long as he had enough prey, he could spam them. This was the primary nature of royalty's effect when he was an Empyrean Zinger. But when he activated it in his human form, he could change genders as a human, possessing both male and female versions. This had a significant advantage, deception. As a mammoth clansman, Inala would operate with his male identity. But for anything else, he'll use his female identity, thereby able to perform a lot of activities in secret. Even if an identity becomes problematic, he could take refuge using the other identity in plain sight. By overcoming the gender restriction, Inala obtained an ability that allowed him to fluidly change his genders. The change was fundamental, down to a genetic level. He could even give birth in his woman form. Of course, he had no intentions to do anything like that. Following that was the secondary nature of internal inertial gravity. This needn't be explained, for it was the primary nature of an Empyrean tusk. This elevated his abilities to a whole other level. A casual prana bomb he chucks would possess weight in the hundreds of kilograms as long as he used his secondary nature to raise its density. Now that he was no longer affected by the fragment disease, his body was robust and wouldn't collapse upon physical exertion like before. This was the reason that made the Zinger King helpless. As it lost its life force, the three eggs on its body weighed it down, preventing it from getting up and regaining balance. It was anchored to the ground and helplessly lost its life. Finally, there was the tertiary nature, his card to face the Boar King in the future. The hole in the ceiling covered by a layer of mud shattered as two Zinger scouts burst through, landing in the living room. Right as they entered, two life bombs slammed into them heavily. As their weight surpassed 100 kilograms each, they packed a punch, shattering the bones of the two Zingers upon impact. The two Zinger scouts couldn't even let out a shriek as their necks were twisted by the attack. As they lay sprawled atop the Zinger King's corpse, the two eggs absorbed their prana and hatched. Two baby Empyrean Zinger scouts walked out as they let out weak chirps. They were hungry, gobbling the Zinger scouts' flesh and blood. By the time they were full, their bodies had slightly grown in size. Inala seeped his prana into the two Empyrean Zinger scouts, causing them to curl up and shrink in size, becoming nail-sized. He pocketed them, feeling a faint stream of prana surge out of his body and seep into them, maintaining their well-being. This was the tertiary nature of spatial immune system. It was his version of a mammoth clan. A Zinger queen didn't control the Zingers it birthed. All zingers protected and obeyed it only for a transactional purpose, because only the eggs she created allowed them to increase their numbers and expand their colonies. In contrast, as an Empyrean zinger queen, the eggs Inala creates would hatch into Empyrean zingers that treat him no different to how Mammoth clansmen treated an Empyrean tusk, with respect, devotion, and pride. The Empyrean zingers would become an army that charged at his command. Moreover, the tertiary nature allowed him to shrink their bodies and store them in his pocket. Of course, maintaining an army of them was a resource-intensive process. But he had plans geared in place for that. Only the life bombs needing to birth a queen required him to use his lifespan. To birth normal Empyrean zingers, he consumed the same amount of prana as a prana bomb. Of course, only the fluid within an unhatched Empyrean zinger queen egg would grant him lifespan upon consumption. Using the mystic bone art, Inala refined 4 eggs in total, transforming them into hands for his puppetry skill. He named the hand refined through an Empyrean zinger queen egg as life hand. The hand refined using the Empyrean zinger king's prana bomb was called prana hand. 2 life hands and 2 prana hands, for a total of 4, the limit of spirit weapons he could control through his puppetry skill. Let's see their effectiveness. Thinking as such, Inala made a life hand touch one of the zinger scouts, watching it writhe in pain for a couple of seconds before dying. In response to the touch, a faint stream of life force entered his body, adding to his lifespan, turning him a tad younger. The efficiency is barely a quarter as compared to its egg form, but it's easier to use this way, Inala muttered as he leaped to the side and rolled on the floor, watching 2 prana bombs slam into the floor. An army of zingers began to bombard his house. Chapter 83 War Against the Zingers. Give me at least a minute to feel good about my gains, Inala complained as he continued to roll on the floor, watching the ceiling shatter in multiple locations. He sent a life hand flying forward and grabbed a zinger scout's neck, watching it writhe in pain. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. The gravity within a prana hand increased sharply, making it heavier right before it made contact with a zinger. There was a sharp increase in control difficulty due to the increased weight, but it was only for an instant, so Inala didn't feel the strain. Right as the prana hand became heavy, it slammed into the zinger's face, shattering the latter's skull. Immediately after that, it became light and retreated towards Inala. A prana hand weighed around 2 kilograms in its base state. When Inala raised its weight through his secondary nature, it increased to around 40 kilograms. But if he focused all his secondary nature's effect on one prana hand alone, then its weight would hit 100 kilograms. And when it traveled at a speed surpassing 50 meters per second, the resulting momentum was skull-shattering. Moreover, upon contact, the prana hand absorbed the zinger's prana, alleviating some of his consumption burden. If not for him fleeing away non-stop, he would have taken his time to absorb prana from his targets comfortably. A zinger scout threw a prana bomb at him. Right as it approached his face, a prana hand swatted it to the side, stunning the attacker. After all, the prana bomb didn't attach to the hand. Moreover, when the prana hand grabbed it again, its prana was stolen instead. Prana bombs don't stick to each other as their similar properties cancel out. As the prana hand was made from one, the prana bomb didn't stick to it. Moreover, the property of a prana bomb's absorption had a clear hierarchy due to their level. The zinger scout was a beginner iron-grade prana beast. Meanwhile, his Empyrean zinger was a beginner silver-grade pranic beast. Therefore, the prana absorption effect of his prana bomb vastly outclassed the former. As a result, the zinger scout grunted in pain as its prana was absorbed. Prana bombs were the zinger equivalent of spirit weapon. Therefore, through that connection, its prana was siphoned out. The prana hand held the prana bomb and flew away. It served as a portable battery for Inala, as long as he remained within the zinger scout's spirit weapon range. Walls shattered and the ceiling collapsed. Inala didn't even have the time to take a breather, constantly defending against the zinger attacks. Prana bombs flew at him through various patterns, actively controlled by the zingers that threw them. Mystic bone art, puppetry. His 2 prana hands and 2 life hands flashed around, slapping the prana bombs like a volleyball. As the hands were heavy, they weren't bothered by the prana bomb impacts, able to move in the direction he wished. Inala leaped back into the living room, rolled on the floor, and turned into a female. She got up and threw a bunch of life bombs before reverting to her male form and making a run for it. The life bombs slammed into the zingers and absorbed their prana, drying up most of the zinger scouts. The eggs hatched and Empyrean zinger scouts rushed out, using the little prana they possessed to turn their bodies heavy. All Empyrean zingers he created possessed both his primary and secondary natures. They were mutated pranic beasts after all. Unfortunately, as they weren't an Empyrean zinger queen, they couldn't take on a female form. As a result, they could only use prana bombs. But as they didn't have enough prana to unleash a prana bomb, They instead consumed what little prana remained in their newborn bodies to increase their weight through internal inertial gravity. Using their heavy bodies, they latched onto the zingers. Their claws dig through the zinger fur with significant weight. In a matter of seconds, they were killed. But they did manage to wound their opponents in the meantime. Moreover, they bought enough time for Inala to rush out of his house. He carried the withered Zinger King corpse and rushed towards the closest channel that was 40 meters away. The moment he exited the house, the attention of all Zingers in the vicinity fell on him. After all, he was rushing out of the place where the Zinger Queen's egg ought to have hatched. Therefore, they knew he was the cause behind the failure. Prana bombs slammed with enough force they began to damage Ganala's exoskeleton. She was in her final moments, and hence, her primary nature had already been retracted below the exoskeleton. That was why the Zingers could this easily destroy his house, which was pretty much made from Ganala's exoskeleton. Secondary nature, internal inertial gravity. Inala turned himself as light as possible, allowing his legs to spring out as he jumped, making his figure leap a long distance. Right after he jumped and his feet left the ground, he hurriedly raised his weight to the limit. Thereby, the momentum behind his leap increased exponentially. Even when the prana bombs slammed into the Zinger King corpse he was carrying, his leap arc wasn't affected. But as he didn't have the expertise, he wasn't perfect with the setup, hence only being able to cross 10 meters. Risha could casually cross twice the distance at my cultivation. Inala sighed, feeling the difference in talent between him and Risha in terms of battle. Inala indeed wasn't as talented in the art of fighting as compared to his peers, and wasn't even worth mentioning before monsters like Risha. It was only 4 jumps, barely taking 10 seconds. But by the end, he was bloody, having tanked a few prana bombs directly. He fell face first on the floor and rolled into the channel entrance, saved from the prana bomb attacks. I would have died if I fought any longer. He had synergetic abilities, yes, but he had just obtained them. He didn't have enough experience to efficiently use them yet. He was out of prana due to the prana bombs attached to him. But when Inala placed a prana hand on the prana bomb, it absorbed prana, allowing him to recover some of his lost reserves. Soon the prana bombs, latched onto him, fell off empty. Inala had around 20 prana left. He peeked from the entrance and shot out a prana hand, grabbing hold of a zinger that was within reach, causing it to shriek and fluster. "Come to me." A second prana hand latched on it, preventing it from gliding as its body twitched from prana loss. The 2 prana hands tugged it with force, slamming its body on the floor. It was barely alive as Inala attached a life hand to it, absorbing both its prana and life force. After targeting a couple more zingers, his prana reserves were full while in terms of age, he regressed to his actual age, a couple months away from hitting 15. "I need to meet Oyo now," he muttered and sprinted through the channel, making his way to Granny Oyo's house. The thoughts he pushed to the back of his mind returned, worrying him. "If that baby is my child, can I bear to kill it?" Chapter 84 Newborn Deity. "Can I bear to kill it?" Inala muttered as he sprinted through the channel, cursing in response immediately after. "Fuck no. Whether or not it's my child, I cannot kill a baby." The Boar King had a vengeance to fulfill against the Empyrean Tusks. In Sumatra Chronicles, it annihilated Risha's mammoth clan and killed all Empyrean Tusks. The Boar King had a nature of devouring and assimilating the natures of all his prey. As he had consumed enough Empyrean Tusks, he had their nature too, meaning, the moment the newborn, Empyrean Tusk baby, lets out even the faintest of cries, the Boar King would sense her location. And he will come here immediately. The hive mind nature of an Empyrean Tusk allows it to pick up a newborn Empyrean Tusk's cries from far away. The Boar King typically roamed in the Dieng Canyon's vicinity, gorging on its traffic. Towards the end of Sumatra Chronicles, after the herd crossed the Dieng Canyon once again, the Boar King attacked them. Therefore, as he prowled around the region, he was well within the range to pick up the baby's cries. That meant doom for the herd. Even with endgame Risha, the herd wasn't equipped to deal with him. What happened that night? He thought in worry. Did Oyo somehow derive the method to birth baby Empyrean Tusks through the information she interrogated out of me? My hip bones were in the worst shape when I woke up the next day. Does that mean she slept with me to make the baby? He had a lot of questions but no answers. But whether or not he had the answer, Inala knew he couldn't bring himself to kill the baby. That would traumatize him for life. He didn't have a destructive tendency like Blola or Varala. As long as the result wasn't too gory, he could kill pranic beasts. But that was it. He hadn't killed any humans. He was averse to the notion. The only way he could kill someone and not be traumatized was when they were scum and made him angry enough to warrant death. But a baby was innocent, the purest of living beings. All mammals instinctively cared for and protected the young of their race, whether it be their offspring or not. On Earth, one of his friends married and had a baby. He of course visited them to offer his congratulations. It was a formal visit. He wasn't even that close with that guy. But despite that, when he stared at his friend's son, he was overcome by a protective instinct that was genetically coded in everyone. And Inala didn't have the means to overcome that. Then, there's only one option. By the time he reached the end of the path, Inala firmed his mind, patting his storage lantern. I have enough Empyrean tusk bone powder to build my body. I can survive away from the settlement for a short duration. He planned to flee with the baby and live in a human kingdom for a few years, until the baby grew up enough for her cries to not broadcast her location to every single Empyrean tusk in the region. Since he knew the herd's travel route by heart, Inala could camp at a farther location and wait for the herd to pass through, returning to the clan alongside the mature Empyrean tusk. But this was a last resort. As long as the baby doesn't cry, he wouldn't have to risk his life. Damn it, this isn't fair. Inala reached the end of the channel and he leaped out, using the Zinger King's corpse as a cover. He made a beeline towards Granny Oyo's house and kicked the door down. Oyo! There was no sign of life in the house. He expanded his senses and tried to detect any other traces of prana, failing to find any. If she's not here, he hurriedly recalled the information in Sumatra Chronicles. Right, she had an underground refinery. There was a channel entrance within the house itself. Inala rushed through it and arrived at a node, noticing multiple paths trailing from it. Right, the one on the right extreme. He quickly reached the end of the channel and banged on the door. It seemed sealed from the inside. Inala took a couple of steps back as his prana hand slammed forth, raising its weight to the limit, and bombarded the door. It took him almost a minute to break through, entering the barren room inside to see a frail woman sprawled on the floor. She was weak, like a brittle tree branch. Blood covered the floor, having coagulated after extended exposure to air. All the vials on the shelves were strewn haphazardly, their contents consumed in a hurry. The room was filled with a dense, bloody stench. Inala controlled his shock and noticed the twig-like woman on the floor. You're here. The woman was of course Granny Oyo, but unlike her overbearing, powerful self from before, she barely had any strength in her. A glance at her, and Inala knew that she was no longer a cultivator. Held in her hands was a baby that seemed to have been birthed mere minutes before. Granny Oyo only had enough strength to cut the umbilical cord. She couldn't even clean up the blood covering the crying baby. Yes, crying. Yua! Yua! At the baby's cries, Granny Oyo said in pride, Never in my life did I think I would get the honor to birth an Empyrean tusk. My hollow life finally feels fulfilled. She stared at Inala weakly, her eyes tearing up. I almost failed to deliver. Thankfully, I had enough cultivation to combust for the final nurturing of the baby. Hear her strong cries. She's born with a healthy body. How long has she been crying for? Inala asked, resigning himself to fate. He knew he was late. Despair set in him as he realized the Boar King would have heard her cries already. For a minute or two? Granny Oyo said weakly as her eyes drooped. It seemed giving birth to an Empyrean tusk took everything out of her. She was on the verge of death. After glancing at the baby, she motioned for Inala to pick her up. I leave her in your care. Who is the father? Inala turned silent as he picked up the crying baby, his emotions a mixture of fury and sadness. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm sorry for forcing myself on you, Granny Oyo said. Even though she seemed to be apologizing, there was no hint of remorse in her eyes. When I interrogated you that day, I despaired upon knowing my deity's life was reaching its end. But I soon understood my purpose. It was to continue our deity's existence and birth an Empyrean tusk. My mystic bone art reached its final level and allowed me to unearth information from my bloodline. I found out that we were compatible and our union would produce an Empyrean tusk. So I did it. You know what that means, right? Inala stared at her coldly. Despite facing death everywhere around us as mammoth clansmen, even we uphold some morals. But you, a dead lady doesn't have to care about that. Whether you're angry or not is irrelevant. Punish my corpse all you want. Granny Oyo's face revealed a hollow smile as the light in her eyes died out. I have a solid grasp of your character. No matter the process, since she's your daughter, I'm sure you'll give your everything to protect and nurture her. And as she grows up, she'll become the clan's deity. That's all I need. Chapter 85 Ganala Falls. Granny Oyo was dead. Inala's eyes were red, not from sadness but from anger. Moments before she breathed her last, he used a combination of prana domination and mystic skill creator to capture the traces of prana in her body. Using that, he jolted awake his erased memories, able to observe the entirety of the event that transpired that night. Fucking demoness. He raised his leg and activated his secondary nature in full swing, bringing his foot down with force to crush her skull into a paste. He then kicked the wall, bringing down the ceiling to bury her under the rubble. In the novel, her obsessive character was interesting to read about, enough to become a fan. But in real life, she's disgusting. His anger wasn't in the least satiated, but he had to put up with that. Time was running short as Inala rushed out of her house. His two Empyrean Zinger scouts climbed over his head in their miniature forms as they observed the sky and communicated with him about the attacks, allowing him to react early. Prime skill, Empyrean slip. Through it, he could read their thoughts in real time, just as Ganala did to him. This was no different from getting 2 more pairs of sensory organs, allowing him to be more aware of his surroundings. This would only increase in the future as more and more miniature Empyrean Zingers lived on him. Yua! The baby in his arms continued to cry as he pulled out a piece of cloth from his storage lantern, using some of his reserve water to wipe the blood off the baby. She would die if she wasn't cleaned of the blood. Shut up! He growled when the baby continued to cry. But a moment later, he mentally chided himself. She's innocent. Let's not display my anger towards Oyo on her. I haven't become blinded with rage yet. Inala rushed into the channel and made way to Instructor Mandu's house, barging in through the channel that connected directly to his living room. All masters had access to a personal channel. Instructor Mandu was no exception, saving Inala a lot of time and effort. Inala? Instructor Mandu detected his prana signature and stopped fighting outside, returning to the living room. Wait, whose baby is that? Mine, supposedly. Inala grumbled for a moment before stating in seriousness, Sir, I need your protection. I need to go far away from the settlement immediately. Where will you go? Instructor Mandu motioned for his family to take shelter for the time being and treat their injuries. We cannot survive outside the settlement. Ganala will die any minute. Inala said and pointed at the baby. And she's the successor. What nonsense. Instructor Mandu intended to chide Inala for his nonsense. But a steady glance at the baby and his mystic bone art flared up, urging him to protect her to the extent he almost lost his mind. I see. By the time he came to his senses, Instructor Mandu was on the floor, prostrating towards the baby. He stared at Inala, determined to sacrifice his life. Why do you need to run? Her cries will lure the Boar King towards us. To avoid our annihilation, I must run away and direct his attention towards me. Inala stated in a hurry. You'll die, Instructor Mandu said and stared at the baby reflexively. As Mammoth clansman, it's my duty to die for the Empyrean tusk. But we can't endanger her life. I have a plan. Trust me, Inala said. That's why Ganala left things in my hand. Inala would have been more comfortable had Greyha been around. His tertiary nature of Empyrean incubator would have been perfect to protect the baby and prevent her cries from alerting the Empyrean tusks. Moreover, the Empyrean incubator's nature was nurturing towards the baby's well-being. As Inala accessed part of the memories he obtained from Ganala, he understood the primary reason Greyha was granted the Empyrean incubator was for this very purpose. But along the way to Instructor Mandu's house, he visited Greyha's house, staring at a heap of mud viper corpses. Greyha seemed to have disappeared. Therefore, Inala had to change his plans and approach Instructor Mandu instead. Ganala, as in the 44th Empyrean tusk? Instructor Mandu wondered how Inala was able to find out their deity's name. But as the situation seemed urgent, he avoided wasting time with questions. What do I need to do? Please bring me to the tip of the trunk, Inala said as he rushed out, able to feel a faint sense of fear through his secondary nature. Shit. The Boar King's already on his way here. His secondary nature was an Empyrean tusk's primary nature, inherited from Ganala. The fact that it reacted with fear was a direct indicator of the Boar King's arrival. And the stronger the sense of fear stemming from it, the closer the Boar King had approached. Sir, we need to hurry, Inala shouted. Everyone follow me out. Protect Inala, Instructor Mandu said as his family formed a hexagon-shaped formation around Inala. Everyone was familiar with Inala since carved pretty much every single portrait in their house. As their mystic bone art reacted to Inala's daughter, they unhesitantly protected him. Inala, Asiya shouted upon seeing his group. Right as the first major disaster started, the guest room was destroyed. Protected by her 4 bodyguards, Asiya fought her way towards Instructor Mandu's house, worried about Inala. As she was from the 43rd settlement, she couldn't enter the channel, for that would cause Ganala a rash immediately. It was too risky. The gravitational flux in the channels might even mistakenly kill her as they were flaring up all over the place, causing the buildings to collapse due to the Zinger attacks. Hence, they had to fight their way on the surface, taking a lot of time. Upon seeing Inala rush out of Instructor Mandu's house, she was relieved. You're here. Inala felt assured by her presence. Follow me. I'll explain things later. Okay. Asiya nodded and clapped once, causing 2 nearby Zingers to plummet to their deaths, having lost their sight. And with every clap from her, 2 Zingers lost balance. Grim no. She obtained it on time. He felt a bit more assured now and could focus on the baby. The group would do their best to protect him. Inala seeped prana from his palms that wrapped around the baby, hardening into an egg, beginning to comfort her. He was protecting her by placing her within a life egg, expending his life force in the process. As long as there was sufficient life force in the egg, she would be safe and nurtured. Moreover, the fluid within was filled with the property of internal inertial gravity. Therefore, no matter how much he shakes up the egg, the baby within wouldn't even feel a thing. "Your face!" Asiya exclaimed upon seeing Inala age by 4 decades in a matter of seconds. "Ignore it," Inala said and increased his running speed, feeling the fear relayed by his secondary nature grow rapidly. "He's closer now." "Fuck!" The group soon reached the head, now able to stare forward. But when they did so, everyone instinctively stopped, forgetting to breathe. After all, the world before them seemed to be tilting. Thanks to Ganala's primary nature, they didn't notice it. But from a bird's eye point of view, it was clear. Her eyes closed shut as Ganala lost control of her body, leaning to the side before falling. "Shit!" Inala cursed as the ground rapidly approached his face. Chapter 86 Greha sabotages Yenda. An hour before the first major disaster began, a string of expletives exploded in Yenda's residence. You fucking bastard. You cheated me." Yuza screeched in rage as she was tied to a cot, unable to move. Her stomach was bulging. She was pregnant, about to give birth. "I'll kill you. Bastard. Bastard." Standing before her and calmly receiving her curses was Yenda. He double-checked to ensure Yuza couldn't struggle to break free. "Please don't try to move. Your bones would shatter from the exertion. I have injected you a lot of mud viper tonic, but that doesn't mean your fragment disease is cured. The baby in you shouldn't be harmed. Is that all you care about?" Yuza spoke in disbelief. "What about everything you told me until now? About us death row students having a future?" "I didn't lie," Yenda said, "but when I talked about our future, I was only implying my own. He stared at her stomach. "Your only goal is to birth the Empyrean tusk." Yenda was a coward, unwilling to take risks. Unlike the other reincarnates, he didn't have a strong base of schemes to enact or a plan to gather all the treasures and important plot points. No, on day 1, when the first minor crisis began, he observed the reincarnates. Everyone shone through the crisis, performing with their respective talents. Everyone but him. Yenda ran to a corner and remained there, relying upon the shield formed by the students before him. They separated him from the mud vipers. And thankfully, by the time the mud vipers managed to reach him, the first minor crisis had ended. He barely survived. That was a reality check, neither on Earth nor here. I'm no one special. In a story, I won't even become a side character. He was aware of his limits. On Earth, he was an office employee in the IT sector. Day in and day out, he clocked in his cubicle. And when night arrived, he returned home and watched TV. His life was monotonous. In terms of character, he was a dull individual. Merely 4 months after his marriage, his wife divorced him, taking his house with her in the process. Reality was shit, and hence, he escaped to fantasy. Reading Sumatra Chronicles was his solace. He always dreamed of entering such a world where his blood would become fired up, a sharp contrast to his mundane, monotonous office life. But that fantasy shattered when it became reality. When he arrived in Sumatra, he realized this place was no different from Earth. Rather, it was a multitude worse. He had the fragment disease, unable to even cultivate properly. If he failed to contribute anything to the clan, he would be chucked into a pranic beast's mouth. Yenda was terrified of that all along, experiencing nightmares almost daily. During the journey to the Mammoth Fair, he almost lost his life to Risha, allowing him to gauge the sheer difference between himself and the others. He hoped to turn it around with the Roto Spear, his spirit weapon invention. But things didn't proceed as he wished. The clan pressured him daily, asking him to produce more than he could handle, threatening him with his death sentence. On Earth, his superiors hounded him, and here, it was no different. Towards that, Yenda only had one thought: fuck them. He intended to dispose of his status as a mammoth clansman, where clan's contribution took priority, and flee to a human empire. He was an engineer on Earth, having ample knowledge of gears, engines, circuits, etc. He could rely on it and set up a shop in a human empire and comfortably make a living. No pressure from superiors, no need to risk his life fighting pranic beasts, and no need to worry about his future. He planned to settle in a massive human empire that had stably survived for more than a millennium. Such empires possess considerable strength and resources to handle any pranic beast invasion. But as long as he had the identity of a mammoth clansman, he wouldn't be able to live beyond the settlement. After all, a mammoth clansman could only cultivate with the resources produced by an Empyrean tusk. Therefore, he intended to shed his identity. The only way to do that was to eradicate the imprint in his body. Of course, he didn't wish to become a regular human either, for that was a death sentence. The strength of every human was dependent on their cultivation technique. There didn't exist a technique better than the mystic bone art. If he cultivated a regular cultivation technique, he wouldn't even be able to enter the body stage. Hence, Yenda wished to shed his mammoth clansman status without letting go of the mystic bone art. And the key to it was an Empyrean tusk. Yenda managed to piece together one piece of information from Sumatra chronicles. When a couple with the fragment disease copulate, the result is the birth of an Empyrean tusk. While in the womb, it resembled a human. Yenda had already confirmed that. Only after a significant time after birth would the baby become an Empyrean tusk. Meaning, even though it was a pranic beast, it remained a human for some time. That meant, as long as he fused with it while it was still in the womb, Yenda would become a human with the power of an Empyrean tusk. He was assured of the fact that he would be able to cultivate like a human from the surface after that. Yenda stared at Yuza's thinning body. You don't have enough power to successfully give birth. So it's perfect for my goal. Duh. Yuza intended to curse, but she no longer had the strength to do so. Her everything was being sucked into the forming baby. Upon seeing that it was time, Yenda fused his 100 spirit containers into a unified whole, excitedly grinning as he placed a hand on her stomach, beginning to seep his prana inside. Thank you for your sacrifice, Yuza. Is that your plan, Yenda? Suddenly, the door to his room burst open as Greha sauntered in calm. That's somewhat disappointing. Why are you here, Greha? Yenda was stunned as he hurried his action, intending to finish the fusion process, suddenly screaming in pain as his body began to turn into a sculpture of bone. Wow, what is this? What is this? Greha, you needn't know. Greha snorted as a thought from him and Yenda's body, that partially became a sculpture of bone, flew away and slammed into the nearby wall. His limbs turned into bone and melted, fusing into the wall, preventing him from breaking free. Jerry Greha, what are you doing? Greha! Yenda trembled in nervousness, shouting, Please don't sabotage my plans. We come from the same place. Please be a good brother and allow me to complete. You don't have internal inertial gravity, right? Greha calmly muttered as he crouched before Yuza. What are you implying? Yenda shrieked. That means you aren't sensing his approach. Greha said as he pointed at his trembling hands. This level of fear is overwhelming me. So please don't hold it against me, Yenda. I'm only doing this for our survival. Chapter 87 sneaky as always. Why you're kidding, right? Yenda shouted, losing his cool. Don't you fucking screw with me. You're Yuza, right? Greha stared at the girl and spoke upon seeing her nod. I'll be honest with you. Growing in your womb is an Empyrean tusk. But it is not guaranteed to succeed, as the requirements are tremendous. There's a non-zero possibility of successful birth only if you're a master. So whether or not it's a success, you'll die, Yuza. I see. All Yuza could do was sigh in response. I don't have enough strength to even walk now. I can feel my cultivation dropping steadily. Therefore, I wish to propose something to you. Greha displayed a wry smile. You'll die either way, but with your permission, I will use my ability on you and ensure a successful birth. You mean to say? Yuza glanced at the shouting Yenda once before grumbling. I'll be giving birth to an Empyrean tusk? Yes, Greha nodded. Can you guarantee it? Yuza gasped. On my life. Greha nodded. Then do it. Yuza glared at Yenda. I only don't wish for that man to benefit. Greha! Stop! Yenda bellowed, his eyes red in rage as blood dripped out. That's my treasure. Don't you freaking touch it. You! Foo! Shut up for a moment. Greha snapped his finger as suddenly, the layer of bone covering Yenda's limbs expanded, reaching his face. Yenda shrieked for a couple of seconds before becoming a bone sculpture, losing his life. Not even glancing at the reincarnate he had just killed, Greha focused all his attention on Yuza. The baby will come out soon. She hasn't developed enough to survive. I must prevent that. Tertiary nature, Empyrean incubator. A greenish bubble condensed in his hand and gently seeped into Yuza's stomach, fusing with her womb. His prana flowed into the Empyrean incubator and was converted into an Empyrean tusk's essence, nurturing the baby inside. Yuza felt some strength return in her body, sensing that she wouldn't be giving birth anytime soon. How long must I be in this state? I'm not sure, Greha shook his head. My ability will perfectly incubate the baby. But as I'm not strong enough, it'll take a while before the baby develops fully to become an Empyrean tusk. It might take a few months, he said and lifted Yuza, carrying her in his arms as he walked out of the room. Waiting in the living room nervously were two men, the strongest the Mammoth clan had to offer, Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk. Seeing his arrival, Bora Tusk asked in a hurry, How is it? Is there hope? Yes, settlement leader. Greha nodded. But it will take a while before she's born. Good, good, good. Bora Tusk shed tears. As long as there's hope, it's fine. A little bit of suffering is nothing compared to that. Bora, the carriages are ready. Yahard Tusk said. I'll harness them to the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's tail. We'll protect you until you're ready. Thank you. Bora Tusk bowed. I'll remain forever grateful to you. Man, you're creeping me out. This isn't like you. Yahard Tusk felt goosebumps on his skin. Why is this madman acting sane now? Should I tell them or not? Greha felt conflicted. The baby growing in Yuza could never replace Ganala. After all, the imprint was completely dependent on the woman giving birth. Meaning, the born Empyrean Tusk could only succeed the 43rd Empyrean Tusk. Otherwise, it would have to take up a new identity. The newborn can only obtain an inheritance from the 43rd Empyrean Tusk. If he were to reveal it, Bora Tusk might lose his sanity. Therefore, it was best to keep quiet about it until the baby was born. Besides, Ganala left this to my discretion. There must be a reason then. Is Granny Oyo too attempting the same? He wondered. In the Mammoth clan, there were 2 women with the fragment disease, Oyo and Yuza. In Sumatra Chronicles, Oyo simply ends up dying at the first major disaster. But now things might be different. Maybe that's why Ganala didn't say anything to me about continuing her legacy. Maybe she left it to someone else. I feel Inala is the most likely, but I can't say for sure. He continued to think of the various possibilities while Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk protected him and brought him to the 43rd settlement. An hour later, right as the first major disaster started, Virala rushed into a shelter alongside Rava and Latrina. Defend! Don't let the zingers steal our Empyrean Tusk's prana. An elite bellowed as he used his bone spear to pierce a zinger that mistakenly flew close by. Those in the shelter too threw out attacks, all while Virala huddled at the very back, acting weak. His attention was on the 2 women beside him. Ah! A prana bomb slammed into a student and caused her to scream in pain. Her leg shattered from the impact while her prana was being sucked by the projectile. Rava, help her! Virala shouted in urgency, causing Rava to instinctively move. Come with me. Virala grabbed Latrina's hands and dragged her away. While Rava was distracted by the student, Virala arrived at a corner of the shelter and whispered, Where's the channel? Here. Latrina pointed as she infused her prana into a region, revealing a narrow hole. This leads to a main channel. Virala jumped into the hole, followed by Latrina. Right as she was about to close the entrance, Virala grabbed her hand. You don't need to bother with that. But? Latrina intended to retort, but a peck on her lips and she turned silent. Her eyes were glazed as she didn't seem to be aware of what she was doing. As Latrina led the way, Virala traveled from one channel to another, eventually entering a major channel that was wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. Security was minimal in the channel now, as everyone rushed out to defend against the zingers. They couldn't afford to leave part of their strength inside the Empyrean Tusk. Zingers were unlike mud vipers. They wouldn't enter the channels. Therefore, guarding the entrance was enough. This meant there was none to obstruct their actions as Virala sported a smile, calmly following a dazed Latrina who took the initiative to lead him through the complex network of channels. We're finally here. Virala entered a dome and spoke in excitement, staring at the cylindrical object before him, covered by a thick layer of bone. It was the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's heart. Chapter 88 Rava activates primary extortion. This is the heart, Latrina said as the glaze in her eyes flickered before soon she became normal, expressing her confusion. Well, what was I doing? She looked around, stunned. Why am I next to the heart? Well, thanks for leading me here, Virala said and hugged her from behind. His hands slithered up her chest and grabbed her by the neck, choking her as copious amounts of prana seeped into her. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you, Latrina screamed, intending to retaliate. But her spirit weapons weren't on her being anymore, obviously tossed away by Virala when she was in her glazed state. She tried to transform into her pranic beast and kill Virala. Unfortunately for her, something seemed to obstruct her prana, preventing her from transforming. Gah! She felt suffocated, feeling her organs rupture. Her skeleton began to shrink, turning molten as Latrina was unable to think anymore. A few seconds later, her body transformed into a fist-sized sphere, yellowish-pink in color, sporting patterns of a lizard's scales. It hovered before Virala. The hue it emanated highlighted his excited expression. Sweet, another one for my collection. Grinning in response, Virala pocketed the sphere. He then took out a purple sphere and placed it on the Empyrean Tusk heart, infusing his prana into it. Slowly, a cocoon enveloped him while a needle protruded out of the sphere and latched onto the heart, acting like a pump. It secreted a faint acid, affecting the bone. Even without drilling through a hole, blood began to drip into the cocoon. The acid turned the bone porous, causing the high-pressured blood inside the heart to seep out. From a trickle, the stream of blood flow increased, soon reaching the level of a home shower. The cocoon was filled with blood as Varala calmly showered in it, greedily absorbing the essence within the blood. At that moment, the cocoon shimmered, unleashing pressure as the Empyrean tusk blood surged into Varala at tremendous speeds, beyond what he could naturally absorb. "It hurts." Varala grunted in pain, but upon feeling the power surging in his body, he was too excited to bother with the pain. It was like being pumped non-stop with adrenaline. While the blood fused into his body, Varala began to combine his 100 spirit containers into a unified whole, patiently waiting as the shape of the spirit container began to transform, soon taking the nascent structure of an Empyrean tusk. The cocoon shattered as the blood dripping out of the heart trickled to a stop. The blood on the floor seeped into the floor of the channel and was absorbed by the heart. "Haha!" Gasping in exhaustion, Varala plopped to the floor, thumping his chest in victory. "I succeeded." Primary nature, internal inertial gravity. He succeeded in becoming an Empyrean tusk, the same as Risha from Sumatra Chronicles. "From now onwards, I too am one of the strong that reigns at the top of this world." Varala grinned. "Is that so?" Suddenly, followed by crisp footsteps, Rava arrived at a halt 5 meters behind him, her eyes cold. She stared at him like he was dirt, commenting, "I see. So the blood of an Empyrean tusk grants a mammoth clansman with the fragment disease the power of an Empyrean tusk. That's a groundbreaking discovery. If this is revealed, the mammoth clan's power will become unrivaled." "Rava," Varala frowned in response. "What's up with you these days? You've changed. Is that why you left me in the shelter alone?" Rava snorted. "Before I realized it, my body had moved to protect that girl when you urged me." "What have you done to me?" "It's the power of love," Varala winked. "Anyway," Rava tilted her head and asked, "now that you have become an Empyrean tusk, do you possess its primary nature?" "Internal inertial gravity," Varala boasted. "It's my primary nature now." "Perfect!" Rava clapped in joy. "Thank you for the gift in advance." "What are you?" Varala frowned as nerves protruded on his neck and forehead, causing him to cough up blood. What is this?" "Mystic bone art, primary extortion." Varala stared helplessly as his prana flowed out of his body, carrying with it the essence of his primary nature. He couldn't defend himself and could only glare in hatred as the essence seeped into Rava. "Internal inertial gravity," Rava boasted, sporting the same tone as Varala. "It's my primary nature now." The primary extortion skill allowed a student at the spirit stage to steal the primary nature of their target. The primary requirement was to have sex 100 times while using the skill. And every time Rava used the skill, all her prana would be lost. If not for the wealth Granny Oyo had left her, she wouldn't have been able to use it 100 times in the past 9 months. Once it was completed, all Rava had to do was wait until Varala obtained his primary nature. She could swipe it off him and benefit instead, thereby turning Varala into a useless elite that didn't even have an ability. "My primary nature is gone?" Varala muttered in disbelief as he plopped on the ground, kneeling as he faced the floor, completely dejected. He went from the highest of excitement to the lowest of despair in a matter of seconds. "Thanks to you, I now possess an Empyrean tusk's power," Rava commented calmly as she walked towards him and stared at the back of his head. Varala was in a state of despair as he faced the floor, not having the strength to even look up at her. "You have 2 options now. First is to count your remaining days as a student and wait until it's graduation day to be chucked into a pranic beast mouth. Or," her eyes turned cold as she stared at him like he was a dead man, raising her leg as she used her primary nature to increase its weight. "Your second option is to be crushed under my leg now." "I'll take the third option, please," Varala said and stared up, revealing an uncontrollable smile creeping her. Just as she intended to stomp him to death, Varala grabbed her leg and grunted, stiffening up her body. "Impossible." Rava was unable to move for some reason. Suddenly, she felt her organs rupturing as her bones began to melt. An inescapable sense of death enveloped her as the coldness in her eyes vanished, replaced by fear. She stared at Varala, unable to understand what was on his mind anymore. "You? Who are you?" "Your ancestor," Varala commented casually as he crushed Rava's body into a bone sphere engraved with the image of an Empyrean tusk's head. The bone sphere pulsed with a suffocating pressure, causing goosebumps to form on his skin. "Sometimes I am terrified of myself." He broke into laughter and pocketed the bone sphere. Chapter 89: Secondary Nature of Weaponization. "That went easier than expected," Varala commented as he inspected the spheres he had collected. There were a total of 4, but the 4th was damaged. It was the purple sphere he used to extract blood from the Empyrean tusk heart. Varala inspected it for a while before crushing it. "It's damaged beyond repair. I won't be needing it anyway, so let me get rid of it." Secondary nature, weaponization. This was the Mammoth Ancestor's signature ability, one she used to forge one of the greatest clans of Sumatra. Weaponization was an overpowered ability and could only be obtained by Mammoth clansmen, her descendants. But, to prevent those unworthy from getting it, the Mammoth Ancestor broke her inheritance into riddles and encrypted it to the limit. Only someone with exceptional intelligence would be able to access it. Unfortunately for her, she had overestimated her descendants as not one managed to decrypt it. Over the years after her disappearance, her inheritance was forgotten. After thousands of years had passed, it was reduced into a children's tale recounted to the students at the Academy of Refinement. Yes, the most common book accessible to all Mammoth clansmen was in truth the Mammoth Ancestor's inheritance. Oftentimes in Sumatra chronicles, there came verses hinting about the worlds floating in the sky, observable from all across Sumatra continent. At times there existed one world, sometimes two, and sometimes even a dozen. Their numbers varied randomly, but at least one world floated in the sky. And it was so far away that it couldn't be accessed, since no entity in their world could fly. Varala linked all these verses and concluded that the Mammoth Ancestor was indeed alive. She was in one of these worlds, and before heading there, she left behind an inheritance. It took Varala 1 month to determine that the inheritance was in the children's book. Following that, he only had to activate his cultivation technique while reading the book. A month later, words began to hover in his mind, becoming a puzzle. For more months later, Varala finished piecing the puzzle together, obtaining the inheritance, which was the secondary nature of weaponization. Varala had strict rules to follow for weaponization to take effect. So it wasn't easy to use it. But that wasn't an issue for someone like him. Depending on the strength of the target, the number of rules increased. Once Varala satisfied all the rules, he could use weaponization on the target. When applied, the target wouldn't be able to move as their body would be compressed and refined into a fist-sized sphere. This sphere was called a nature weapon, and it contained the primary nature of the target. A nature was how an entity lived as. The mystic bone art allowed the cultivator to refine bones as they pleased while digesting everything their stomachs consumed. Weaponization was a combination of the two taken to the extreme. It refined the target body into a portable sphere while preserving its nature. As a result, the nature weapon possessed in it the essence of the target's primary nature. A cultivator could possess 3 natures in total. Primary, secondary, and tertiary were simply the names given to the 3 slots. Through weaponization, Varala could freely equip and dequip these nature weapons in his empty slots. And the day he obtained this secondary nature, Varala knew what Rava was up to. After all, Granny Oyo gained inspiration from weaponization to create the primary extortion skill. While interrogating Inala, she was inspired and managed to unlock some of the puzzle pieces from the children's book. She didn't know the truth and hence stopped at creating the primary extortion skill. But had she focused on her inspiration and researched the children's book deeply, maybe she might have discovered the inheritance. Whenever Rava activated the primary extortion skill, Varala could feel its effects. But he didn't stop her. After all, he wanted her to steal his primary nature of internal inertial gravity. When stolen, it freed up his primary nature slot, allowing Varala to freely equip a second nature weapon. With 2 free slots, he could change his combination of natures, depending on the situation, with greater variation. It gave him more freedom to work with. Hence, he patiently waited for Rava to take action. He had already satisfied all the rules necessary to steal the primary natures of both Rava and Latrina. Eventually, things fell into his plan just as he had expected. Weaponization had some limits, though. First was that it could only be used on an individual with 1 nature, meaning people like Inala, who had 3 natures, were out of the question. Secondly, nature weapons only possessed 75% power of their original. But that didn't diminish the fact that he could freely change his natures through it. He only had to carry a bag of nature weapons and remain unstoppable. Moreover, even though he lost his primary nature, he was still an Empyrean Tusk. Meaning, he had the lifespan and prana capacity of an Empyrean Tusk, allowing him to freely use as many abilities as he pleased. Varala equipped 2 nature weapons and ran through the channel, stealthily returning to the shelter. Now that he had entered the body stage, his goal was to survive the first major disaster. From time to time, he attacked the Zingers, all while on the lookout for a Zinger king. He intended to capture one and steal its primary nature. Prana Bomb is a very useful ability. It'll allow me to steal prana from my enemies and replenish my reserves. It will also conserve my training expenses. And a Zinger King's Prana Bomb is the most effective. There were thousands of Zingers attacking the shelter alone, overwhelming the Mammoth clansmen hiding within. Among them was a Zinger King. Upon noticing it, Varala equipped the natures of Mud Bomb and Internal Inertial Gravity, perfect for capturing a target. But the moment he equipped Internal Inertial Gravity, He stopped and stared at his hands in shock, seeing them tremble non-stop. This is fear? A few seconds of pondering later, he realized this was a fear that innately stemmed from an Empyrean Tusk's nature. And there existed only one entity that could make them feel that way, the Boar King. The moment he arrived at that conclusion, Virala rushed out of the shelter and tanked the prana bombs that slammed into him by raising his weight to the limit. He sprinted until he reached the edge of the settlement and shot a mud ball onto a Zinger scout's stomach, raising its weight until it brought the Zinger within his range. Virala grabbed a Zinger corpse from nearby and refined its bone into a rope that he slung around the Zinger scout's neck and jumped from the settlement. While the Zinger scout struggled to break free, he climbed onto its back and held it for dear life, watching it fly away from the 43rd Empyrean Tusk. Soon, it crashed into a cliff as Virala jumped out and grabbed a dangling tree root. He climbed to the peak soon after and took refuge at the top of a baobab tree, trembling as he sensed the Boar King's presence draw near. He watched the herd move away from him, witnessing the sight of Ganala collapsing. Soon, he was paralyzed by fear, unable to move. Not to mention being able to move, Virala felt difficulty in even breathing. Fuck! He's as broken as Sumatra Chronicles hyped him up. Chapter 90: The Boar King Arrives. An existence that had been alive for 2 millennia, braving through countless dangers to prove her existence as an apex entity, that was Ganala. Having killed countless dangerous existences, including gold-grade pranic beasts, the one that resulted in her collapse was a single tiny egg. The Zinger Queen required at least a century's worth of Empyrean Tusk life force to hatch successfully, and depending on her potential, the quantity only increased. Ganala was old, but thanks to the Mammoth clan taking ample care of her well-being, she would have lasted another century. Of course, that was only in terms of life force. She would become incapable of supporting the Mammoth clan in a year. That much was certain. If she wanted to live even after that, she could roam Sumatra alone and find a spot for her weary body to hibernate. No Empyrean Tusk ever got such an end, for they were killed before reaching such a state. Ganala was no different. As all her life force was stolen, she couldn't even walk. Followed by a flicker, her primary nature shrunk, retreating towards her heart. The result of that was first felt in her legs, which were no longer able to bear her body mass. Just its body mass alone equaled a mountain. But the resources stored in the vast spaces formed in her organs added to a few dozen mountains. Without internal inertial gravity, that wasn't a mass that any living creature could endure. In an instant, the legs that lost the primary nature's effects turned into dust, tilting Ganala to the side. Move! Ganala shouted in a frequency audible only to Empyrean Tusks. The shout was directed to the 43rd Empyrean Tusk that jumped to the side, creating enough space for Ganala to collapse sideways. Everyone, run! He'll be satisfied as long as he gets to kill me. Boom! The ground ruptured upon the impact, unleashing a quake that traveled throughout Dieng Canyon, raising a dust cloud that reached dozens of kilometers into the sky. Cough! Cough! Inala grunted in pain as he instinctively observed the egg in his hand, relieved upon seeing the baby Empyrean Tusk remain safe. Thanks to the effects of internal inertial gravity in the egg, she didn't even feel the slightest disturbance. Inala, are you okay? Asia's shout resounded from behind him. Inala looked around, only seeing dust and smoke everywhere. He was stunned to notice he was hovering in the air for some reason. I'm fine. At his shout, a bone hand approached him and held his clothes, tugging. Asia floated towards him and expressed her surprise. What's happening? A shockwave billowed at this moment and pushed the dust cloud away, revealing an Empyrean Tusk snout. It then gently touched him as his mystic bone art activated in reflex, prompting him to activate his Empyrean Slip Prime skill. Inala floated in the void, able to see massive clusters of information. A tiny cluster hovered before him and seeped into him. As the information surged into his mind, Inala was able to understand what had happened. When they were about to fall, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk inhaled air and used that to delicately keep them afloat in the air. It had taken action thanks to Ganala's request. Moreover, Ganala communicated Inala's plan to the 43rd Empyrean Tusk. The memories told Inala that the 43rd Empyrean Tusk would take Ganala's place to send him flying away. Immediately after that, Inala returned to reality and stared at a second snout nearby. That was Ganala's, and oozing out from it was a stream of essence, her inheritance. Henceforth you're Ganala, Ganala announced to the herd as she transferred her everything to the newborn and breathed her last. Her trunk collapsed to the ground and caused another rumble. Inala didn't even have enough time to process things as he took action in a hurry. All the prana bombs stored in his storage lantern flew out as he consumed them all and created a giant prana bomb that enveloped him and Asiya. Inala wasn't sure where Instructor Mandu was. The 43rd Empyrean tusk only saved him and Asiya, leaving him with no other choice. I wanted to flee with a large group as it was safer. Damn it. Nothing goes completely as planned here. The giant prana bomb finished forming, as his two prana hands and life hands latched onto its outer surface, merging into it. The 43rd Empyrean tusk inhaled air as the giant prana bomb flew into the trunk. Suddenly, a dense amount of prana surged into it, filling it with more than enough effect of internal inertial gravity. The air was compressed to the limit as the 43rd Empyrean tusk pointed the trunk at the sky, aiming in a certain direction before releasing the compressed air. Like a bullet, the giant prana bomb shot out at hypersonic speeds. Despite the intense speed, Inala didn't even feel the slightest of jerks within, capable of seeing the herd once he turned the giant prana bomb translucent. Thanks to the 43rd Empyrean tusk reinforcing the giant prana bomb's exterior, it didn't crack even while traveling at such speeds. He's here, Inala muttered as the fear he was feeling reached its zenith. He stared in its respective direction, noticing a dot that made a beeline towards the herd. The mountains in its wake crumbled in response. After a moment of hesitation, Inala revealed a faint crack on the baby Empyrean tusk's egg, causing a faint cry to leak out. Immediately in response, the dot curved its path and turned his way. The mountain beneath it turned to dust as the dot jumped into the sky, traveling a notch faster than the giant prana bomb. The dot gradually increased in size, revealing a humanoid individual that unleashed a ravenous roar. His body ballooned in size to become a massive boar that approached him even faster. Mystic-grade pranic beast, Empyrean boar king. Fuck! Inala closed the crack on the baby Empyrean tusk's egg as his heart palpitated upon seeing the boar king up close. He burned up his prana to barely reinforce his body through his primary nature. Only then could he endure the sheer pressure exuded by the boar king. His plan was simple. Using the baby Empyrean tusk's cries, he would lure the boar king while flying away. Thereby, he would prevent the boar king from finding the Empyrean tusk herd. Of course, he wasn't a martyr. He intended to flee successfully. Don't faint, he shouted at Asiya, using pain to keep her awake. At my signal, use the Grim Nell's power on his eyes. Okay. Asiya trembled in fright, using pain to stay sane as the boar king approached closer and closer. When there was less than 10 kilometers between the two, Inala shouted, "Now! Primary nature, linked rupture." Asiya lost sight in her eyes, linking it to the boar king who also became blind for an instant. At that moment, the two prana hands and life hands attached to the giant prana bomb's outer surface morphed in shape, transforming into curved wings, tiny in size, shaped like shark fins, as they caused the giant prana bomb to spin in response, assuming a helical pattern. At hypersonic speeds, even a small change in shape would result in completely different motion paths. The abrupt change caused the boar king to miss as he moved straight, while the giant prana bomb swerved in its helical pattern and brushed past him. Due to his superior speed, he moved past them. Inala faintly changed the lengths of the four tiny wings, causing the giant prana bomb to curve faintly and move in another direction. There was an angle of 30 degrees between the path taken by the giant prana bomb and the boar king. For an instant, the boar king lost his sight, and when he regained them, the prana bomb was no longer before him. He stared to his side, watching his target going farther and farther away in another direction. As he couldn't fly, it would take him a while before he reached the ground. Even if he were to leap that, his target would have vanished by then. After all, both were traveling at hypersonic speeds. Using my speed against me, that's a first. Reverting to his human form, the boar king gently landed on a mountain impressed. The baby Empyrean tusk's cries were revealed only for an instant to lure me this way. And the moment I missed my target, her cries have been masked. Moreover, there was someone with the power of a Grim Nell within that prana bomb. That's a solid scheme to escape from my sights. Muttering as such, he stretched his limbs and turned around. Anyway, I finally found the herd. He kicked the mountain, crushing it into dust as his figure flew out, making a beeline towards the Empyrean tusk herd. I'll annihilate them this time. Chapter 91 Empyrean Tusks vs. Boar King, Part 1. What the hell happened? Risha was stunned when the blood churning in Ganala's heart turned stale. The muscles were beginning to sport tears while the cage of bone surrounding the organ cracked rapidly. Wasn't there still time? Risha wondered before he stared at himself. I see, so I was the one that accelerated her death. Risha condensed strength in his legs and shot out of the heart, using the ruptured blood vessel to enter a channel. He looked around in fluster, watching the channel beginning to shatter. There's no longer any presence of her primary nature here. His heart lurched as Risha could conclude, watching everything in his vicinity shatter. It happened, huh? Ganala was dead. He choked up, feeling an urge to cry. But knowing very well of the important matters at hand, he rushed out, intending to protect the clan and minimize damage to a minimum. Once these channels finished collapsing, the space within the organs would rupture and cause all the resources in them to spill out. It would be akin to a volcanic eruption. In his previous life, this eruption killed more Mammoth clansmen than the Zingers. The explosion didn't just shave the Mammoth clan population, but also injured more than a dozen Empyrean tusks, drastically bringing down their fighting power. It was a vicious cycle following that, an unending downward spiral until their eventual annihilation. Without wasting any time, Risha jumped out of a channel and arrived at the surface, stunned to see a shadow loom over him. Oh, fuck! The 43rd Empyrean tusk was falling towards him. With a snap of his finger, Risha caused Ganala's exoskeleton bone nearby to flow towards him like water and condense into a spear. Its ends extended into a rope that he held. Urk! Followed by a grunt, Risha threw the bone spear towards a baobab tree far away, accurately hooking it. He lightened his body to the limit and tugged the rope, flying towards the cliff. Upon reaching the peak, he turned around and stared in shock, watching the 43rd Empyrean tusk collapse upon the 44th Empyrean tusk. And the cause was an individual at the sight of whom Risha shuddered in fright. An instant later he raged, "Boar! Isn't this Ganala?" The Boar King uttered in surprise after making the 43rd Empyrean tusk fall. His figure flickered and appeared before the 44th Empyrean tusk's eyes. He plunged his hand and pulled out her hill-sized eye, clicking his tongue as he turned it into paste. Looking no different from a human but sporting strength to move mountains, that was the Boar King. He clenched his hand into a fist and increased its density before slamming down a punch, causing tremors to ripple throughout Ganala's head as her skull shattered. "Come on! Why are you dead before I could kill you? That isn't fair, you know?" Even though he complained, his fists didn't stop moving, caving in Ganala's head. "Your blasted herd annihilated my entire race. Isn't it courtesy to remain alive until I exact my revenge?" "Wait a second. I see." He grinned. "No wonder. It makes sense now." Kura-la-la-la. Followed by a thunderous trumpet, a trunk slammed into him and sent him flying. The Boar King crashed into a mountain and emerged from the other side, stopping only after penetrating 10 such mountains. Laying in the rubble of the last mountain he crashed into, the Boar King expressed admiration as a trail of blood leaked out of his nose. That was a tough punch. He stared at the Empyrean tusk that had attacked him, grinning as he jumped onto a mountain peak and stared down at his opponent. "Considering your strength, you must be the leader of this herd." The one that had attacked him was the first Empyrean tusk, the leader of the herd and their strongest. Only it had enough strength to actually injure the Boar King. "Let's see. Oh, where are my manners?" The Boar King coughed once before speaking. But this time, his voice was audible only to the Empyrean tusks. "Ganala finished her inheritance ceremony, right? So that baby is the new Ganala? Don't worry. I'll go kill her after annihilating the lot of you. Your race will end at your generation." Phew! Suddenly, all 43 Empyrean tusks ejected their respective Mammoth clansmen, gathering them on a mountain. Immediately in response, the settlement structures covering their bodies melted to create a uniform surface, raising the strength of the exoskeleton. "Wow, you're gearing up for battle pretty quickly." At the Boar King's comment, the Empyrean tusks snorted and completed their preparations. Their exoskeleton moved across their body like a river, constantly circulating from head to toe. Their joints too had morphed to allow dexterous and flexible movements. Their primary nature was activated in full swing, consuming the resources stored in their bodies at a tremendous pace. Their bodies became heavy, causing the ground to begin sinking naturally. Upon seeing their actions, the Zingers immediately vacated the region, creating a battle space of 36 kilometers that was bereft of their existence. It was a large enough space for these deity-like existences to duke it out. "Kukaga!" A shout resounded through their community as they further widened the encirclement. Most of the Zingers retreated deeper into the Dieng Canyon's core, afraid. Terrifying pressure crept upon the region, causing the mountains to faintly tremble in response as 43 Empyrean tusks and the Boar King stood in a face-off. It lasted for 2 minutes before being broken by the Boar King. "Come! Today is the day I eradicate the Empyrean tusks." The Boar King roared as he leaped, entering hypersonic speeds as he made a beeline towards the first Empyrean tusk, intending to deal with the leader of the herd first. As long as the leader died, the rest were easy picking. In response to his lunge, the first Empyrean tusk pointed its trunk at him and blew out a stream of high-pressured water, instantly negating his momentum. The moment he was stopped, a shadow loomed over him as the second Empyrean tusk leaped into the sky, rapidly moving its center of gravity in a circle as it began to spin. Using the motion, it unfurled its trunk like a whip and slammed the Boar King into the ground, creating an earthquake as dozens of mountains collapsed. Following suit was the third Empyrean tusk that stomped upon the ground, reverberating shockwaves through it that accurately acted upon the buried boar king and sent him flying out. By now, 24 Empyrean tusks had taken a circular formation, having compressed air in their trunks to the limit as the snots were pointed at the boar king. Right as he came in position, all 24 Empyrean tusks unleashed an ultrasonic sound wave, concentrating everything onto their enemy. Ugh! The mammoth clansmen grunted in pain as their eardrums ruptured merely from the faint dregs of sound waves that wafted out. The 43rd Empyrean tusk rushed toward them and stood between them and the shockwaves, protecting them. This way, while it protected the mammoth clan, the stronger Empyrean tusks could focus on fighting the boar king. The mammoth clansmen stared agape at the scene of mountains casually being destroyed like they were paper cards. Such was the peerless might of the Empyrean tusks, worshipped as deities by the mammoth clan. And these deities had gone all out in order to vanquish their foe. Chapter 92 Empyrean Tusks vs. Boar King, Part 2. Secondary Nature, Astral Chart. The ultrasonic sounds combined into a cluster and impacted the boar king's body, rattling him down to the minutest of cells. It wasn't a mere sound attack, but one directed at his weakness. The Empyrean Tusk group of 24 constantly varied the ultrasonic sounds until they figured out his body's resonant frequency. It is a sound frequency at which an object vibrates the maximum. When a sound wave reaches the natural frequency, the target vibrates the maximum, hence terming the phenomenon resonance. And when a body reaches resonance, its molecular structure vibrates the maximum, causing the bonds to weaken and over time, rupture. As a result, blood spurted out of the boar king's body, causing him damage. But suddenly, the resonant frequency of his body changed as his density morphed, reaching new levels, thought impossible for even Empyrean tusks. The reason? Astral chart, internal inertial gravity. Astral chart, internal inertial gravity. The boar king stacked the effects of two natures, with both being internal inertial gravity, raising his density to the limit. The sounds impacting him were suddenly reflected to the source, causing the 24 Empyrean tusks to blank out for a moment. You made me use a second nature, the boar king commented. But this time he was truly pissed. The wounds on his body healed in an instant as he growled. Since it has come to this, let me add a few more natures. Astral chart, prana shock. Astral chart, prana shock. Astral chart, prana shock, X8. The boar king inhaled slowly before clapping his hands in quick succession, unleashing waves of prana shocks at his targets, causing the Empyrean tusks to slide backward, even when they had raised their body weight to the limit. Deep groves formed on the ground as the Empyrean tusks grunted. 2 Empyrean tusk primary natures and 8 shock lizard primary natures, for a total of 10. The boar king combined their power to unleash waves of shock that repeatedly slammed into his opponents, preventing them from even moving under the attacks. Every time the boar king clapped, a powerful shockwave was unleashed, causing ripples to course over the exoskeleton armor on the Empyrean tusks. He especially focused on the first Empyrean tusk, intending to weaken it. "He's slightly gotten serious," Varala commented from underneath a pile of rubble. The mountain he had taken shelter in had collapsed long ago. Thankfully, he had turned his body dense enough to not sustain damage from the impact. "So that's the boar king." A voice resounded from behind him, stunning Varala. Varala turned around in reflex and almost shot out a mud ball, stopping upon seeing the individual. "Blola? Why did you return? I thought you planned to flee to a human kingdom." "I returned just now," Blola said as he gasped in exhaustion and plopped on a pile of rubble. "I plan to hole myself in a human kingdom. But first, I need to gather enough resources to satisfy my cultivation requirements. I have no intentions to completely cut off my connection with the Mammoth clan. I'll take up some mission from the clan and use it to hide in a human kingdom. That means this gloomy guy is still part of the race." Varala thought, grunting when a shockwave slammed into him, destroying the rubble further. "Damn, he's going wild. He's still holding back." Blola muttered as he defended himself with his primary nature and commented, "You know his fight against Risha at the climax. He doesn't stop at merely using 10 natures. Besides, except 2, the rest are from shock lizards, merely natures of iron-grade pranic beasts. Once he becomes serious, he'll use stronger natures." The secondary nature of Astral Chart was a list of natures accumulated by the Boar King, his speciality. The function of this nature was to use these stored natures. Of course, it had a limitation in that once activated, the nature would vanish from the list after the Boar King stopped using them. Meaning, the 10 natures he was using would vanish once he stopped fighting. Something like that didn't matter to the Boar King though. He could easily gather more natures. Primary nature, voracious nature. The primary nature of every pranic beast devoured by the Boar King would be collected in his body. and through astral chart, he could list and store the necessary ones and eject out the rest. These two natures combined turned the Boar King into the most broken of existences. After all, voracious nature allowed him to collect the primary natures of every pranic beast he consumes. An astral chart allows him to selectively store 100 natures. That didn't end at that. If the need arises, the Boar King could activate all 100 natures at the same time and stack their effects on each other. This aspect was what made him a broken character. Just having the primary nature of internal inertial gravity made an existence stand at the peak of Sumatra. But what about 2, 3, or even more? It was simply a matter of how absurd one could get. That was the Boar King. I know that he's holding back. Varala snorted. That's why we haven't been pulverized by the shock waves. If he stacks one more internal inertial gravity, this region is doomed. While they conversed, the duo checked each other out by observing how they reacted to the shock waves reaching them. This madman indeed killed the baby Empyrean tusk Risha's parents were bringing to us. Since they're not here, he probably killed them too. That's perfect. Varala thought, I can reveal this information to Risha and get Blola killed. I'm pretty sure this psycho pieced things together. He's smart at such things. But it doesn't matter. I have the same power as Risha. Blola thought, I can survive a fight against him. Besides, I only plan to trade with the clan and run away. Blola smirked suddenly upon completing his observation of Varala. I'm not sure how he became an Empyrean tusk, but his internal inertial gravity is weaker than mine. I can take this chance to kill him. It seemed Varala felt his intention as tensions rose in the air. The duo accumulated power in their bodies, about to unleash their abilities. But in unison, they stopped, their attention diverted to the battle of deities. There was a new contender. You fell to your knees. The Boar King commented as the first Empyrean tusk lost its footing due to the non-stop shockwaves and kneeled. It was panting, having sustained a lot of injuries from the battle. The Boar King was just about to clap once more when a green bubble enveloped him, reflecting the shockwaves back to him. For a moment, he was stunned by the shockwaves. Unable to endure the power, the bubble burst as the Boar King glared at the source, spotting a teenager amongst the crowd of mammoth clansmen. You're a bold one. Shit! 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 Greha was losing his mind. His prana was slowly leaking out of his body due to his fluster, as it was his attack that interrupted the Boar King just now. And upon gaining the attention of the latter, he was terrified. But when the Boar King's attention fell on Greha, Adat made a beeline towards him from high up in the sky, accelerating as its density continued to increase, like a shooting star. The generated friction caused flames to burst out of the dot, making it resemble a falling sun. By the time the Boar King noticed it, the shooting star made contact, transferring all the momentum to him. Gah! His ribs shattered as the Boar King slammed into the ground, resulting in a soil tsunami. Hovering in the air at the point of impact was Risha, bellowing, I'm your opponent. Chapter 93 Greha reveals the truth. A couple of minutes earlier, the moment Risha arrived at the surface of Ganala and fled from being impacted by the 43rd Empyrean tusk. He then observed his settlement people still on the 44th Empyrean tusk, only now realizing that she had died. Oh shit! He hurriedly extended his bone rope, making it dance like a serpent as it coiled around the people in mass and pulled them toward the cliff. For some reason, even when they were violently tugged, they didn't experience even the slightest of discomfort. In a couple of seconds, Risha managed to pull a couple hundred clansmen, most of whom were students. The remainders were elites and masters who had enough time to react and flee to safety. Only some unfortunate few were crushed by the impact of the 43rd Empyrean tusk falling over Ganala. Once the first Empyrean tusk sent the Boar King flying, the 43rd Empyrean tusk managed to get up and sucked in all survivors from the 44th settlement into its trunk. It then brought them to safety and poured them on the mountain peak alongside the rest of the Mammoth clan. As it stood guard before them and defended against the shockwaves from the battle between the Boar King and the Empyrean tusks, all the Mammoth clan could do was stare blankly. They were outclassed here. The function of the Mammoth clan was to protect the Empyrean tusks daily from various threats. Moreover, their existence was primarily to gather food and other necessities for their respective Empyrean tusk. They were only valued for easing up the lives of an Empyrean tusk. It was because they helped the Empyrean tusks conserve ginormous amounts of energy. But against threats such as the Boar King, all Empyrean tusks unanimously thought the Mammoth clan would be of no use. That was why they sent them all to one mountain and personally participated in the battle. The survivors would take care of the Mammoth clan. Originally, the Mammoth clansmen intended to join the fight, but the first blow itself changed their minds. Against every attack that destroyed mountains, there wasn't much they could do. They couldn't even act as meat shields. It was also the first time they saw the Empyrean tusks truly fight. The result was an overwhelming showcase of power on the level of deities. The only reason the Empyrean tusks never fought personally and left everything to the Mammoth clan was due to the severe resource consumption they experienced to move as they did during the battle. In a matter of minutes, the Empyrean tusks burned through most of the resources collected in their bodies for decades. That was why they never moved as they did now. But against the Boar King, it became a necessity. And even that wasn't proving sufficient. While all Mammoth clansmen gawked at the fight, Risha alone looked through the crowd. He had witnessed an even greater fight in his past life. It was where he and the entirety of the Empyrean tusk herd pitted their lives against an even stronger Boar King. This fight would have ended already if the Boar King was as strong as my past life. He's still in his accumulation phase now. Risha quickly noticed the figures of Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk in the crowd, sheltering Greha. He arrived before them, for a moment surprised to see the figure of a pregnant Yuza. He wasn't a fool. Judging by the way the two settlement leaders were behaving, there could only be one thing. I see. So that's how Empyrean tusks are born. I had that suspicion before, and now it's confirmed. Where were you until now? Bora Tusk glared at Risha. You had disappeared for 9 months. Why do you care? Risha snorted and ignored Bora Tusk. You dare? Bora Tusk unleashed his presence, intending to subdue the unruly student. Dare what? A formidable presence surged out of Risha, limitless, easily drowning Bora Tusks. It was lacking in quantity, but Risha's presence more than made up for it in terms of quality. The moment he released his presence, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk reacted. Risha placed his hand gently on Yuza's stomach, his eyes tearing up in relief. There's hope. Upon seeing his reaction, Bora Tusk stopped charging his attack. Yahard Tusk silently retracted the sword that appeared in his palm and decided to observe the situation for now. Risha stared at Greha. It's your power that made her birth possible. Yes, Greha nodded. Then, you must know the truth. Risha asked, is the one inside her womb the successor of the 44th or the 43rd? What? Bora Tusk and Yahard Tusk blurted out in shock. I feared you might find out. Greha sighed as he spoke honestly. She's the successor to the 43rd Empyrean Tusk. Then, Bora Tusk felt at a loss for words, on the verge of exploding. Greha's words placed Yahard Tusk in a state of alarm. Shit, if this madman goes in a state of frenzy now, a lot of us will be killed. There's no need to fear, Greha said, and observed the 43rd Empyrean Tusk that had turned around at some point in time and stared at him. He created a green bubble and extended it, watching the 43rd Empyrean Tusk gently touch it with her trunk. Inala is carrying Ganala's successor. I've sent Asiya with him for protection. Guh! Greha grunted in exhaustion and kneeled on the ground. Through the Empyrean incubator, he could communicate with an Empyrean Tusk for a second. After that, he would need to rest for a while before being able to repeat it. His mind would shatter otherwise. It was through this that he found out Yenda's plans. Of course, Ganala didn't intend to stop Yenda's plans. Rather, she supported him. But the baby growing in Yuza's womb was the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's successor, whether she was born or not. Therefore, the decision lay with the 43rd Empyrean Tusk, who decided that she'll be born and won't be used for Yenda's plans. It communicated with Ganala, making a request. It was then that Ganala told Greha about it, and left the baby in Yuza's womb in his custody. Hearing the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's words, Greha looked at Bora Tusk. Did you see the projectile that the 43rd Empyrean Tusk shot? Yes, it was too brief to observe what it was. But I did notice her shooting something. Bora Tusk nodded. In it were Inala and Asiya. Greha said, they were carrying the 44th Empyrean Tusk's successor. He then announced, when an Empyrean Tusk is born, her cries can be heard by all adult Empyrean Tusks over a wide range. The Boar King was lured in by her cries. It seems the 43rd Empyrean Tusk had a plan in place, but the Boar King still managed to find us. 2 babies. Bora Tusk inhaled a slow breath and stared at Greha. When will Inala return? When the baby matures and changes form from a human into an Empyrean Tusk. Greha said, only then will he return. Otherwise, the newborn's voice will serve as a beacon to alert the Boar King of our location in real time. Chapter 94 Risha vs. Boar King. How much do you know, Greha? Risha voiced out his suspicions. Only as much as I've been informed by Ganala, the 44th Empyrean Tusk. Greha responded calmly, and the last she informed me was to ask Ganala when he returns. It seems he inherited a good chunk of her memories. So he's aware of everything, including the Boar King's origin. All right, communicate with the 43rd Empyrean Tusk for me, Risha said and whispered something in Greha's ears, stunning him. Are you serious? Greha asked in a fluster. Even for you, it's reckless. Of all people, You should be the most aware of how suicidal that is. It's not entirely suicidal, Risha said and pointed at the figure of Boar King blasting shockwaves at the Empyrean tusks, immobilizing them. If I don't take action, we'll lose more of them. Besides, we only need to buy some time, Risha stated in seriousness. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Sighing as such, Greyha grunted as blood dripped out of his orifices. He made another green bubble touch the 43rd Empyrean tusk's trunk and communicated Risha's thoughts to it. There was silence for a moment before half the length of the 43rd Empyrean tusk's tusks fell off, shocking the mammoth clansmen. They were aware that something was happening. Upon seeing Greyha being able to communicate with the Empyrean tusk, they were stunned and gathered around him. This will do. Muttering as such, Risha placed his hand on the 2 broken tusks and transformed them into a pool of milky liquid that revolved around him like a river. Slowly, just as how a storage lantern shrunk in size, the volume of milky liquid reduced before soon it condensed into a hammer. Risha grabbed the hammer and stared at the 43rd Empyrean tusk, stating, "Shoot me as high up in the air as possible. I need to be vertically above us to pull this off." The leaders of the 44 settlements gathered and watched in shock as the 43rd Empyrean tusk sucked Risha into its trunk and launched him into the air at hypersonic speeds. He became a dot for a couple of seconds before vanishing from view. As he flew up, Risha calmly kept track of the Boar King's position. Or rather, he attached a string of gravity to the Boar King. And as he flew up, his position gradually aligned itself to be vertically above him. Risha passed through multiple layers of clouds until he was too far up, capable of observing the entire Dieng Canyon and beyond. Once he stopped, he began to freefall towards the Boar King. A couple dozen seconds later, he attained terminal velocity, no longer accelerating after that. When that happened, he used his primary nature to increase his density, once again able to accelerate. Following that was a cycle of raising his body density constantly until he hit his limit, realizing in response, "I would have obtained the same result with half the height. I'm wasting time and burning through excess prana to shield myself from this fall. This is a lesson for the future." But, he glared, clenching the hammer tighter as he churned his primary nature to the limit, intending to transfer all his momentum to the Boar King at the moment of contact. As he approached closer and closer, his skin burned, despite being reinforced by his abilities. Risha didn't care about that and remained patient. At the moment of contact, he swung the hammer with all his might and slammed it into the Boar King's chest, transferring all his momentum into his target. Perfect, his ribs shattered from the attack. Risha thought and bellowed as the Boar King was buried deep underground. "I'm your opponent." He then slowly landed on the ground, live like a feather after reducing his weight to the limit. His prana surged throughout his body and healed the damage sustained from the fall. "I felt that." A terrifying wave of killing intent wafted out of the crater as the Boar King walked out. His caved-in chest began to heal as he wiped the blood dripping from his head. But before he could fully recover, Risha grunted aloud. Suddenly, the bodies of both flew towards each other, like non-orbiting celestial bodies in space attracting each other into collision. When in range, Risha slammed the hammer into the Boar King's head, raising its weight to the limit upon contact. The Boar King was sent flying, but a mysterious force of gravity connected him to Risha, pulling the two closer once again. Just as the Boar King gathered his bearing after the impact, Risha was above him once again, slamming him with another full-powered strike from the hammer. But immediately in response, a sphere of pulsating prana hovered before Risha and exploded, sending him flying away. A layer of bone spilled out from the hammer and formed a shield before him, protecting him from the impact. Risha clenched his hand into a fist as the gravitational flux emerging out of his body strengthened, with the target being the Boar King and him alone. He flew towards the target and slammed another hit, quaking the ground in response. "I'm getting used to your hits," the Boar King commented as his chest injury finished healing. He grabbed the hammer and exerted strength in it, shattering it. "So," Risha growled as the shattered bone fragments coiled around the Boar King like snakes and began to tie him up. "Stay put for a moment." As thousands of thinly compressed ropes of bone, each weighing as much as a hill, coiled around his body, the Boar King stopped smiling, seriously treating Risha as an enemy. "Now I see why I'm getting a disgusting feeling from you." "Doesn't matter." Risha condensed the shaft of his hammer into a sword and swung it towards the Boar King's neck. "Die!" Clang! Suddenly, scales covered the Boar King's neck, causing the sword to merely make scratch marks. The ropes binding him snapped one after another as the Boar King activated his 11th nature, causing his power to leap once again. He extended his hand and condensed a giant prana shock, compressing it to the size of a fingernail before shooting it towards Risha, blasting the latter into a mountain. The power was twice greater than what he used on the first Empyrean tusk, severely injuring Risha, knocking him unconscious. The moment he recovered from the sneak attack, he could easily deal with Risha. The Boar King walked towards Risha as a suffocating amount of prana condensed in his palm. He was preparing to deliver the killing blow, activating another concentrated prana shock. You're just like me, a ruler. I never thought another individual could pull it off, but I can feel it in your presence. You've become the Empyrean Tusk King. Chapter 95, Swarming the Boar King. You've become the Empyrean Tusk King. The Boar King's announcement shocked the Mammoth clan, causing the clansmen to stare at each other in confusion, wondering what the Boar King actually meant. At that moment, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk inhaled air from its trunk, pulling the 44 settlement leaders closer to each other. It then extended its trunk. It wants to communicate with us. Greha knew it by experience as he churned all his prana to his head. Only this way would his head not explode from communicating with an Empyrean tusk. Of course, all his prana would be consumed to facilitate this, so it was the last time he could communicate. He would need to rest for a month following this to recover his weary mind. All settlement leaders, please place a hand on this bubble, Greha said and pointed to the Empyrean incubator he had condensed. Upon seeing the settlement leaders stare at each other in confusion, he urged, "Please hurry. We're running out of time." As everyone touched the Empyrean incubator, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk touched a part, causing a message to resound in the minds of all settlement leaders. Risha is our ultimate weapon against the Boar King. Protect him by sacrificing your lives. The command was short, and it forced them to die fighting the Boar King. But there wasn't even a hesitation among the settlement leaders whose figures vanished from the mountain peak. After giving its command, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk stared at Yuza and gently touched her stomach, seeping her essence into the baby growing in the womb, announcing to all Empyrean Tusks in the herd, "She's the new Harala." Harala, that was the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's name. And now, the inheritance ceremony was completed. Following that, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk walked towards the 44th Empyrean Tusk's corpse, observing that the space within her almost destabilized, on the verge of erupting. The explosion would destroy the region, enveloping the Mammoth clan on the mountain too. The 43rd Empyrean Tusk opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful suction force, causing a tornado to form in the area. The tornado enveloped Ganala's corpse and began to shred it apart, accurately doing so to ensure all internal organs remained in one piece. Soon after, Ganala's body parts flew into Harala's mouth, compressed and stored in her organs. But this was dangerous as her body was now about to blow up too. Seeing the 43rd Empyrean Tusk's actions, the rest of the herd hurriedly used their prana to recover and got up for a second round against the Boar King. "I don't know your name, but before you reach your peak, I'll kill you," the Boar King said and launched the prana shock. There can only be one king in Sumatra. Boom! The prana shock resulted in a massive explosion, large enough to destroy a mountain. But right as the explosion began, shadows flew into its midst and appeared between Risha and the Boar King. It was the settlement leaders. One after another, they transformed into pranic beasts and tanked the attack using their bodies, absorbing most of the damage. Bora Tusk rushed at the back and transformed into a serpent as he coiled around Risha, protecting him from the explosion. The Boar King glared as he stared at the corpses of the settlement leaders on the ground. He then noticed a serpent coiled around Risha, protecting him. By sacrificing their lives, the settlement leaders expended the Boar King's attack and ensured Risha remained alive. "Well, you stopped one attack." The Boar King snorted and charged up a second prana shock. One of the corpses in the back twitched as appearing next to it was Yahard Tusk. He didn't even glance at his corpse and leaped forward in his pranic beast form, condensing an energy sword that he slashed with. The attack targeted the charging prana shock, interrupting the process to cause a premature explosion, sending the Boar King skidding back by a few meters. The Boar King stared at Yahard Tusk's corpse that had intended to injure him during the explosion. His energy sword indeed managed to reach his target, but the mysterious scales growing on the Boar King stopped the attack. And in response, he punched forth, causing Yahard Tusk's head to splatter. "That makes it 2 deaths for you." The Boar King wasn't even in the least bothered by the interruption. His goal was to annihilate the Empyrean Tusk herd, and killing the leaders of the Mammoth clan only brought him closer to the goal. Yahard Tusk, 7 life stage. Yahard Tusk, 5 life stage. After dying twice, Yahard Tusk's cultivation dropped by 2 levels, turning him weaker. But he didn't mind it, for he still had 5 more lives. Only after he dies 5 more times would he truly be dead. Besides, he could always cultivate from scratch after this and recover his lost levels. The priority was to protect Risha and survive this disaster. Dozens of natures were activated and targeted the Boar King, with the majority barely causing him to flinch. The Boar King systematically countered the attacks and killed the settlement leaders one after another, causing their levels to steadily drop, which in turn made their subsequent attacks weaker. "You seem the strongest of the lot," the Boar King said as he tanked an attack with his face, feeling a sting as he observed the attacker. "You must be the Mammoth Clan chief." The Mammoth Clan chief was the settlement leader of the first Empyrean Tusk, the strongest in their clan. He also boasted the highest cultivation at the 8 life stage. But that was an old story already. Now that the Boar King's hand pierced through his chest and crushed his heart, he dropped a level. Without any hesitation, the Mammoth Clan chief appeared behind his corpse and punched forth, using his corpse as a cover to activate his nature to the limit and unleash his strongest blow, sending the Boar King flying high in the air. Ugh! The Boar King felt suffocated, unable to breathe as he felt his ribs cracking once again. Did I fail to fully recover from that hammer attack? Something was different with his attack. He's an Empyrean Tusk King after all, though a fledgling. The Boar King thought, observing a foreign substance had seeped into his skeleton and was corroding it from the inside, turning him weaker with every passing second. This bastard! He stared at the unconscious Risha for a moment before glaring at the Mammoth Clan chief, who had targeted the same spot, hence dealing significant damage. "I'll leave the rest to you." Saying so, the Mammoth Clan chief collapsed to the ground, fainting as he had used all his prana. A mysterious force carried the Boar King away from the battle station, right into the congregation of Empyrean Tusks that had been preparing for the attack. The image originally displayed their bodies sprawled on the ground. But once he approached them, the image vanished, replaced by the group of raging Empyrean Tusks, fully charged with their attacks. I didn't notice their preparation at all. The Boar King thought in shock before glaring at a group of settlement leaders that coughed out blood. An illusion? "Impressive," he commented as he fell to the center of the circle formed by 36 Empyrean Tusks. An instant later, ultrasonic sounds rattled him, this time rupturing his skeleton. Chapter 96 Sacrifice/Murder. "Ugh!" the Boar King shouted as he felt his bones melting from the attack. He couldn't move, locked in place by the tremendous ultrasonic pressure impacting from all sides. After enduring for an hour, his body was unable to hold on anymore, exploding in response, causing his death. "We won," Bora Tusk muttered in surprise. "The Boar King is dead?" Thud! The 36 Empyrean Tusks collapsed in exhaustion, almost drained of prana. The exoskeleton armor covering their bodies retreated like the tide, reforming into the buildings that formed the settlement. Their joints too hardened, preventing them from doing acrobatics like before. Now they could only walk around like usual. The Empyrean Tusks had returned to their energy-saving forms. The Mammoth Clan was stunned in disbelief, wondering if they had truly killed the Boar King. After all, the Boar King was a mystic-grade pranic beast, the only one of his kind at Sumatra. Despite laying witness to the entire battle, it still felt incredulous. "It's finally done," Yahard Tusk said and slumped to the ground, trembling nonstop once his adrenaline waned. "He's a ridiculous opponent. Our fated enemy is dead," the Mammoth Clan chief announced. Boom! There was a surge of energy from behind them as Risha got up, bloody, but raring to fight. He growled, "It's not over. The Boar King is no longer a pranic beast," he announced. "Tertiary nature, cultivator." "You're right. I dropped from the 3 life stage to the 2 life stage," came a reply from atop the first Empyrean Tusk's head. At some point in time, the Boar King had appeared there, unbeknownst to even the first Empyrean Tusk. He patted its head and stared at Risha. "Though, I wonder how you came to know about it. I haven't revealed it to anyone, you know." Kuralala. The first Empyrean Tusk trumped, intending to attack him once again. But it had already undone its battle mode. Hence, it couldn't use its exoskeleton armor to target him. "Be quiet," the Boar King growled as he condensed strength in his hand and brought down his fist, causing a thunderous sound as the first Empyrean Tusk lost its balance and fell. The second, third, and fourth Empyrean Tusks targeted him with their trunks. But suddenly his figure vanished. Appearing on the ground was a massive boar spanning a height of 100 meters. It seemed like an ant before the Empyrean Tusk, but its imposing momentum was higher now. After all, the Boar King was strongest in his pranic beast form. Opening its mouth, the Empyrean Boar King unleashed 10 waves of prana shock, causing the 3 Empyrean Tusks to collapse. Just as it was about to deal the killing blow, the remaining Empyrean Tusks joined the fray, resulting in a bloody dogfight. At the start, the Empyrean Boar King unleashed prana shocks at its opponents. But after some time, it simply strengthened its body using the 2 layers of internal inertial gravity and rammed into its opponents. It too was running low on prana. Large plates of exoskeleton armor fell to the ground as blood spewed like a fountain from the wounded Empyrean Tusks. By now, all the masters of the Mammoth clan too joined the fray, targeting the Empyrean Boar King with all sorts of attacks. And leading the fight was Risha, ignoring his battered body to attack his enemy. After losing a life, the Boar King's strength dropped by a level, and it was apparent that he was hesitating to use up his remaining natures. After all, he had spent thousands of years collecting those strong natures. Unless the situation was dire, he intended to save them up. It was a mistake to attack them head-on like this. I'm still not strong enough. While being attacked non-stop, the Boar King thought and reverted to his human form, using the chance to evade the Mammoth clan masters as he rained down punches upon an Empyrean tusk, puncturing its eyes. At present, he intended to incapacitate all Empyrean tusks and flee. Once he recovered his strength, he would return to pick them off one after another. By now, all Mammoth clan masters have died at least once. Their strength as a whole has dropped severely. He clapped once, unleashing powerful shockwaves that pulverized the masters. But suddenly, an Empyrean tusk pointed its trunk at him and unleashed its compressed air. And shooting out like a bullet from it was Risha, transferring all the momentum upon impact. Again, Risha roared as another Empyrean tusk sucked him into its trunk and shot him at the Boar King. The strength of the attack was overwhelming, not to mention Risha's capability to pull the Boar King towards him, thereby ensuring the attack made contact every single time. And when they touched, he transferred all the momentum into the Boar King's body, rattling his insides. Everyone was tiring, running low on prana, Risha included. But they had no other choice but to keep up the pressure until the Boar King was killed. Is that really internal inertial gravity? Virala frowned as he observed from the side. How's he able to unleash the effects of gravity outside his body? Internal inertial gravity was, as its name implied, a nature that was active only in their bodies. No Empyrean tusk was able to manifest its effect outside, and the same was held true for Blola, Virala, and Inala too. They all possessed internal inertial gravity. But for some reason, Risha's was different. He's a regressor. Blola stared at Virala's sides, hoping for a single window of opportunity to sneak attack the latter. He might have discovered a secret. Did you do something that forced him to take such a path, Virala? Of course I didn't. Virala retorted before recalling that it was his plan that caused Risha to lose all his accumulated prana. And the same day he disappeared. When he appeared an hour before, he was a completely different individual, whether in terms of strength, mind, or presence. He's already closer to how he was in the second half of Sumatra Chronicles. I did tell him of your... Virala intended to trigger Blola by saying that he had already revealed to Risha that Blola was the killer of his parents. But he stopped, noticing Blola had vanished. Where did he go? Virala looked around and noticed the figure of Blola sprinting across the rubble, fleeing towards the Mammoth clan as if his life depended on it. For a moment, Virala was confused. But immediately after, he noticed the changes happening to the 43rd Empyrean tusk. Oh shit. He too used all his power to sprint towards the Mammoth clan, for only there could he survive. Boom! There was a surge in presence, stunning everyone. The first to react was the Boar King, emanating dense killing intent, roaring in hatred. Ganala, is that you? He stared at the figure of the 43rd Empyrean tusk that was charging towards him, emanating the presence of 2 Empyrean tusks. It was because the 43rd Empyrean tusk had swallowed the 44th Empyrean tusk's corpse. All space within it had begun to collapse, turning her into a volcano that was about to burst. And in such a state, it charged at the Boar King with suicidal intentions. The Boar King had no intention to get caught up in such a suicidal charge. He turned around, intending to flee when a bloody first Empyrean tusk appeared before him, having taken on its battle state once again. It spun 360 degrees in the air and slammed its trunk at the Boar King, sending him flying towards the 43rd Empyrean tusk. The exoskeleton armor covering the 43rd Empyrean tusk extended like tentacles and grabbed hold of the Boar King as it burned through all its prana, constricting him for 2 seconds. In that duration, it opened its mouth and swallowed him, leaping with large strides as it ran far away from the herd. The 42 Empyrean tusks stared in sadness as the 43rd Empyrean tusk charged deep into the Dieng Canyon as its internal inertial gravity switched off. Because of the sheer volume of mass present in its body as a cluster, they unleashed their own gravitational pull, bringing all particles closer and closer. Shit! The Boar King roared as he was pulled towards the center of the mass cluster. The 43rd Empyrean tusk crossed dozens of kilometers with every leap, traveling far away before its body paused all of a sudden. Its legs shattered and turned into dust before shrinking into its body. Its stomach, tail, head, and even its prized tusks all followed suit. Breaking down into the simplest of matter, they flowed into the center, acted upon by the sheer gravity. And as matter continued to compress upon itself, a fusion reaction was created for a second. Hovering atop the Dieng Canyon was a miniature sun that emitted light and heat for 1 second before it dropped to the ground, exhausted of all combustible fuel. It resembled red-hot iron, a dense lump barely a couple meters in diameter. By sacrificing itself, the 43rd Empyrean Tusk killed the Boar King, resulting in his second death. On that day, a mystic-grade pranic beast died twice. On the very same day, Sumatra continent lost 2 of its most majestic creatures. Volume 1, Empyrean Tusk, The End. Chapter 97, Varahan Enclave. It was a day just like another in Varahan Enclave. The 4 pranic beasts dominant in the region continued about with their daily lives. Varahan Enclave was a special place in Sumatra continent. It was a small portion of the Sumatra continent that peeked out into the dark territory where life couldn't be sustained. The dark territory was called the Sandy Gray Void and surrounded the Sumatra continent. It was covered by gray, lifeless sand where only death awaited any entity that dreamed of crossing. There was no wind, no sound, and no life. The sand was loose, and the entire region had the property of a quicksand. Therefore, it was a death sentence to set foot on it. One would have to cross the Sandy Gray Void to enter another continent. Until now, no entity had succeeded in it, as not only was the Sandy Gray Void treacherous in nature, but it also stretched endlessly. No human or pranic beast could survive for that long. Of course, there were moderate regions in the Sandy Gray Void, creating what one would proclaim as pathways. These pathways were less treacherous in comparison to the Sandy Gray Void and formed a route to another continent, though longer than if one made a beeline through the Sandy Gray Void. Such pathways existed only next to enclaves. Exit from anywhere else on Sumatra, and you'll be faced with the brunt of the Sandy Gray Void's treacherousness. There existed 392 enclaves on Sumatra continent, and Varahan Enclave was just one among the many. It was a region that was a mixture of a tropical and mangrove forest, with trees reaching as high as 500 meters and water levels extending to a depth of 800 meters. 4 pranic beast races lived here, forming their enclosed food chain. At the bottommost stood the yoked WYRM, a beginner iron-grade pranic beast, too weak to even comment about. It primarily relied on a diet of moss, soil, and tree bark, boasting one of the greatest fertility rates. If left to their devices, they would explode in population and turn a region into a barren land within a few decades. Preying on them primarily were the razor rats and the petrified geese, both beginner iron-grade pranic beasts. They were strong for their grade and moved as a group, unlike yoked WRMS, hence predating on the latter. Finally, reigning at the top of the food cycle were Empyrean boars, beginner gold-grade pranic beasts. Despite being a gold-grade pranic beast, an Empyrean boar was often ridiculed as the weakest among all gold-grade pranic beasts. Even silver-grade pranic beasts could kill an Empyrean boar one-on-one. But this was the Varahan Enclave, and not the Sumatra continent. With there being only a narrow valley connecting the two, Empyrean boars lived in their bubble, having close to no interaction with the outside world. They happily preyed upon the 3 weaker pranic beast races and thrived. But that all changed with the arrival of a group at the entrance to the Varahan Enclave. Spanning a height of 1.6 kilometers on average, a breadth of 0.6 kilometers, and a length of 2 kilometers, a walking fortress of might, an entity that stood at the pinnacle of Sumatra continent. Empyrean Tusk. A herd of 188 Empyrean Tusks had gathered, brimming with a suffocating might to the extent no pranic beast dared to even approach in a vicinity of 100 kilometers. And if any was brave enough, swoosh! Followed by suction from its trunk, the pranic beast was sucked towards an Empyrean Tusk that casually threw the captured pranic beast in its mouth and munched. When the size of an Empyrean Tusk herd hits the 3 digits, they begin emanating a collective pressure that numbs the bodies of all enemies. Thereby, they could kill their targets with the least amount of effort. Standing at the entrance to the valley was the first Empyrean Tusk, its trunk raised. Seated at the forefront of the trunk was a man who had reached the peak of cultivation and was merely a step away from transcendence. 10 life stage. He was the Mammoth clan chief, Andraka. Upon reaching the peak of cultivation and unlocking the entirety of mystic bone art, he was able to communicate with the Empyrean Tusks without any issues. "How's it looking?" Andraka asked upon staring at the Varahan Enclave. "Are they enough?" Beginner gold-grade pranic beast, Empyrean boar. Since they have the prefix of Empyrean, it means they reached the pinnacle evolution of their race. "Will they be enough?" Andraka asked once again, patient. "Yes. They are brimming with flesh, blood, and prana. Every single Empyrean boar is enough for a decade of my operation." "A decade?" Andraka's eyes lit up. "That's perfect. There's enough of them here for all of us. If we treat them as a farm, we'll be able to save up enough resources to cross the Sandy Gray Void." "Yes. But are you sure about this?" Andraka asked. "Sumatra continent is our home. Yes, as a species, Empyrean tusks have reached their growth limit. The only way to surpass our limits is to mutate. That will allow us to become mystic-grade pranic beasts. But for that to happen, staying in the comfort of our homes won't do. We have become too accustomed to Sumatra continent. It's just like gaining in nature. Andraka nodded. By subjecting ourselves to an extreme situation, we'll be forced to evolve. Yes, that's the only option left to become a mystic-grade pranic beast. For them to cross the sandy gray void, the Empyrean tusk herd needed to store enough resources in their bodies for the journey. It might take them a century or two to cross over. Hence, the Empyrean tusks sought the most efficient resource to store in their limited space. The Empyrean boars fit the bill perfectly. Spanning a height of 100 meters, they were small in comparison to the Empyrean tusks. But they were gold-grade pranic beasts, meaning their lifespan, prana quality, prana quantity, and flesh were the highest grades available. The resource condensation per unit mass of their body was the highest. Of course, there were better gold-grade pranic beasts out there, but they were all ridiculously powerful. Fighting such pranic beasts would cause the Empyrean tusks too much loss. From an efficiency standpoint, it was a fool's endeavor. But Empyrean boars were weak. They could be killed by even silver-grade pranic beasts, making them the perfect targets. All Mammoth clan masters could take on an Empyrean boar each, while the Empyrean tusks could casually chuck them in their mouths. They were ripe for picking, the perfect resource for the journey. Andraka communicated with the Mammoth clan and announced to the first Empyrean tusk, "We're ready. On your command. Let's go, everyone." With the first Empyrean tusk's command, the herd of 188 Empyrean tusks entered the Varahan enclave, resulting in a bloody, one-sided massacre. Chapter 98, Empyrean Boar's Curse. Beginner gold-grade pranic beast, Empyrean boar. The reason they were called the weakest of all gold-grade pranic beasts, weak to the extent even silver-grade pranic beasts could kill them, was entirely due to their primary nature. Primary nature, voracious nature. When an Empyrean boar wholly devours a pranic beast, it gains the pranic beast's primary nature. Originally, such an accumulation-type ability would have made them the strongest. But there was a problem here. The ability they are accumulating wasn't a skill, but the primary natures of their targets. A primary nature was a pranic beast's original state of being, one it adapted to specialize in after thousands of years of non-stop evolution. From the way it ate to the way it shat, everything was optimized for survival. Primary nature was merely a condensation of its evolutionary traits. Therefore, when an Empyrean boar obtained the primary nature of another pranic beast, the natures within its body conflicted with each other. The primary nature of a razor rat was to burrow in the swamp and wait for a yoked WIRM to show up before latching onto its prey like a bolt of lightning. The speed of its attack shredded its target, making it easier to predate. When an Empyrean boar obtained a razor rat's primary nature, it instinctually felt the need to burrow underwater and wait for its prey, uncharacteristic of itself. After all, it wasn't equipped to remain underwater for extended durations like a razor rat. A yoked WIRM had pretty much no combat capability. Its primary nature was purely geared toward the consumption of nutrients, allowing it to accumulate as much muscle mass as possible in a short while before birthing its offspring. It fought by creating as many offspring as possible in an effort to overwhelm its predators. When its predators have more to eat than what they can handle, it allows the excess yoked WIRMs to survive. This was their nature. Therefore, when an Empyrean boar obtained a yoked WIRM's primary nature, it felt an intense desire to mate and leave behind more offspring. But this was merely the start of the problems. An Empyrean boar could store primary natures in its body without limit, and every time it attacked, it would unleash a bunch of natures. Upon use, the respective natures would vanish. But here was the problem. A yoked WIRM was no different to a worm. Even the biggest among its race only reached a length of 2 meters. For an Empyrean boar reaching a height of 100 meters, 1 or 2 yoked WIRMs weren't enough. No, it needed anywhere from hundreds to even thousands daily. That meant it was gaining an equivalent number of primary natures. These accumulated primary natures reached such high numbers that they overwhelmed the Empyrean boar's body and mind, making it believe it was a yoked WIRM and not an Empyrean boar. Moreover, its diet didn't consist of just yoked WIRMs. It also consumed razor rats and petrified geese. Therefore, at every point in time, there was an overwhelming number of primary natures of all 3 pranic beasts in an Empyrean boar, splitting its body and mind 3 ways. Its original nature as an Empyrean boar was overwritten long ago, and the 3-way tug-of-war turned it insane. At one moment, the Empyrean boar would be underwater, acting like a razor rat. The other moment, it would be digging the earth for moss like a yoked WIRM, or suddenly, it would turn into a statue and bask in the sunlight like a petrified geese. This wasn't just one or two, but the entire race was in such a state. Thankfully, whenever they were overwhelmed by their yoked WRM's pranic natures, they would mate and increase their numbers. It was the primary reason the Empyrean boars hadn't gone extinct yet. During one such session, an Empyrean boar had become pregnant. It stood still like a petrified geese, not even reacting as it delivered a dozen of its kind. Following that, it entered the swamp nearby to act like a razor rat, devouring the yoked WRMs that approached its proximity. Not a single Empyrean boar cared about the dozen newborns that were left to fend for themselves. Though weak, the newborns could move. One of them let out faint squeals and approached something resembling a statue. It was a petrified geese laying in wait there, and the moment the newborn entered its range, the petrified geese's mouth shot open. Its tongue lashed out and whipped the newborn, petrifying the contact region. The newborn squealed in pain, but there was no response from the mindless adults of its race. The mother of the newborns had birthed them in a colony of petrified geese, a blatantly stupid act. Hence, the newborns simply became prey to the petrified geese. One among the newborns ran under a tree root and bleated helplessly from there, hoping for its mother to return. 2 days spanned past in such a fashion as its brothers and sisters that survived the petrified geese had grown tremendously by now. They were already treating the petrified geese as food. And once they had their fill, they made a repeat of the adults of their race, now acting as petrified geese. But their bodies had already reached a height of 4 meters, an explosive growth. Empyrean boars had an explosive growth rate, capable of outgrowing all their predators in 2 days. Yes, 2 days. Any Empyrean boar that survives the initial 2 days directly reaches the peak of Varahan Enclave's food chain. But the exception was the newborn that had hidden under the protruding roots of a tree. It was still its original size. From time to time, it carefully peered out and gobbled some nuts before retreating to its safe home. A petrified geese stood right next to its home, preventing it from moving much. As the days spanned past, the newborn barely reached a meter in height. It was still weak, but unlike its brethren, it was sane. Having not consumed any pranic beasts or even meat for the matter, it remained an Empyrean boar, experiencing a growth in intellect that all gold-grade pranic beasts possessed. 2 months later, it was able to think, realizing that the day it consumed another pranic beast, it too would lose its mind, just like the rest of its brethren. I should strengthen my mind first. Pretty much all Empyrean boars had their first kill in 2 days since birth. Therefore, before their minds could even grow, they were influenced by the swallowed primary natures. To avoid such a fate, the newborn had a strict vegetarian diet, eating grass, tree bark, nuts, and fruits. Its growth was slow as a result, but with every successful day, its mind continued to mature. 2 years later, the newborn exited its home under the protruding tree root and killed the nearby petrified geese. But it didn't consume the latter and simply walked away, intending to find more nuts to munch upon. And it was the very same day as the Empyrean tusk herd's entry into the Varahan Enclave. Chapter 99 Tertiary Nature. Cultivator. Bleat. Empyrean boars shrieked as mammoth clansmen raided their homes and began capturing them one after another. They weren't killed, yet as efficiency was greater if the Empyrean tusk munched on them alive. That was why the mammoth clansmen primarily intended to capture them. As they rushed through the forest, the newborn observed them in fear from its home under the protruding roots. It was from a tree that reached almost 600 meters in height. Hence, its roots covered a large area and camouflaged its growing body. The newborn boar also dug a hole underneath to form a comfy home. Its intellect had developed enough to cover the area and mask its presence from the invaders. Who are they? And why are they selectively targeting my brethren? It trailed after the mammoth clansmen from afar, using its small body to its advantage. It was barely 2 meters in size now. There were only a couple thousand Empyrean boars in the Varahan Enclave. It wasn't a number sufficient for the Empyrean tusk herd's needs. Therefore, the mammoth clansmen weren't aggressive with their capture. They studied the Empyrean boar psychology, and once an Empyrean boar gave birth, they swiftly came to the rescue. For the next 2 days, they protected the newborns until they became large enough to hunt the other pranic beasts in the region. This way, their population would increase drastically, giving the mammoth clan more profit. After all, they required dozens of adult Empyrean boars per each Empyrean tusk. It was better to take their time and allow for more Empyrean boars to be born. Hence, they invaded the Varahan Enclave in waves once a year. During the 4th year, the newborn Empyrean boar treaded through the sandy gray void right next to the valley that served as the Varahan Enclave's entrance. This way, it avoided detection of the mammoth clan, who didn't expect such a thing from pranic beasts lacking intelligence. Iron-grade pranic beasts were no different from animals in terms of intelligence. They were beings driven by instinct. Silver-grade pranic beasts were pretty intelligent, almost on a human level. Some of them slightly exceeded a human, depending on the race they were from. And finally, gold-grade pranic beasts were superior to humans. In the Varahan Enclave, 3 of the 4 were iron-grade pranic beasts. And the final, the gold-grade pranic beast, was the Empyrean boar, insane from the start. Therefore, the Mammoth clan didn't bother preparing for any sneak attacks. Considering their numbers, it had been a long while since they were last attacked. Their strength had grown too much, hence lacking any competitors. Moreover, there wasn't even a swarm-type race in their vicinity, hence their defense was lacking. The Mammoth clan sent all its elites and masters on the invasion. There was no reason not to, after all. They didn't face any danger, and there were 188 Empyrean tusks standing guard to each other. Nothing wrong could happen. It took the newborn Empyrean boar 4 years to understand this. And during the end of the 4th year, when the Mammoth clan invaded in full swing the 5th time, the newborn boar sneaked towards the Empyrean tusk herd from the back, targeting the weakest Empyrean tusk. Even the Empyrean tusk had let down its guard, having not been targeted for the past few centuries. And stealthily, through the route used by the Mammoth clansmen to descend down from their settlement, the newborn Empyrean boar made its way up. Soon it reached the Academy of Refinement, observing the students there. It'll take them 40 days to return. It sneaked through the hallways, avoiding the deeper regions where the Empyrean tusk's primary nature was effective. All it did was scout through the settlement, avoiding detection successfully. It remained there for close to a month before descending from the settlement. It sneaked back through the route it discovered in the sandy gray void, returning home. During the 6th invasion, it dug an underground tunnel for 40 days, leading from the sandy gray area to the foot of the closest Empyrean tusk. After becoming an expert at making tunnels, it continued its work even after the Mammoth clan's elites and masters returned. By now, its mind had fully matured, allowing it to think like a true gold-grade pranic beast. Its body remained small, but its strength continued to climb up. Finally, 9 years after the invasion started, it completed its digging and scouting, becoming an expert at both. By now, the Mammoth clan failed to notice despite it nibbling their part of fruit reserves. The reduction in amount was so little they didn't notice it. Secondly, it was spread throughout the 188 settlements. Therefore, the Mammoth clan didn't notice it, but the Empyrean boar gained a significant return. At the end of the 9th year, right after the 10th invasion started, the Empyrean boar entered the 188th settlement, calmly sauntering into the Academy of Refinement before engaging in a slaughter. The students were only at the spirit stage. They couldn't even scratch a gold-grade pranic beast, even if it was an Empyrean boar. As all residents at the settlement were only at the spirit stage, none could harm it. Moreover, the Empyrean boar took action right after the 188th Empyrean tusk fell asleep. It had memories of all their sleeping patterns by now, knowing which Empyrean tusk was awake at which time. The first entity it swallowed was a Mammoth clansman, a student. As he didn't have a primary nature, it wasn't affected. But that didn't even matter now, as its mind had matured enough to overcome the side effects of its primary nature. All students of the 188th settlement took refuge in its belly, as the Empyrean boar targeted another settlement whose Empyrean tusk was asleep. Moreover, it did such a perfect job that not a single Empyrean tusk managed to detect anything. By the time the sleeping Empyrean tusks woke up, it was too late. The students of over 60 settlements disappeared mysteriously, and the perpetrator had vanished too. The Empyrean boar felt bloated by the time it returned home. Its body had reached peak size by then as a mysterious change began to form in it. Due to the extreme environment and diet it had subjected itself to, it experienced an evolution. The Empyrean boar hibernated to allow the transformation to run its course, remaining safe in its home. When it woke up 2 years later, it was stunned. First of all, it unleashed a presence similar to a Mammoth clansman. And secondly, it now possessed a human body, having developed a nature. Tertiary nature, cultivator. Chapter 100. Brangara gets captured. I am Brangara. The Empyrean boar introduced itself to a Mammoth clansman group prowling across the Varahan Enclave. In human form, Brangara mimicked the presence of a Mammoth clansman from the 188th settlement, thereby being able to make contact with the elites of another settlement. Where's your group? The leader of the group asked. We got lost after a mishap, Brangara said. I chanced upon your group while making my way back. Can I accompany you until I find my group? That's fine. The leader of the group nodded casually, asking while they moved. Which group do you belong to? Anera's group, Brangara said, using the name of the group he had just annihilated. Ah, the leader nodded. Didn't Anera's group venture towards the mangrove forest region? It's a bit tricky to capture the Empyrean boars that remain submerged underwater there. Yes, that's a pain. Brangara nodded. He casually conversed with the group as if he were one of them until eventually, they chanced upon an Empyrean boar. That's an adult. The leader commanded, we'll capture it. You just remain here. The leader stared at Brangara. We're more than enough for this. Yes, sir. Brangara nodded and watched the group spring bone nets around the Empyrean boar that combined to harden into a bone cage. The flustered Empyrean boar activated numerous natures in response, as the group simply tanked it by strengthening the bone cage. Man, this one has a lot of natures. It'll take time to empty everything. Saying so, the leader took out a bone spike and walked to the back of the cage, stabbing it in the Empyrean boar's rear, watching it squeal in pain before unleashing its natures dozens of times faster. Since it's a male, puncturing its balls does the trick. Every time he poked it, the Empyrean boar shrieked before releasing more natures. As the natures belonged to razor rats, yoked WIRMS, and petrified Gs, none were dangerous. The primary nature of razor rats allowed them to move like a bolt of lightning for a short distance. When constricted, this ability became useless. The primary nature of a yoked WIRM was only in consuming nutrients efficiently, so it too was useless. And a petrified G's primary nature could only be used through its tongue. Right at the start, they cut off the Empyrean boar's tongue, rendering that ability too useless. Now, all they had to do was wait until it finished releasing all the abilities in its arsenal. It would be easier to transport it after that. After all, they had set up camp at the entrance to Varahan Enclave, where the Empyrean boars would be fed to the limit and fattened before the Empyrean tusk consumes them. Hey, the cage is shaking. Put more effort into it. The leader shouted upon noticing the cage cracking. He grumbled upon seeing the cracks worsen over time, shouting as he dropped the bone spike and walked around the massive cage to where his team ought to have been. All he saw in their place was Brangara. Hey you, where did my team members go? Here, Brangara said and patted his belly. Immediately in response, he transformed into an Empyrean boar and devoured the leader, taking action before the latter could react. Not even a droplet of the mammoth clansman's blood was spilled as Brangara wiped them clean. He then stared at the whimpering figure of the Empyrean boar before him. He broke the cage and stared at his wounded brethren. Are you okay? There was no reply as the Empyrean boar continued to cry in pain. But an hour later, it stood before a tree like a sculpture, behaving like a petrified geese. What is with our existence? Brangara collapsed to the ground, sobbing. I can't even speak to my own family. What am I even fighting for? Wait, that's right. He regained his vigor and rushed through the forest until he chanced upon an Empyrean boar giving birth. Right, I can save them before they consume any pranic beast. That way, once their mind matures, they too would be able to speak like me. His thoughts came to a halt upon staring at the group of masters casually seated around the newborn Empyrean boars. Eat, eat, eat and grow big, all right? The masters were feeding yoked WIRMS to the newborns in an effort to make them grow quicker. They didn't have the mood to protect them for 2 days. As the newborn swallowed the yoked WIRM, the trace level of intelligence displayed in its eyes vanished. Its mind had shattered, and staring at the scene, Brangara felt his sanity slipping away. Why? He wished to rush in and save his brethren, but he wasn't strong enough to fight the masters yet. Moreover, even if he could, the master leading the group was terrifying. The masters were primarily in charge of trailing after pregnant Empyrean boars and guarding the newborns. Therefore, even if Brangara wanted to, he couldn't save his race that was being treated as mere livestock. Mammoth clan! He gritted his teeth in rage. Who's there? The master leading the group shouted all of a sudden as a spirit weapon slammed into the tree that Brangara was hiding behind. Ah! Brangara rushed out of his hiding spot and prostrated on the ground. I'm from Unara's group. Don't lie. Suddenly, a spirit weapon in the shape of a sword stabbed into his thigh, causing him to grunt in pain. A suffocating presence emanated from the group of masters that glared at Brangara. I'm not sure how you learnt the mystic bone art, but you clearly aren't an expert in using it. Your body is reeking with the stench of the blood of us mammoth clansmen. How many of my people have you eaten, Empyrean boar? Shit! Brangara grunted and began to run away. They found out my identity. Until he targeted the students and elites, his identity wasn't found out. But a master could clearly sense his foreign nature, even if he tried to mask himself with the scent and presence of a mammoth clansman. Moreover, his actions were so high profile that an investigation team of masters had been dispatched. They scouted for traces among the teams that had gone missing recently, eventually confirming Brangara to be the culprit. Even though he was strong, Brangara was no match for the team of experts. In a matter of minutes, he was captured. What do we do with him? One of the masters asked as he broke Brangara's limbs. He's a special case. The leader of the group said, He's an Empyrean boar with a human form. We'll let the chief decide his fate.
A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Light Verse Recap,